After 3 years of concealment, he returns as a sovereign. Everything he once lost, he intends to reclaim. To the world, he is a god of war. To the one he cherishes, he is merely an ordinary man. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight filters through the curtains, illuminating the faces of the two on the bed. Du Qingshan awakens, pondering his whereabouts. The room is tastefully adorned, suffused with a scent of desire. Disheveled clothing lies scattered across the floor, and a beautiful leg rests upon his abdomen, while a lovely woman curls up in his embrace. The sheets beside them bear the marks of blossoming peach flowers. Du Qingshan's mind buzzes with realization. He has slept with Wang Lingying. What now? Wang Lingying, the epitome of grace, had mentioned her engagement just the night before. How could he have unwittingly placed a crown of infidelity upon her fiancé's head? 3 years prior, had it not been for Wang Lingying's timely rescue, Du Qingshan would have perished on the streets. Thus, during his recuperation, he had vigilantly protected her from shadows. Wang Lingying's aloof demeanor and past experiences had instilled in her a natural wariness of men, leaving Du Qingshan as her sole male friend. Last night, in a moment of despondency, she had sought him out for a drink, and now, he finds himself in this predicament. How can they continue their friendship after such an event? Lost in thought, the woman in his arms stirs, then gasps in shock as she kicks him off the bed. What are you doing here? What have you done? Wang Lingying's face pales as she glances at the crimson stain on the sheets, her expression a blend of shock and fury. Du Qingshan is engulfed in embarrassment. He hastily retrieves his clothing, stammering, "If I were to say this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Cocooned in the corner of the bed, Wang Lingying's face reflects a tumult of emotions: regret, derision, hatred, confusion. After a lengthy silence, her emotions gradually stabilize, and she surprisingly speaks with remarkable calmness. "Do you really think I would believe you?" Instead of erupting into a confrontation, her tranquility takes Du Qingshan aback. "You need to leave." Get out." A pillow strikes Du Qingshan. Wang Lingying, unable to contain her ire, demands his departure. 30 minutes later, they sit on the sofa in the living room. Wang Lingying is impeccably dressed, the allure of the previous night extinguished, restoring her to the ice-cold goddess she epitomizes. "I require an explanation." Du Qingshan inhales deeply, feigning composure. "You were feeling down last night and asked me to drink. We both became inebriated, and as for what transpired afterward, I have no recollection." Wang Lingying's gaze pierces through him, radiating an intense fury. Yet, Du Qingshan remains unfazed, maintaining eye contact. Eventually, her wrath dissipates, replaced by a stoic inquiry. "What do you intend to do?" "If you consent, I shall take responsibility," Du Qingshan replies earnestly. "And if I do not?" Wang Lingying retorts with a cold laugh. "In that case, we shall both forget last night's events," he suggests. A flicker of indignation crosses Wang Lingying's face. "You men are all the same, treating this as inconsequential, aren't you?" Du Qingshan offers a rueful smile. "What do you wish for me to do?" Her ability to remain composed in light of such a situation underscores her exceptional nature. She closes her eyes, seemingly contemplating. After a considerable pause, she suddenly states, "When you arrived at the bar last night, I had already consumed a bottle of red wine, correct?" Du Qingshan is taken aback, nodding. "That bottle was a gift from someone else." A thought strikes Du Qingshan. "Are you suggesting that there was something amiss with that wine?" Wang Lingying appears resolute. "You have saved me numerous times. I owe you a debt. Let last night be my repayment, and from now on, we shall owe each other nothing. You may leave." Du Qingshan's emotions are conflicted. "I know that this engagement is not of your choosing in truth." "Who said I was coerced?" "Marrying into the Wei family brings me joy you overthink." She interjects, her expression tinged with self-mockery. "If you are unwilling, I can assist you. No one can compel you." Du Qingshan insists. "That is my concern," she interrupts. "Being born into the Wang family, I have no choice. This is my fate." As he prepares to respond, her phone rings. With an assertive tone, Wang Lingying commands, "Yes, I understand. Notify all mid-level management to convene in the conference room at 10 o'clock. With a click, she hangs up and turns to Du Qingshan, saying, "You should leave." Du Qingshan opens his mouth, but words escape him. "I said leave." Her voice rises slightly, betraying her effort to control her emotions. Du Qingshan, sensing her agitation, hastily departs. 10 minutes later, Wang Lingying emerges from the villa, her makeup flawless, still exuding the air of a regal queen, aloof, astute, and commanding. As her Porsche speeds away, Du Qingshun steps from the greenery, watching the retreating vehicle, his gaze gradually hardening with determination. Suddenly, his phone rings. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile blossoms on his face. Your esteemed Majesty, you have finally chosen to contact us. Across the ocean, in a lavish palace, a portly man clutches his phone, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. This man, in his 30s, is the primary heir of an ancient European family, poised to manage the family's fortune of billions. His name is lengthy and challenging to remember, yet he's often known by a more fearsome moniker, the God of Wealth. The God of Wealth is both a codename and a legend. It is said that one should rather offend the King of Hell than the God of Wealth. Wherever commercial activities exist on Earth, the shadow of the God of Wealth looms. With his wealth, means, and influence, he can effortlessly determine the fates of countless billionaires and instigate global financial crises at will. This is the God of Wealth, Du Qingshin's most steadfast brother and loyal subordinate. My injuries have healed naturally. I must reach out to you. How are the brethren faring? The God of Wealth replies fervently, well. If they knew you had returned, they would be beside themselves with joy. You are our king. Then, for now, let us keep this under wraps, Du Qingshin advises. I haven't revealed this to anyone else, but I was just with Long Nu. She is already on her way to see you, the God of Wealth admits, a hint of guilt in his tone. Du Qingshin's head spins at the thought. King, all assets have been discreetly transferred to your name, and I have informed a member of the business association in Jiangnan province he will be visiting you shortly. Well then, I have good news for you. I have found a princess for you, he declares. With that, Du Qingshan hangs up the phone. The God of Wealth stares in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Good heavens, this news is too explosive. If it spreads, those women who once pursued the king fervently might despair beyond reason. The Shijiang Moon Grand Hotel is fully reserved by the Wei family today. Luxurious cars line the entrance, and the banquet hall is filled with guests. Today, Wei Haiyang, the only son of the Wei family, is set to hold his engagement ceremony with Wang Lingying, the daughter of the Wang family. With assets exceeding 10 billion, the Wei family is undoubtedly a top-tier family in Jiangnan City, while the Wang family, with assets of merely 5 billion, ranks as a second-tier family. Grandma Jiang and the Wang family members arrived early, her face etched with wrinkles as she warmly greets the guests. All who attend the banquet are distinguished figures and wealthy elites within the city. Wei Haiyang, beaming with joy, dons a custom-tailored suit, mingling among the guests, graciously accepting their congratulations. He is not lacking in female companionship and has been involved with numerous women, including several starlets and models from the entertainment industry. Leading a life of excess and debauchery, his reputation is far from pristine. Yet his heart is undeniably drawn to Wang Lingying. Wang Lingying, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City, is a rising star in the business world and the object of desire for countless men. Since the passing of the elder patriarch of the Wang family, the family has gradually fallen into decline. Fortunately, Wang Lingying has managed to steer the family back to stability. Without her, the clan would have long succumbed to ruin. In pursuit of this day, Wei Haiyang has employed numerous strategies, paying a hefty price to finally win the heart of the woman he desires, believing every sacrifice has been worthwhile. As he gazes at Wang Lingying, elegantly adorned and attending the event, his heart races with anticipation. He yearns to hasten their engagement, as that would solidify their relationship and embolden him to pursue her more ardently. Furthermore, after this day, the Wei and Wang families are poised to embark on numerous collaborations, allowing him to seize control over the Wang family's fate. A flicker of greed shines in Wei Haiyang's eyes. His ambitions are vast. Wang Lingying wears a graceful smile, having received a fine education that has made her adept in social situations. Beside her, her parents, Wang Yuanlun and Ma Jinfeng, brim with excitement. Typically, they hold little status within the family, but today, thanks to their remarkable daughter, they bask in reflected glory. At 10 in the morning, the engagement ceremony is finally set to commence. The hall is adorned in festive, romantic, and luxurious decor. On stage, Wei Haiyang kneels, a grand bouquet of roses in his right hand and a jewelry box in his left, proposing to Wang Lingying. Lingying, from this day forth, I shall cherish you, ensuring you never endure even the slightest grievance. I wish to hold you in the palm of my hand, making you the happiest woman in the world. Will you marry me? The guests erupt in applause, some even calling for the couple to unite. However, Wang Lingying's smile gradually fades, her eyes betraying a flicker of reluctance as the visage of Du Qingqian flashes in her mind, and his voice echoes, "If you are unwilling, no one can force you." Her heart sinks, and her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Has she truly not escaped the clutches of fate? She had resigned herself to her destiny, but the events of the previous night now leave her feeling regretful. Her hesitation casts a pall over the guests, and Wei Haiyang's eyes darken with anger, rendering the atmosphere increasingly awkward. "Lingying, will you marry me?" he implores once more, his voice ringing out. Wang Lingying jolts back to reality, sensing the tension in the air. With a sigh of resignation, she prepares to respond, but at that moment, an incongruous voice pierces through. "She cannot marry you." All eyes turn towards the entrance. Du Qingqian strides in, clad in remarkably unassuming attire worth no more than 200 yuan, yet exuding an immense presence, his demeanor calm and collected. Behind him follows a striking woman in a leather jacket, her demeanor cold and lethal, a dagger spinning deftly between her fingers, captivating onlookers. At the sight of Du Qingqian, Wang Lingying's body tenses, her expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. "You cannot marry him," Du Qingqian asserts, locking eyes with Wang Lingying. "Why not?" she inquires, each word deliberate. "Because you are my woman." Chapter 3. The overbearing wedding crash. Du Qingqian's words were astonishing, leaving Wang Lingying's face flushed with embarrassment. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the room, and the members of the Wei family felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Even the Wang family members brought by old lady Jiang were gripped by fear. Du Qingqian's statement was utterly shocking. Wang Lingying, the renowned goddess, was secretly involved with a man? Wei Haiyang sprang to his feet, his face crimson with rage, trembling uncontrollably as he hurled the flowers from his grasp to the ground. Fixing a cold, menacing gaze on Wang Lingying, he demanded, "Is what he said true?" Wang Lingying fell silent, her silence an implicit admission. Wei Haiyang, now devoid of his previous elegance and gentlemanly demeanor, seethed with rage, cursing, "You shameless hussy! How dare you betray me? I'll make you pay." With that, he raised his hand to strike Wang Lingying. Suddenly, a woman clad in leather, standing behind Du Qingqian, intervened with a swift and deadly motion. A glint of cold steel flashed as a dagger pierced Wei Haiyang's right arm. Du Qingqian's expression darkened as he methodically approached the stage, while Wei Tong's face turned ashen, shouting, "Stop him." The hall was rife with tension as numerous bodyguards, who had been on standby, lunged toward Du Qingqian. Unfazed, he continued forward, his gaze unperturbed by the approaching threats. Behind him, the leather-clad woman let out a cold snort and charged ahead. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguard were toppled to the ground, some with broken limbs, none able to rise again. Completing her task, the woman remained unflustered, falling back in a step behind Du Qingqian. Throughout this ordeal, Du Qingqian did not pause for even a moment, swiftly reaching the stage. The leather-clad woman then moved with agility to confront Wei Haiyang. With a swift motion, she extracted the dagger from his arm, causing him to scream in agony before she kicked him off the stage. Wei Haiyang, in a pitiful state, was helped by his family members. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Du Qingqian. Though he had not laid a hand on anyone, his presence commanded respect and fear. It was evident that he was the focal point of the day. "Come with me," he stated calmly, yet exuding an irresistible authority, taking Wang Lingying's hand as they descended from stage. Wang Lingying, her mind in disarray, perhaps overwhelmed by the abruptness of the situation, found herself compliant, perhaps stunned by Du Qingqian's assertiveness. This acquiescence only incited further ire in Wei Haiyang, whose expression twisted with rage akin to a desperate gambler. He broke free from the crowd, lunging at Du Qingqian, shouting, "You two shameless lovers, halt!" With a resounding crash, Wei Haiyang was flung away, crashing heavily 10 meters distant, suffering multiple broken bones and losing consciousness. The assailant was once again the leather-clad woman. Throughout this incident, Du Qingqian maintained his focus, striding toward the exit as if the gathered crowd were of no consequence. The hall remained tense, with several bodyguards still present, yet none dared to approach. Paralyzed by fear of the leather-clad woman, who dares to cause a ruckus here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man strode in from outside, broad-shouldered and intimidating, with prominent temples and calloused hands, unmistakably a master of martial arts. Wei Wujia, the protector of the Wei family and Wei Tong's bodyguard, had remained outside until summoned by a call. Upon his arrival, The Wei family members felt a surge of relief, and Wei Tong smirked. Boy, you think you can leave? You clearly underestimate my Wei family. Du Qingqian halted, turning to Wei Wujia, and inquired coolly, Are you from the Divine Fist sect? Wei Wujia, taken aback, replied, How do you know? If you're aware, why not surrender peacefully? If Xiao Qiang were here, he would not dare to obstruct me. Du Qingqian frowned, however. I extend him courtesy, begone. Wei Wujia's heart raced. Xiao Qiang, the invincible master of the Divine Fist sect, was a peak practitioner, renowned in the realm of ancient martial arts, yet little known in the secular world. The leather-clad woman stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Wei Wujia, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Upon sighting her, Wei Wujia's countenance paled, terror surging within him. He immediately knelt, bowing deeply. I greet you, Lady Zhuke. Under the command of the Dragon King, the 4 envoys, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, were shrouded in mystery and immense power, commanding respect even from the leaders of the 9 great sections. Wei Wujia had once encountered Lady Zhuke during his time at the Divine Fist sect. Begone. Zhuke retreated behind Du Qingqian. Realizing Du Qingqian's identity, Wei Wujia's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. He clasped his fists in respect and hastily withdrew. The gathered crowd was left in stunned silence. The Wei family's foremost expert, Wei Wujia, had capitulated in fright. What kind of stature and background did these two possess? With Du Qingqian's departure, no one dared to obstruct him further. The engagement party concluded abruptly, leaving guests feeling awkward, hastily taking their leave. In the aftermath, the Wei family would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule in the days to come. The remaining individuals comprised solely of the Wei and Wang families, bound by shared honor and misfortune. Head of the Wei family, Old Lady Jiang spoke, her tone awkward. I am truly sorry. None of us anticipated such an outcome. What do you propose we do now? She sought to gauge Wei Tong's response. His expression darkened as he ordered his son to be taken to the hospital, then addressed Old Lady Jiang. My Wei family is not to be trifled with. The shame we endured today will be avenged. As for the previously agreed-upon collaborations, it will depend on your Wang family's attitude. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Old Lady Jiang had remained silent, but her anger simmered beneath the surface. Du Qingqian's disruption had also tarnished the Wang family's reputation. However, she refrained from expressing her ire, stating, Very well, I shall take my leave now, and I will ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation. Once the Wang family departed, Wei Tong and his entourage also exited, entering their vehicle. His face was ashen, and he instructed his butler, immediately send someone to investigate their backgrounds, particularly that woman. She instilled such fear in Wei Wujia that she must be someone extraordinary. Sir, I have already dispatched people to look into it, the butler replied cautiously. Wei Tong nodded, taking out his phone to dial a number. President Liu. It's me releasing her grip. Wang Lingying walked toward the parking lot. At some point, Zhuke had vanished. Suddenly, a Porsche stopped before Du Qingqian. Wang Lingying, staring ahead, coldly commanded, Get in. Du Qingqian complied, taking his seat in the passenger side. Throughout the journey, Wang Lingying remained silent, ultimately parking by the riverbank. Exiting the vehicle, she stood at the water's edge, gazing into the distance, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Du Qingqian stood beside her, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. Previously assertive, he now felt a sense of unease. He had disrupted the engagement party and forcibly taken Wang Lingying away. This would undoubtedly lead to complications, particularly for her. He was acutely aware of the significance this marriage held for the Wang family. Thank you for today, Wang Lingying suddenly spoke. No need for thanks. As long as you do not blame me, that suffices. Du Qingqian exhaled in relief. Why would I blame you? Wang Lingying inquired. I disrupted your former life. Du Qingqian replied. You know I do not like him. Your presence merely compelled me to resist, Wang Lingying stated, turning to scrutinize Du Qingqian, deep in thought. After a moment, she unexpectedly asked, Do you like me? I am uncertain. You are quite forthright. However, I must confess, I do not harbor any fondness for you. Du Qingqian felt a profound sense of disappointment, as being addressed so bluntly by a woman was indeed a blow to his dignity, suggesting a lack of allure on his part. Do you comprehend why I vehemently oppose this marriage? Wang Lingying inquired once more. Du Qingqian shook his head. My grandmother believes that by marrying into the Wei family, they will undoubtedly aid the Wang family in revitalizing its fortunes. In truth, There exists another possibility. They may consume the Wang family instead. Alas, I cannot persuade her. Her desire to restore the family is overwhelming. Wang Lingying sighed deeply. Du Qingqian refrained from interjecting. Wang Lingying continued. Today, the Wei family has lost face, and by extension, we, the Wang family, have also been shamed. Consequently, you shall encounter considerable difficulties ahead. They will resort to any means necessary to deal with you. Naturally, my situation will not be any better. Du Qingqian replied nonchalantly. I am indifferent. I will also face my own troubles. I can alleviate yours. Du Qingqian asserted with confidence. How do you intend to resolve this? Shall you annihilate the Wei family? Violence is hardly a viable solution, and you need not involve yourself in this matter. Wang Lingying replied somberly. Du Qingqian sighed. It is too late for such discussions. I have already intervened. Perhaps it is not too late. I shall escort you to the airport now, so you may leave Jiangnan City and never return. Wang Lingying presented a bank card. There is 1 million within. It is all my savings, a form of compensation for you. Come, let us depart. I shall drive you to the airport immediately. Du Qingqian raised an eyebrow. I will not leave. If I do, what will become of you? Your affairs are not my concern. That is unacceptable. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you are mine, and they will believe the same. Even if this is indeed a misunderstanding, no one will listen to your explanation. Abandoning my woman in such a manner is something I cannot do. Du Qingqian stated. Wang Lingying fixed her gaze upon Du Qingqian and asked, Are you truly resolute? Will you not depart? I must warn you, should you remain, your life may be in jeopardy. It is not difficult for the Wei family to take your life. Du Qingqian shook his head. You need not persuade me further. I have made my decision to stay and protect you. Wang Lingying withdrew the card and gazed back at the river, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she turned to Du Qingqian and said earnestly, Let us marry. Chapter 4. The Marriage and the Impending Turmoil. Du Qingqian nearly stumbled in disbelief. Marry? He was utterly astonished. Indeed, the thoughts of the business queen, Wang Lingying, were nothing short of astonishing. Marry? Surely you jest? Du Qingqian responded, torn between laughter and disbelief. You claim responsibility, do you not? Either we marry, or I shall give you 1 million. You can depart for the airport now, Wang Lingying stated impatiently. What choice did Du Qingqian have? Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Lingying glanced at the sign, suddenly wavering. After all, marriage is a significant life event. If you're having second thoughts, it is not too late. Du Qingqian suggested. Wang Lingying strode confidently into the bureau's hall. 10 minutes later, they emerged, both appearing somewhat dazed. Was this how one concludes their singlehood? It felt rather hasty. Outside the door, Zhu Ke, clad in leather, stood with a complex expression, staring at the red booklets in their hands, frowning. Are you serious? Du Qingqian touched his nose, unsure how to respond. Whether it was genuine or not was for Wang Lingying to determine. Follow me. I have something to discuss with you. I shall return shortly. Du Qingqian informed Wang Lingying before following Zhu Ke. Congratulations on your marriage. I have guarded you for 3 years, and it is time for me to depart. Zhu Ke remarked, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Du Qingqian sincerely replied, Thank you for these 3 years. Qingyi has arrived. What? Du Qingqian exclaimed in surprise. Send her back to the capital. The thought of Qingyi made Du Qingqian uneasy. If she were to discover my marriage, I cannot fathom her reaction. Do you believe I can persuade her? Besides, this matter was agreed upon by her as well. Zhu Ke tossed a ring to Du Qingqian. This is to be delivered to you by him, and you shall keep it from now on. Du Qingqian's expression shifted dramatically. Him? He is fine. He could live another 20 years without issue. Then return it to him. I do not want it. You know his character. Once he makes a decision, no one can alter it. Zhu Ke turned and left. Du Qingqian watched helplessly as she departed, placing the ring in his pocket. Upon turning, he met Wang Lingying's questioning gaze. A friend, he explained. Very well. I'm not interested in your personal life, nor will I interfere. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. Let us proceed. Wang Lingying stated expressionlessly. Du Qingqian smiled wryly. Where to? Wang Lingying was already in the car. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately followed her inside. Chapter 5. Confronting the law enforcement team outside the villa, Grandma Jiang, Wang Yuanlun, Ma Jinfeng, and over 10 members of the Wang family awaited, clearly intent on confronting them. Grandma. Upon seeing the elderly matriarch, Wang Lingying stepped forward. Grandma Jiang snorted coldly and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Du Qingshun leaped forward to catch the elder's hand, shielding Wang Lingying behind him, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Grandma Jiang. Elder, it is hardly appropriate to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Step aside. Allow me to handle this. Wang Lingying pushed him aside and addressed the elder. Grandma, I understand I have disappointed you. I apologize. Mother, let us discuss this calmly. Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jinfeng hurriedly interjected to mediate. Stand back. You have indulged her too much. Look at what she has done. She dishonored her fiancé on the eve of their engagement, sabotaging the union. She is shameless, a disgrace to the family. The elder reprimanded. In the face of the elder's admonishment, Wang Yuanluan and his wife dared not speak. You shall go to the Wei family and apologize. The head of the Wei family has stated that this was a moment of folly, and if you comply, they may still accept you, the elder declared coldly. Wang Lingying's body stiffened, her heart sinking. No more words were wasted. She pulled out the marriage certificate from her bag and raised it. Grandma, it is too late. We are already married, so I cannot comply with your demands. The elder nearly fainted from rage, her cane striking the ground. You are driving me to madness, Wang Lingying. Your audacity knows no bounds. Who permitted you to marry him? Given the circumstances, Wang Lingying had no way out and gritted her teeth. Grandma, I have contributed significantly to the family. I do not like Wei Haiyang, and I will not marry him. Moreover, I am now a married woman, making it impossible for me to join the Wei family. Having dallied with a man, now you fear the repercussions and hasten to marry. Do you view marriage as a mere game? Shameless, you lack dignity, we still possess some. Wang Shui scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. She was Wang Lingying's cousin, the daughter of Wang Yuanming. Slap. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Shui received a stinging slap across her face. Unbeknownst to her, Du Qingshun had already positioned himself in front of her, his gaze sharp and his demeanor chilling as he spoke with deliberate intensity. Dare to insult her again, and I shall end you. The elder finally began to regard Du Qingshun seriously. What is your name? Du Qingshun. What is your occupation? Unemployed. Very well. I shall offer you 1 million. Just divorce her now. Grandma Jiang proposed. Du Qingshun shook his head. I have no interest in money. As long as she does not initiate the divorce, I shall never agree to it. Everyone turned their attention to Wang Lingying. Wang Lingying resolutely declared, I will not divorce. The elderly matriarch turned her gaze towards her third son. Wang Yuanluan, with a stiff demeanor, cautioned, My dear daughter, you must think this through. Ma Jinfeng also urged, I believe, daughter, it would be best for you to consider divorce. Are you all pressuring me as well? You are my biological parents. Can you truly bear to do this to me? Wang Lingying's expression was one of profound sorrow. Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jinfeng's faces flushed with embarrassment, and they lowered their heads in silence. At that moment, the wail of police sirens echoed as 2 police cars sped into view. The members of the Law Enforcement Association had arrived, much to the delight of the Wang family, as they had anticipated this turn of events. Once Du Qingshun, the source of their woes, was apprehended, they could take Wang Lingying to the Wei family to apologize and preserve the Wang family's reputation. As for whether Du Qingshun would be released, that was not a concern. The Wei family would undoubtedly ensure he faced the consequences. Wang Lingying stepped forward with determination, aligning herself with Du Qingshun. Through her actions, she conveyed her intent to stand by him. Now that they were married, they were legally bound as husband and wife. Should Du Qingshun face trouble, she felt compelled to support him. Who is Du Qingshun? The captain of the enforcement team, Chang Wei, approached with a somewhat arrogant demeanor, having been dispatched by the president. That would be me, Du Qingshun replied, identifying himself. You are suspected of intentional assault. Please accompany me back to the Law Enforcement Association for questioning. Immediately, several enforcement officers approached, placing handcuffs on Du Qingshun and leading him to the police car. Wang Lingying stepped in front of them, her voice icy. Do you have any evidence? Chang Wei feigned a smile. When the Law Enforcement Association conducts an investigation, it is not your place to interrogate. Step aside, or you will be taken along. Du Qingshun glanced at Chang Wei, smiling. Are you certain you want to arrest me? Chang Wei narrowed his eyes. Do you need me to clarify further? Du Qingshun voluntarily extended his hands. With a click, he was cuffed. As Wang Lingying attempted to speak once more, Du Qingshun reassured her, Do not worry. I will be fine. Stay at home, and I shall return shortly. Wang Lingying fell silent, her expression despondent. The police car sped away. The elderly matriarch sighed with relief and addressed Wang Lingying. Did you see? Standing against the Wei family leads to dire consequences. There is still time to remedy this. I will plead with the Wei family. They would not wish for this to become public knowledge, so you should be grateful. Have I ever said I wanted a divorce? A surge of anger flooded Wang Lingying's mind, and she retorted, You have controlled me for over 20 years. From now on, do not expect to control me any longer. With that, she climbed into a car and pursued the police vehicle. The Wang family members exchanged glances, and the elderly matriarch was left shaking with anger. Wang Yunlun hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Mother, please do not become too upset. Get lost. The matriarch slapped Wang Yunlun's face, scolding, You have truly disappointed me. Look at the daughter you have raised. The Wang family is on the brink of ruin because of you. I do not care what methods you employ, but you must ensure they divorce. We are leaving. With that, the matriarch led a group of relatives away. At the Law Enforcement Association in Jiangnan City, Du Qingchun was brought to the interrogation room, his limbs restrained. Soon, Chang Wei entered with a team member. With a clang, the small door was shut. Chang Wei approached Du Qingchun, sitting down on the table with an air of superiority, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Du Qingchun, you truly have a great deal of audacity, daring to strike the young Master Wei and even attempting to elope. Your bravery is commendable. Du Qingchun ignored him. By the way, are you aware that I have a rather infamous nickname? Du Qingchun remained unresponsive. They call me Ghost Sea Trouble. Chang Wei leaped down, slowly walking behind Du Qingchun, leaning close to his ear and ominously stating, Once you enter here, you shall never leave. But do not worry. I will not take your life, for Wei Tong has ordered to keep you breathing. However, before that, I can certainly enjoy a little game with you. Du Qingchun replied nonchalantly, Aren't you supposed to be conducting an interrogation? This seems rather unorthodox. Here, I set the rules, Chang Wei retorted, pulling out a hammer from his pocket and retrieving a thick stack of newspapers from a drawer, his eyes gleaming with madness. Do you know how I intend to torment you? Du Qingchun sighed. I advise you to conduct your interrogation according to the law. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences. Are you threatening me? Chang Wei squinted. Just a friendly warning. Du Qingchun smiled. Thank you for your advice. Now, enjoy yourself. With that, Chang Wei signaled to his team member, who placed the newspapers on Du Qingchun's chest before raising the hammer and bringing it down forcefully. His expression was one of sheer excitement. However, before he could react, a fist suddenly loomed large in his vision, followed by a loud crash as Chang Wei's body was sent flying against the small door. The nearby team member was taken aback, only to see a fist hurtling towards him. Bang! The two collapsed together. Chapter 6. The lady in green Chang Wei, in immense pain, struggled to rise from the ground. Realizing his face was covered in blood, igniting his fury, he was bewildered. Du Qingchun's hands had been cuffed. When had he managed to break free? Kid, you are the first to dare resist here. You are finished. Chang Wei brandished a gun. Weren't you quite arrogant? Come on, let's see what you've got. He taunted. Du Qingchun remained still until Chang Wei pressed the gun to his forehead, at which point he languidly remarked, I despise having a gun pointed at me. Wang Lingying parked her car at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Association, intending to enter, but was intercepted. She pulled out her phone and attempted to call several times. Growing increasingly despondent, she had merely wished to fight for a chance, yet her family disallowed even that, leaving her in despair. But what could she do? In the eyes of the matriarch, she was merely a pawn of the family, never valued or regarded. Whenever the family's interests were at stake, she could be sacrificed without hesitation. After pacing back and forth at the entrance, Wang Lingying felt exhausted, uncertain of her next steps. Just then, a taxi pulled up, and a young girl emerged from it. The girl was dressed in an unusual green robe, strikingly beautiful, evoking images of the Jiangnan water towns with her ethereal aura that made Wang Lingying envious. The girl appeared quite young, perhaps 16 or 17, and she walked slowly towards the entrance of the Law Enforcement Association, stopping as their eyes met. Are you Wang Lingying? Wang Lingying asked. Do we know each other? Not at all. The girl scrutinized Wang Lingying, a look of disappointment crossing her face. It is truly disappointing. How could he possibly like you? A flicker of annoyance crossed Wang Lingying's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Her expression turned indifferent, as if she had heard nothing. She understood that this girl was undoubtedly another friend of Du Qingchun's. How could this guy know so many beautiful women? And it seemed he had a close relationship with them? From the tone of her voice, it appeared she had quite an affection for Du Qingchen. Was this a confrontation with a rival? She smiled gracefully. Even now, she did not perceive any emotional connection with Du Qingchen. She firmly believed she would not fall for him. She chose not to retaliate, for ignoring was the most potent form of rebuttal. The girl paid her no further mind and walked directly towards the entrance. Wang Lingying watched her with curiosity. Du Qingchen's arrest was clearly orchestrated by the Wei family from behind the scenes. In all of Jiangnan City, who could possibly come to his aid? As expected, the girl was stopped at the entrance. She produced an item for the guard to inspect, and upon seeing it, the guard's expression changed drastically, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost respect. "Sir, please take me to meet your president." The woman in the blue attire spoke softly. "Lead the way." She instructed the team member ahead, and the two entered the premises. Wang Lingying was taken aback. They actually went in? Her heart, which had been shrouded in despair, began to stir with hope. Perhaps she had come to rescue him? Yet, for some reason, a sense of unease lingered within her. She realized she knew nothing about Du Qingchen. The president of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Association was named Lu Ziyan, a figure of significant stature in Jiangnan City. He lounged in his chair, feet propped on the desk, as he engaged in a phone call. "Rest assured, Wei Xiong, since he has indeed harmed someone, I will not let you down regarding this matter." "Haha, very well, very well." Suddenly, the office door swung open. A woman in blue entered and shut the door behind her. Lu Ziyan ended his call. "Who are you?" he inquired sternly, his demeanor imposing. He did not wish for anyone to overhear the previous conversation. "I am here to take someone away," the woman in blue declared. "Take someone? Who?" "Du Qingchen was captured by our people, wasn't he?" The woman continued. "Du Qingchen?" Lu Ziyan's heart jolted, and he raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I captured him. He has broken the law and is about to face severe legal consequences. By the way, how did you get in here?" "I already told you. I am here to take him away," she replied coldly. Lu Ziyan slammed his hand on the desk and sprang to his feet. "Who do you think you are? This is not a place you can just waltz into. Guards, throw her out." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the woman in blue flickered and appeared before him. A gun pressed firmly against his forehead. "What do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. I'm the president of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Association. You understand the gravity of this situation, don't you?" Lu Ziyan was taken aback. What the hell? Someone is brandishing a gun in the Enforcement Association. They truly do not know their place, he thought. But when he met the woman's cold gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. "I could kill you in an instant. Consider this a warning. Treat me with respect." With that, she sheathed her dagger and tossed a badge onto Lu Ziyan's desk. "I want to take him away. Do you have any objections?" Lu Ziyan swallowed hard, instinctively glancing at the badge. His expression shifted dramatically as he opened it, his hands trembling. He swiftly closed it, presenting it with both hands, his speech faltering. "My apologies. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Please, show mercy and do not hold it against someone of my lowly status." The woman in blue put away her badge. "Where is he? I want to see him immediately." Lu Ziyan, somewhat flustered, stammered. "He has been taken to the interrogation room. You had better pray that he is unharmed. If a single hair is missing from him, I will raise the Law Enforcement Association to the ground. I will take you there at once." Lu Ziyan hurriedly led the way. They arrived at the interrogation room, the door firmly shut. "Open the door." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Du Qingchen, who smiled upon seeing the woman in blue. "You actually came? I'm sorry for being late. Are you all right?" She replied, her lips pressed together, her emotions a mix of agitation and guilt. Lu Ziyan, witnessing this exchange, felt his heart race. It was evident that the woman in blue held Du Qingchen in high regard. Just who was this man that commanded such respect? What kind of entity had the Wei family provoked? Reflecting on his earlier phone call with Wei Tong, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Ziyan's back. Fortunately, it appeared Du Qingchen was unharmed. However, upon seeing the scene in the room, he was struck with dread. Chang Wei and another law enforcement officer lay on the ground, bloodied and motionless, leaving their fates uncertain. "I am fine," Du Qingchen reassured with a smile, turning to Lu Ziyan and asking, "And who might you be?" "Oh, I am the president of the Law Enforcement Association, Lu Ziyan," he replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and bowing slightly. Du Qingchen nodded and said, "I must apologize. President Lu, your subordinates attempted to administer extrajudicial punishment, and that individual who called himself Ghostface seemed to have received favors from the Wei family. Therefore, I had to impose a slight punishment on them. It is not severe, I assure you. They will only need to rest in bed for 3 to 5 months to recover. What? They dared to resort to extrajudicial punishment? Mr. Du, rest assured. I will ensure this matter is addressed properly. I will deal with them thoroughly. Du Qingxin replied, You are too kind, President Liu. I must apologize as well. Circumstances forced my hand, or I would not have acted. The woman in blue frowned. She disliked Du Qingxin's humility, for it was not in his nature. Mr. Du is too modest. I must apologize. It is my failure to enforce discipline that has led to this. I will reflect on it. Unable to listen any longer, the woman interjected, All right, let us leave. Very well, Du Qingxin agreed, but then suddenly paused, turning to Lu Ziyan. President Liu, can we keep today's event confidential? Especially from the Wei family. As for how to explain it, I trust you have a solution? Lu Ziyan quickly affirmed, Mr. Du, rest assured. I guarantee absolute discretion and will not disclose any information. Should anyone dare to leak a single word, they will die. The woman in blue threatened with palpable menace. Lu Ziyan, who had seen his fair share of intimidating situations, felt a chill run down his spine before her fierce gaze. Rest assured, my lady, I will ensure they remain silent. Once the two departed, Lu Ziyan exhaled deeply, leaning against the wall as he instructed the team member, trailing him. You heard everything I just said, correct? You did not see anyone today, understood? The team member, equally pale, replied, President, you know me well. Even if it costs me my life, I will not speak a word. But President, what kind of person is Du Qingxin? How could he elicit such respect from the lady in blue? Do not speculate or inquire further. Quickly inform everyone to convene. Also, delete all surveillance footage from today. I must make a phone call. With that, Lu Ziyan hurried back to his office. How did you get out? Wang Lingying asked, relieved to see Du Qingxin unscathed. Oh, they investigated, and I was found innocent, so they released me, Du Qingxin replied. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wang Lingying retorted, turning to the woman in blue. Oh, she is my younger sister. Du Qingxin hesitated before explaining. Let us go home, Wang Lingying stated. I would like to speak with her privately, if that's all right. Du Qingxin requested earnestly. Wang Lingying turned and got into the car. Du Qingxin led the woman in blue to the side. She looked somewhat aggrieved, her head bowed and lips pouted, a display none would ever witness. What are you doing here? I came to protect you. I do not need protection. I do not care. No matter what you say, I will not leave. The woman in blue stubbornly insisted. Do you have no other tasks? My task is to protect you. It was personally assigned by the Dragon King. Du Qingxin felt a pang of annoyance. For 3 years, he had enjoyed peace, yet some matters were inescapable. Fine, but you must not appear without reason going forward. Her eyes reddened as she nodded and turned away. Du Qingxin watched her retreating figure, his emotions swirling. He had always known she harbored feelings for him, but he had only ever regarded her as a sister. Back in the car, Du Qingxin said, Let's go. Your charm with women is truly remarkable. Wang Lingying focused intently on driving, her gaze unwavering. Du Qingxin felt a twinge of embarrassment. You misunderstand, my dear. They are truly just my friends. With a sharp brake, the car halted by the roadside. Who is your wife? Let me tell you, our marriage is not something to be shared with anyone. You cannot call me your wife. Otherwise, you should stay as far away as possible. Wang Lingying issued her stern warning. Du Qingxin managed a wry smile, continuing to drive as Wang Lingying's expression darkened. Clearly displeased, he refrained from speaking, fearing he might further irritate her. Although he was a person of great assertiveness, he did not wish to display that in front of Wang Lingying. After a while, however, her mood gradually improved, and she transformed once more into the aloof goddess. Are you renting a place? Wang Lingying suddenly inquired. Yes, I rent in the west of the city. Let us go, we're moving in together. From now on, you'll stay with me. Her decisiveness was striking, leaving no room for hesitation. Du Qingxin felt a surge of excitement. Was this the rhythm of cohabitation? Sounds great, he replied joyfully. Chapter 8. The wealthy and my people. Upon returning to the villa, the Wang family had already vacated. Yet at the entrance, a luxury car awaited, an ultra-rare Bentley. By the door stood a well-built man in a suit, his temples bulging, clearly a bodyguard. Are you Mr. Du Qingxin? The bodyguard approached respectfully, clasping his fists. Du Qingxin nodded. My employer wishes to meet with you privately. Do you have a moment? It seems I'm currently unavailable. Du Qingxin replied casually. Wang Lingying glanced at the Bentley in astonishment, then said to Du Qingxin, All right, you two take your time. I'll head in first. As the Bentley door opened, a middle-aged man emerged and briskly approached Du Qingshun, bowing excitedly. Greetings, Chairman. Du Qingshun asked, do we know each other? Please wait in the car. The middle-aged man instructed the bodyguard. Once the bodyguard was seated, he immediately knelt. I am Wu Guoxiong, president of the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan Province, paying my respects to you. Du Qingshun nodded. Rise and speak. No need to kneel when you see me in the future. Wu Guoxiong stood, his excitement palpable, gazing at Du Qingshun with admiration, somewhat at a loss for words. You are the wealthiest man in the provincial capital, Wu Guoxiong? Du Qingshun asked. Yes, indeed, that is I. If outsiders were present, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Seeing the dignified, wealthiest man in Jiangnan Province behaving like a child before Du Qingshun. Du Qingshun continued, let us get to business. What brings you here? You are our king in the Huangquan organization, our leader. It is an immense honor to meet you in person. Upon hearing the news from the God of Wealth, I hurried back from abroad to meet you and present a modest gift. Please accept it. Wu Guoxiong produced an envelope from his pocket, offering it with both hands. What is this? Du Qingshun did not reach for it. Wu Guoxiong cautiously explained, a villa located at the top of Phoenix Mountain. It is said that the villas atop Phoenix Mountain are the most expensive in Jiangnan City, valued at over 100 million, and one cannot simply purchase them with money. You are truly thoughtful. Du Qingshun chuckled lightly. Wu Guoxiong quickly added, the organization has saved my life. Without it, I would have perished overseas long ago. Thanks to the guidance of the God of Wealth and the countless resources provided by the Chamber, I am where I am today. According to the Chamber's regulations, 40 of my assets belong to the organization, which means they belong to you as well. However, personally, I would offer everything I have to the organization if needed. Therefore, what is mine is yours, my king. Please do not hesitate to accept it. If you require anything else, I am at your service 24/7. It is my greatest honor to serve you. He bowed even lower. Only then did Du Qingshun accept the envelope, saying, all right, you may go back. If I need anything, I will reach out to you. Yes, here's my business card. Wu Guoxiong offered it with both hands. Du Qingshun accepted it and turned to leave. Wu Guoxiong remained bent over until Du Qingshun entered the villa, then dared to rise and return to his car, feeling his back drenched in sweat. Yet his heart was filled with joy. Meeting the king was a tremendous honor for him. Wang Lingying led Du Qingshun to a guest room on the first floor, which was typically reserved for a nanny, though she had never hired one, leaving it unoccupied. The sheets were already prepared. From now on, you shall reside here. I will wait outside for you. Once you have settled your belongings, come out. We need to have a serious discussion. With that, Wang Lingying exited. Du Qingshun had no particular demands for the room. He had stayed in villas, estates, and even palaces, and had once concealed himself in the desolate jungles of Africa for 3 days and nights. His rented accommodation was quite simple. Once he had arranged his luggage, Du Qingshun entered the living room, where Wang Lingying was already seated on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, she eagerly said, from this moment on, we are officially a married couple. You will live here, but before that, we must establish some ground rules. Du Qingshun had anticipated this and nodded. Go ahead. First, you are not allowed upstairs without my permission. Your activities are restricted to the first floor. Second, unless there are special circumstances, our relationship must not be publicized, and you are to maintain a certain distance from me in public. Third, our marital relationship can be terminated at any time, at which point I will provide you with compensation, 1 million per year. Du Qingshun chuckled wryly. You call the shots. I have no objections. Wang Lingying added, fourth, until we are divorced, please respect me. You may flirt with other women or even take things further, but do not bring them home. I would prefer not to know about it. Otherwise, I will not be gentle with you. Of course, I will not engage in any flirtation with other men. That goes without saying, Du Qingshun replied. Having laid out 4 rules, it was the final one that resonated with him. At least it provided him with some solace, indicating she still cared. She merely had a strong disposition and was unaccustomed to yielding. Is there anything else? Du Qingshun asked with a smile. Wang Lingying replied. Not for now. Tomorrow, I will hire a nanny. Aside from the fact that you must stay here every night, you are free to do as you please during the day. You can find a job or stay at home. If you wish to go out and have fun, I want to interfere, but I will not provide you with any money. Du Qingshun felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps we can skip the nanny. I can cook. You can cook. Wang Lingying was taken aback. Du Qingshun smiled, of course. I assure you, my culinary skills are quite impressive. Wang Lingying frowned. genuinely want to handle household chores? Since we are married, I should take good care of you in our daily lives, Du Qingchun asserted confidently. All right, take this money as your living expenses. Wang Lingying pulled out 2 bundles of cash, tossing them in front of Du Qingchun, then turned and walked upstairs, clearly disappointed in him. The Wang family had 3 brothers, Wang Yuanming, Wang Yuanxin, and Wang Yuanluan. The eldest and second both had sons, while Wang Lingying was the only daughter of the youngest. Thus, she had always been quite strong-willed. Despite being a girl, she excelled far beyond her 2 cousins. Throughout her journey, her greatest realization was that only through hard work and ambition could one achieve success. She was a prime example of this. Hence, she looked down upon those who lacked ambition. A capable man should not be content to live off others. How could a man stay home without working? Du Qingchun felt perplexed. He sensed Wang Lingying's discontent, but could not fathom the cause. Shall we talk some more? Du Qingchun suggested. It seemed she did not hear his words, as Wang Lingying ascended the stairs without looking back. With a sigh, Du Qingchun expressed his frustration. He has a certain understanding of Wang Lingying, having quietly observed her for 3 years. Although she is famously aloof, he realizes that he has underestimated her cold demeanor upon closer contact. It seems that the days ahead will not be too pleasant. However, he does not waver. Once such a woman becomes enamored, she is often steadfast in her affections. After sitting in the living room for a while, Du Qingchun returns to his room to organize his luggage, and only then does he pick up the document pouch gifted by Wu Guoxiong. Inside, there are not only some property transfer documents, but also a sleek black bank card. To an ordinary person, this card may not appear to be a bank card at all, resembling more of a VIP pass for an entertainment venue. Yet, Du Qingchun is quite familiar with such cards. While this one seems inferior compared to those he has previously possessed, it still requires a deposit of at least 100 million to obtain. Such cards are prevalent only in high society, serving as a symbol of status and wealth. Chapter 9. You slept with my daughter? At Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital, Wei Haiyang lies on the hospital bed, his face contorted with rage and resentment. I will kill him. I must make him pay. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Son, does it hurt? Don't worry. I will avenge you. Just focus on healing for now. Pan Xiao Xiao comforts him, her face filled with concern. The door to the ward swings open, and Wei Tong enters with a somber expression. Shut up. Pan Xiao Xiao grits her teeth. What now? That brat has been caught, right? We cannot let him die easily. He must be thoroughly tormented, or my anger will never subside. Indeed, he must not be allowed any respite. It will be best to leave him barely alive. I want to take matters into my own hands and ruin him, make him neither man nor woman. Wei Haiyang bellows from his bed. At that moment, the butler walks in, holding a stack of documents. Master, the investigation has yielded results. Wei Tong takes the documents, furrowing his brow as he scans them. An orphan? The butler replies. Interestingly, according to the investigation, he lived in the Nanyang Sunshine Orphanage, disappeared at the age of 10, and returned 3 years ago. However, that orphanage suffered a fire 10 years ago, and the former headmaster perished in the flames. There is no way to trace anything further. What about that woman? Unable to find any trace of her. However, our people followed her to the airport and witnessed her departure from Jiangnan City. Wei Tong breathes a sigh of relief. Although he is unaware of Zhu Kei's identity, he remains wary of her prowess. With her gone, an opportunity has arisen. He dials Lu Xian's number. After several rings, the call connects. President Lu, Wei Tong begins. Mr. Wei, I am currently in a meeting. What can I do for you? Lu Xian responds. I wanted to inquire about the individual you apprehended today. Wei Tong pauses, surprised. Typically, he shares a close rapport with President Lu, but today, the formality of his address creates an unexpected distance. Let him go. I'm busy with this meeting, and if there is nothing pressing, let us keep our communication to a minimum. With a sharp click, Lu Xian hangs up. His demeanor throughout the conversation had been notably cold, reinforcing Wei Tong's feelings of anger and helplessness. Although the Wei family is a prominent and wealthy family in Jiangnan City, Lu Xian, as the head of the Law Enforcement Association, commands respect. To cross him would be perilous. The Law Enforcement Association represents the state itself. Opposing it equates to courting death. Wei Tong slams his phone onto the ground. The occupants of the hospital room fall silent, fearing the wrath of the head of the household. After a moment, Wei Tong slowly regains his composure and whispers a few words to the butler, who nods in understanding. Yes, sir. I will make the arrangements immediately. Morning arrives. and Du Qingchun stretches luxuriously as he rises from bed. After freshening up, he heads to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, only to discover a complete lack of ingredients in the refrigerator. After venturing outside the community to purchase some breakfast, he returns home to find a taxi parked at the entrance. Wang Yuanlun and Ma Jinfeng are unloading their belongings from the vehicle. Du Qingchun hesitates for a moment before approaching them. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Do you need any help? Please, don't call me that. You've already caused me enough trouble. What are you doing here?" Wang Yuanlun waves his hands in alarm. Du Qingchun raises the breakfast in his hands and smiles. "I live here, of course. I just returned from getting breakfast, and I bought quite a bit. Let us eat together." Ma Jinfeng's face turns a shade of green with anger. "What do you mean you live here? You spent the night here?" "Yes, I reside here. Is that a problem?" Just then, the door swings open, revealing Wang Lingying in her nightgown. She glares at her parents, frowning. "And you too? What brings you to my place at this hour?" Seeing her daughter, Ma Jinfeng exclaims, "This is all your fault. Your grandmother has kicked us out. Unless you change your mind, not only do we have nowhere to stay, but your house may also be reclaimed by the family." Taking the breakfast from Du Qingchun's hands, Wang Lingying replies, "Let them move in." While Du Qingchun is reluctant to welcome Wang Yuanlun and Ma Jinfeng into the home, he understands that their arrival has ulterior motives. However, since this is Wang Lingying's house, he feels he has no right to interfere and thus cooperates in helping them with their luggage. Under Wang Lingying's direction, the couple settles on the second floor. Upon learning that Du Qingchun is staying alone on the first floor, both feel a sense of relief, exchanging glances. During breakfast, Du Qingchun finds a meal quite unappetizing, as Ma Jinfeng hurls insults at him throughout. Eventually, she even suggests that Wang Lingying should divorce him. "You are welcome to stay. Supporting you is my obligation. But do not meddle in my marriage. That is my bottom line. I'm done eating," Wang Lingying declares, putting down her chopsticks before heading upstairs to change for work. As soon as she leaves, Ma Jinfeng resumes her tirade against Du Qingchun. "You want to be our Wang family's son-in-law? Have you considered whether you are worthy? You must have realized by now that my daughter married you merely to silence others. You two are nothing but a sham couple. As a grown man, have some pride. Accepting a life of dependency so easily. If you agree to a divorce, we will offer you 5 million. That should suffice for half your life. Why endure this?" Du Qingchun wipes his mouth and calmly gazes at Ma Jinfeng. "Have you said enough?" Unable to bear it any longer, Du Qingchun feels that Ma Jinfeng has gone too far, and he does not hide his displeasure. "What? Am I wrong? Or are you dissatisfied with the 5 million? Ma Jinfeng retorts sarcastically. "People like you should learn not to be greedy. You must understand the value of contentment. Is money truly that significant to you? Is it acceptable to barter away your daughter's happiness for wealth? Do you not feel any shame?" Du Qingchun articulates each word with precision. His remarks redden Ma Jinfeng's face, while Wang Yuanlun, standing beside her, bows his head in shame. Ma Jinfeng, feeling humiliated and enraged, slams her hand on the table. "What do you mean? When have we ever sold our daughter's happiness? Everything we do is for her well-being. Do you think she finds happiness in marrying you? Young man, understand this. You are merely a placeholder in her life. She could never fall for a man like you. Dream on. There are many suitors for my daughter, and compared to them, you are woefully inadequate. You are simply unworthy of her." Du Qingchun's expression darkens, and an aura of authority emanates from him. In an instant, Wang Yuanlun and Ma Jinfeng feel as though they have plunged into an icy abyss. They rise, feeling a chill run down their spines, their breathing becoming labored as yesterday's scene of Du Qingchun forcefully taking Wang Lingying from the hotel flashes through their minds. They look at Du Qingchun with fear, their nerves rendering them speechless. The imposing aura surrounding Du Qingchun gradually dissipated, yet his tone still carried an air of coldness. "Regardless of the circumstances, I am now your son-in-law and a part of this family. You ought to show me sufficient respect and have no right to interfere in our lives. Take heed." With that, he exited the villa. After exhaling deeply, Du Qingchun's emotions began to stabilize. How Wang Lingying felt was her concern. For him, this marriage had already become a reality, and he was determined to nurture this relationship, diligently attending to his own affairs, with the ultimate goal of completely winning Wang Lingying's heart. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless remarkable women, yet Wang Lingying stood out as the most extraordinary. Perhaps to others, she seemed unremarkable, but in his eyes, her kindness, tenacity, and bravery were all reasons for his affection. Indeed, he had fallen for her. After wandering through the local market and purchasing some ingredients, he resolved that to win Wang Lingying's heart, he would first conquer her stomach. Upon returning home, he found that Wang Yuanluan and his wife were absent. As boredom set in, Du Qingxian decided to pick Wang Lingying up from work in the afternoon. However, he was left waiting for over half an hour outside the community for a taxi, which proved quite frustrating. The absence of a vehicle truly posed an inconvenience. "Driver, please take me to the best car dealership in the city." Du Qingxian was ready to purchase a car. Chapter 1011. Blinded by Ignorance, Sihai Car Dealership is the finest establishment in Jiangnan City, featuring 3 expansive showrooms and representing several prestigious brands. At this time of day, there were few customers. Upon entering the lobby, a woman in her 30s approached him. "Sir, are you looking to buy a car?" "I'm just browsing," Du Qingxian replied, glancing at her name tag, which read Sun Yan. As an experienced saleswoman with years in the automotive industry, she possessed an astute eye for discerning clientele, though she evidently misjudged Du Qingxian's worth. Consequently, her demeanor became somewhat lukewarm. "Feel free to look around." Taken aback, Du Qingxian quickly realized he was being underestimated. Accepting this slight, he refrained from engaging her further and strolled through the Volkswagen showroom, ultimately deciding on a Volkswagen Magotan. Surveying the scene, he noticed a group of salespeople engrossed in idle chatter, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Not inclined to stoop to their level, he waved and called out, "Could someone assist me in learning more about this vehicle?" A hint of derision flickered in the eyes of several salespeople, but none approached him. Sun Yan, who had initially attended to him, remarked, "You can take your time. I'm busy here. What car are you looking to buy?" Suddenly, Manager Wu entered from outside. Inquiring politely, Du Qingxian replied, "I'll take this Magotan." "How much is it?" "Oh, there's a promotion currently. The price has been reduced by 60,000, making the top model 26,000. "All right, I'll buy it. Here's my card." Du Qingxian handed over his card decisively. Sun Yan and her colleagues had been watching, and upon seeing the card, she burst into laughter. "Are you joking? Is that a VIP card from an internet CAF?" But Manager Wu's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the card. He scrutinized Du Qingxian closely, then slightly bowed, addressing him with utmost respect. "Good day, sir. Please have a seat over here while I arrange for the payment." Sun Yan and her group, anticipating a spectacle, were taken aback by Manager Wu's deference. "Wu manager," she interjected. Silence. Manager Wu snapped back, irate. "Was it you who attended to this gentleman?" "Yes." "Do you have the audacity to look down on him?" "Just wait and see how I handle this." Manager Wu scolded her without reservation. Sun Yan stood dumbfounded, and everyone else was equally bewildered. What is happening? Manager Wu handed the card to the cashier, instructing, "Please apply a 10% discount for this esteemed guest." The cashier, swallowing hard, attempted to process the transaction, but an alarm sounded. Sun Yan shot a furious glare at Du Qingxian, reveling in what she assumed was a faux pas. However, Manager Wu's expression darkened as he observed the POS machine's alert. He retrieved the card, returning it to Du Qingxian with an even more respectful demeanor. "Sir, may I offer you some coffee while I make a quick phone call?" Du Qingxian frowned. "Is there a problem with the card? Insufficient balance?" No, sir. You misunderstand. This card allows for an overdraft of at least 100 million. It cannot be insufficient. I merely wish to make a phone call. Lu Dan, please assist Mr. Du with the paperwork. Du Qingxian, trusting the situation, was escorted to the VIP area to rest. Meanwhile, Manager Wu hurried off to make a call. Soon after, he returned with a broad smile, almost obsequious in his manner as he addressed Du Qingxian. "Mr. Du, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I sincerely apologize for the earlier discourtesies. Our owner is on his way and insists on meeting you. I wish to leave with the car as soon as possible." "Meeting is not a priority," Du Qingxian replied nonchalantly. "Of course, we will expedite the process. Please bear with us." Manager Wu exclaimed, darting out the door. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, accompanied by a man in his 50s, Qin Haoran, the dealership owner, whose wealth exceeded 10 billion and hailed from the provincial capital. "Mr. Qin," greeted the staff as he entered. Qin Haoran approached Du Qingxian with haste, bowing deeply. "Good day, Mr. Du. I am honored by your presence at our humble establishment." "And you are?" Du Qingxian inquired, unfamiliar with him. "I am Qin Haoran, the owner of this dealership. Here's my business card." He presented the card with both hands, bowing even lower. His demeanor astonished everyone present. Known for his low profile, Qin Haoran was a billionaire who seldom displayed such deference. Du Qingxuan, however, exhibited no signs of arrogance. Even if he could afford a vehicle priced over 200,000, it was hardly extraordinary. Understood. Please expedite the paperwork. He examined Qin Haoran's business card, noting his membership in the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce, which clarified the situation for him. Qin Haoran nodded repeatedly, asking Manager Wu, "What car did Mr. Du purchase? It seems to be the Magotan." "What? He truly bought the Magotan?" Qin Haoran expressed astonishment. "Yes, indeed. Après Xing du Qingsheng." Qin Haoran spoke with utmost reverence. "Mr. Du, I am close friends with General Wu from the provincial capital. I have received favors from a chamber of commerce in the past. I intended to visit you previously, but hesitated out of fear of being too forward. Today, I'm elated to meet you. I have ordered a Bentley Mulsanne from abroad, specifically for you. It should arrive in about half a month. Would you like to choose a car to drive today, while I personally deliver it to you in a couple of days?" The crowd was taken aback. Connoisseurs of automobiles knew that the Bentley Mulsanne retailed for approximately $6 million, with custom prices having no ceiling. Gifted? Everyone stared at Du Qingxuan, bewildered by the fact that Qin Haoran was so eager to please him. Du Qingxuan regarded Qin Haoran, stating calmly, "There is no need for the car gift. I have already made the payment. The Magotan is quite suitable." Qin Haoran appeared somewhat agitated, insisting, "But this vehicle was specifically customized for you. I have stated that it is unnecessary. Please proceed with the paperwork." "I appreciate your sentiment." Du Qingxuan firmly declined. Qin Haoran sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, ultimately acquiescing to the demands and urging those beneath him to expedite the process. Half an hour later, all formalities were completed. Qin Haoran respectfully bid farewell to Du Qingxuan, who, before departing, cast a glance at Sun Yan, causing the latter to hastily lower her head. However, that single glance was sufficient. After seeing Du Qingxuan off, Qin Haoran wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Sun Yan, his eyes darkening. "Do you know who he is? How dare you look down on him? If it weren't for the fact that you are an old employee, I would have thrown you into the river to feed the fish. Leave at once, and do not let me see you again." Sun Yan's face turned pale. Chapter 12. Being looked down upon returning home in his new car, it was already evening. Du Qingxuan sent a message to Wang Lingying, inviting her to dinner at home. Wang Lingying did not respond. Du Qingxuan spent over an hour preparing 5 dishes and a soup, a rather sumptuous feast. Just as he finished, Wang Lingying returned, along with Wang Yuanluan and his wife, who also timed their return for dinner. "You must be tired," Du Qingxuan greeted with concern. Wang Lingying glanced at the table laden with colorful and fragrant dishes, her expression somewhat peculiar as she looked at Du Qingxuan, as if still not accustomed to it. "It's fine," she replied, heading to wash her hands. Ma Jinfeng shot Du Qingxuan a disdainful look and murmured to her husband, "What a big man cooking at home. Isn't he ashamed?" Du Qingxuan chose to ignore her. After all, they were Wang Lingying's parents, and he intended to maintain his respect. Wang Lingying, who often had little time for family meals due to her social engagements, was pleasantly surprised by the feast and savored her first bite, her eyes lighting up. "How is it? Does it suit your taste?" Du Qingxuan inquired. "It's quite good," Wang Lingying replied, continuing to eat without looking up. She was not accustomed to praising others, especially Du Qingxuan, and struggled to express her admiration. The sudden addition of a man in her home was something she was still adjusting to. Wang Yuanluan tasted a dish and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is delicious, even better than a 5-star restaurant." "Ahem," Ma Jinfeng coughed to remind him, and Wang Yuanluan promptly fell silent. Around the table, everyone ate in silence, enjoying the meal, yet failing to offer any compliments. To them, Du Qingxuan was merely an outsider. However, Du Qingxuan was unconcerned. Every dish was devoured, not a drop of soup left behind, leaving the family wanting more. This was the greatest affirmation of his culinary skills. After clearing the table, Wang Lingying had already gone upstairs, and Ma Jinfeng was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Wang Yuanluan watching television. "Dad, would you like some tea?" "Ah, no, just sit and rest," Wang Yuanluan said, casting a furtive glance upstairs before speaking politely to Du Qingxuan. Du Qingxuan sat down, and the two men found themselves in an awkward silence. After a while, Wang Yuanluan could no longer contain himself. "Little Du, are you really married to my daughter?" "Yes," Du Qingxuan replied. "Are you serious about this?" Wang Yuanluan whispered. Du Qingxuan was unsure how to respond and chose silence. Wang Yuanluan continued, "Do you like my daughter?" "I like her quite a bit," Du Qingxuan answered without hesitation. If it were not for his genuine affection for Wang Lingying, he would not have considered marriage. Regardless of responsibility or gratitude, he had his own principles and standards. Wang Yuanluan sighed. Lingying has had a tough life. If you truly care for her, treat her well. Your mother can be a bit opportunistic, but she means no harm. She just has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart. Understood, Dad. Du Qingxun replied with a slight smile. Wang Yuanluan was about to say more when Ma Jinfeng descended the stairs, her face clouded with frustration. She plopped down next to Wang Yuanluan and expressed her dissatisfaction with Du Qingxun, saying, I told you, kid, you think cooking will win my daughter's heart? You're mistaken. I know her character best. She won't fall for someone over trivial matters. You'd best know when to give up. I mentioned that if she wants a divorce, I won't oppose it, Du Qingxun said calmly. It was evident that Ma Jinfeng had just attempted to sway her daughter's thoughts again, and the outcome seemed unsatisfactory. Ma Jinfeng huffed. Let me tell you, even if she agrees, I won't. Besides, I'm looking out for you. Do you think the Wei family will let you off easily? Wei Haiyang is still in the hospital, and the old lady will never approve of your union. Mom, this is our matter. You needn't worry, Du Qingxun replied, still composed. Ma Jinfeng grew more incensed. She disliked his nonchalant demeanor. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you can handle the Wei family? They say mothers grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them. Yet I can hardly stand the sight of you. Returning to his room, Du Qingxun decided further debate was futile. In the living room, Ma Jinfeng vented her frustrations to Wang Yuanluan. Look at this boy. He's driving me to madness. Why don't you back me up? He acts as if he doesn't care about me at all. Don't forget, the old lady has set a deadline. If we don't resolve this in half a month, we truly won't be able to go back. Dear, do you genuinely want our daughter to marry into the Wei family? Wang Yuanluan sighed. Suddenly, Ma Jinfeng opened her mouth but found herself speechless. She sighed again and said, but I don't want her to marry this reckless boy. He is bound to cause trouble. Besides, what gives him the right to marry my daughter? How exceptional she is, don't you see? As long as our daughter is happy, I have no objections. Such matters should be left to fate, Wang Yuanluan replied cautiously. Ma Jinfeng almost wanted to hit her husband with her shoe. What kind of statement is that? Your attitude has shifted too rapidly. You have no stance at all. I'm fighting for our daughter's happiness, and you, as her father, are utterly heartless. How could I have fallen for someone as spineless as you? Wang Yuanluan fell silent, intimidated by his wife. After a while, Ma Jinfeng suddenly remarked, there is still a chance. It's obvious they're in a sham marriage. Otherwise, why wouldn't they share a room? Wang Yuanluan asked, what do you intend to do? Report to the old lady? Ma Jinfeng pulled out her phone and dialed the old lady. Just as she was about to say a few words, she noticed Du Qingxun passing by, causing her to hang up abruptly. Can't you walk quietly? You nearly scared me to death, she scolded. Du Qingxun paid her no mind and entered the kitchen. After a while, he emerged with a bowl of soup and knocked on Wang Lingying's door. I apologize for coming upstairs without your permission. I noticed you seemed unwell, so I made you some raw candy pear soup. Du Qingxun said apologetically, his eyes filled with concern. Wang Lingying had intended to question him, but found herself unable to utter harsh words. She felt a touch of gratitude, having never received such care from any man before. She accepted the soup and replied, don't make a habit of this. Don't bother making it for me in the future. Du Qingxun smiled and said, I'll drive you to work tomorrow, and also, don't stay up too late at night. Once home, you shouldn't work anymore. That is my habit and principle. With that, he turned to leave. Wang Lingying opened her mouth, wanting to express her thanks, but ultimately said nothing. The next morning, Du Qingxun did not go out for breakfast, but instead personally made a pot of porridge, fried some eggs, and prepared bread. The family was once again filled with surprise during breakfast. Chapter 13. Encountering an assassin, are you a chef? Ma Jinfeng initially did not wish to engage with Du Qingxun, but found herself unable to resist. Du Qingxun smiled and replied, not really. I just have an interest in cooking and sometimes learn from the chefs at home. Your family chef? Ma Jinfeng paused, taken aback. Du Qingxun hurriedly exclaimed. It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. I was referring to the chef outside. I thought so. What conditions do you have at home to even hire a chef? Ma Jinfeng scoffed. However, Wang Lingying cast a deep glance at Du Qingxun. He chose not to defend himself. He was not boasting. His family indeed employed over a dozen chefs, several of whom were renowned nationwide, celebrated for their award-winning culinary skills. Moreover, his culinary mentors extended beyond those in his household, including many masters from abroad. After their meal, As Wang Lingying prepared to leave, Du Qingshan followed suit. "Let me give you a ride," he offered. Wang Lingying hesitated briefly before nodding. "Is this your new car?" "Yes, I just bought it yesterday," Du Qingshan replied, fastening his seatbelt. Wang Lingying merely acknowledged this with an "oh," refraining from further inquiries. She was genuinely unfamiliar with Du Qingshan's circumstances, though curiosity bubbled within her. She hesitated to voice it, fearing that he might not be forthcoming. Consequently, she suppressed her inquisitiveness. Once in the car, Wang Lingying retrieved her notebook and resumed her work. Du Qingshan was tempted to urge her to take a break, but considering her disposition, he refrained, knowing it would be futile. The vehicle cruised smoothly, accompanied by soft music. After a while, Wang Lingying put away her notebook and glanced at Du Qingshan from the corner of her eye, feeling an inexplicable sensation. She suddenly realized that, from the side, Du Qingshan appeared quite handsome, although they had only known each other for 2 days. Du Qingshan had attended to details as if he genuinely considered himself her partner, caring for her with meticulous attention. She wished to caution him against becoming too immersed in the role, yet feared for his well-being, thus experiencing a conflict within herself. "Fasten your seatbelt and hold on to the armrest," Du Qingshan suddenly reminded her. "What's wrong?" Wang Lingying asked, startled. "We're being followed," he replied. Wang Lingying gasped, glancing in the rearview mirror to see a modern car without a license plate, where a man dressed in black extended his hand out of the window, gripping a gun. "Be careful," Wang Lingying exclaimed, her face pallid with fear. However, without her prompting, Du Qingshan swerved the steering wheel. A loud bang echoed as a bullet missed its target, and the car accelerated, speeding away. The assailants had chosen their moment well. The road was sparse with traffic, making it an opportune location for their attack. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pierced the rear of the Magotan, leaving several holes, while Wang Lingying was nearly paralyzed with terror. "Could it be the Wei family?" she asked, gripping the door handle tightly, her entire body tense. Du Qingshan remained composed, assuring her, "Aside from the Wei family, I have no enemies here. Rest assured, nothing will happen." The Magotan maneuvered skillfully, and after another round of gunfire ceased, the modern car trailed closely behind at a distance of several dozen meters. "What should we do?" Wang Lingying asked anxiously. "Perhaps we should call the police?" "There's no need," Du Qingshan countered, instead reducing their speed. Suddenly, the pursuing modern car swerved off the road into an empty lot, and an off-road vehicle came to a halt. A figure in green leaped out, signaling an OK gesture to Du Qingshan. "Your friend has arrived," Wang Lingying remarked, her expression peculiar. Du Qingshan merely acknowledged her without further explanation. Wang Lingying opened her mouth, but ultimately chose silence. The two remained quiet until they reached the office. The vehicle finally parked in the company's garage, from which one could take the elevator directly upstairs. It seemed that the Wei family's retaliation would not cease. Wang Lingying hesitated before exiting the car. "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety," Du Qingshan reassured her. A mere small-time clan like the Wei family did not warrant his concern. If necessary, he would obliterate them without hesitation. Noting Wang Lingying's furrowed brow, Du Qingshan comforted her. "In truth, the person the Wei family despises most is me. So even if they seek revenge, it will not be directed at you." "Do you truly think I am that selfish?" Wang Lingying retorted coldly. Du Qingshan quickly grasped her meaning and felt a warmth in his heart. "I am fortunate. They will find it challenging to exact revenge on me. I survived 3 years ago, and I shall not allow anyone to harm me again in this lifetime." After contemplating for a moment, Wang Lingying suggested, "Why don't you leave? Depart from Jiangnan City. You have witnessed how the Wei family operates. They are increasingly ruthless, willing to resort to any means to take your life." Du Qingshan firmly refused. "I will not leave." "You." Wang Lingying was at a loss for words, casting him an exasperated glance before conceding. "Why are you so stubborn?" "I will not leave, regardless." "Fine, but you cannot remain holed up at home. I will offer you a job. Accompany me upstairs to report to the HR department. You can start with the security team, driving me to and from work each day." Wang Lingying continued, "I promised we would face challenges together, and I intend to keep my word." Du Qingshan was taken aback. "Are you suggesting I become a security guard?" His expression reflected his incredulity. If others were to discover that the once revered dragon warrior had become a mere security guard in a small company, they would surely be astonished. "Well, that is quite amusing." He chuckled. "All right, as long as I can be with you every day, being a security guard is acceptable." "That sounds a tad flirtatious," Wang Lingying retorted with a huff. Enough of your teasing. Let us go. She exited the vehicle, leading Du Qingxun to the dedicated elevator that ascended to the 10th floor of the office. The Wang Group is a diversified conglomerate primarily engaged in the real estate market. The Hongfeng Building Materials Division, where Wang Lingying worked, is a subsidiary of the Wang Group. Wang Lingying made a phone call, instructing the HR manager to come and assist Du Qingxun with his onboarding process. Half an hour later, Du Qingxun was escorted to the security department on the first floor, officially becoming a security guard at Hongfeng Building Materials. The security department comprised 6 employees, including the team leader, Feng Bing, a rotund man in his 40s. Due to his familial ties to the HR manager, he had secured the position of team leader. During the day, only 3 security personnel were on duty, and Du Qingxun's sudden arrival displeased Feng Bing. Generally, new hires were to be approved and interviewed by him, and he found Du Qingxun's presence quite irksome. Du Qingxun offered cigarettes to his colleagues, but Feng Bing declined. Little Do not underestimate the few of us in the security department. We bear the significant responsibility of safeguarding the company. Therefore, always remain vigilant and work diligently to meet the company's expectations. Feng Bing proclaimed authoritatively. Du Qingxun nodded repeatedly. Of course, please rest assured, team leader. I will ensure the company's security is impenetrable. No one shall disrupt its stability while I am here. Actions speak louder than words. It is better to be pragmatic. Feng Bing admonished before leisurely departing. As the team leader, he had his own office and certainly would not linger in the guard station, as that would be beneath his dignity. Chapter 14. A transaction. Du Qingxun paid little heed to Feng Bing's departure, quickly bonding with the other 2 security guards. Hey, brother, be cautious. Team leader Feng has the backing of manager Liu. We cannot afford to offend him, Wu Bo advised, smoking the cigarette Du Qingxun had provided. Du Qingxun smiled and inquired, "Who is manager Liu?" "He is from our security department. We cannot provoke him," Zhang Kuei explained. "Ah, I see." Du Qingxun engaged them in conversation, which provided him with more insights into the company's current situation. Although Hongfeng Building Materials was merely a subsidiary of the Wang Group, under Wang Lingying's leadership, the company was flourishing. Wang Lingying, initially a member of the headquarters board, had significantly boosted the company's performance within just 2 years of overseeing its operations, multiplying its achievements several times over. Thus, Hongfeng Building Materials undoubtedly served as a pillar of the group. However, with success comes envy. Wang Lingying was no exception to this rule. Her uncle, Wang Yuanxin, was scheming to seize control of the company's management. As the company thrived, the profits naturally increased, and it was Wang Yuanxin who had initially overseen Hongfeng Building Materials. Within the confines of the hospital ward, Wei Tong and his wife persistently remained by the bedside. Their only son, whom they cherished dearly, is lying there. Wei Haiyang, lying on the hospital bed, asked with a hint of surprise, "Dad, is what you said true? Did Du Qingxun really not have any affair with Wang Lingying?" News from the Wang family revealed that this was merely a pretense fabricated by Wang Lingying. However, there was an even more troubling piece of news. Although they had not engaged in any intimacy, they had already registered their marriage. Wei Tong explained. "What? They are married?" Wei Haiyang's face twisted with rage, spitting blood as he cursed, "That despicable person! How dare he marry behind my back? I will destroy them. I must eliminate them all." Rest assured, everything is under control. Though they are legally married, they have not yet consummated the relationship. I've already arranged for experts from the Wild Wolf gang to handle this matter. Once that young man is taken care of, the Wang family's daughter will still be yours. But remember, our plan must proceed as intended, Wei Tong warned. Wei Haiyang, in a jubilant mood, grinned arrogantly and declared, "Excellent. Kill him. That little brat has guts, daring to oppose us. I want him dead without a trace." Suddenly, the ward door was kicked open with force. A robust man in his early 40s, leading a group of men, entered the room. The housekeeper followed hesitantly, appearing somewhat frightened. He addressed Wei Tong. "Master," they insisted on barging in. "I couldn't stop them." "Who are you? What do you want?" Wei Tong asked grimly. The muscular man snorted coldly. "Wei Tong, the Wild Wolf gang certainly doesn't regard you lightly. But 2 of my men you harmed have been killed. Today, I've come to settle the debt. You owe me an explanation. Otherwise, my brothers won't be convinced. Are you the Wild Wolf?" Wei Tong's face paled. The leader of the Wild Wolf gang, known simply as Wild Wolf, was a notorious figure, rarely seen in public, but infamous throughout Jiangnan City. Ruthless and cunning, He commanded an array of skilled henchmen, and his influence extended to the city's entertainment venues, which he controlled through tribute. Essentially, he was a ruthless gang leader, employing any means necessary, with no regard for morality. And nobody dared provoke him. Wild Wolf sneered, "Consider yourself perceptive. Now, what is your decision?" Wei Tong took a deep breath, wary of Wild Wolf. Yet as the head of the Wei family and experienced in a violent world, he remained remarkably composed. "I don't understand what grievances or enmity we might have," Wei Tong said calmly. "You and your men killed my subordinates without my permission. Isn't that against the rules? Now that 2 of my men are dead, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Wild Wolf chuckled coldly. Wei Tong looked at the housekeeper, who nodded in understanding. He was well aware that he preferred not to provoke such a vicious figure as Wild Wolf, but at this point, escape was impossible. His mind raced quickly, devising a plan. Though fear was justified, it could be exploited. Now that the situation had escalated beyond his control, he saw no alternative but to turn the tables. "I'll pay 1,000,000 yuan for each life," Wei Tong declared. "If they die because they're weaker, it's their own fault. Without the right skills, don't take on jobs that are beyond your capacity." Wild Wolf's eyes widened. "Are you shirking responsibility?" "No," Wei Tong replied, "but perhaps we can negotiate a deal." Wild Wolf responded with a nod. "Speak your terms." "I'll pay you 10,000,000 yuan for one person's life. If you complete the task, I'll transfer the money immediately, without delay. Only dare you accept this contract, as the target is formidable, highly skilled. Otherwise, your men might not come back alive, which I believe you are well aware of." Wei Tong smiled confidently. Wild Wolf chuckled. "Dealing with clever people makes things easier." "Very well, I agree to the deal. But the price is now 20 million, and you must pay half up front. The rest upon completion." Wei Tong furrowed his brow but swiftly agreed without overthinking. "Fine. Let us proceed with our cooperation. It will be very fruitful once the funds are in place," Wild Wolf said with a hearty laugh. Wei Tong instructed the housekeeper soon. "Provide them with the details of that young man." The housekeeper nodded in acknowledgement. At last, the workday ended. Du Qingchun slipped into the garage, where Wang Lingying was already waiting. As soon as they met, Wang Lingying tossed him a set of car keys. "Drive my car," she ordered, an Audi A8. The vehicle slowly pulled out of the garage, heading toward the airport. "Picking someone up?" Du Qingchun asked. "Yes, a close friend just returned from abroad to visit me," Wang Lingying replied. Du Qingchun was momentarily surprised, but saw the exhaustion on her face and felt a pang of sympathy. "Maybe you should rest for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive." "No need. Just drive your car," she replied firmly. He obediently kept silent, understanding that winning the heart of this icy goddess was not an overnight endeavor. Success required persistent effort. Wang Lingying fiddled with her laptop, and although Du Qingchun wanted to comfort her, he ultimately held back. Since words seemed ineffective, silence was his best response. After a moment, Wang Lingying asked, "How was your day at work?" "Just so," Du Qingchun replied with a smile. "Nothing much to do, just chatting with colleagues." The day passed quickly. "Feeling unfulfilled?" "Not at all. What's there to feel unfulfilled about?" "Your monthly salary is 20,000, she said. "Yes, but they only earn 8,000, he responded. "You're still my driver, so your pay is a bit higher," Wang Lingying added, though she would never admit she was looking out for him. Naturally, Du Qingchun didn't dwell on it either. Chapter 15. First encounter with Gao Xiaodong. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan was quite a good income for an ordinary person. Yet he had no real concept of wealth. Since arriving in this world, he had rarely experienced shortages. For him, money was merely a string of digits, insignificant and abstract. My close friend is Gao Xiaodong, a graduate of Beijing University, who later pursued a master's in economics abroad. She has gained some fame on Wall Street and is a wealthy young lady, very beautiful. Du Qingchun felt somewhat ashamed. You don't need to tell me all that," he said awkwardly. Wang Lingying also appeared a bit uncomfortable and replied, "Oh, I just wanted to remind you, don't lose your composure when you see her. She's not your type. She already has someone she likes and claims she'll stay single forever. Also, most importantly, don't let our relationship become known, at work or elsewhere. That's the key." Du Qingchun nodded in understanding. At the airport parking lot, travelers departing from the terminal often waited here for transportation. After about 10 minutes, a stunning woman in sunglasses emerged from the passage, saw Wang Lingying, took off her glasses, waved, and the two quickly embraced. Meanwhile, Du Qingchun discreetly observed, "This must be Gao Xiaodong. Tall legs, a delicate oval face, a quintessential beauty, more vivacious than Wang Lingying, with a more developed figure, especially her ample chest, which already drew the envy of nearby men. "Who is that? Your boyfriend?" Gao Xiaodong asked, looking at Du Qingquan with curiosity, a hint of skepticism creasing her brow. He was dressed plainly, not matching Wang Lingying's elegance, which made him stand out awkwardly. Though handsome, as Wang Lingying had said, he wasn't her type. "Oh, I'm just the company's security guard," he said, trying to sound casual. "And a friend of hers," Wang Lingying added quickly, blushing. Gao Xiaodong's sharp eyes caught her discomfort, and she smirked. "Are you guys really dating?" "Lingying, your taste is quite unique," she teased. Du Qingquan felt a bit embarrassed, sensing that she might look down on him. Wang Lingying said, "Let's go. Quickly get in the car. I'll take you to the hotel. Haven't you noticed those men are almost about to pounce? Aren't you afraid?" Gao Xiaodong chuckled. "Well, they can only look but not touch. Let them have their eye feast. I quite enjoy it." Du Qingquan felt a bit embarrassed. This woman is truly unconventional and carefree. An extroverted personality was Du Qingquan's first impression of her. Once in the car, Gao Xiaodong and Wang Lingying chatted animatedly in the back seat. The Ice Queen had shed her usual gloom and was much more vivacious than usual, occasionally playfully teasing Gao Xiaodong. Hearing the cheerful laughter beside him, Du Qingquan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Wang Lingying was rarely this happy, but that's a good thing. If she is happy, Du Qingquan is pleased too. After a playful exchange, Gao Xiaodong finally asked seriously, "It seems you really are in trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me for help." Wang Lingying's smile faded as she replied, "Yes, my family is very demanding, and my two uncles have been eyeing my position with intent, making things quite difficult for me. But now that you're here, I feel reassured. You are undoubtedly a genius in finance, and I must thank you. Additionally, I plan to make you the vice president of the company and the financial director with an annual salary of 5 million. Do you have any requests?" 5 million? I'm not lacking for money, but don't be too optimistic. Do you know why I recently resigned?" Gao Xiaodong said somewhat glumly. Wang Lingying curiously asked, "What happened?" "I faced a setback," Gao Xiaodong stated. "I was indeed somewhat renowned on Wall Street, but a few years ago, I encountered a true financial genius who almost brought Wall Street to its knees single-handedly. He is my idol. I resigned a year ago to find him, but he seems to have vanished for years. Who is this incredible person? Ingzi, have you heard of him?" Wang Lingying was taken aback. "Are you referring to that genius who briefly dazzled the capital market? The one who turned 10,000 into a billion in just a month? That guy is my idol and my dream lover. I've sworn never to marry anyone else. I have no idea where he is now, but I will certainly seek him out in a few years," Gao Xiaodong declared resolutely. Du Qingquan, who was driving, had a peculiar expression and stole a glance at Gao Xiaodong through the rearview mirror. "Hey, what are you looking at? If you want to stare, do it openly," Gao Xiaodong remarked, catching Du Qingquan's gaze, which put her off. Wang Lingying frowned at Du Qingquan. "It's nothing. I was just curious if you've ever met your idol?" Du Qingquan asked with a smile. "No," Gao Xiaodong replied. "Then how will you find him?" "I have my ways. A friend of mine has seen him in person," Gao Xiaodong said proudly. Du Qingquan sighed. "If you're determined to marry him, what if he's already married? He may not even like you. So I advise you to abandon these unrealistic notions. What does it matter to you? Besides, why wouldn't he like me? Am I not beautiful? Am I not sexy? Is my figure not good?" Gao Xiaodong retorted angrily. "What I mean is, if he has a wife, no matter how great you are, he won't betray her." Du Qingquan blurted out. "Mind your own business. Besides, whether he likes me or not is irrelevant. I am willing to be his lover, and I willingly accept that. Can you interfere?" Du Qingquan almost lost his balance at her fervor. He wanted to advise Gao Xiaodong again, asserting that Ingzi would never take her as a lover, but he couldn't find the words. Wang Lingying, feeling overwhelmed, quickly interjected, Hey, why are you two arguing on your first meeting? This is not good. All right, for my sake, let us stop bickering. Xiaodong, I've reserved a suite for you at the Sheraton Hotel. For now, you can stay there, and once things settle down, I'll help you rent or even buy a place. What do you think?" Gao Xiaodong shot Du Qingquan a fierce glare, but then quickly transformed her expression into a smile, saying, "Where I stay doesn't matter. You know I'm not interested in those things, as long as we can work together and spend time together." She continued, "You don't know how lonely I was abroad. I often thought of the days we spent studying together, upon arriving at the hotel and settling their belongings." Wang Lingying said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner. I've already made a reservation at a restaurant. Now that sounds much better. It's worth my long trip back to help you. Just to confirm, where are we dining?" Gao Xiaodong asked cheerfully. At the Kaiwei Grand Hotel, 5 stars. The quality should be acceptable, Wang Lingying replied. It must be quite good. Come on, let us go. You two wait for me outside while I make a quick call. Who are you calling just after returning? You don't need to know. It's a favor I'm obliged to fulfill. Hurry up and go outside, Gao Xiaodong urged, pushing them both out the door and slamming it shut. Chapter 16. The young master of the Hu family, Wang Lingying, and Du Qingshan stood awkwardly outside the door. They rarely had such one-on-one time. She is not a bad person. She just sometimes speaks rather harshly. Be patient. Just avoid provoking her, Wang Lingying suddenly remarked. Du Qingshan nodded. I understand. I don't mind. After a brief silence, they were relieved when Gao Xiaodong emerged a few minutes later, having changed into a new outfit and touched up her makeup, appearing radiant and full of life. You still look so beautiful. Taking you out to dinner feels quite pressuring, Wang Lingying joked, a rare lightness in her demeanor, which only surfaced in front of her close friend. Gao Xiaodong linked her arm with Wang Lingying's, grinning, come on. Back when we were at Capital University, you were the most beautiful among the 4 of us. I was only 3rd place. You're far prettier than I am. Wang Lingying mused. It feels like so many years have passed. Time flies. Indeed. Do you remember Hu Hao? Hu Hao? Oh yes. The one who used to pester you incessantly. You probably wouldn't believe it, but after all these years, he still hasn't forgotten you. He has been studying abroad for several years and just returned yesterday. He is set to take over the family business. The family business? You didn't know? He asked the young master of the Hu family, a wealthy, 2nd-generation heir. You must have heard of the Hu family, right? They're quite famous in Jiangnan City. You mean the Hu family related to Hu Canaan? Wang Lingying's eyes widened in disbelief. That should be them. The Hu family is a conglomerate worth billions. It's hard to believe Hu Hao has such a background. Are you regretting your past decisions? No worries. I'm sure he'll soon be pursuing you again. If you find him appealing, just go for it. He truly possesses immense wealth. Marrying him would make you a wealthy lady. If it doesn't work out, you could divorce him and still walk away with a significant share of his assets, Gao Xiaodong half-joked, half-seriously commented. Wang Lingying stole a glance at Du Qingshan, who showed no sign of displeasure, but the atmosphere felt a bit awkward, prompting her to say, let us go. It's already 8 o'clock, and if we don't hurry, the restaurant will close. Let us go, let us go. Before long, the trio arrived at the Kaiwei Grand Hotel. Upon entering the private room, Gao Xiaodong pulled out her phone to send a message. Wang Lingying instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. And, just as the food was being set on the table, someone knocked on the door. Du Qingshan, seated near the entrance, naturally went to open it, only to be stunned at the sight before him. Standing outside was a young man, strikingly handsome, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch likely worth millions. It was evident that he was yet another wealthy heir. Who are you looking for? A young man, holding a large bouquet of roses, approached with an indifferent tone. Who are you? The youth frowned in response. I'm here to see my friend Ling Shui. Step aside. Hu Hao, why did you arrive so late? This is quite the exaggeration. You just returned and are already professing your love again. The same old routine. TSK, TSK. Is this how you greet someone by flaunting affection? Have you ever considered the feelings of us single souls? Come on in. Gao Xiaodong had already welcomed him, dramatically covering her forehead upon seeing the flowers in Hu Hao's hands. Du Qingshan could only step aside, returning to his seat with a stoic expression. He glanced at Wang Lingying, who raised her eyebrows slightly, casting an awkward glance at Du Qingshan, appearing somewhat guilty. Hu Hao, why are you here? Wang Lingying asked, her tone devoid of excitement, filled instead with frustration. She realized this was all Gao Xiaodong's doing, yet she couldn't blame her dear friend, who had traveled far to assist her. Besides, the 3 of them were classmates. Meeting for a meal seemed harmless enough. However, the bouquet was far too conspicuous. She would never dare accept it in front of Du Qingshan. Lingying, I just returned to the country yesterday, and here I am to see you today. While abroad, you were always on my mind. You've been too busy to even take my calls. Please accept these flowers. Hu Hao, with an infatuated expression, presented the bouquet to Wang Lingying. Du Qingshan remained expressionless. Wang Lingying awkwardly replied, you really shouldn't have brought me flowers. And why didn't you inform me of your visit in advance? Lingying, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? I thought as old classmates. It would be nice to gather for a meal. I feared you might object, so I didn't let you know beforehand. Gao Xiaodong seemed to sense something was amiss. Though she intended well, it was apparent that Wang Lingying had no affection for Hu Hao, despite his status as the heir of the Hu family, soon to control a fortune in the billions. Hu Hao quickly interjected, "Ling Ying, please don't blame Xiaodong. It was my request for her not to inform you. I wanted to surprise you. Please accept the flowers, or I'll be left feeling embarrassed." Wang Lingying hesitated, casting another glance at Du Qingchen. Ultimately, she steeled herself and said, "I'm sorry, while I welcome the gathering. After all, we are classmates. This bouquet, I truly cannot accept." Hu Hao had faced rejection countless times before, but back then, due to family restrictions, he had concealed his identity and felt little shame. Now, in front of the outsider Du Qingchen, being rejected again was hard to endure. He stood there, his face growing slightly flushed, uncertain of how to proceed. Gao Xiaotong, noticing his discomfort, swiftly took the flowers, saying, "I'll accept these on her behalf. Now, let us sit down and eat." Finally, someone had diffused the tension, and both parties sighed in relief. They settled down to eat, and Wang Lingying ordered 2 bottles of red wine. With a smile, she raised her glass, saying, "Xiaotong, thank you once again for coming back to help me. This is to welcome you back. From now on, let us sisters unite and conquer together. Cheers!" Gao Xiaodong giggled and took a sip, setting down her glass. Hu Hao eagerly asked, "Lingying, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" Before Wang Lingying could respond, Gao Xiaodong cheerfully introduced, "Oh, this is Lingying's friend, Du Qingchen. Mr. Du, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your profession?" "It seems there are very few people with the surname Du in Jiangnan City," Hu Hao inquired politely. Du Qingchen smiled slightly. "Oh, I'm just a humble security guard at the company, also serving part-time as President Wang's driver and personal bodyguard." So he is merely a security guard. Hu Hao was somewhat surprised. In his eyes, it seemed unusual for a mere guard to dine alongside a company president. Learning he was a bodyguard, he no longer regarded Du Qingchen as a rival, feeling considerably more at ease. As the conversation flowed between Hu Hao and the 2 women, Du Qingchen remained silent. Chapter 17. A collective rejection. The meal continued until after 9 o'clock, when Hu Hao suggested, "Ling Ying, it's rare for us to reunite after so many years. Let us go karaoke tonight. You work hard and deserve to relax. Since I'm back in Jiangnan City, if you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, and I promise to help you." Wang Lingying politely declined, "Perhaps another day. Xiaodong has just spent a long time on a plane and needs to rest. She has work tomorrow." Gao Xiaotong, being the lively spirit she was about to agree when Wang Lingying discreetly kicked her under the table, prompting her to obediently close her mouth. She could sense that Wang Lingying held no real interest in Hu Hao. Her reluctant participation tonight was merely out of consideration for her friend, and she didn't one overstep. "Yes, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us skip the karaoke tonight," Gao Xiaotong chimed in. Hu Hao then produced a beautifully crafted jewelry box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a necklace. With a heartfelt gaze, he said to Wang Lingying, "Ling Ying, this necklace was specially obtained for you at an auction in London. It is named the Black Rose. If anyone in this world deserves it, it is undoubtedly you. Please accept this gift. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Just remember, it symbolizes our friendship as classmates." "What? The Black Rose?" Gao Xiaotong gasped in astonishment. "So you were the one who won this necklace? I heard it sold for nearly $10 million. How generous of you." Wang Lingying was taken aback. $10 million, that was exceedingly extravagant. If it's merely a token of friendship, then such a gift is far too lavish. I cannot accept it. A glimmer of interest flickered in Wang Lingying's eyes. It was evident she was quite taken with the necklace, as women naturally have a fondness for jewelry. Yet, without any hesitation, she firmly declined. She even sneaked a glance at Du Qingchen, who remained unfazed. After all, $10 million was merely a sum to Du Qingchen. He didn't perceive it as exorbitant. However, it did spark an idea in him. Perhaps he should also gift her a necklace, one that must surpass the Black Rose in value to befit Wang Lingying. Hu Hao frowned. "Lingying, why do you keep rejecting me? I genuinely like you. You know I have always had feelings for you. Just give me one chance." Wang Lingying nearly spat in disbelief. If it weren't for his notable status, she would have confronted him directly. "You've had feelings for me? Who doesn't he know how many girls you've toyed with during university? You think you've been discreet, but I've heard about your escapades through various channels." With a hint of frustration, she replied, "But for me, it's truly only friendship. Why do you insist on making this difficult?" "No, I absolutely refuse to give up. I will pursue you until you agree," Hu Hao declared resolutely. Du Qingchen could no longer sit idly by. "Mr. Hu, I isn't this a bit excessive? President Wang has clearly stated her disinterest. Continuing to pursue her, is it truly worthwhile? What I said to you? Who do you think you are? Just a mere bodyguard, and you dare to talk to me? You'd better shut your mouth. Hu Hao retorted, his frustration boiling over at Du Qingchen's interjection. Du Qingchen's eyes flashed with annoyance as he stood up. Signaling to Gao Xiaotong, Wang Lingying intervened, addressing Hu Hao. All right, let us leave it at that for tonight. We'll take our leave now. Xiaotong, let us go. With that, she turned to Du Qingchen, a pleading expression crossing her face. Du Qingchen was on the verge of an outburst, but upon seeing Wang Lingying's expression, he chose to suppress his feelings and walked away in silence. The three of them ignored Hu Hao as they made their way back to the hotel. Gao Xiaodong cautiously said, Lingying, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Wang Lingying was taken aback. Gao Xiaotong replied with genuine regret. If I hadn't acted on my own, Hu Hao wouldn't have found this place and wouldn't have disturbed your good mood. After all these years, I thought you might have changed, but you remain the same. I actually admire your strength. Rejecting a man like him is no easy feat for most women. If it were you, would you like him? You know what kind of person he is, Wang Lingying retorted. Gao Xiaodong shook her head. I have someone I like. I can only have feelings for shadows. No other man could ever capture my heart. By the way, you're really not angry with me? Wang Lingying laughed as she embraced her. Am I that petty? What kind of relationship do we have? This trivial matter won't affect our feelings for one another. Besides, even if he hadn't shown up today, he would eventually come around. So, you needn't blame yourself. I was simply rejecting him to avoid future complications. All right, that is what I expect from my dear friend. Let's just let it go. But I must warn you, given Hu Hao's nature, you might have more trouble ahead. Let us deal with it when the time comes. For now, one step at a time, Wang Lingying replied nonchalantly. Gao Xiaodong glanced at Du Qingchen ahead of them and suddenly smiled. Du Qingchen, I didn't realize you were so bold. But you shouldn't be so impulsive in the future. Hu Hao is the heir of the Hu family, a significant clan. He has been training in martial arts since childhood and is reputed to be quite formidable. Next time you encounter him, try not to provoke him, or you might find yourself in a difficult situation. Thank you, Du Qingchen replied with a casual smile. Difficult situation? I hardly think I would easily find myself in such a predicament, especially with someone like Hu Hao. Gao Xiaodong seemed to take a slight interest in Du Qingchen and engage him in conversation. However, upon noticing his indifference, she decided not to press further. After dropping Gao Xiaodong off at the hotel, Du Qingchen drove home, and the two shared a silence along the way. Their relationship was that of a married couple, yet devoid of the intimacy typically associated with such bonds. Each time they found themselves alone, an awkwardness lingered. As they neared home, Wang Lingying finally spoke up. He was our classmate who pursued me for a long time, but I never reciprocated. I don't like him. Du Qingchen felt a twinge of amusement. He was pleased, believing that Wang Lingying was concerned about him, feeling jealous. Little did he know that Hu Hao was from the Hu family, which was even more powerful than the Wei family. The Wei family, despite their 3 branches, could not rival the Hu family. Now that they had to face potential retaliation from the Wei family, it was imperative to avoid offending the Hu family. You understand what I mean, right? Wang Lingying added. Du Qingchen smiled. Understand, but you really don't need to explain this to me. I trust you. His face flushed, and Wang Lingying quickly clarified. Are you misunderstanding something? What could I possibly be misunderstanding? He replied. You should not overthink it. I just don't want anyone to misconstrue our relationship. Also, I need to point out that I don't have feelings for you either. Our relationship is merely a facade. We're just a couple in name. Hu Hao has pursued me since high school, and even after 10 years, I remain unmoved. I've told you before, I have no interest in love and will not easily fall for a man. Wang Lingying's words rendered Du Qingchen speechless. This woman was exceedingly stubborn. Why be so concerned about others knowing her feelings? They were not children. Such behavior seemed unnecessary. Noticing Du Qingchen's smile fade, the atmosphere grew heavier. Wang Lingying felt a pang of regret, opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 18. Fine, I promise you. Upon returning home, Du Qingchen found Wang Yuanluan and his wife embroiled in a heated argument. As soon as they saw the two return, they fell silent. It's so late, and you didn't come home to cook? Du Qingchen, don't you know there are people at home who haven't eaten? Ma Jinfeng immediately launched into a tirade. This is just making a fuss over nothing, Du Qingchen thought, bemused. Haven't you eaten before? Hey, you dare talk back? Daughter, do you see this guy? He's living off us without a shred of awareness. He doesn't he do any chores, and doesn't he come home all day? Why are you still married to this kind of man? Ma Jinfeng continued her assault. Du Qingchun raised an eyebrow. Wang Lingying felt a headache coming on and interjected, Mom, can we not make a scene? Can you calm down? What do you want to eat? I can order takeout for you. We've already eaten outside, Wang Yuanlin replied. Ma Jinfeng shot her husband a glare. Wang Lingying sighed in exasperation. Then what are you making a fuss about? He has a job now and will be working every day. He has a security guard our company and also my driver. Don't keep expecting him to cook at home. If that is the case, we might as well hire a housekeeper. I'm tired. With that, she headed upstairs to her room. Ma Jinfeng grumbled a few more complaints before following her up. Du Qingchun felt a wave of annoyance and greeted Wang Yuanluan Dad. I'm going to rest. All right, go ahead and rest. Your mother, he sighed, his expression complex, and chose not to elaborate. Du Qingchun understood Wang Yuanluan's sentiments. This man had always been honest and straightforward, leaving a good impression on Du Qingchun. Dad, don't worry. We are all family. I'm not bothered by many things. You both are my elders, and it's natural to vent sometimes. After all, you're concerned about Lingying's happiness, and I understand. Well, since you understand everything, I won't say much more. Just do your best. As for your matters, I neither support nor oppose them, Wang Yuanluan stated. Du Qingchun nodded and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Du Qingchun began his cultivation. 3 years ago, his abilities had nearly been obliterated, with countless internal injuries. Over the years, his condition had improved significantly, yet he remained far from healed. In a small city like Jiangnan, he could navigate with ease. However, considering the numerous enemies he had both domestically and abroad, he felt an ever-present sense of crisis. Previously, he viewed himself as an orphan, free from attachments. But now that he had a family, he knew he must strive diligently. If he failed to cultivate and his enemies came knocking, it would be a minor tragedy if he were to perish, but he could not allow Wang Lingying to suffer as a consequence. Whether out of moral obligation or affection, he could not permit her to come to harm, as she had become his Achilles' heel. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Du Qingchun, intrigued, jumped off the bed and opened the door to find Wang Lingying standing there, looking somewhat unexpected. What is the matter? Come in and talk. Wang Lingying entered and closed the door behind her. Du Qingchun felt a bit puzzled, unsure of her intentions. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? She asked, glancing around. That's rather obvious, considering I'm fully dressed, Du Qingchun replied. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. Wang Lingying deftly avoided the topic. Du Qingchun chuckled softly. If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need for such formality between us. But we are merely a couple in name, Wang Lingying reminded him. Du Qingchun grimaced slightly, forcing a smile. Then we might as well consider ourselves friends, and there is no need for formality. All right, I'll be straightforward then. Please go ahead. Wang Lingying took a moment before speaking slowly. My mother could be a bit nagging, and her words can be quite harsh. Please bear with her, all right? Of course, I don't mind at all. I can see she cares for you deeply. Her insistence on our divorce likely stems from believing I'm not good enough. Which is understandable, Du Qingchun replied. Do you truly think so? Wang Lingying gazed intently into Du Qingchun's eyes. Du Qingchun nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Thank you. No need for thanks. Wang Lingying averted her gaze from Du Qingchun and continued. What I mean is, please indulge her a bit more and let her have her way sometimes. After all, she is my mother. Is that agreeable? Du Qingchun frowned slightly and fell silent. I understand that this situation has placed you in a difficult position, and I have some insight into your character. For my sake, could you extend a modicum of respect toward her and show a little leniency? If she falters in any regard, allow me to apologize in advance, and I shall speak on her behalf when necessary. Wang Lingying expressed her guilt, saying, I am currently overwhelmed with work and emotionally drained. I yearn for a sense of ease and warmth upon returning home each day. Du Qingchun's heart softened as he replied, Very well, I promise to accommodate your request. Thank you. Wang Lingying felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Du Qingchun's agreement stemmed from a desire to spare her the burden of being caught in the middle. True to his character, he likely felt some resentment. Du Qingchun remarked with a smile, as she is an elder, it is only fitting to show her some deference. I shall make it up to you, Wang Lingying declared. Du Qingchun's eyes sparkled at the word compensation, and his mind began to wander, recalling fragmented memories of that fateful night, evoking both nostalgia and regret. If only they could rekindle that moment. Wang Lingying seemed to perceive Du Qingchun's thoughts, and, with a serious expression, asserted, "Do not let your imagination run wild. When the time comes for our divorce, I will ensure you receive a substantial sum. That is my intention." Du Qingchun chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage further. Wang Lingying's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to leave, saying good night. Once outside, she hurried upstairs, her heart racing inexplicably. She felt a familiar tension whenever she found herself alone with Du Qingchun, often reminiscing about that night. "Daughter, are you all right?" Ma Jinfeng had been waiting nearby and rushed over with concern. "I am fine. It is late, and I shall retire now." Wang Lingying nearly fled the scene. "What is going on with her?" Ma Jinfeng inquired with suspicion, glancing at Wang Yuanluan. "How would I know?" he replied. "Why is her face flushed? Could it be that boy has been troubling her?" Ma Jinfeng's expression was one of concern. "Xiaodu is not that kind of person. You are overthinking it. Besides, they are husband and wife. Is it so unusual for them to share something?" Wang Yuanluan countered. "Hey, do you even have a position in this matter? Do you not wish to return to the old residence?" Ma Jinfeng reprimanded. Wang Yuanzhao fell silent. The next day began, as usual, with Du Qingchun preparing breakfast. After their meal, he drove Wang Lingying to her office before heading to the security room. Feng Bing was already there, ready to unleash his frustration. "Du Qingchun, what is going on? You left early on your first day. Did I leave early? Isn't the shift supposed to end at 5? Du Qingchun responded calmement. Feng Bing scoffed. "That applies to regular employees. Our security team is required to remain on duty until 8 in the evening for shift changes. Are you not aware of this?" Du Qingchun genuinely did not know, but he was unconcerned, replying, "I truly was unaware. Your bonus for this month will be deducted. If this happens again, you will be terminated," Feng Bing declared with an air of authority before turning away. Chapter 19. Gao Xiaodong's dream lover Du Qingchun furrowed his brow. If the shift ended at 8, he could not comply, as he needed to escort Wang Lingying to and from work daily. He had positioned himself as her personal bodyguard, making it impossible for him to remain on duty until 8. Wu Bo, seeing Feng Bing depart, kindly advised, "Hey buddy, did you notice that Captain Feng is deliberately targeting you? You should be cautious. Indeed, consider this a warning. Perhaps you should buy him a pack of cigarettes to smooth things over." "That usually works," Zhang Kuei added. Du Qingchun was taken aback. "Is that really how it works?" "Absolutely. He is a relative of Manager Liu, and we cannot afford to offend him. Our livelihoods depend on his goodwill, and our compensation is quite decent, around 10,000 altogether, which is manageable," Zhang Kuei reflected. Though he spoke pragmatically, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his eyes. Who would willingly part with their hard-earned money? 1,000 or 800 is still a significant amount. For an ordinary family, that could equate to nearly half a month's living expenses, Du Qingchun remarked. "Is that so? No worries. I just started, and we will see how things unfold." In his eyes, Feng Bing was inconsequential. As for Feng Bing's acceptance of bribes from subordinates, Du Qingchun had no intention of reporting it. He was merely a temporary security guard, not truly committed to the role. As long as Feng Bing did not provoke him, he was content to let matters be. "Good morning." Suddenly, someone greeted Du Qingchun. Zhang Kuei and Wu Bo's eyes widened in surprise. A stunning woman with long legs, a statuesque figure, and exquisite features had arrived, none other than Gao Xiaodong. Du Qingchun nodded and replied, "Good morning. Could you assist me in finding Lingying?" Gao Xiaodong shot him a flirtatious glance. Clearly, she was teasing him. However, Du Qingchun saw through her intentions and replied, "I just joined the company yesterday and am not well acquainted. Perhaps you should ask someone else for directions." Gao Xiaodong, frustrated by his lack of interest, stomped her foot. "Fine, I will find her myself." With that, she strode away confidently. Zhang Kuei and Wu Bo watched her vanish into the elevator, their expressions incredulous as they turned to Du Qingchun. "Do you know her?" Wu Bo inquired. "We crossed paths yesterday. I am not too familiar with her. She appears to be the new financial director." Du Qingchun shrugged. The two men gasped in astonishment. Zhang Kuei gave Du Qingchun a thumbs up. "Brother, you are impressive. The financial director asked you for directions, and you turned her down. A rare opportunity squandered." Wu Bo added, "Xiaodu, I sense you are destined for some romantic fortune. She was clearly flirting with you." Du Qingchun nearly stumbled at their remarks. "Please, spare me the nonsense. That woman is quite eccentric. You should not fall for her charms." "Achoo!" Gao Xiaotong sneezed. "What the hell? Who is talking about me so early in the morning?" Wang Lingying across the way chuckled. "Can you not be more mindful of your image? You are, after all, the financial director and vice president of the company. There is no need for such language. Knowing I am a goddess, I cannot bear the pressure. But I'm not a goddess. I'm a goddess of chaos. I can curse and throw punches. I refuse to maintain that goddess facade. It is exhausting, Gao Xiaotong pouted. Wang Lingying continued. All right, I have informed the mid to senior level management of the meeting. Let's go. I will introduce you to them, so you can officially start a role. Fine, you're my boss now. I shall follow your lead. Do not be silly. We are good friends. But you're still my boss. In private, we are sisters. Gao Xiaotong was a living contradiction. Her personality ever-changing, playful and lively in private, yet exuding an air of authority in public. Following Wang Lingying's introduction, Gao Xiaotong delivered a brief inaugural speech that captivated the attendees with her eloquence, knowledge, and insights. Her past achievements garnered genuine admiration and respect from her colleagues. An exceptional talent has joined the company, was the collective sentiment shared among the staff. After the meeting, Gao Xiaotong was escorted to her office. Although she held the position of vice president, she was also the financial director. Thus, her office was situated within the finance department, spacious, bright, and aptly furnished according to her specifications. Wang Lingying welcomed her arrival with enthusiasm, having diligently prepared in advance. During the lunch break, Wang Lingying entered Gao Xiaotong's office. Smiling as she asked, "So, are you satisfied?" "You know, I don't care about these things," Gao Xiaotong replied, busy reviewing the company's past financial reports. She glanced at Wang Lingying and returned to her work, saying, "By the way, please don't disturb me unless it's necessary. I need to familiarize myself with the company's financial status." Wang Lingying found herself at a loss for words but did not leave. Instead, she approached Gao Xiaotong from behind. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how do you have his photo?" "What photo?" Gao Xiaotong asked. "The one on your computer screensaver." "What's wrong?" Wang Lingying frowned. "Isn't that due, Qing Shun?" Gao Xiaotong chuckled. "Come on, are you joking? This is my dream prince, as you know. Are you saying this is the shadow?" Wang Lingying's gaze remained fixed on the computer. "It must be. I can tell you, it took considerable effort for me to get this from a friend." As Gao Xiaotong spoke, she stared at the photo on the screen, her eyes gleaming with infatuation. The image depicted a man in profile, his face obscured, exuding an air of solitude. Wang Lingying remarked with a peculiar expression, "I always feel like this is Du Qingchen. Don't you sense any familiarity?" Gao Xiaotong frowned, pondering, "Really? Now that you mention it, he does bear a resemblance. Could he be the shadow?" Wang Lingying laughed. "That would be amusing. Your Prince Charming is right here. Your opportunity has arrived." It was quite rare for her to make a jest. Gao Xiaotong pouted, "You better not disgust me. If it really is him, I'd rather jump from this 10th floor. It's too bothersome. Just stop talking about it." All right, I was only joking. They merely look alike," Wang Lingying chuckled. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and unexpectedly, Hu Hao entered, holding a large bouquet of roses. Lingying, Hu Hao greeted with a charming smile, dressed in a sharp suit that radiated affluence. Wang Lingying was taken aback. She never anticipated Hu Hao would truly come. He had said he wouldn't give up yesterday, and today he brought flowers. The memory of a past experience sent a wave of apprehension through her. Chapter 20. "Such arrogance, what are you doing here at my company?" Wang Lingying complained. Gao Xiaotong chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, Hu Hao, this is a company. You can't come here every day to bother Lingying. We're classmates. Let's not make things so extreme, all right?" She felt responsible for the previous night's misstep and wanted to assist her friend. "I like her. Love should be declared boldly. Is there a problem with that? No one has the right to deprive me of my pursuit of love, right?" Hu Hao, unfazed, pressed the roses into Wang Lingying's hands, saying, "Let us have dinner together after work tonight." Wang Lingying was startled, stepping back a few paces, her face flushing with embarrassment and annoyance. "I'm busy. I have a business meeting with a client tonight. Now, you can leave, and remember, you must not come to the company looking for me again, or I will genuinely be upset." "All right, then I'll come again tomorrow," Hu Hao replied nonchalantly as he exited. The two women exchanged glances. "He is coming again?" Wang Lingying felt a surge of irritation. She tossed the roses into the nearby trash can, fuming. "Are the guards at the door just for show? This is infuriating. I need to visit the security office." "I'll accompany you," Gao Xiaotong offered. After a few steps, Wang Lingying paused. "Wait until he leaves before we go down." She rushed to the window, waiting until Hu Hao drove away in his luxury car before heading downstairs with Gao Xiaotong. Upon reaching the security office, Du Qingshan was engaged in animated conversation with two security guards. spotting Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong. The guard stood up immediately, startled. "Hello, President Wang." Du Qingshun, perplexed, noticed Wang Lingying's displeasure. She was clearly angry. "What's going on?" he inquired. Wang Lingying glared at him, saying, "Are you all just for decoration? The company spends so much on you, and you're just chatting on a job?" Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei hung their heads, not daring to speak. They were equally confused, unsure of what they had done wrong. "What's the matter?" Du Qingshun asked. Wang Lingying shot him a fierce look and exclaimed, "You let outsiders into the company without any registration? Anyone can waltz into my office and cause a ruckus, and you do nothing?" Du Qingshun was taken aback, his mind racing. Hu Hao came again, Gao Xiaotong reminded him. Du Qingshun's expression shifted, and he appeared displeased. Noticing his change in mood, Wang Lingying suddenly felt she shouldn't vent her frustrations here, recalling that Du Qingshun also worked in this office. Just then, Feng Bing rushed in, panting. "President Wang, President Gao, what brings you here?" Wang Lingying, unfamiliar with the security office, was aware it was Feng Bing's domain. He was clueless about what had caused this beautiful president to become so irate. "Feng Bing, do you still want to keep your position as captain? How can you let anyone in?" Wang Lingying reprimanded. Feng Bing, feeling wronged and completely bewildered, replied, "President Wang, could you clarify what exactly our work has gone awry, so we can rectify it? Tomorrow, someone else will come to deliver flowers. You must stop him. But also, do not offend him. If you let him upstairs again, the bonus for this month will be gone," Wang Lingying said before turning to leave. However, Gao Xiaotong stayed behind. "Come here," she instructed Du Qingshun. Du Qingshun frowned. "President Gao, is there something you need?" "Just come here. I'm not going to eat you," Gao Xiaotong replied. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what the new vice president was up to. Reluctantly, Du Qingshun stepped forward, crossing his arms. "What now?" "Just do as I say," Gao Xiaotong insisted. The guards watched in confusion as Du Qingshun complied, turning his body slightly. "Good. Now adjust your angle to look at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. A little to the right. Perfect, just stand there and don't move," Gao Xiaotong instructed, her expression suddenly animated as she pulled out her phone, glancing between the screen and Du Qingshun multiple times. Abruptly, she grew angry. "From now on, you cannot assume such poses, especially in my presence." "Absolutely not. Do you understand?" Du Qingshun stood there, sweat trickling down his face, bemused as he watched Gao Xiaotong storm out. This woman was taking her admiration a bit too far. He shuddered at the thought of her discovering that her idol shared the same workspace with her every day. The onlookers regarded Du Qingshun with peculiar expressions. As soon as the two executives left, Feng Bing seized the opportunity to confront Du Qingshun. "Du Qingshun, are you even capable of doing your job? How could you allow someone to barge into the company and directly into President Wang's office? This is utterly unacceptable." Du Qingshun, growing impatient, retorted, "If I'm incompetent, why don't you come and handle it tomorrow? What's with your attitude? You think you can just brush off criticism?" Feng Bing shot back angrily. Du Qingshun suddenly chuckled. "Captain Feng, do you know who Hu Hao is?" "I don't care who he is. President Wang gave the order, and we must stop him. Our duty as security is to ensure safety and security for the company. Save your grandstanding. Hu Hao is the young master of the Hu family. Do you dare to stop him?" Du Qingshun mocked. "What?" Feng Bing's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly recalled that Wang Lingying had mentioned earlier that they should block the entrance without offending anyone. So it turns out he is the young master of the Hu family. "You did this deliberately, didn't you?" Feng Bing seethed with anger. He truly lacked the courage to confront Hu Hao. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei were equally astonished. Du Qingshun ignored Feng Bing, took a cigarette, lit it, and settled onto a nearby sofa. "Remember this. If you let anyone in tomorrow, your bonuses for the month will be entirely forfeited. If the boss gets angry, you won't have it easy either." Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei looked distressed. This was a troublesome situation. They did not dare offend the young master of the Hu family. Feng Bing cursed and stormed off. "Brother, you truly have guts. Are you really going to confront him to the end?" Zhang Kuei sighed and shook his head. Du Qingshun replied, "Am I not accommodating him? As long as he doesn't go too far and challenge my boundaries. I have no desire to engage with such a petty person." Wu Bo bitterly remarked, "Captain Feng is putting us on the hot seat. What if young master Hu shows up tomorrow? Should we stop him? I've heard the Hu family has assets worth billions. With a mere word, we could be out of a job. Didn't team manager Wang say we mustn't offend him? How can we stop him?" Zhang Kuei also looked gloomy. Du Qingshun chuckled. "Don't worry. Since manager Wang doesn't welcome him, we certainly cannot let him in. I'll handle it tomorrow. You? Zhang Kuei cautioned. Buddy, I advise you to think this through. If you offend Manager Wang, we might just get fired. But if you offend the young master of the Hu family, we want to have a place to stand in Jiangnan City. Du Qingshun merely smiled without further explanation. Chapter 21. The competent security guard the following morning. Du Qingshun arrived at the security room. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei pointed nervously at a Ferrari parked not far away, exclaiming, "Look, brother, your moment to shine has arrived." That must be the young master of the Hu family. Du Qingshun raised an eyebrow and nodded. Indeed, he has come. With that, he strode out and stood at the entrance, resembling a guardian deity. His colleagues exchanged glances filled with anxiety and a hint of sympathy. Hu Hao spotted Du Qingshun, his expression darkening as he clutched a bouquet of roses and attempted to push past. Du Qingshun extended his hand and blocked him. "Please present your employee ID. You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Hu Hao scoffed. "Last time we dined together, you opposed me. I didn't want to hold it against you, but now you're pushing your luck. Get out of my way." The tension was palpable between them. Nearby, Wu Bo furrowed his brow. "Do they know each other?" Zhang Kuei replied. "Who knows? It's hard to comprehend what Du Qingshun is thinking. The company has rules. Without an ID, you cannot enter." Du Qingshun didn't even glance at Hu Hao. "Are you pretending to be ignorant? You know who I am, don't you? You dare to block me? You really think I want to do anything about it?" Hu Hao's expression darkened. Du Qingshun stated, "I'm merely adhering to company policy. Without an employee ID, I cannot allow you entry. And if I insist on entering?" Hu Hao sneered. Du Qingshun remained calm. "What good would insisting do? You still cannot enter. Then I'll give it a try. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being rude. A mere security guard dares to stop me? You really don't know what you're asking for. Then go ahead and try." Just then, Feng Bing rushed over from a distance. He had been observing the situation, hoping to create a dilemma for Du Qingshun. However, if this matter was not handled well, he, as the head of security, would be held accountable. Seeing the potential confrontation, he had no choice but to intervene. "Young Master Hu, please calm down." Feng Bing, sweating profusely and visibly anxious, bowed and greeted him. "Who are you?" Hu Hao asked arrogantly. "I am the head of security here. My name is Feng Bing. This person is your employee? What nonsense is this? How dare he block me? Get him to move aside. Do you believe that with a single word, I could make it so you can't survive in Jiangnan City?" Hu Hao boasted. Feng Bing wiped his sweat. "If young master who wishes to deal with us, it could indeed be a matter of a single word. However, young master, you must understand our position. We are merely doing our job. Why not call Manager Wang first? If Manager Wang gives the word, we will let you in immediately. What do you say? Your Manager Wang is my classmate and also my girlfriend. I want to surprise her with flowers. Is there a problem? You incompetent fools are using her to pressure me. It's utterly ridiculous." Hu Hao coldly scoffed. Feng Bing looked troubled, panicking. Du Qingshun calmly remarked, "Manager Wang is your girlfriend? Can you show a little dignity? Do you realize that before you arrived, many men have claimed the same? You are neither the first nor the last. Who can blame Manager Wang for being beautiful? Stop spouting nonsense. Apologize to young master Hu immediately." Feng Bing urged anxiously. Du Qingshun retorted mockingly, "If you choose to be a dog, that's your choice, but you have no right to pressure me. Furthermore, if you're to be a dog, at least recognize your master. Do you not know who pays your salary? If you were in ancient times, you would undoubtedly be a traitor. You. Hu Hao stammered. "Hello, Du Qingshun. I see you truly don't want to keep your job. This matter, I will see how you handle it. I will report to the higher-ups and have you dismissed. A mere security guard speaks so boldly. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant." With that, Feng Bing stepped aside and addressed Hu Hao. "Young master, I won't let you in." But he won't agree. "This kid is just a thorn in my side. Do as you wish with him." I want to intervene. He distanced himself from the situation. Hu Hao looked at Du Qingshun and asked, "Is it worth it for you to act this way?" "I never considered worth. I simply find you displeasing and refuse to let you enter." Du Qingshun replied with a smile. "Fine, then I will enter. Move aside." As Feng Bing spoke, he charged forward, holding the bouquet in one hand while reaching out to push Du Qingshun aside with the other. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Feng Bing was a formidable opponent for his age, confident he could severely injure Du Qingshun with a single strike. This seemingly light push concealed significant force, which he was well aware of. However, his hand was suddenly seized by Du Qingshun. With a sharp pain in his wrist, Hu Hao's entire arm became numb, and his complexion changed as he kicked at Du Qingshun. Unwilling to entangle himself with Hu Hao, Du Qingshun preferred to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. In that moment, Du Qingshun pulled, sending Hu Hao crashing into him. Stepping forward slightly, Du Qingshun braced his shoulder against Hu Hao. Bang! Hu Hao was propelled backward, stumbling for 10 meters before finally halting, pain erupting in his chest as blood surged to his mouth, altering his expression dramatically. When he looked at Du Qingshun again, he saw a glimmer of disdain and a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Hu Hao felt his soul leave his body. That gaze was terrifying. He had only seen such a gaze before from a renowned figure in the martial arts world many years ago, a memory that lingered vividly. The situation spiraled out of control. Though Feng Bing was pale with fear, he couldn't help but revel in the chaos. Believing that Du Qingshun had landed himself in deep trouble, Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei rushed out, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, Du Qingshun remained calm as ever, glancing at Hu Hao and stating, "Aren't you leaving yet? You wait. You'll regret opposing me. You want to have a good outcome." Hu Hao threatened. With a stream of curses, Hu Hao departed in his vehicle. Du Qingshun slightly nodded in a certain direction, where a figure clad in green gradually faded into the crowd. "Young man, you've landed yourself in a serious predicament. I suggest you hasten to handle your employment formalities. Escape as far as you can to avoid dragging us down with you. To dare strike the young master of the Hu family, you must have the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard," Feng Bing reprimanded sarcastically. Du Qingshun cast a disdainful glance at him. "If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I won't take you down as well? You wait, you rascal. What sort of demeanor is this? Completely unrestrained. You ignore my words and even disregard Mr. Wang's. It's utterly lawless." Feng Bing's face turned a shade of green for frustration. Du Qingshun offered him no courtesy. "Get lost," he replied coldly. Chapter 22. The assassin emerges. Feng Bing, somewhat intimidated, shot him a glance before turning to leave, heading straight for the elevator. Clearly intent on filing a report, Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei ushered Du Qingshun into the security room. "Brother, I truly admire your courage to strike," Wu Bo said sympathetically. Zhang Kuei sighed. "No one can save you now. I suspect Feng Bing is going to find Mr. Wang. You should brace yourself. Thank you for your concern. It's fine. Worst case, I can always quit this security job." Du Qingshun chuckled, noticing the genuine care from both men. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei exchanged helpless smiles. In less than 10 minutes, the phone in the security room rang. Zhang Kuei answered, then patted Du Qingshun on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, I wasn't mistaken. Feng Bing really did report you. Mr. Wang wants you in her office." Wu Bo joined in, reassuringly patting Du Qingshun's arm. "It's all right. If you need a witness, I will certainly stand by you. Regardless of where you go in the future, we shall always be friends. I truly admire you. Let's drink together sometime." "All right, thanks," Du Qingshun replied nonchalantly, turning towards the elevator. Soon, he arrived at Wang Lingying's office, where Feng Bing was also present. Upon seeing him, Feng Bing couldn't suppress a smug grin. "You may leave. I need to assess the situation," Wang Lingying said expressionlessly. "Understood, Mr. Wang. I shall take my leave." Feng Bing slightly bowed, feigning humility, but not before casting a triumphant glare at Du Qingshun as he exited. "Close the door," Wang Lingying instructed. Du Qingshun complied, moving to the window and gazing across at the opposite building when suddenly a flash of light caught his eye. His expression changed instantly as he lunged toward Wang Lingying. Before she could react, he tackled her to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullet holes appeared in the wall behind them. Had Wang Lingying remained seated, she would have undoubtedly been shot in the head with no hope of survival. "What are you doing?" Wang Lingying exclaimed in shock. Du Qingshun, his face darkened, replied, "If you wish to live, remain silent." Wang Lingying opened her mouth to retort, but, seeing the unprecedented intensity in Du Qingshun's demeanor, felt a surge of fear. She hesitated, unable to speak or move, pinned beneath him on the desk. Their positions were so intimate that it stirred feelings of indignation and shame in her, causing her mind to involuntarily flash back to fragmented memories from that fateful night. Those images had haunted her, and despite her efforts to forget, they lingered persistently. After a moment, Du Qingshun released Wang Lingying, helping her to her feet before moving to the window to draw the curtains. "All is well now," he stated. Wang Lingying, still skeptical, asked what exactly happened. Du Qingshun pointed to the bullet holes in the wall behind her, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Turning around, Wang Lingying felt a chill run down her spine. She had never fathomed that the scenarios depicted in films could manifest in her own life. Someone had indeed attempted to assassinate her. Her complexion drained of color. Her body trembled involuntarily, but she quickly regained her composure, swallowing hard before asking, "Who could be so ruthless as to want me dead? Was it someone sent by the Hu family?" Aside from the Wei family, she struggled to identify any enemies. The previous public humiliation of Wei Haiying could justify a vendetta from the Wei family. However, Du Qingshan shook his head. "No, they have no reason to kill you. If anyone were to be targeted, it would undoubtedly be me. Then who else could it be? I haven't offended anyone." Wang Lingying furrowed her brow tightly. Du Qingshan approached the window, pulling back the curtains, contemplating the rooftop across for a long while before suddenly saying, "I don't know if it's the Wei family, but it must be connected to them. The assassin likely didn't intend to kill you. Otherwise, he would have had the perfect opportunity to do so before I arrived." "What do you mean?" Wang Lingying inquired, confused. "It's quite simple. The assassin was testing my reaction. Their true target is still me." Du Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Wang Lingying, now visibly worried, suggested, "Then you're in grave danger. Perhaps you should leave Jiangnan City temporarily, seek refuge elsewhere." A flicker of pride danced in Du Qingshan's eyes as he declared, "To kill me, they will find it far from easy. You are facing an assassin, and yet you remain so confident?" Wang Lingying retorted indignantly. "That's not your concern. However, you must refrain from opening the curtains carelessly. It's better to err on the side of caution. You need to change offices," Du Qingshan asserted with a commanding tone. Wang Lingying saw no reason to oppose him. When it came to life and death, she had no grounds for dissent. "Just be careful." "I know." An awkward silence settled between them. Du Qingshan broke the tension, asking, "What did you want to discuss with me?" Wang Lingying snapped back to reality. "You don't know? About who? How? I heard you had a confrontation with him." She frowned. Du Qingshan replied, "If you didn't wish to see him, I wouldn't have allowed him in. It was merely a minor conflict. Could you elaborate on what transpired?" Wang Lingying inquired without excessive reprimand. Du Qingshan hesitated briefly before recounting the events succinctly. "We are already in a precarious situation. The Wei family's retaliation has yet to arrive. And now you've offended the Hu family. If your grandmother finds out, she will likely be furious enough to spit blood." Wang Lingying sighed. "Are you blaming me?" Du Qingshan fixed his gaze on her. "You must understand my predicament." Wang Lingying's tone softened. Du Qingshan fell silent. "So, how do you intend to handle me?" His expression conveyed complete indifference, which only served to infuriate Wang Lingying further. Yet, she was not unreasonable. After contemplating, she stated, "Do you believe I will simply let this slide? Feng Bing has already gone to complain about you. If you don't handle this, he won't let it go easily." Du Qingshan countered. Wang Lingying replied, "Regardless of how I choose to manage this, it is of little consequence. You've already made an enemy of the Hu family. It's no matter. We've already crossed the Wei family. So antagonizing the Hu family is merely adding fuel to the fire. As for Feng Bing, I've received numerous reports about him from security personnel. I will instruct HR to dismiss him shortly. From now on, you will be the security team leader to prevent any further disturbances." "Are you joking?" Du Qingshan was genuinely taken aback. He had expected Wang Lingying to be furious for striking Hu Hao. Yet she had not only refrained from anger, but had instead appointed him as the team leader. If Feng Bing were to find out, would he be enraged? Suddenly, Du Qingshan became curious about Feng Bing's reaction upon discovering the outcome. It would surely be quite entertaining. "Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Oh, and don't work late tonight. I'll prepare something delicious for you when I return." Du Qingshan smiled. Wang Lingying, now seated, replied nonchalantly, "I have plans with Xiao Tong for skewers tonight. Perhaps you should head home." "I haven't had skewers in a while. You must include me." Du Qingshan replied with a grin. Wang Lingying was acutely aware that Du Qingshan was concerned about her safety. Initially, she intended to acquiesce, but upon witnessing Du Qingshan's expression, she firmly stated, "I won't take you with me. I shall call you once I finish. You may leave now. I have work to attend to." With that, she turned her attention to the contract in her hands, not sparing Du Qingshan another glance. Chapter 23. Feng Bing is dismissed. Du Qingshan left with a sense of helplessness. Wang Lingying, rising from behind her desk, gazed silently at the door for a moment before glancing at the bullet holes in the wall. Cautiously, she drew the curtains tighter before making a phone call. "Please arrange for me to have a different office." Meanwhile, Feng Bing was reprimanding Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei in the security room. Do you see? That Du fellow is a cautionary tale. Anyone who dares to leave early will end up like him. He is an example. If the security team cannot accommodate him, neither can I. As Du Qingshun entered, he smiled and asked, "Who can't you accommodate?" "Me?" Feng Bing, startled, quickly regained composure, thinking about how Du Qingshun was on the verge of being dismissed. Keeping a safe distance, he sneered, "Absolutely, I'm referring to you. Why aren't you taking care of your resignation procedures? What are you still doing here? It's too late for regrets. Begging 1T help. A fool like you will only cause trouble in the security team, so it's best you leave early." "Who said I was being dismissed?" Du Qingshun casually sat down, offering cigarettes to Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei as he exhaled smoke. "What? Manager Wang hasn't he dismissed you?" Feng Bing was taken aback. Indeed, someone was to be dismissed, but unfortunately, that person was not him. Just then, a middle-aged woman entered. "Feng Bing, why can't I reach you by phone?" It was Manager Liu Yaling from the Human Resources Department. "Manager Liu, what brings you here personally?" "I forgot to charge my phone last night and left it in the office." "Is there something you need? Are you here to dismiss Du Qingshun?" Feng Bing smiled ingratiatingly. Manager Liu's expression was stern. "Dismiss him? Why would I dismiss him? I am here to inform you that you must immediately go to the Human Resources Department to process your termination and settle your final paycheck. You have been dismissed." Feng Bing nearly collapsed. "I've been dismissed?" "No, it should be Du Qingshun who is dismissed." Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei, standing by, wore expressions of shock, utterly dumbfounded. "Manager Liu, could you be mistaken?" Feng Bing stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, petrified. Although the position of security captain was not particularly prestigious, he had been well taken care of due to his relationship with the security department manager, Liu Ziqing. He had grown accustomed to enjoying various benefits, and given his lack of real skills, he knew he would struggle to find another job of such caliber. Manager Liu replied, "There is no mistake. It was General Manager Wang who personally called to arrange this. Now, if you'll excuse me, please proceed with your termination." With that, she turned to leave. Feng Bing was left in a daze. Suddenly, Manager Liu returned. "Manager Liu, please, grant me another chance." Feng Bing pleaded, nearly on his knees. Without sparing him a glance, Liu Yaling smiled warmly at Du Qingshun. "Oh, Du Qingshun, General Manager Wang has stated that you are now the captain of the security team. The Human Resources Department will formalize this shortly. Congratulations." Du Qingshun responded politely. "Thank you for your efforts, Manager Liu." Once Liu Yaling departed, Feng Bing completely broke down. He glared at Du Qingshun, teeth clenched. "You did this, didn't you? You're so cunning. You must have said something to General Manager Wang. You are truly insidious. I want to let this go. Let us skip the handover. I don't want to see you for even a second." Du Qingshun replied indifferently. "Sankui suteni animated." Shouted. "Did you not hear what Captain Du said, Feng? Today is your day of reckoning. You've extorted us enough. This is your retribution. Get lost. If you don't leave now, be careful. We might not be so polite." Wu Bo added. The two stood united against Feng Bing, who had long been a source of grievance for them. Now, they were ready to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Feng Bing, realizing he had committed too many transgressions, hurriedly fled the scene. In the security room, Zhang Kuei, looking somewhat awkward, said, "Captain Du, from now on, just give us a command, and we will follow." Wu Bo quickly chimed in, "Yes, we will certainly listen to the captain. If you tell us to go east, we will not venture west." Du Qingshun chuckled. "Are you not tired?" "Not at all. Is there something you need us to do?" Zhang Kuei said eagerly, cracking his knuckles. Du Qingshun smiled wryly just a moment ago. "We were brothers, planning to drink together, and now you're all formal. I find this quite amusing. I'm merely a security captain, hardly a significant position. Must you act this way? The more you do, the more uncomfortable I feel. Can we not just be good brothers? You should have mentioned it earlier." "You made us all anxious," Wu Bo said, playfully punching Du Qingshun's chest. "All right, brother, we're bound by this. From now on, we shall call you Brother Chun." "Yes, Brother Chun it is. We cannot let our brother down. Oh, by the way, there are a few security guards on night duty. Let us discuss when we can gather to welcome the captain and celebrate." Zhang Kuei added with a grin. "Drinking is fine, but I'll treat you. It's not the other way around, or else there's no discussion." Du Qingshun laughed. "Who pays doesn't matter," Zhang Kuei remarked before suddenly asking curiously, "Brother Chun, how did you manage to get Feng Bing fired?" "That was General Manager Wang's decision," Du Qingshun replied. "You must have some backing in the company. Are you related to General Manager Wang? Wu Bo inquired. Du Qingchun, with a mysterious air, replied, let me share a secret with you. The two leaned in attentively. Actually, Wang Lingying is my wife, Du Qingchun stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the two burst into laughter. Brother Chun, are you dreaming in broad daylight? Ha 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 ha. Exactly. It seems Brother Chun hasn't woken up yet. Du Qingchun joined in their laughter, opting not to clarify. What? Someone is trying to shoot you? Xia Xiaodong, upon hearing that Wang Lingying was changing offices, came over to inquire about the reason. After listening to Wang Lingying's explanation, she was taken aback and jumped up. You need not be so alarmed. Du Qingchun mentioned that the assailant only sought to test his reaction and did not genuinely intend to kill me. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, I would have perished long ago, Wang Lingying replied calmly. I truly admire you. After such a significant event, you remain so composed. You are quite unafraid of death. Alas, your driver is rather unreliable. I know you have never heeded advice before. How have you changed to allow your bodyguard to influence your decisions? Xia Xiaotong remarked. Wang Lingying appeared slightly uneasy. He is only considering my safety. Xia Xiaodan, looking tense, said, you must be cautious from now on. By the way, your bodyguard is quite formidable. ISNT, what is the matter? Weren't you the one who said he chased off Hu Hao? Indeed, Hu Hao has practiced martial arts since childhood and yet suffered at Du Qingchun's hands, which shows he must be truly skilled. However, I'm not fond of him. I had no objections when you dismissed him. Yet I didn't expect you to defend him so fiercely, Xia Xiaotong commented. Chapter 24. The death of Wang Yang today's events at the entrance, including Feng Bing's dismissal and Du Qingchun's appointment as the head of security, have reached Xia Xiaotong's ears. Wang Lingying, feeling somewhat guilty, inquired. I need his protection for my safety. By the way, what brings you here? Xia Xiaodong's expression suddenly turned serious as she replied. The situation at the company is dire. Are you aware of the financial status? Please speak candidly. You're the true expert in this matter, Wang Lingying urged. Xia Xiaotong nodded, stating, to be frank, the financial issues are quite severe. The previous manager falsified accounts and embezzled over 20 million. If I am not mistaken, your uncle must have arranged for him to take that position, or at least someone from his circle. I anticipated this. I sought your help precisely because I knew the financial predicament would be my Achilles heel. I have already paid a hefty price to have that financial manager removed, Wang Lingying confessed, as if she had foreseen the complications. Did you know this all along? Xia Xiaotong pressed. Are you aware that numerous material payments have not been collected recently, amounting to nearly 100 million? This is highly abnormal for a company, with a debt rate exceeding 70%. This will inevitably lead to trouble. Is it truly that significant? Wang Lingying gasped. Look at this, Xia Xiaotong said, handing her a report. The more Wang Lingying examined it, the more overwhelmed she became. Eventually, she set the document down, a frown etched on her face. Many of these individuals are closely connected to my second uncle, while others are surely friends of my eldest uncle. They are conspiring against you. This is deliberate. Your situation is perilous. They have dug a significant pit for you, Xia Xiaotong remarked. What can be done? They have long desired to remove me from this company. Since they have found no leverage or excuse, they resorted to such underhanded tactics to replace me. Wang Lingying sighed. What are your thoughts? Xia Xiaodong asked. You are my chief financial officer and the vice president of the company. This matter is now entrusted to you. Let me know how I can assist. Wang Lingying smiled. Xia Xiaodong placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, I see through your intentions. You are setting a trap for me. I somewhat regret having boarded your ship. Regret accomplishes little. We must find a solution, Wang Lingying replied. And what solution might that be? Xia Xiaodong inquired. We must retrieve the funds, she asserted confidently. Rest assured, with my persuasive abilities, I will help you reclaim a substantial portion of debts. However, we must wait a few days. I just joined the company and need to familiarize myself with the situation. By the way, didn't you mention that Du Qingchun is quite capable? Let us have him accompany me to collect the debts. Perhaps you should ask him first, Wang Lingying suggested. Didn't you promote him to head of security? As a member of the company and your subordinate, can he refuse? Xia Xiaotong complained. Wang Lingying had no explanation. I will discuss it with him later. Xia Xiaodong suspiciously remarked. It seems you're hiding something from me. Not at all. Why do you consistently protect him? Because he can ensure my safety, Wang Lingying replied. I find that hard to believe. I suspect you are concealing something from me, Xia Xiaotong retorted, sensing Wang Lingying's unease. The conversation shifted back to the topic of Wang Yang, a retired soldier and an exceptional sniper during his service. After being recruited by the Wild Wolves, he became one of their prized assets. However, he seldom appeared in public, known only to a select few within the gang. Usually, he refrained from intervening in minor disputes, as his underlings could handle those matters. This time, however, the Wild Wolves dispatched him not for assassination, but for reconnaissance. After firing a few shots, part intimidation, part testing the waters, Wang Yang's heart raced when he spotted Du Qingchen several hundred meters away through his scope. The intensity of Du Qingchen's gaze sent shivers down his spine, as if the man were standing right in front of him. Overcome by fear, he hastily retreated from the 20-story building, opting for the stairs instead of the elevator. He immediately called the Wild Wolves. "Boss, this man is a master among masters. He is not to be trifled with. Return swiftly." The Wild Wolf's voice crackled through the line. "He has discovered my presence. I must retreat," Wang Yang exclaimed before the call abruptly ended. Stumbling, he collapsed, his eyes fixed on a woman clad in green, filled with awe and terror. You are the green-clad master." Blood poured from his mouth as he spoke, his throat gushing crimson from the fatal cut. The green-clad master regarded him coldly, offering no words. Her indifference was chilling. Meanwhile, at a bar in Jiangnan City, the Wild Wolf's countenance darkened as he promptly made a phone call. "Wang Yang is in trouble. You must go and check on him." Minutes later, his phone rang. "Have you located him?" he asked urgently. "Boss, we found him." A sigh of relief escaped the Wild Wolves. "That's good. Return quickly. The adversary is formidable." "Boss." Wang Yang has been killed. After hanging up, the Wild Wolves slumped on the sofa, surrounded by a few trusted subordinates, each a formidable warrior he had recruited at great expense. No one dared to speak, sensing the depth of his fury. After a moment, the Wild Wolves slammed his palm down on the marble table, shattering it. His underlings bowed their heads in fear. This display alone revealed he was a martial artist at the true Qi level, explaining his formidable reputation in Jiangnan City. Wang Yang is dead, the Wild Wolves stated ominously. The strategist of the Wild Wolves and a cunning ally, was integral to the gang's rapid expansion. "What? Wang Yang was killed?" Exclaimed in disbelief. "If even he was slain, the opponent must possess extraordinary skills. We must exercise extreme caution. Whoever he is, he must die. From this moment on, the Wild Wolves and he are sworn enemies. We have lost 3 brothers at his hands," the Wild Wolves vowed through gritted teeth. "Revenge is imperative. The Wild Wolves have never suffered such a loss. However, we must strategize carefully. We can only outsmart, not overpower, to avoid greater losses. The means to achieve our ends are of greater importance than the method," counseled. "What are your thoughts?" the Wild Wolves inquired, placing his trust in Go. After a moment of contemplation, Go replied, "I do have a strategy." Chapter 25, A Misunderstanding at 9:30 in the evening. Wang Lingying and Xia Xiaodong concluded their meal of skewers. "Why don't you spend the night at my hotel?" Xia Xiaodong suggested playfully. "Let me check on your health. I haven't seen you in years, and I truly want to indulge in your presence. Or perhaps I could give you a massage. I assure you, it will be more invigorating than you might expect." Wang Lingying was not as audacious as her. Her face flushed as she opened her hand and said, "Hey, could you please not be so lecherous? After all these years, haven't you changed at all? Still as lustful as ever. By the way, are you just as uninhibited abroad? I have no interest in Western men. Actually, I'm not interested in men at all. Only you stir any feelings in me." Gao Xiaodong laughed. "Yeah, right. What about that man on your computer screen? You're not interested in him? If I had the chance, I'd probably strip naked and throw myself on his bed, offering myself willingly. He has an exception. Honestly, if given the opportunity, I'd like to be his woman, even if only for one night." "Oh dear, you're obsessed. You should wake up soon. You might never see him again in this lifetime. Better find a boyfriend to soothe your restless heart," Wang Lingying joked, a rare moment of levity that only emerged when she was with her close friends. "Go away. I'm not interested. I'm still young. Thank you very much." Just then, a taxi arrived. Gao Xiaodong waved and got in, leaving. Wang Lingying took out her phone, about to call Du Qingchen, when suddenly a taxi stopped in front of her. An honest-looking driver greeted her. "Need a ride?" "No, someone's picking me up." Wang Lingying waved him off. "This place is not good for waiting. You'd better take a taxi. It's much more convenient. Besides, I'm about to finish my shift. I can give you a discount." The man smiled kindly. The more he insisted, the more wary Wang Lingying became. Although she hadn't let Du Qingshan follow her tonight, she hadn't forgotten her current predicament. The Wei family had already employed assassins to target Du Qingshan. There was no guarantee they wouldn't go after her as well. So she firmly refused. Suddenly, two men appeared beside her, one on each side, pressing knives against her waist. Miss Wang, be sensible and get in the car. Her face paled and her body trembled slightly. Who are you? What do you want? We're from the Wild Wolf Gang. The boss wants to see you. Your parents are waiting for you. If you don't want to die, or have them die, you'd better cooperate. I promise we won't hurt you. Her heart sank. She realized she had been too careless tonight. With no other choice, she got into the car. Once inside, Wang Lingying took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She reached in her pocket to call Du Qingshan, but one of the men swiftly snatched her phone away. Thinking of calling the police? Or notifying someone? The man asked coldly, No, where are you taking me? You'll find out soon enough. Don't worry, we're not after you. But if you're stubborn and force my hand, I won't hesitate to add a few more corpses to my count. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Terrified, Wang Lingying paled and said, Fine, I'll cooperate. You're targeting Du Qingshan, aren't you? She was not foolish. It didn't take long to suspect this. Exactly. Bruce, we're testing if he is truly sincere about you, the man said with a sly smile. It's useless. We're just ordinary friends. Catching me won't trap him. He won't fall for your tricks because of me. I know him well. Though she said this, her heart was uneasy. Precisely because she knew Du Qingshan, she understood this scheme would surely affect him. She had heard of the Wild Wolf Gang's notorious reputation. The thought of Du Qingshan falling into their trap filled her with dread. Your eyes don't lie. Now be quiet, the man said, scraping his nails with a small knife. Frightened, Wang Lingying dared not speak, her mind racing for ways to escape, only to dismiss each plan. She had never faced such a situation before, leaving her helpless and tearful. After work, Du Qingshan went drinking with two colleagues. They were warm company, and they drank until 10 o'clock, when Du Qingshan paid the bill and ended the gathering. After the two left by taxi, he took out his phone to call Wang Lingying, but it was unreachable, showing as switched off. He did not think much of it, assuming perhaps her phone had died. Driving back to the villa, where Wang Lingying had given him a key days before, he frowned upon finding no one home. Wang Yuanluan and his wife were also absent. Still, Du Qingshan did not worry, assuming Wang Lingying might be out for some late-night snacks or visiting Gao Xiaodong. However, by midnight, her phone remained unreachable. An unease crept in. He drove straight to the hotel and knocked on Gao Xiaodong's door. When there was no response, Du Qingshan pressed his hand against the lock, releasing a burst of energy that shattered it. He pushed the door open, heart pounding, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The spacious business suite was brightly lit. A figure lay sprawled on the sofa, not even wearing underwear, with bath bubbles scattered on the floor. It was neither Gao Xiaodong nor anyone else. At that moment, Gao Xiaodong awoke, startled by the door opening. Seeing Du Qingshan, she screamed, Pervert, help! Perhaps an instinctive reaction. Du Qingshan was about to leave, but hearing her cry, he swiftly stepped in front of her and covered her mouth. Don't scream, don't scream. Suddenly, he felt sharp pain on his foot as she stomped on it, followed by a kick aimed at his lower body. If he had not reacted quickly, the damage could have been severe. Then his palm stung. He had been bitten. Gao Xiaodong unleashed her full force like a small tyrannosaurus, seizing every chance to strike him fiercely. Du Qingshan felt utterly wronged. Here he was in the dead of night, being mistaken for a lecher. He immediately retreated, leaping aside and attempting to flee. Suddenly, Gao Xiaodong shouted fiercely, Du, if you dare run, I'll call the police right away. If Lingying finds out, you'll be fired. Her tone was not as agitated as before, but laden with hatred and threat. Du Qingshan froze instantly, unwilling to run. If this incident became public, he wouldn't be able to explain, and it would ruin Gao Xiaodong's reputation too. It's all a misunderstanding, Du Qingshan said bitterly. Shut up. Stand there and don't move or look at me. All right. Hurry up and put on some clothes. A few minutes later, Gao Xiaodong's voice called out, Okay, you can turn around now. Du Qingshan, still uneasy, asked, Are you dressed? Now, you're pretending to be a gentleman? What were you doing just now? Come here. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation tonight, I'm not letting this go. You filthy pervert, Gao Xiaodong threatened. Reluctantly, Du Qingshan turned around and saw Gao Xiaodong sitting on the sofa in pajamas. He felt a pang of helplessness. She still had not put on her underwear. This was truly a misunderstanding. He sat down and immediately began to explain. You came to me in the middle of the night. Now you say it's a misunderstanding. I've seen everything. If I hadn't reacted in time, would you have taken advantage of me? Gao Xiaodong sneered. Du Qingshun raised his hand, swearing. That is absolutely impossible. I have no feelings for you, honestly. What do you mean by that? Am I that ugly? Or am I unattractive to men? Do you realize how hurtful that sounds? Oof. No. What I meant to convey is that I truly did not intend to cause you any harm. My eagerness led me to seek out General Wang. Her phone was unreachable, and she had yet to return home. Were you not together enjoying skewers? I merely wished to inquire about her whereabouts. After knocking for an extended period without a response, my anxiety escalated, prompting me to force the door open and inadvertently create this significant misunderstanding. Du Qingshan had no choice but to explain patiently. Gao Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? You cannot reach Ling Ying? Indeed, her phone is off, and there is no one at home, Du Qingshan stated earnestly. But she parted ways with me at 9:30. She mentioned calling you for a ride. Did you not receive her call? Gao Xiaodong inquired. No, by 10 o'clock. Her phone was already off, Du Qingshan replied, his heart sinking. He immediately rose. Enough, we cannot waste any more time. I must leave. Wait, Gao Xiaodong, not wishing to dwell on the earlier incident, quickly stood up. I will accompany you to find her. No need, Du Qingshan resolutely declined. Stay here and await news. Rest assured, even if I must turn Jiangnan City upside down, I will locate her. His voice exuded authority and left no room for dissent, astonishing Gao Xiaotong. Gao Xiaotong regarded Du Qingshan with a peculiar gaze as he turned to leave. Once he had departed, she vigorously shook her head, suddenly regaining her wits, only to feel a sense of frustration. This rogue, has he truly escaped unscathed? She muttered in indignation. Yet, the thought of Wang Lingying still being unaccounted for filled her with concern. She was destined for a restless night. Outside the hotel, Qingyi was already waiting. I apologize. Had it not been for my last-minute engagement this evening, I would never have allowed her to be taken. Are you certain she has been abducted? Du Qingshan asked, furrowing his brow. Qingyi did not meet his gaze, stating, it has been confirmed. A staff member verified that she got into a taxi with 2 men. This cannot be blamed on you, Du Qingshan reassured her. He understood that Qingyi did not harbor fond feelings for Wang Lingying. In fact, there was an underlying hostility between them. Her claim of having urgent business was merely an excuse. She simply did not wish to involve herself in Wang Lingying's affairs. Perhaps she was unaware that someone would indeed use Wang Lingying to threaten Du Qingshan. Had she known, she would surely have intervened. No, I bear responsibility for this matter. Qingyi insisted. Du Qingshan replied, our priority now is to find her. Fortunately, it seems unlikely that they will harm her. Thus, she is presently safe. Regardless of who is behind this, they will reach out to me. Their true target is likely me. And what if she is harmed? Qingyi suddenly interjected, glancing at Du Qingshan before hastily lowering her head. Regretting her words, she noted the darkening expression on his face. Du Qingshan's voice turned menacing. Should anyone dare to harm her, I will annihilate their entire lineage. His words were not spoken in anger. They sent a chill down Qingyi's spine. Long ago, Du Qingshan had indeed eradicated an entire family for the sake of a woman, which led to him being forced into exile overseas. He was a man capable of such deeds. Du Qingshan continued, in any case, their methods have become utterly devoid of ethics. Using a woman to threaten me is wagering the safety of an innocent. This is something I cannot tolerate, and thus they will not have a favorable outcome. As the last words left his mouth, Du Qingshan's phone rang. It was unexpectedly from Wang Lingying's number. He answered immediately, remaining silent. The line was shrouded in stillness until a chilling voice finally spoke up. Du Qingshan, several of my brothers have perished by your hand. It is time to settle the score. Tomorrow morning at 8, meet me at the location I specify. You may bring your allies. Should you hesitate to come or alert the authorities, prepare to collect the remains of this woman and her parents. You'll come, won't you? Who are you? Du Qingshan inquired. Wolf. The wolf from the wolf gang? Yes. A glint of murderous intent appeared in Du Qingshan's eyes. Send me the address. I will be there tomorrow. However, let me remind you of 2 things. Go ahead. First, you had better not lay a finger on her. Otherwise, you shall suffer a most gruesome fate. I assure you. Second, you should gather all your men for tomorrow, for after that, I shall have the wolf gang expelled from Jiangnan City. Laughter erupted from the other end. No one has ever dared to speak so audaciously. You are the first. I await your arrival." The call ended, and a text message promptly followed. North City Hardware Warehouse. Du Qingqian's expression darkened as his eyes narrowed. Having followed him for years, Qingyi understood him well and recognized the murderous intent that had taken hold of him. "Brother Chun, where has she been taken?" "Tomorrow morning at 8, North City Hardware Warehouse." Du Qingqian articulated clearly. "All right, I will go rescue them right now." Qingyi responded without hesitation. Du Qingqian shook his head. "If you go now, they may not even be there." "Is there a military presence in Jiangnan City?" "Yes. 3 years ago, a regiment was stationed here, personally arranged by the Dragon King. And the commander is one of our own from the Qinglong combat team." Qingyi's eyes brightened with excitement. Du Qingqian nodded, feeling a flicker of gratitude in his heart. It was evident that the Dragon King had never truly neglected him. Having spent 3 years in Jiangnan City, with Zhu Ke providing protection all this time, he had even dispatched a regiment, underscoring his regard for Du Qingqian. "Who? Monkey?" Qingyi chuckled. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Du Qingqian's lips. "Let us go and pay him a visit." Du Qingqian led Qingyi straight to the military camp located outside the city. Chapter 27. The arrival of the Dragon Commander at midnight. The red secure phone suddenly rang, startling the soldier stationed by it. He quickly answered, Yes. I will report immediately." 2 minutes later, the commander, Ho Feihu, was awakened by the soldier. "What did you say?" Qingyi called. Ho Feihu asked, incredulity etched upon his face. The soldier replied, "Yes, she claims to be Qingyi and instructed me to inform you that she and the captain are en route to the military camp." "What? The captain is coming? Goodness." Ho Feihu sprang out of bed, hastily dressing while shouting, "Guard! Guard!" The guard rushed in from outside. "Sound the emergency assembly alarm. The station troops are to gather on the field within 5 minutes, fully equipped. Anyone who appears disheveled or is late will face military law," commanded Ho Feihu. The guard, startled, did not dare to question further and immediately set about his task. Soon, the camp was filled with the blaring of alarm bells, jolting countless soldiers from their slumber as they rushed from their barracks to the parade ground. Within 3 minutes, all soldiers were assembled, excluding those engaged in routine training outside. Over 10,000 station personnel were present. On the high platform, Ho Feihu, clad in a pristine general's uniform, scrutinized the soldiers with a grave expression. Behind him stood the chief of staff, deputy commander, and political commissar. Everyone wore puzzled expressions. It was unusual for the commander to call for an assembly in the dead of night, accompanied by the air raid alarm. This had never happened before. However, they were well aware of the commander's unique status, having been specially appointed from the Qinglong combat team, which was renowned as the foremost among the 4 elite teams of the Dragon Soul. Everyone knew of the legendary Qinglong war god, whose remarkable achievements for the Republic were unmatched. He single-handedly repelled a coalition of 5 nations, slaying 6 formidable foreign opponents in a single battle, earning him global acclaim. Thus, respect and awe for Ho Feihu were deeply ingrained among them. "Comrades," Ho Feihu proclaimed with a booming voice, "you have accompanied me to Jiangnan City for 3 years. Do you know why we have stationed our troops here? Now, I can reveal the reason." Instantly, every individual present held their breath, including the generals behind him, all equally intrigued. Jiangnan City does not necessitate a garrison. Yet, this formidable force has been stationed here for 3 years, engaging in endless drills without any specific missions. Why? One might wonder. It is because we are here to protect a single individual, who could possibly be worthy of safeguarding by tens of thousands of our soldiers. That person is none other than our army's undefeated legend, the Dragon Commander, the God of War, Qinglong. At this moment, the eyes of all present sparkled with fervor, excitement coursing through their veins. Among the millions in the Republic's army, only 4 are deemed war gods: the God of War Qinglong, the God of War Baihu, the God of War Zhu Ke, and the God of War Xuanwu. There are innumerable generals, yet only the Qinglong God of War has been granted the title of commander. This figure represents a legend, a myth within the military, embodying the true faith and reverence in the hearts of countless soldiers. In this moment, the spirits of the troops surged, for to guard the Dragon Commander is their greatest honor. Ho Feihu, equally exhilarated, declared aloud, "The Dragon Commander has been absent for a considerable time, but he has never truly left us. He has always been in Jiangnan City. Shortly, he will arrive here for inspection. Everyone, muster your spirits, display your utmost enthusiasm and vigor, and let the might of our iron army shine forth. Do not allow the dragon commander to think less of us. Anyone who dares to bring shame upon us before the dragon commander shall be expelled from the iron army. We cannot afford such disgrace. Do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. The chorus rang out in unison. All stood as resolutely as spears, brimming with excitement, their eyes ablaze with martial fervor. 10 minutes later, an off-road vehicle arrived at the military camp. Du Qingshun and Qingyi disembarked. The Iron Army commander, Hou Feihu, led 578 soldiers in welcoming their leader, standing at attention. Hou Feihu's expression was grave, his face flushed as he reported loudly to Du Qingshun. On either side of the barracks, military officers stood in formation, their ranks impeccably aligned. Behind them, within the confines of the courtyard, over 10,000 officers and soldiers stood in disciplined formation, steel rifles firmly held. With a crack, everyone saluted Du Qingshun in unison. "Greetings, Commander." The sound was exceptionally harmonious and resounding. Fortunately, this was a military-controlled area, far from urban dwellings, or else many would surely have been awakened. Du Qingshun's expression was complex. He looked at Hou Feihu, then at the officers and soldiers. Initially, he felt some annoyance at such grandiosity, and deep down, he had yet to fully reconcile with past events. Although the Dragon King had entrusted him with the legacy, he still felt some resistance. However, witnessing the admiration, respect, and devotion in the soldiers' eyes stirred something deep within him. It was as if he had returned to the battlefield, commanding 100,000 soldiers to repel a 1,000,000-strong coalition. The vivid memories of those moments ignited his inner fire. Du Qingshun solemnly returned the salute. "Comrades, you have worked hard to serve the people." The soldiers cheered in response. They gazed at Du Qingshun, regardless of distance or the ability to discern his features. They could feel the commanding aura emanating from him, a presence forged through countless blood-soaked battles, a demeanor only possessed by those who occupy the highest echelons of power. In truth, most of the soldiers present had never seen Du Qingshun, yet none doubted his identity. His overwhelming aura alone affirmed it. Who else but the god of war Qinglong could exude such a powerful presence, approaching them with such composure? "Ho General, allow the comrades to rest in place. Come with me, I have matters to discuss." After Du Qingshun spoke, he stepped aside. Hou Feihu turned to the soldiers behind him and commanded, "Stand at ease." He then hurried to Du Qingshun, beaming with a silly grin. "Boss, Qingge, you have finally returned. It's been 3 years. If it weren't for the Dragon King's orders, I would have sought you out long ago. You aren't mad at me, are you?" As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, though he still smiled, his voice wavering. "Monkey, when did you become so sentimental? You are a commander. Can you not show a bit of dignity?" Du Qingshun chided, though he too was moved. Monkey was a core member of the Qinglong battle team and one of Du Qingshun's trusted generals, having fought side by side through many trials. Their bond having been tested by fire and blood, stronger than brotherhood. Monkey grinned. "If the Dragon King hadn't said you were in Jiangnan City, I wouldn't have cared about a commander's title, let alone a marshal's. All right, I sought you out tonight for a matter." Du Qingshun shifted the topic. "Once we resolve this urgent business, we brothers shall find a chance to drink together and reminisce." Hou Feihu replied earnestly, "Qingge, the Dragon King has commanded that our Iron Army is your guard. We shall unwaveringly execute any orders you give. Simply command us. My wife has been kidnapped." Chapter 28. A private meeting. Hou Feihu's eyes widened in shock. "Boss, you're married? When did this happen? How come I didn't know?" Upon seeing Du Qingshun frown, Hou Feihu's eyes flared. "Who has the audacity to kidnap my sister-in-law? Tell me, and I will lead my men to eliminate him at once." "Are you familiar with the Wild Wolf gang?" Qingyi has investigated. The Wild Wolf is at the True Qi realm, with several formidable fighters under him and nearly 1,000 followers, known for their nefarious deeds. My command is simple. Let the Wild Wolf gang vanish from this world, restoring clarity to the skies for the common people. I guarantee the task will be completed. Do not think him a mere true Qi warrior. Even if he were at the true origin realm, should he provoke our army, I will ensure his annihilation. Du Qingshun continued, "I have a few more requests." After briefing Hou Feihu, Du Qingshun departed with Qingyi. "Farewell, God of War. Farewell, Dragon Commander." As the vehicle drove away, the echoes of a thunderous cheer resonated from the military camp. Upon returning to the city, dawn had broken. The two found a place to enjoy breakfast before heading directly to the hardware warehouse in the northern part of the city. At 8 in the morning, Du Qingshun arrived as promised at the hardware warehouse. It was a deserted site, vast in size, spanning several thousand square meters, with nearby factories having been demolished, leaving only this one warehouse standing. Inside, the goods had been cleared out, leaving behind merely a few damaged desks and chairs. The wild wolf had gathered his brothers today, numbering over 1,000. He understood that Du Qingshun was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, his capable subordinates would not have fallen one after another at Du Qingshun's hands. Yet, this grudge must be avenged. On one hand, it was for the wild wolf gang's honor. On the other, it was a matter of the several million promised by the Wei family. In the underworld, reputation is paramount. A promise made to the Wei family must be fulfilled. On either side stood several hundred wild wolf gang members, with the first two rows comprising over 100 armed with guns, while those behind wielded gleaming machetes. The wild wolf, along with the earth dog and the 4 mighty guardians of the gang, stood at the center. Behind them, Wang Yunlin and his wife were visibly battered, with handprints on their faces, trembling as they hung from ropes. Wang Lingying was bound to a steel column, showing no visible injuries, yet clearly terrified, her complexion pale. Outside the warehouse, several brothers were stationed as lookouts, and the main entrance stood wide open. What did you say? Only 2 people have come? The wild wolf furrowed his brow, incredulous. He had brought all his followers, expecting Du Qingshun to summon some reinforcements. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of the 2 who dared to enter alone. This infuriated the wild wolf. Let them in. Without needing to be told, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance. It was none other than Du Qingshun and Qingyi. 2 individuals entered at a leisurely pace, flanked by brothers who raised their weapons, aiming at the newcomers, while the henchmen brandished gleaming machetes. The display was formidable enough to intimidate even the faint-hearted. For ordinary individuals, weapons signified danger, especially with over 1,000 armed men present. Yet, Du Qingshun and Qingyi strode in as if oblivious to the threat, exuding an air of audacity that elicited admiration from the wild wolf, who clapped in approval. Du Qingshun halted in the center of the warehouse as the rear door slowly closed. The upper sections of the sidewalls, fitted with glass, were largely intact, allowing sunlight to pour in and illuminate the space. Upon noticing Wang Lingying bound to a steel pillar, and the Wang couple suspended lifelessly in the air, Du Qingshun's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Did I not remind you of 2 things during our phone call? Do you recall? He inquired of the wild wolf. The latter scoffed dismissively. What did you mention? I have no recollection. I warned you that should you harm even a single hair on their heads, I would obliterate your entire clan. Du Qingshun gazed at the wild wolf as though he were a mere specter. The intensity of his stare unnerved the wild wolf, who felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and was compelled to maintain his bravado. Du Qingshun, are you out of your mind? Can't you see the situation? I have over 1,000 men here, armed and dangerous. If you know what is good for you, kneel and beg for mercy, or at my command, you will be riddled with bullets and reduced to a pulp. Do you truly wish to meet your end in such a manner? His thunderous shout roused Wang Lingying from her stupor. Initially dazed, she was now acutely aware that Du Qingshun had ventured into this perilous situation alongside Qingyi, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. The notorious reputation of the Wild Wolf Gang was well known to her, far exceeding that of the Wei family. These were desperate individuals, armed and relentless. She had thought Du Qingshun would not come to rescue her, yet here he was. Overwhelmed with feelings of gratitude, guilt, and sorrow, tears streamed down her face. Why are you so foolish? Why did you come? You must leave, hurry, she implored him. Du Qingshun, however, had no intention of retreating. With a pained look at Wang Lingying, he expressed, I am sorry for the trouble you have endured. I will ensure your safety. He then turned to the wild wolf, asserting, this is a matter between men. Why involve her? You capture my wife and in-laws to force my hand. Now that I am here, let them go. Let them go? The wild wolf chuckled coldly. One of his subordinates interjected, Boss, we cannot let them leave unless he kneels and cripples himself. We must eliminate the woman first. If I'm not mistaken, our men fell to her hands. We cannot underestimate them. A cornered rabbit will bite. Impressed by a strategist's insight, Du Qingshun's expression darkened. The wild wolf nodded. Very well, if you want me to release them, then kneel and render yourselves powerless. Only then will I consider their freedom. Please do not. Wang Lingying cried out. Du Qingshun fixed his gaze on the wild wolf, enunciating each word. If you release them now, I can grant you a chance at survival. This is your final warning. What nonsense! What do you think you are? I have over 1,000 brothers here. Are you blind to the reality? The wild wolf retorted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Ah, so you rely on your numbers? Du Qingshun replied, you should have said so earlier. Let's see who truly possesses the greater strength. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. There are only 2 of them, right? Could there be others outside? The wild wolf glanced at his subordinate. I have stationed scouts outside. If anyone approaches, they will report back. Don't listen to him. The subordinate said, prompting laughter among the crowd. Moments later, Du Qingshun glanced at his watch and began counting slowly. 3. Laughter erupted. 2. The mirth continued. 1. The laughter ceased abruptly. Chapter 29. Divine Warriors. As Du Qingshun's voice faded, a thunderous sound erupted from outside, akin to the march of 1,000 troops. The ground trembling beneath them, accompanied by the deafening roar of helicopters. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air as a group of Special Forces soldiers, armed with automatic rifles, stormed into the warehouse from all sides, ropes in hand, descending from above. At least 30 soldiers flooded the space, reaching the second floor, where they released their ropes and aimed their weapons at the crowd. Do not move, or face immediate execution. The wild wolf was taken aback. His men were equally stunned. Was this a scene from a film? Special forces were real? Some quick-witted individuals rushed toward Wang Lingying and Du Qingshun, naively believing that capturing them would grant them leverage. They were sorely mistaken. Gunfire erupted, for members of the Wild Wolf gang fell lifeless. This was no charade. Fear gripped everyone as they faced the special forces. Their usual bravado evaporated, leaving them feeling like lambs led to slaughter. The situation was swiftly contained. Several special forces soldiers leapt from the second floor, 2 shielding Wang Lingying while others encircled Du Qingshun and Xingyi, their weapons trained on 4 directions. The soldiers' eyes sparkled with fervor. The wild wolf swallowed hard. As a formidable figure in the realm of martial arts, he believed he could contend with a few special forces soldiers, especially with his elite crew. Yet he hesitated, weighing the consequences of confronting military personnel. Even if he managed to escape, his life would be forever altered. As he hesitated, a shout broke through the tension. Through the shattered glass, dozens of helicopters hovered above, while fighter jets zoomed by. Suddenly, the door was smashed open. Not just the door, but walls on 3 sides were demolished, revealing at least 6 tanks aimed at the crowd, each equipped with machine guns trained on them. The members of the Wild Wolf gang nearly lost control of their bladders. Tanks, planes, special forces, what was happening? As the door opened slowly, they could see soldiers advancing in disciplined formation from 3 directions, an overwhelming display of military presence. This was the true embodiment of 1,000 troops. The sight left the suspended Wang couple, who had been drifting in and out of consciousness, utterly stunned. For the previous night until now, Ma Jinfeng had cursed Du Qingshun's ancestors countless times, but now she dared not utter a single word of reproach. Her thoughts silenced by the sheer magnitude of the scene before her. Although she was uncertain about the full extent of the situation, she understood that these soldiers had come to rescue her, and it was all orchestrated by Du Qingshun. What exactly was Du Qingshun's role? And how did he have connections with the military? Deploying over 10,000 troops was no trivial matter. One could not achieve such a feat without significant ties. At that moment, the couple began to reassess their understanding of Du Qingshun, feeling a sense of pride in their taciturn son-in-law. A group of soldiers, still in their special forces attire, charged through the entrance. The captain saluted Du Qingshun before commanding the members of the Wolf Gang to kneel with their hands on their heads, threatening immediate execution for any who dared to resist. Who would be foolish enough to defy such an order? They all dropped to their knees, surrendering without hesitation. Only the wolf remained standing, his expression a blend of confusion, shock, and fear. As a practitioner of true energy, being forced to kneel was a profound humiliation for him. However, the Special Forces captain had no patience for his pride. He aimed his weapon directly at the wolf, demanding he kneel. A bullet whizzed past the wolf's ear. In that instant, the last remnants of his arrogance were obliterated, and he fell to his knees. It did not matter if he were a master of true energy. Even a practitioner of true essence would have to submit in the face of such overwhelming military might. Outside, thousands of soldiers, tanks, and planes were mobilized, No individual strength could withstand such power. Several Special Forces members rescued Wang Yuanlun and his family, bringing them before Du Qingchen. The couple gazed at him with awe, too intimidated to speak. "Did you summon them?" Wang Lingying inquired. Du Qingchen nodded and asked with concern, "They did not harm you, did they?" "No." Wang Lingying hesitated, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a group entered through the main door, led by Hou Feihu, accompanied by 2 major generals and a colonel, followed by several guards. They all saluted Du Qingchen with fervor. Du Qingchen frowned slightly and said to Hou Feihu, "Thank you for your assistance, but this display is rather excessive." Hou Feihu chuckled. "It just so happens that we are conducting drills today. Maintaining peace and order is our duty as soldiers. Qingyi, please escort them home," he instructed. "Of course, please follow me." Wang Yuanlun and his wife dared not linger and left with Qingyi, but Wang Lingying remained behind. "You must be tired. Go rest. I will handle matters here and return shortly," Du Qingchen urged. Wang Lingying steadfastly replied, "I will not leave. Wherever you are, I shall be." "Very well." After Wang Yuanlun and his wife departed, Hou Feihu approached Wang Lingying and saluted, saying, "Please convey my regards to your sister-in-law." Wang Lingying was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Do not frighten her," Du Qingchen admonished Hou Feihu with a glare. "Sister-in-law, I'm a comrade of Chengge, bound by brotherhood through life and death. Hearing that you were kidnapped, I rushed here with my troops to rescue you. Rest assured, none of these scoundrels will escape. They dare to abduct you, and I will not let them go unpunished." Wang Lingying was astonished. She had not anticipated that Du Qingchen had such powerful friends. Was this the source of his confidence? However, considering the many secrets surrounding him, she soon accepted it. Chapter 30. The end of the wolf gang. Du Qingchen stepped forward, standing before the wolf, and calmly inquired, "Do you remember what I said?" The wolf looked up at Du Qingchen, a glint of malice in his eyes, and leaped at him. His intent was to subdue Du Qingchen, but he had miscalculated. Du Qingchen was the true powerhouse among them, far beyond the wolf's imagination. Before he could react, Du Qingchen launched a kick that sent him flying 10 meters away. With a pained cry, the wolf landed awkwardly. His subordinates, 4 formidable enforcers, 8 guardians, and 13 bodyguards, sought to seize the chaos as an opportunity to escape or take hostages. However, their naivety was their downfall. Gunfire erupted. Every single one of those who had jumped up, except the wolf, was reduced to a lifeless form. The wolf trembled in fear, lowering his head further. Upon hitting the ground, the wolf writhed in agony, his face contorted in pain, his energy center shattered by Du Qingchen's kick. This meant that all his skills were rendered useless, leaving him no different from an ordinary person. Wang Lingying felt a surge of anxiety. It was her first time witnessing Du Qingchen's fierce and commanding presence, so potent that it made her heart flutter. No woman could resist the desire to have her man appear strong and valiant in times of peril, rescuing her from the depths of despair. Though she was formidable, she was still a woman at heart. Hou Feihu sneered, and his men mirrored his disdain. To contend with Dragon Commander is to seek death. I warned you. If you dare lay a finger on them, I will annihilate your entire clan. I am not jesting, Du Qingchen declared, enunciating each word with conviction. Without needing to lift a finger, Hou Feihu drew his sidearm and aimed it at the wolf's forehead. Bang! Without uttering a single word, he pulled the trigger, executing the wolf instantly. So you're the dog of the earth. You have wreaked havoc for years, and much of it bears your mark. I have heard you are filled with malice. Hence, you too must perish. Mr. Du brother, please, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Spare my life. The earth dog pleaded, bowing in desperation. However, his pleas were in vain. Bang! Hou Feihu squeezed the trigger once more. Thus, the upper echelons of the wolf gang were eradicated, leaving behind only a disorganized rabble. Chengge, shall we take these individuals back? I assure you, I will deal with them properly and ensure they do not rise again. Hou Feihu proposed to Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen nodded. Very well, I entrust them to you. Bring these individuals back to the camp, Hou Feihu commanded, and they were all escorted away. Thank you for your trouble. We shall take our leave now. Du Qingchen said to Hou Feihu. I will drive you, Hou Feihu offered, leading the way. Du Qingchen took Wang Lingying's hand as they exited the warehouse. Hou Feihu opened the door of a military jeep, respectfully inviting them inside. As the jeep started, the soldiers instinctively parted to create a path. Salute! Came a shout from the crowd. All soldiers stood at attention, saluting Du Qingshan with solemnity. The atmosphere was quiet yet filled with fervor. Du Qingshan felt a rush of emotion, though he remained silent. Wang Lingying, observing the soldiers, felt a swell of excitement within her. Upon returning to the villa, Qingyi had departed, and Wang Yunlun and his wife sat on the sofa, seemingly still in shock. "Please come in and sit," Wang Lingying offered. Hou Feihu glanced at Du Qingshan, who nodded slightly in assent. "Very well, sister-in-law, we shall not impose." As they entered, Wang Yunlun and his wife stood upon seeing Hou Feihu, unsure of how to behave. Once seated, Du Qingshan poured a glass of water for Hou Feihu, who was deeply moved by the gesture, exclaiming, "Chengge, you are too kind." Du Qingshan inquired, "What prompted the sudden drill today?" Hou Feihu hesitated, then, realizing Du Qingshan's subtle cue, became serious. "Chengge, you have served in the military. You understand the importance of discipline. This is classified information. Please do not disclose today's events. The consequences could be severe. And you, sister-in-law, must also keep this confidential." Wang Lingying quickly assured him, "Rest assured, we will keep our lips sealed." Wang Yunlun and his wife echoed their agreement. After a brief conversation, Ma Jinfeng could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about Feihu. "Commander Ho, how did you and Xiao Du come to know each other? Is your relationship quite close?" Being a rather pragmatic individual, this question would significantly influence her subsequent attitude towards Du Qingshan. Commander Ho replied, "We served together in the same unit. We were comrades in arms, having fought together. Brother Chun even saved my life." Upon hearing this, Ma Jinfeng felt a surge of joy. Having a brother in arms like Commander Ho as her son-in-law was indeed impressive, and she took pride in it. Suddenly, her disdain for Du Qingshan lessened, and she began to accept this rather unassuming son-in-law. Perhaps having such a son-in-law wasn't so bad after all, though it seemed he lacked ambition. With her thoughts beginning to stir, Commander Ho took his leave, and the family respectfully escorted him to the door. The more they showed him respect, the more uncomfortable he became, feeling awkward about putting on airs in front of Du Qingshan. Once inside, the family found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Du Qingshan suggested to Wang Yunlun, "Dad, Mom, how about I take you to the hospital to tend to your wounds?" "No, no," Ma Jinfeng interjected. "You should focus on Lingying. We can manage on our own. It's just superficial injuries, nothing serious." She then took Wang Yunlun and left. Du Qingshan was somewhat surprised as he glanced at Wang Lingying, who also appeared uneasy. "I don't know what's wrong with her," she said. "You didn't sleep last night, did you?" "No, I didn't." "Then you should get some rest. You don't need to go to work today. I'll give you a day off. And you?" "I'll take a shower, change my clothes, and head to the office. Then I'll go to the office as well. You should call General Gao. She might be worried about you." Wang Lingying was taken aback. "She knows about last night?" Du Qingshan recounted the events of the previous evening. "Then I'll just say I'm going back to the old house. Please don't tell her. Commander Ho mentioned that this matter must remain confidential." "All right, I'll heed your advice." Wang Lingying hesitated, ultimately saying nothing further. After she finished her shower, Du Qingshan had already prepared breakfast. During their meal, Wang Lingying remained silent until they got into the car, at which point she asked, "Is Commander Ho truly your comrade?" "Indeed," Du Qingshan replied decisively. "And you saved his life?" "Yes," Wang Lingying observed. "Even though you are his savior, and I can tell he is an honest man, he is still a military leader. Therefore, it is unnecessary to trouble him further. Such favors diminish with each use. One must wield good steel wisely, for you may need his assistance one day." Du Qingshan regarded Wang Lingying with a peculiar look, feeling a sense of appreciation. While others might wish for a closer relationship with Commander Ho, Wang Lingying did not share that sentiment. This was indeed rare. "All right, I will follow your advice." "Why should I heed your advice?" Wang Lingying frowned. "Because you are my wife," Du Qingshan blurted out. Wang Lingying's face flushed as she replied, "We are merely pretend spouses. You must remember that. What if one day the pretense becomes reality? People can change, and I believe that eventually you will come to love me." Du Qingshan's words made Wang Lingying feel even more uncomfortable. Would there ever come a day when she felt a flutter in her heart? If it were yesterday, she would have vehemently argued against it. Yet after the events of last night, she found herself feeling somewhat guilty and uncertain. She shifted the topic. "Why does the Wolf Gang want to kill you?" Du Qingshan explained, "The Wei family hired them. The two assassins who shot at us on the road, including that sniper, were all from the Wolf Gang." Wang Lingying's anger flared. The Wei family truly has no morals. They dare to commit murder. You must be extra cautious from now on. Rest assured, I am already addressing the issues with the Wei family. A resolution will be forthcoming. I initially intended to let it go, but their actions crossed a line. Kidnapping you is an unforgivable sin. Du Qingqian's eyes narrowed, a hint of menace lurking within. What do you plan to do? Wang Lingying asked with trepidation. Do not worry. I won't take matters into my own hands. You said it yourself, violence does not solve problems. So I shall refrain from killing them. Wang Lingying was curious about how Du Qingqian intended to resolve the Wei family's troubles, yet he remained tight-lipped, leaving her hesitant to pry further. Upon arriving at the office, Du Qingqian returned to the security room and chatted briefly with his two colleagues before excusing himself. Just as he left, Gao Xiaodong entered the security room, her expression less than pleasant. Where's Du Qingqian? Wu Bo quickly replied, General Gao. Brother Chun might have stepped out for cigarettes. Is that so? Then I'll wait for him here, Gao Xiaodong declared, plopping down in a chair. Wu Bo's face paled. General Gao, you are extremely busy. Perhaps you should attend to your work. When Brother Chen returns, I will have him come to your office. Gao Xiaodong huffed. I must wait for this rascal today. Rascal? Both Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei shivered, realizing Gao Xiaodong was quite displeased with Du Qingqian. They wondered what mischief he had wrought to provoke her ire. Zhang Kuei, feeling helpless, suggested, General Gao. Brother Chen mentioned he had some matters to attend to and might not return until later. Perhaps you should head back, and we will notify him to seek you out. Going out during work hours for personal business? What does he think this is, disregarding the company? Gao Xiaodong stood abruptly. Zhang Kuei and Wu Bo shook their heads. We don't have his number. What? You don't even have his phone number? Gao Xiaodong found this hard to believe. We truly don't. She stormed out, heading straight for Wang Lingying's office. Seeing her furious demeanor, Wang Lingying frowned and asked, What happened? You seem rather agitated. Who has offended you? Isn't it that rascal Du Qingqian? Gao Xiaodong sat down, visibly displeased. What has he done to upset you? Wang Lingying inquired with curiosity. Gao Xiaodong burst out. He only told half the story last night, then hesitated, struggling for words. In any case, he has crossed me, and I intend to make his life difficult. Perhaps you should just fire him. He irritates me. Really going to fire him? Wang Lingying was somewhat conflicted, but ultimately agreed. Very well. You can notify the HR department to dismiss him. Ah, you truly plan to fire him? I was just joking. He is, after all, your driver and bodyguard. I saw him working diligently last night for your sake. He is quite responsible. Perhaps it's best to let it go. I must return now. Gao Xiaodong quickly retreated. Wang Lingying was left in a state of confusion, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Du Qingqian sat in a secluded tea house within the city, facing Qin Haoran, member of the Huangquan Chamber of Commerce, Jiangnan Province. Qin Haoran pays his respects to the president. Qin Haoran bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Du Qingqian regarded him. All right, take a seat. Qin Haoran cautiously perched on the edge of a chair, pouring tea for Du Qingqian with utmost care. Last time there were too many people. I cannot reveal my identity. Please forgive me, President. As per the Chamber's regulations, and at the request of Master Kaishan, I have transferred 40% of my assets to your name. Here is the list. He handed Du Qingqian an envelope. However, Du Qingqian did not accept it and said, Please manage it on my behalf. I called you here today to discuss a matter. Please, President, go ahead. I want to see the Wei family brought to ruin. Without inquiring about the reasons, Qin Haoran promptly replied, Understood. I will ensure it is done. Time. Du Qingqian inquired. With a firm resolve to resolve matters within 24 hours at most. Qin Haoran responded instinctively, without hesitation. Du Qingqian nodded in acknowledgement, advising him that if assistance was needed, he could seek out Wu Guoxiong and utilize the resources of the Chamber of Commerce. His ultimate goal was to bankrupt the Wei family swiftly, reducing them to utter ruin. Qin Haoran replied confidently, assuring that there was no need for Wu Guoxiong's aid. He intended to crush the Wei family as effortlessly as one would extinguish an ant. Once this matter is settled, I will have the God of Wealth reward you with points, said Du Qingqian. Qin Haoran's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Chairman, for your support. The Yellow Spring Chamber of Commerce is renowned as the most mysterious and formidable commercial organization in the world. Its membership criteria are stringent, requiring rigorous vetting. Upon entry, members surrender 40% of their assets to the Chamber and are obliged to pay annual fees amounting to millions. Despite these burdens, gaining entry into the Chamber remains the aspiration of many entrepreneurs, for membership grants access to invaluable resources, making profit-seeking endeavors remarkably effortless. The benefits reaped annually are beyond imagination. Furthermore, the Chamber employs a hierarchical system, allowing members to ascend from 1-star to 5-star status. While the principle is straightforward, actual promotion remains an arduous climb. Only Wu Guoxiong, in Jiangnan province, has achieved 3-star status, while Qin Haoren, after years of effort, has only managed to attain 2-star. The prospect of further promotion seems almost impossible. If Du Qingshan's promise of reward points could elevate Qin Haoren to 3-star status, it would be an immeasurable honor, with the highest level of privileges and support. Higher membership levels correlate with greater resource allocation, increased authority, and more substantial backing in times of adversity. All right, I await you good news. Go and handle your affairs, said Du Qingshan dismissively, waving him away. Qin Haoren dared not voice any complaints and eagerly set about his tasks. Du Qingshan then retrieved his phone and dialed Qing Es number. Are all arrangements in place? He asked. Qing Es voice responded. All evidence is being collected, and the operation can proceed as early as tomorrow. Du Qingshan hung up, summoned a car, and returned to his company. Upon entering the security office, Zhang Kuei appeared visibly terrified. Brother Chun, I'm truly defeated, he exclaimed. Du Qingshan, puzzled, asked, are you unwell? I genuinely admire you. You dare to strike the young master of the Hu family, which I respect. But now you've also provoked General Gao, Zhang Kuei explained. Gao Xiaodong? What happened to her? Du Qingshan frowned. Gao came to find you just now, demanding you return immediately to her office. She seemed furious, and those unaware might think you've slept with her. Zhang Kuei chuckled, covering his mouth. Wu Bo shot him a sharp glance. Hey, we're all brothers. How can you laugh at a time like this? Brother Chun, you'd better go see General Gao. Be sure to speak carefully. I remind you, better to offend a minor than a woman. And she's the vice president. One word from her, and we could all be fired. Women, you see, must be cajoled with sweet words. Make her happy, flatter her a little, nothing will go wrong. That's my experience, Wu Bo advised. Du Qingshan maintenait a composite façade. What's she upset about? I'll go see what kind of nonsense she's on about. After he left, Zhang Kuei sighed. Brother Chen is quite remarkable. I have a feeling his days as team leader won't last long. Wu Bo blinked. That just shows you don't understand women. Honestly, I think there's nothing to worry about. I'm just curious. Will sparks of romance ignite between Brother Chun and General Gao? Suddenly, Zhang Kuei nearly fell over. What are you talking about? When Du Qingshan knocked on the door, his heart was pounding. He had watched something he shouldn't have the night before and had managed to bluff his way through. But Gao Xiaodong was not so easily deceived. This was clearly a reckoning. Come in, Du Qingshan said, pushing open the door and shutting it behind him. Gao Xiaodong sat there, lost in thought, staring blankly at the report in her hands, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Vice President, you called for me? Du Qingshan asked cautiously. Her fierce demeanor from earlier had vanished. She suddenly regained her composure upon seeing him, her face flushing with embarrassment. You're only just now here, she exclaimed, slamming the desk. Du Qingshan could see her bravado was merely a fade. He chose not to expose her. Where have you been this morning? Were you deliberately avoiding me? Gao asked. Vice President, I wouldn't dare hide from you. Du Qingshan replied calmly, even smiling. You're still smiling? She beckoned him over. What's the matter? He asked wary. Come here, she commanded. What are you doing? He asked defensively. Just come over, she insisted. Why so close? If someone walks in and sees us, it could cause trouble, he said, trying to maintain distance. Seeing his disgusted expression, Gao Xiaodong was furious. Come here and explain what happened last night. You saw everything, so you owe me an explanation. Du Qingshan looked embarrassed. Explain what? It was a misunderstanding. I didn't see anything. Do you think I'm blind? Or are you blind? She retorted. Neither is my fault. Why were you sleeping without clothes? She continued. Don't you have a nerve to say that? You broke the door, forcing me to pay for a lock. People thought a pervert had broken in and almost called the police. He shot back. So what do you want me to do? I'm not taking responsibility, she said coldly. Du Qingshan, fearless as a pig in boiling water, declared, responsibility? You're dreaming. I want to be held accountable. Do you think I like you? You overestimate yourself. Her contemptuous expression made him slap his chest. That's fine. You scare me nearly to death. Get out. Now, Gao Xiaodong snapped. She was furious. No man had ever despised her so thoroughly, and it wounded her pride deeply. Du Qingshan's scheme succeeded. He turned to leave, casually saying, "Vice President, I'll be going now." Just as he reached the door, Gao Xiaotong called out. "Stop." Curious, Du Qingxin asked, "Vice President, is there something else?" Gao Xiaotong approached him, circling him a few times, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she laughed softly, her smile sending chills down his spine. "Are you all right, Vice President?" he asked with concern. "I'm fine," she replied sweetly. Her smile only made him more uneasy. Something about her expression suggested she was hiding something. "You're quite clever. I almost fell for it. Should you apologize for last night?" She teased with a half-smile. "Since I saw everything, I suppose I owe you an apology," Du Qingxin admitted. "I refuse," she replied decisively. His mind was in a turmoil. "What exactly do you want?" "It's simple. You owe me. From now on, if I ask for your help, you mustn't refuse. Otherwise, I'll tell General Wang you're a perverted lecher, and she'll fire you," Gao Xiaotong threatened, a hint of pride in her voice. Du Qingxin raised an eyebrow, displeased at being manipulated. "Hey, I've already taken a hit. You got your thrill, and you even hugged me. Do you still want to refuse to help?" Seeing his dissatisfaction, Gao Xiaotong challenged him further. "You're so full of yourself." "Fine, you agreed. Remember, I hold the power here." He sighed, resigned. All right. You said it yourself." Gao Xiaotong suddenly grinned triumphantly, as if her scheme had succeeded. Her smile making Du Qingxin feel utterly uncomfortable. She leaned close to Du Qingxin, their proximity palpable, before shifting to his side, gazing at him from a particular angle, a fleeting daze flickering in her eyes. She leaned towards his ear and whispered, "Do you find my body appealing? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Du Qingxin fled in disarray, while Gao Xiaotong erupted in laughter behind him, exclaiming, "This woman is truly formidable." As Du Qingxin emerged, he spotted Wang Lingying approaching from a distance. Attempting to evade her presence proved futile. Wang Lingying, having overheard Gao Xiaotong's laughter, questioned Du Qingxin with a hint of suspicion. "What did you do to provoke General Gao last night?" "Nothing at all," Du Qingxin replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. "Really? Truly nothing? Very well, you may go," Wang Lingying conceded. As Du Qingxin took a few steps away, she added, "By the way, I will be returning to the old residence for dinner tonight. You should head home after work." "Understood." Chapter 33. The Family Feast Overnight. The Wolf Gang was ousted from Jiangnan City. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. News of their downfall swiftly circulated among elite circles. Many applauded and spread the word, for the Wolf Gang had long been detested. Yet, the particulars of their demise remained shrouded in mystery. The only one who might grasp the truth was Wei Tong, who could only speculate. Just yesterday, he had spoken with the wolf over the phone, during which the latter assured him that Du Qingxin would soon be eliminated. However, upon attempting to reconnect this morning, he found the line completely dead. Soon after, he received news of the Wolf Gang's obliteration, igniting a sense of unease within him, as if an impending calamity loomed. Not one to be easily fooled, Wei Tong initiated an investigation and ultimately discovered that Du Qingxin was unscathed, as was Wang Lingying and her family. It was evident that the Wolf Gang's plans had failed, and their downfall was undoubtedly linked to Du Qingxin. Throughout the night, Wei Tong lingered in the hospital, consumed by worry. By noon, a barrage of bad news struck him. The company's stocks plummeted, suppliers and agents were breaching contracts, and a deluge of negative reports surfaced online. All signs pointed to a formidable adversary targeting the Wei family, exhibiting means and power of extraordinary magnitude. Wei Tong attempted to retaliate, yet found himself utterly powerless. Upon returning to his office, he wreaked havoc, smashing everything within reach and hurling insults at anyone he could. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. Core technical staff departed en masse, and several executives were taken by the Law Enforcement Association for questioning. Coupled with the negative reports surfacing online, Wei Tong realized the gravity of the situation. The Wei family had undoubtedly crossed paths with a significant figure. The methods employed by this adversary indicated a clear intent to dismantle the Wei family without a shred of mercy. The butler stood before him, head bowed, equally fraught with anxiety. With a furious crash, Wei Tong shattered his phone. "That old fool won't even answer my calls. What nonsense." The old fool he referred to as Liu Yin, the president of the Law Enforcement Association. The Wang family estate, nestled within a luxurious villa district, was the private domain of the Wang family. At the center stood the most opulent villa, the residence of Grandmother Jiang. At 7 in the evening, 5 tables were set for dinner. When Wang Lingying arrived, Everyone was already seated. Grandmother Jiang beckoned her to join, as if the previous unpleasantness had never transpired. She appeared in good spirits, at least on the surface. Wang Lingying's brow furrowed as she noticed Hu Hao seated beside her. Lingying, Hu Xiao has come expressly to see you today. You youngsters ought to get along well, especially since you're classmates, the grandmother remarked. Wang Lingying felt at a loss for words, harboring no fondness for Hu Hao. As Hu Hao attempted to speak, Wang Lingying coolly interjected, "This is a family gathering. It would be best if you refrain from speaking out of turn, lest it spoil the mood for everyone." Grandmother Jiang, her expression stern, chastised, Lingying, "How can you speak to Hu Xiao like that?" "Grandmother, please don't blame Lingying. If I hadn't gone abroad to study, she wouldn't be so upset," Hu Hao said. "But rest assured, I won't be leaving again. My parents have made it clear that my primary task now is to find a wife to bring home." Hu Hao laughed heartily, implying he was vying for Wang Lingying's hand. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, she chose to ignore him and continued her meal in silence. Throughout dinner, Wang family members treated Hu Hao with exceptional warmth, seemingly already considering him a son-in-law. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of disdain. The Wang family's decline was not without reason, as their members were short-sighted and indecisive. Initially, they sought to curry favor with the Wei family. But now that the Wei family was on the verge of collapse, Grandmother Jiang had clearly received word and was shifting her focus to the Hu family, which was far more powerful than the Wei family. If Wang Lingying were to marry into the Hu family, it would undoubtedly yield greater benefits for the Wang family. Ultimately, Wang Lingying remained a mere pawn in her family's schemes. The dinner proved uncomfortable for her. She sampled a few dishes before losing interest altogether. "Grandmother, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Wang Lingying stood to bid farewell, but Grandmother Jiang insisted, "If you're unwell, you should rest here. From today onward, your family may return to the old residence." "Thank you, Grandmother." Wang Yuanluan and his wife quickly expressed their gratitude. Wang Lingying replied, "No, I am quite comfortable staying elsewhere. I have grown accustomed to it." "You still think of that, boy?" With the Wei family's current predicament, it is evident to all that they are on the brink of extinction. There is no need for you to maintain a sham marriage. Tomorrow, you may conclude that union," Grandmother Jiang stated bluntly. Wang Lingying retorted with a cold smile, "And then what?" "To accept your arrangements and be reduced to a mere tool for the family. Marrying a man I do not love, is that it? What kind of talk is that?" Wang Yuanxin scolded. "We are family, all acting in your best interest. Is this how you speak to your elders?" "Uncle, why bother with such pleasantries? We all know the truth," Wang Lingying shot back. Wang Yuanming counseled Lingying, "As a member of the family, we must uphold unity. When the interests of the family clash with personal desires, we should unreservedly choose the former. Do you lack this understanding?" "Uncle, there is no need for such grandiloquent rhetoric. I do not possess such elevated awareness. I'm already married, and I have a husband. I have no intention of divorce at this time, so there is no need for you to plot against me." Wang Lingying firmly rejected their advances. Wang Yuanluan could not help but interject, "Mother, in truth, Xiao Du is quite a decent person. I have faith in Lingying's judgment. Perhaps you should take the time to understand him. He truly is exceptional." Indeed, Ma Jinfeng quickly added. "Xiao Du is not without merit. Since Lingying likes him, you should not pressure her. Furthermore, should she divorce, it would tarnish her reputation." "Enough." Grandmother Jiang slammed the table. "Old third, have you been bewitched during your brief stay? You have truly disappointed me." Wang Yuanluan and his wife fell silent, disheartened. "Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss more pressing issues." Madame Jiang abruptly interjected, stating that the southern city was set for development, with the land auction already concluded and the plot had been acquired by the Hongfei Group. "I trust everyone is somewhat familiar with the Hongfei Group, a veritable titan of wealth with assets exceeding 100 billion. Should we manage to establish a connection and secure a project, it would hold immense significance for the Wang family. However, we must first amass a fund of 500 million. Young master who has assured us that he will find a way to arrange some projects for us. Thus, I urge everyone to expedite the retrieval of funds. Anyone who dares to hinder this endeavor shall not escape my displeasure, regardless of who it may be." As her words lingered in the air, the Wang family members present displayed expressions of astonishment, quickly followed by a tinge of unease. They had often benefited from the company, but given Madame Jiang's temperament, should the funds fall short, she would undoubtedly expect everyone to contribute out of their own pockets. Yet who would willingly part with their hard-earned money? That would be akin to draining their very lifeblood. Wang Lingying cast a puzzled glance at Hu Hao. Can you truly provide project for our family? Hu Hao replied with a smile. My uncle is the project manager at Hongfei Group. Securing a few projects will certainly not be an issue. By the way, my uncle holds you in high regard and has asked me to invite you over for dinner sometime. Would you be available? He felt a sense of pride, believing he had grasped the Wang family's lifeline at a time when they desperately needed support. This promise was akin to a timely gift in a snowstorm. Regardless of motives, be they personal or professional, Wang Lingying had to maintain a cordial relationship with him. Even if it meant engaging in superficial pleasantries, he was determined to seduce her, to capture moments on video as leverage, compelling her compliance. Regrettably, he underestimated Wang Lingying. I am not available, she stated, turning on her heel to leave. Madame Jiang, infuriated, could do nothing to deter Wang Lingying. Upon returning home, she felt utterly drained. Sitting on the sofa, she lost herself in thought, motionless. Time passed, and eventually, Du Qingshun emerged from his room, switched on the living room light, and upon spotting Wang Lingying sitting there, paused in surprise. When did you return? I was just about to call to pick you up. I've been back for a while, Wang Lingying replied, coming back to her senses. Are you unwell, or is something troubling you? Du Qingshun inquired, pouring a glass of warm water and placing it before her. Wang Lingying accepted the glass, taking a sip. Thank you. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. I figured you might not have eaten well, so I prepared extra dishes. I'll heat them up for you. It'll be ready shortly. Du Qingshun smiled faintly as he headed into the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Lingying felt a surge of warmth, a tender sensation enveloping her heart. Soon, the aroma of savory dishes wafted from the kitchen. Lost in her reverie, she barely noticed as Du Qingshun set the table. It was a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, yet both the presentation and flavor tantalized her appetite. Have you eaten? She asked. Du Qingshun, seated across from her, smiled. I have. Was this prepared just for me? Yes. Oh. Wang Lingying began to eat, while Du Qingshun rested his chin on his hand. Observing her, could you refrain from staring at me? You are quite captivating. I cannot be blamed for it. When did you become so silver-tongued? Du Qingshun rubbed his nose sheepishly. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's been these past few days. Wang Lingying fell silent, her cheeks tinged with a blush, a flicker of delight igniting within her. Is it not a cause for joy to be admired by a man? After the meal, while Du Qingshun washed the dishes, Wang Lingying ascended the stairs to shower and change in her nightwear. Upon emerging from the kitchen, Du Qingshun noticed Wang Lingying descending from upstairs and asked, Are you not going to sleep? I'm not tired. Wang Lingying settled into the living room, and Du Qingshun hesitated to return to his room. Instead, he sat beside her. By the way, where are your parents? He inquired curiously. They have returned to the ancestral home, Wang Lingying replied. Du Qingshun cautiously remarked, So, Madame Jiang must have realized the Wei family's current plight and finally relented, no longer pressuring you? Indeed. Are you suggesting we should consider divorce? Wang Lingying lowered her gaze, unable to meet Du Qingshun's eyes, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Du Qingshun mentally chastised himself for broaching such a topic, realizing it was akin to digging his own grave. In truth, this life had its merits. Wang Lingying, however, would not soften her stance. It may need to last a while longer. Tonight, Madame Jiang invited Hu Hao for a visit, intending to marry me off to the Hu family for profit. Du Qingshun narrowed his eyes slightly. Madame Jiang is truly becoming senile. Power can indeed cloud one's judgment. She once cherished me dearly, but as the family fell into decline, the burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon her. Sometimes, I reflect on how exhausting it must be for her. The more one values something, the more easily one can become consumed by it, Wang Lingying mused. Indeed, power has a remarkable ability to transform a person, Du Qingshun replied, his brow furrowed, a hint of bitterness and conflict evident in his eyes. At that moment, Wang Lingying noted his expression and asked curiously, You seem deeply affected by this? Not particularly. If you wish, you may share your story with me. Keeping everything bottled up can be detrimental. Du Qingshun forced a faint smile. I'd rather not. Those events are long past. However, some matters must be faced eventually. Evasion 1T resolve anything. It's just not the right time. Now let's get some rest. Good night. He rose and retreated to his room. Watching his silhouette fade, Wang Lingying was left in contemplation. That night, neither of them slept well. Du Qingshun was lost in memories of the past, while Wang Lingying pondered the uncertainties of the future. A new day dawned beautifully, yet for some, it would prove to be the darkest day of their lives. At 8 in the morning, Wei Tong had just risen and made his way downstairs when a group barged in. Lu Zian, the president of the Enforcement Association, had arrived with his team. "What is the purpose of your visit, President Lu?" Wei Tong inquired, his brow furrowed. Lu Zian sighed, a hint of sympathy in his voice. "Mr. Wei, I regret to inform you that I must take you back for questioning today. Is it truly necessary? I'm afraid I have no choice. The evidence is irrefutable, and I must enforce the law strictly. Can we speak privately?" Wei Tong asked. Lu Zian hesitated before signaling for his team to step outside, leaving just the two of them in the living room. Wei Tong poured Lu Zian a cup of tea, and they sat down. 50 million. Lu Zian shook his head. 100 million. Lu Zian smiled slightly, remaining silent. 200 million. 300 million. 500 million. This is all my savings. You know how severely the company has declined from yesterday until now. I seek nothing but the safety of my family. Wei Tong sighed. Lu Zian replied earnestly, "Brother Wei, we have known each other for many years, and I do not wish to deceive you. Not only 500 million, but even if you offer me 500 billion, I cannot release you. Moreover, your bank accounts have been frozen, and the company is heading towards bankruptcy. Several banks have already taken legal action against you. Your wife and son have also been taken from the hospital, so you must accept your fate." Observing the anticipation on his face, Lu Zian pondered for a moment and replied, "You are indeed correct. Qin Haoran is merely a pawn. Do you truly remain oblivious as to who is orchestrating this against you? Reflect on your recent adversaries and the enmities you have fostered. Surely you must comprehend. The Wolf Gang is formidable. Even our law enforcement association finds them daunting. Yet, in a single night, they vanished without a trace." Wei Tong's complexion paled. Incredulous as he exclaimed, "Are you implying that the same person who dealt with the Wolf Gang is also targeting my Wei family?" Lu Zian nodded affirmatively. Wei Tong's mind was a tumult of confusion. After a moment's reflection, clarity began to dawn, yet disbelief persisted. Impossible. It cannot be. Du Qingshun is merely an orphan. How could he possess such power? That is due to your lack of understanding of him, Lu Zian sighed. Wei Tong trembled as he inquired, "Who is he, truly?" This time, Lu Zian refrained from answering, stating, "It is not that I wish to withhold information. I too have my challenges. To him, I am but a lowly figure, and I do not wish to provoke someone of his stature. Even the most esteemed official in the province would tremble in his presence. He is not someone we can afford to cross. I assure you, there are but a handful nationwide who could contend with him." Wei Tong nearly lost his composure. Although Lu Zian did not elaborate, it did not hinder his imagination, and the more he contemplated, the more trepidation gripped him. "You should consider yourselves fortunate to have preserved your lives. If blame must be assigned, it lies with you and your father for provoking that girl from the Wang family. Accept your fate. Once inside, strive for reform. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, you may emerge anew. Money can be regained, but once life is lost, all is forfeit." Upon hearing Lu Zian's words, Wei Tong appeared to age a decade. His expression dulled as he nodded. "Very well, I accept my fate." The downfall of the Wei family came without warning, abrupt and cataclysmic. Naturally, it sent ripples through the community. As a premier family in Jiangnan City, boasting assets in the billions, their collapse was swift and total. This event underscored an age-old adage: when a wall falls, many will push. Those who had once allied themselves with the Wei family hastily distanced themselves, while many others reveled in their misfortune. As for those offering assistance, perhaps a few existed, but their efforts were now inconsequential. The sheer power displayed by Qin Haoran was sufficient to instill fear in many, especially with the presence of prominent business magnates from the provincial capital adding to the intimidation. At this juncture, aiding the Wei family would not only be futile, but could ensnare one in peril as well. It was clear that fools were rare in this world, and no one wished to undertake such a thankless endeavor. Old Madame Jiang felt fortunate not to have allied with the Wei family, for otherwise, the Wang family would undoubtedly face repercussions. The Wei family's assets were systematically consumed by Qin Haoran, who could no longer maintain his previous low profile. Now, whenever his name was mentioned, it was accompanied by a sense of trepidation. Who could have anticipated that the typically affable Qin Haoran would suddenly strike against the Wei family with such ferocity? On this particular day, Wang Lingying had scarcely settled into her office when Wang Yuanxin arrived. "Did my uncle summon me for something?" Wang Lingying inquired without rising to greet him, her demeanor indifferent. I merely wish to check on my niece. Indeed, I just took a stroll and observed that the employees are quite diligent, Wang Yuanxin replied with a smile. Wang Lingying remained silent, fully aware that her uncle's visit must pertain to a matter of significance, likely unfavorable to her. As anticipated, Wang Yuanxin, noticing her lack of response, could no longer contain himself and stated directly, "Your grandmother has sent me with a message. This month, the company must allocate 200 million in funds. As our group is set to collaborate with Hongyun Group soon and requires a substantial capital infusion." What? 200 million? Wang Lingying responded incredulously. Surely, my uncle is jesting. We are merely a subsidiary, and our annual profits barely reach 100 million. Expecting me to provide 200 million is utterly unreasonable. I concur with you. But your grandmother subsequently revised her request, insisting that you prepare 100 million. You cannot refuse this time. She made it quite clear that if the funds are not delivered by the end of the month, you may find yourself reassigned to headquarters, Wang Yuanxin explained. Wang Lingying's expression darkened. 100 million? Is that not excessive? If my uncle could assist in recovering the client's debts, I might be able to scrape together 100 million. The company has always been under your management. I wish to assist, but I am powerless to do so, Wang Yuanxin chuckled. Wang Lingying retorted, "If I am reassigned, who will take my place? Will it be you, dear uncle?" "That, I cannot say. It is entirely up to your grandmother's wishes. Furthermore, she mentioned that should you fail to complete this task, your position on the board will also be at risk." As she toyed with a pen, Wang Lingying's hand trembled slightly. She did not outwardly display her fury, but internally, her anger reached a boiling point. Clearly, the family intended to sideline her. As one of the board members, she held voting rights on family matters and received substantial annual dividends. Losing her position on the board would not only diminish her annual earnings, but also strip her of the privilege to partake in core family affairs, effectively relegating her to the periphery. To fight for mere pride is futile. My father, Wang Yuanlun, has already fallen out of favor, and if I too am marginalized, then the lineage of the third branch will surely come to an end. This is something I cannot abide. Uncle, do you not consider this to be exceedingly insidious? Wang Lingying could not help but voice her concerns. Wang Yuanxin chuckled. Why speak so harshly? You will eventually marry. The family business cannot be yours indefinitely. Can it? Is there truly a problem with that? Moreover, your grandmother has indicated that if you agree to divorce Du Qingxin and marry Hu Hao, you will be hailed as the family's greatest benefactor. In such a case, the family will ensure you receive a substantial dowry, and your share of the company's dividends will never diminish. Shameless. With the Wei family now a relic of the past, you need not remain tied to Du Qingxin. You are far too exceptional to settle for such a worthless husband. This reflects poorly on you and our entire family. Ou à fa surpasse Du Qingxin. Why persist in this futile contest of wills with the family? Wang Yuanxin insisted. Chapter 36. This man is no good indeed. I am contesting with the family. Are you not treating me as a bargaining chip to exchange for your own interests? If I cannot control my own happiness, then neither shall anyone else. Let me be clear. I have chosen to marry him, and I have no intention of considering divorce anytime soon. You may as well abandon that thought. How you choose to treat me is no longer of consequence. I await your actions. However, if you seek to leverage me for an alliance, I must decline. Since you hold Hu's family in such high regard, why not have your daughter marry Hu Hao? Wang Lingying asserted firmly. Wang Yuanxin bristled with anger. He would indeed consider marrying Wang Shui to the Hu family, but that would require their interest as well. Hu Hao was infatuated with Wang Lingying, but showed no regard for Wang Shui. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? I am your uncle. I am only looking out for your best interests. I cannot bear this burden, uncle. Please take your leave, Wang Lingying stated, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Wang Yuanxin huffed in irritation and stormed out. He nearly collided with Gao Xiaotong upon exiting. Once he departed, Gao Xiaotong entered, her face a mask of shock as she questioned, Lingying, I overheard your conversation. You actually married Du Qingxin? Surely you jest. You heard everything? Wang Lingying replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. Indeed, I heard it all. Is it true? Gao Xiaotong's expression was fraught with concern. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lingying confessed. At this point, I shall not conceal it any longer. Yes, I have married him. Why? Gao Xiaotong looked utterly incredulous. He shouldn't be your type. He seems so ordinary. Merely a passerby among the crowd. Hardly memorable. After all, you were once the belle of the capital university. And I've heard you are still regarded as the most beautiful in Jiangnan City. How did you end up with him? This situation was quite complex. Come on, tell me all about it, Gao Xiaodong urged, clearly intrigued. Wang Lingying frowned. Are you really this nosy? Hurry up and explain, it's important, what's going on? Gao Xiaodong had already pulled Wang Lingying onto the sofa. Reluctantly, Wang Lingying recounted the entire story, omitting, of course, the part about her drunken indiscretion with Du Qingchen. After listening to her tale, Gao Xiaodong was left dumbfounded. This story is so kitsch. I once read a web novel called Fingyan Longxiu, and the plot was strikingly similar. It turns out life is truly a long narrative. What? Someone told me. So, your family expects you to divorce him now. Why haven't you? The Wei family is in ruins, and there's no need to maintain this marriage, Gao Xiaodong queried. Wang Lingying felt a bit disoriented as she replied. I still don't want a divorce. Why not? You can't possibly have developed real feelings, can you? Gao Xiaodong's expression was exaggerated. Wang Lingying reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, exclaiming, of course not. It's just that the timing isn't right. How's it not right? I want him to be a shield. I still need him to fend off Hu Hao. He already knows I'm married, and if I divorce, won't he pester me to death? You know very well what it's like to be entangled with him. Wang Lingying hastily concocted an excuse. In truth, she was unsure of her own feelings, but was certain of one thing. She was not ready for a divorce. She dared not delve deeper into her reasoning. Perhaps it was habit, perhaps a sense of gratitude, but she would never admit to being moved. Gao Xiaodong, not overthinking it, nodded. That makes sense. However, you should be cautious. This man is not to be trusted. She warned earnestly. Wang Lingying was taken aback. Is he really as bad as you say? I don't think he's that terrible. Not terrible? If he were not, then there would be no bad people in the world, Gao Xiaodong pouted. You must not be deceived by his facade. Otherwise, you may suffer greatly. All right, I understand. I will be careful, Wang Lingying said, eager to conclude the topic. Gao Xiaodong added, fine, but I don't want to stay in a hotel anymore. Then find a place online. Once you do, I will accompany you to view it. The company will cover the rent, Wang Lingying replied. I don't need to rent. I'll move in with you tonight. I will keep an eye on him. After all, it's too dangerous for you to live alone with him, Gao Xiaodong stated seriously. Wang Lingying chuckled at the absurdity. But considering Gao Xiaodong was in unfamiliar territory and her parents had moved away, it made sense for her to move in. Thus, she readily agreed. After changing the subject, Gao Xiaodong frowned. I also heard your second uncle's words. Your family is putting pressure on you, preparing to usurp your position. Yes, my situation is quite dire, Wang Lingying confessed, frowning. I've reviewed the company's financial status. $1 billion is still attainable, provided we can recover all debts. But how? I've sent people to urge them countless times, yet they always come up with excuses to delay. I really can't do anything. After all, the company relies on these clients for growth, and I can't afford to sever ties. They 1T outright default. They just want to wait until I'm out of the picture before settling their debts. Wang Lingying lamented. Your situation is perilous, beset by internal and external troubles. There's only one solution. What solution? Recover the debts. Gao Xiaodong stated matter-of-factly. Wang Lingying felt exasperated. And how do you propose I do that? I'll help you collect them. Repaying debts is only fair. This is outrageous. This afternoon, I will go collect the debts. Just watch, with my persuasive skills. I guarantee I will recover the money. Once we tackle a few, the rest will follow suit. This is what they call setting an example. Gao Xiaodong declared confidently. Wang Lingying, however, felt skeptical. Are you sure you can manage that? Why not? And if I can't, doesn't your husband also have a role to play? Ugh. I mean Du Qingchen. I'll have him accompany me to collect the debts, Gao Xiaodong said. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of worry. If he goes, won't that stir up trouble? She had come to know Du Qingchen a bit better. Despite his courteous demeanor towards her, he was often brusque with others, and a disagreement could easily escalate into violence. The Wei family and the Wolfgang were living examples of this. All right, just be cautious. Many of our clients are construction bosses with low education. They tend to approach problems in a straightforward and brutal manner. Ensure your personal safety, Wang Lingying advised. Understood. Chapter 37. Provoked, Part 1. Gao Xiaodong dashed out briskly, embracing her decisive nature. After leaving the office, she returned to gather some materials before seeking out Du Qingchen. What? You want me to accompany you to collect debts? Du Qingchen instinctively recoiled at the thought of being alone with Gao Xiaodong, promptly refusing. Isn't that the responsibility of your finance department? I'm a security captain, you understand? Exactly. You are the security captain, and ensuring my safety falls within your duties. And what happened to your promise? Have you forgotten already? Isn't integrity important to you? Gao Xiaodong pressed. Du Qingshen remined unmoved. I'm not going. Gao Xiaodong huffed. Is it embarrassing to go out with me? I'm giving you a chance to broaden your horizons. Furthermore, this is a task assigned by President Wang. Are you really going to refuse? She would be quite displeased. Upon hearing it was Wang Lingying's request, Du Qingshen's attitude shifted instantly. Fine, I'll accompany you. But I will only ensure your safety. I want to get involved in the debt collection. That's not necessary. Just come with me. Gao Xiaodong shot him a glare and turned to leave. Du Qingshan obediently followed behind her. When they reached the parking garage, Du Qingshan was about to get into his car, but Gao Xiaodong snatched the keys from him. What are you doing? He asked. What do you think? I'm driving. I don't trust you behind the wheel, Gao Xiaodong retorted. Du Qingshan felt a bit sheepish. Well, that's a fair point. When I drive, it can get a bit wild. The Porsche was indeed different. Just hold on tight. Gao Xiaodong grinned mischievously at him. Du Qingshan chuckled. You're not planning on speeding, are you? Just make sure you don't wet your pants. Gao Xiaodong teased. If you do end up soiling yourself, I'll feel embarrassed for your wife, he replied. Bewildered. Stop pretending. You're quite something, Du Qingshan. You managed to win over my best friend and even dared to act improperly towards me. You better hope I don't find anything incriminating about you, or I will ensure she divorces you. Du Qingshan was at a loss for words. What do you mean by that? Realizing that reasoning with women was futile, he decided to remain silent. As Gao Xiaodong drove onto the main road, excitement sparkled in her eyes as she pressed the accelerator, sending the car soaring forward like an arrow. Du Qingshan raised an eyebrow slightly, yet he sat firmly in his chair, arms crossed, as if his body were glued to the seat. The tremendous force of acceleration did not alter his form. He remained utterly still. This left Gao Xiaodong somewhat disappointed, as she had intended to assert her dominance over him. Unlike Wang Lingying, who was as cold as ice, she was fiery and passionate. For instance, her love for racing was intense. She was utterly devoted to it, while Wang Lingying would never appreciate such thrilling endeavors. During her time abroad, Gao Xiaodong had sought out several race car drivers to hone her skills, participating in numerous amateur competitions and securing several championships. Thus, while she acknowledged her limitations compared to professionals, she was undoubtedly a master among amateurs. As she drove her Porsche, accelerating to 160 miles per hour, weaving through traffic with fluid grace, Du Qingshan nodded in silent approval. However, for safety's sake, he felt compelled to caution her. Once your speed exceeds 120, the likelihood of survival in the event of a collision diminishes to nearly zero. Don't worry about me. You probably don't realize my prowess. I'm still a virgin, yet I cannot bear the thought of an untimely demise. If you're afraid, plead for mercy, and I might let you off. Gao Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly. As she overtook cars one by one, her exhilaration grew. This was the life she craved, full of passion. Unfortunately, Du Qingshan remained unfazed. Since you fear nothing, I, a grown man, shall also remain unperturbed. So go ahead and race. I wish to take a nap. With that, he indeed closed his eyes and began to doze off. Gao Xiaodong felt a surge of irritation and deliberately tapped the brakes several times, hoping to provoke a reaction from Du Qingshan. Yet, he remained as steady as a rock, unaffected by her antics. In no time, he began to snore, which only fueled her anger further. Yet she was left with no choice but to regard him with newfound respect. After all, such composure was rare. Many men who had ridden with her had screamed and panicked. Du Qingshan was indeed a rare calm presence. Soon, Gao Xiaodong decided to disregard him entirely, focusing solely on the thrill of speeding, which was exhilarating. However, this state of bliss was short-lived as a sports car appeared in her rearview mirror, seemingly intent on challenging her. The driver, with the window rolled down, waved at her. Hey, old classmate, want a race? Upon noticing Du Qingshan busied Gao Xiaodong, Hou's expression soured, but he forced himself to suppress it. Let us race. Who is afraid? Gao Xiaodong pressed the accelerator to the floor, her car surging forward once more. Yet soon, the Ferrari caught up again, and a 15 or 16-year-old girl leaned out of the window, giving Gao Xiaodong a thumbs up and taunting. Hey sister, your driving skills are pathetic. You're crawling like a turtle. Gao Xiaodong's face flushed with anger. How could she let a mere child look down upon her? Despite her driving skills, the girl's car was clearly modified and far superior to her Porsche. Nevertheless, Gao Xiaodong could not restrain her pride. She remained silent, and continued to speed ahead. The Ferrari soon caught up again, and the girl muttered something before speeding off. Enraged, Gao Xiaodong pushed her speed to 200 miles per hour, relieved that the road was relatively clear, allowing her to indulge in her reckless abandon. Du Qingshen interjected. If you don't reduce your speed, I can guarantee that it won't be long before you meet your demise in a car accident. Your heart is racing, and their car is superior. There is no need to act foolishly. By the way, the car isn't yours. It belongs to my wife. You may wish to die, but I am innocent in this matter. If anything happens to me, you will never find peace. Gao Xiaodong huffed. Mind your own business. Yet despite her words, she complied and reduced her speed to 160 miles per hour. At least she retained some semblance of reason. Du Qingshan smiled and opened his eyes. Rest assured, if I'm not mistaken, they will be waiting for you up ahead. Oh, and heed my warning. Do not provoke that girl you just encountered. Do you know her? Gao Xiaotong was taken aback, still irked at the girl. Du Qingshan replied, I do not know her personally, but her name is well known. Moreover, she has a fiercely protective brother, a formidable figure in the capital, renowned for his reputation. How do you know? Gao Xiaotong felt a jolt of alarm. Could this girl be from one of the 4 prominent families of the capital? If that were the case, she dared not provoke her further. Just a hunch. Du Qingshan grinned. Do you believe me? Gao Xiaodong opened her mouth, but ultimately let out a cold snort, remaining silent. 10 minutes later, sure enough, they spotted the Ferrari parked by the roadside, with Hu Hao groveling as he tried to appease the girl, who sat on the hood, exuding a rebellious aura, a cigarette dangling from her lips. It was evident they were waiting for Gao Xiaotong. Just what was that about? Gao Xiaodong questioned Hu Hao, her expression unfriendly. The girl exhaled a cloud of smoke, casting a glance at Gao Xiaotong. I said your driving skills are awful. What is wrong? Are you still unconvinced? Let me tell you, I detest women like you who think there's something special just because they have a big chest. What's so impressive about that? Gao Xiaodong was nearly driven to madness. Who had she offended? And what was wrong with having a sizable chest? She wasn't dependent on anyone for sustenance, nor was she lacking in funds. Oh, so you're just a childish brat. Well, that is unfortunate. I'm older than you. Is that your insecurity speaking? Gao Xiaodong retorted without holding back. Whatever you lack, I'll throw it back at you. This tactic was particularly effective against women, and especially impactful against the girl before her, as it struck at her vulnerability. Her disdain for well-endowed women stemmed from her own shortcomings. Jumping out of the car, the girl flicked her cigarette butt away and confronted Gao Xiaotong defiantly. Humph. In a few years, mine will be bigger than yours. And do you know who I am? Do you dare speak to me like that? Believe me, one word from me, and you'll find yourself in a grave. I truly don't believe that. Gao Xiaodong, in a fit of anger, had completely forgotten Du Qingshan's warning. Beside them, Hu Hao's face paled, and he quickly urged Gao Xiaotong. Apologize to Miss Zhao at once. As he spoke, Hu Hao shot a meaningful glance at Gao Xiaodong. However, she refused to take the hint. Why should I apologize to her? She disrespected me first. If you want to curry favor with her, that is your affair. Don't expect me to follow suit. No wonder Ling Ying looks down on you. Just look at how pathetic you are. Hu Hao's face flushed red as he pointed at Gao Xiaodong. You truly don't know what is good for you. Miss Zhao hails from the Zhao family in the capital. Her status is exalted. You dare offend her? You're courting disaster. Hearing this, Gao Xiaodong's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, she recalled Du Qingshan's warning. While Hu Hao's claims might not be credible, she knew Du Qingshan would not deceive her. It seemed this girl was indeed the daughter of the Zhao family, having come down from the capital to enjoy herself. A twinge of fear gripped Gao Xiaotong. The Zhao family was a colossal entity, one of the oldest 4 families in the country, capable of ensuring her swift downfall with a mere word. Yet she was unwilling to yield. Though fear gripped her, she bravely declared, So it is the young lady of the Zhao family who has arrived. But what if you belong to the Zhao family? Does that give you the right to bully others? Is this the esteemed conduct of your illustrious family? Are you not afraid of tarnishing your family's reputation? This was a tactic of provocation, and she was quite clever. Zhao Xiaoman, who had been ready to explode, now smirked coldly. Very well. Let's not say I am bullying you. Let us race. If you win, I shall apologize. If you lose, you must kneel and bow your head in contrition. Racing? This was Gao Xiaodong's forte. She breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Let us compete, but I must insist on a different venue, and I require a different car. Your vehicles have been modified, which would be unfair to me. Fine, Zhao Xiaoman commanded Hu Hao, contact the venue immediately and prepare 2 cars. Hu Hao dare not refuse. He quickly complied. After making a call, Hu Hao cheerfully suggested, Miss Zhao, there's a racetrack at Xihua Mountain in Jiangnan City, where a group of friends is gathered today. Shall we head there? The cars are not an issue, but the terrain is quite treacherous, and your safety cannot be compromised. Zhao Xiaoman waved her hand dismissively. Let us go there. She turned to Gao Xiaodong. You had better not run away. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you, and you will regret it. Now, come. Having agreed, we must race. Today, I shall make you taste the bitter fruit of offending me. Who is running away? Let us race, but if you lose, do not whine and cry later. Gao Xiaodong retorted. Very well, let us see. Zhao Xiaoman shot back. She climbed into the car, with a Ferrari leading the way. As Gao Xiaodong followed in her own vehicle, she expressed her dissatisfaction to Du Qingshun. Are you even a man? Watching someone bully me, and you do not step in. I warned you not to provoke her. But she started it. Is it necessary to quarrel with a child? In my eyes, she is just a woman, not a child. Du Qingshun, feeling helpless, said, Do you truly intend to compete with her? I must inform you. She is notorious in the capital as a female demon, an exceptional driver, and of a wild temperament, utterly obsessed with racing. If you challenge her, your chances of losing exceed 70%. Gao Xiaodong scoffed. If she were a professional driver, I might hesitate, but her? She dreams of defeating me. Sighing, Du Qingshun wanted to mention that Zhao Xiaoman's brother was a genuine racing champion, renowned for his skills. But he refrained. It seemed unrealistic to avoid conflict today. He did not want to create trouble, yet he could not overlook Gao Xiaodong's safety. Otherwise, upon returning, Wang Lingying would surely blame him, and moreover, the potential consequences of not accompanying her could be severe. Thus, he resolved to join her. It had been a long time since he had raced with anyone, and he felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The 2 racing cars drove towards Xihua Mountain, attracting attention on the road. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Xihua Mountain racetrack. This private racetrack was meticulously designed, with the course winding from the mountain's base, spiraling upwards and looping back down the opposite side. It featured numerous sharp turns, testing the skill of every driver. It was said that the owner hailed from the provincial capital and had considerable influence, rarely appearing himself. The venue primarily catered to wealthy young people seeking recreation. Though accidents occasionally happened, all swiftly handled by the owner. Those who could afford to race here were naturally affluent, and many racing enthusiasts flocked to this place. As such, the business thrived, and it was not easy for an outsider to gain entry without a member's guidance. For instance, today, without Hu Hao's accompaniment, Gao Xiaodong would not have been able to enter. At the mountain's base, the crowd was sparse, with only a few dozen people present, as it was a high-cost venue. Luxury sports cars filled the area, and Gao Xiaodong's Porsche, although worth millions, seemed insignificant amidst the modified vehicles, their engines roaring with excitement. Upon arrival, Gao Xiaodong felt her adrenaline surge. This was her passion. Zhao Xiaoman appeared to be a regular visitor, as a crowd immediately gathered around her, calling her sister Xiaoman. Despite being only 16 and possessing a youthful appearance, her commanding presence and status demanded respect, and everyone sought to please her. Upon hearing of Zhao Xiaoman's impending race, the young men and women turned their disapproving gazes toward Gao Xiaodong. Even though she was beautiful, she would not be well received. No one dared approach or flirt with her. To them, Gao Xiaodong was merely a fool challenging Zhao Xiaoman to a race, a clear invitation to humiliation. Among them, none could rival Zhao Xiaoman's prowess. Her driving skills were a true inheritance from her brother. As the crowd began to murmur mockingly at Gao Xiaodong, Zhao Xiaoman silenced them with a wave. Quiet. The arena fell silent. Zhao Xiaoman coldly remarked to Gao Xiaodong, I will not bully you. Choose any car from a lot. Should you lose, do not forget to kneel and apologize. Let us race, but if you lose, do not whine, Gao Xiaodong countered. With your skills, you are far from winning me. I have no interest in idle chatter. Then let us race. The two ceased their banter and quickly selected their vehicles. Both chose modified Ferraris with nearly identical performance specifications, ensuring fairness. Hu Hao, you will drive, Zhao Xiaoman commanded. Hu Hao felt a bead of sweat forming. He had ridden in Zhao Xiaoman's car once, and had been so nauseated that his legs trembled afterward. The memory haunted him, yet he knew he could not offend her. So he reluctantly climbed in. Du Qingshun took the passenger seat. Gao Xiaodong donned her helmet and teased. Hey, are you capable? Don't soil yourself during the race. Do you wish to win? Du Qingshen inquired. Gao Xiaodong glared. Is that even a question? Do you think I want to kneel and apologize to her? Then remain silent and focus on driving. Du Qingshen replied, fastening his seatbelt and displaying a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the impending race. Gao Xiaodong felt the urge to retort, but recalling Du Qingshen's earlier behavior in the car, she held her tongue. A fiery woman approached the starting line, waving a flag. And with a swift motion, the race commenced. The two cars surged forward in unison, racing toward the mountaintop, eliciting cheers from the crowd. With their vehicles performing similarly, the contest hinged entirely on driving skill. Whoever wielded greater familiarity and precision would emerge victorious. Both Gao Xiaodong and Zhao Xiaoman were formidable drivers, making it exceedingly difficult to discern a clear leader in the first 1,000 meters. As they approached the first turn, Gao Xiaodong's eyes were fixed ahead as she shifted gears, engaged the handbrake, and deftly maneuvered into a beautiful drift, her car rounding the bend. However, with a whoosh, Zhao Xiaoman's vehicle surged ahead, completing the drift first and accelerating down the straightaway. Is this woman insane? Is she trying to kill herself? Gao Xiaodong gasped in disbelief. Du Qingshen shook his head slightly. He realized that Gao Xiaodong was destined to lose today. Zhao Xiaoman's boldness and audacity in racing were unmatched. As they approached the narrow curves, it was akin to a fierce battle. The bold would prevail. If one succumbed to fear, they had already lost the battle before it began. Gao Xiaodong desperately chased after Zhao Xiaoman, but the initiative was lost, and after several turns, her opponent's car had vanished from sight, leaving her in a state of frustration and despair. It was only now that she comprehended the true mastery of her rival. Every time she entered a curve, Zhao Xiaoman felt as though she were participating in an extreme challenge. A mere misstep could send her car plummeting into the abyss. Yet each time, she managed to execute a drift in the most precarious of circumstances. This alone rendered her driving skills comparable to those of an average professional racer. Gao Xiaodong was no slouch either, but as an amateur enthusiast, she found herself significantly outmatched by Zhao Xiaoman. Her face was pale with frustration, and although she pushed herself to chase harder, she understood that today's contest was lost. It was merely a matter of pride, or perhaps an overwhelming sense of unwillingness to accept defeat. At last, Gao Xiaodong reached the mountain summit, signifying that half of the race was complete. She caught sight of Zhao Xiaoman's vehicle, which had descended to the mid-slope. The outcome seemed inevitable, and Gao Xiaodong bit her lip tightly, tears betraying her resolve. She had lost. Stop the car, Du Qingshen suddenly exclaimed. What did you say? Gao Xiaodong retorted, fuming. If I stop now, it's a sure loss. If you wish to win, you must stop, Du Qingshen insisted earnestly, unable to bear the sight of Gao Xiaodong's stubbornness. He was determined not to watch her concede defeat. The only option left was to assist her in achieving victory. Fortunately, time was still on their side. Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. How can we possibly win now? I will help you win. If you waste any more time, not even a miracle will save you. Do you really want to kneel before her? Du Qingshen scoffed. Gao Xiaodong hit the brakes. Du Qingshen helped her unfasten her seatbelt. Get out quickly. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Xiaodong exited the vehicle, and they switched places. Now, it was a matter of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Reluctantly, she handed her helmet to Du Qingshen. I don't need it. Just put on the helmet and fasten your seatbelt. A word of advice, don't get scared, Du Qingshen said with a smile. Gao Xiaodong initially intended to retort, but upon seeing Du Qingshen's profile, she was struck by how uncannily he resembled someone from her past. She opened her mouth, but fell silent, distracted as she secured her seatbelt. With a roar, Du Qingshen sped down the mountain. In mere seconds, their speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, and it continued to climb, rapidly reaching 200, with the needle still ascending. Gao Xiaodong screamed in terror, closing her eyes. Ahead lay a sharp turn, and at such velocity, the outcome could only be catastrophic. She regretted her earlier impulsiveness, questioning why she had placed her faith in Du Qingshen's words, why she had hoped for a miracle that would never materialize. Chapter 40. The Phantom Racer, Part 4. The car swerved, nearly ejecting Gao Xiaodong, yet it stabilized remarkably. Slowly, she opened her eyes and realized they had navigated the sharp turn successfully, the speed unabated as they continued their descent. They were alive? As clarity returned, she gazed at Du Qingshen, her heart racing. He appeared utterly focused, as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. His aura captivated her. Was this still the mundane Du Qingxin? Gao Xiaodong's heart fluttered with excitement. Racing god. After witnessing Du Qingxin conquer 2 more sharp turns, Gao Xiaodong could only describe him with this term. Having watched many professional races, she held immense admiration for those expert drivers. Yet in this moment, she realized that even the most seasoned racer could not surpass Du Qingxin's prowess on this treacherous terrain. The exquisite beauty of his driving left her entranced and in awe. Du Qingxin, his mind clear of distractions, remained oblivious to the stars twinkling in Gao Xiaodong's eyes. Otherwise, he might have regretted his impulsiveness. The vehicle continued to navigate the turns without a hint of deceleration. With 5 kilometers left to the finish line, Du Qingxin finally closed in on Zhao Xiaoman. With a swift motion, he overtook her. Zhao Xiaoman stared in disbelief at the racing car ahead, scarcely able to trust her own eyes. She pushed herself to chase, but the gap widened. After a few more turns, she found herself thoroughly outpaced. As she watched the rear of the car fade from view, a dazed expression crossed her face. She had just realized that the driver of the Ferrari was no longer Zhao Xiaoman, but the young man who had taken her place. For reasons unknown, she felt an uncanny familiarity with Du Qingxin. As his car came to a steady halt at the finish line, Du Qingxin glanced over to find Gao Xiaodong pallid and limp, unable to move. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Gao Xiaodong remained silent and motionless. Du Qingxin removed her helmet. "Let me catch my breath. I can't move. My legs feel weak," she replied, a mix of exhilaration and helplessness in her voice. Du Qingxin chuckled softly. "All right. Take a moment to rest." Outside, the crowd stood in stunned silence. They likely never anticipated that Zhao Xiaoman would be the one to lose. A large screen displayed the trajectories of both cars, and it was this clarity that rendered them utterly astonished. Earlier, Zhao Xiaoman had dazzled everyone with her performance, leading almost a quarter of the race. However, after the driver swap at the summit, Du Qingxin had made a remarkable comeback. Such driving skill was nothing short of miraculous, shattering their preconceived notions. Finally, Zhao Xiaoman's car crossed the finish line. Hu Hao tumbled out and collapsed by the roadside, retching uncontrollably, appearing thoroughly unkempt. Du Qingxin and Gao Xiaodong exited the vehicle together. The crowd remained silent. The last to disembark was Zhao Xiaoman, who flung her helmet at the front of her car and approached Du Qingxin. He did not spare her a glance, instead focusing on Gao Xiaodong. "You lost," Gao Xiaodong stated firmly. Zhao Xiaoman scoffed. "Are you serious? Did you truly win against me? There was nothing stopping you from seeking assistance. If you're capable, feel free to switch helpers and race against my friend again," Gao Xiaodong said smugly. Zhao Xiaoman's brows furrowed in irritation. "Another race? You would lose again. Here, my driving skills surpass all. If I cannot win, neither can anyone else." "Are you cheating?" Zhao Xiaoman retorted, her anger flaring. "We agreed to race, and now you're resorting to underhanded tactics. You've broken the rules. You should kneel and apologize." "Why should I? You ought to apologize to me instead. Are you really taking advantage of your Zhao family status to bully an ordinary citizen like me?" Gao Xiaodong mocked. Zhao Xiaoman's fury intensified, and she bit her lip. "Don't try that with me. If I truly wanted to bully you, what could you do about it? Will you kneel or not?" Coughing, Du Qingxin stepped forward and addressed Zhao Xiaoman. There was indeed no prior agreement against seeking assistance. "How about this? We call this race a draw, and we let this matter rest?" Zhao Xiaoman stared at him incredulously. "Why should I heed your words? Are the Zhao family members so domineering nowadays?" Du Qingxin frowned. "Is this how your brother taught you? Did he not instruct you to leave room for future encounters?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoman's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Who are you? That is not important. We're concluding this matter here. Furthermore, you should leave Jiangnan City immediately, or I'll have your brother come fetch you," Du Qingxin said with a smirk. Zhao Xiaoman paled in fright. "Wait, I'll leave right away. Also, when making friends, keep your eyes wide open. Avoid associating with dubious characters. It's quite embarrassing." As he uttered this, Du Qingxin cast a glance at Hu Hao, who was still sprawled on the ground, retching. Zhao Xiaoman nodded in understanding. The crowd remained baffled, unable to comprehend their exchange. When had this rebellious girl from the capital become so obedient? It was a shocking transformation. Du Qingxin said to Gao Xiaodong, "Let's go." Gao Xiaodong followed him into the car, somewhat dazed. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoman exclaimed excitedly from behind. You're the ghost face racing god, aren't you? I've seen you race. You are indeed the ghost face racing god, my brother's mentor, right? Du Qingshun ignored her and drove away. Inside the car, Gao Xiaodong kept her gaze fixed on Du Qingshun, her eyes filled with fervor. Why don't you drive? Du Qingshun suggested, feeling awkward under her intense scrutiny. No, you should drive, Gao Xiaodong quickly replied. Glancing at the time, Du Qingshun asked, Shall we find a place to have lunch first? It's up to you, she replied. Half an hour later, they found themselves seated in a quaint little restaurant. Gao Xiaodong continued to stare at Du Qingshun, her eyes brimming with questions, though the fervor had somewhat diminished, which relieved him. If you have inquiries, please ask directly. Your gaze is rather unsettling, Du Qingshun remarked with a wry smile. Gao Xiaodong nodded and asked, First, tell me why your driving skills are so exceptional? I think they're rather average. Perhaps your skills are lacking, which makes mine appear better, Du Qingshun replied. That is quite disheartening. I admit my skills are not on par with yours, but I've witnessed many professional races, and I believe your level is sufficient for professional competition, perhaps even surpassing those professional drivers, Gao Xiaodong said, her excitement rekindled. Du Qingshun replied, Regarde, I still find them quite ordinary. Ordinary enough to win against that woman, because she was inexperienced. So, you're indirectly insulting my skills? Do you know where your shortcomings lie? No, it's not merely about driving skills. More crucial are courage and confidence. How so? Gao Xiaodong inquired earnestly. You must discern it for yourself, Du Qingshun replied. Leaving it at that. Chapter 41. Obstacles abound. 5 updates. Gao Xiaodong furrowed her brow in contemplation before asking. Then answer me this. How do you know her? You seem quite familiar, and she is the daughter of the Zhao family from Yanjing, so you shouldn't know each other. Did you not catch that? She does not know me at all, but she called you the ghost face racing god. I have no idea what she was talking about. Yet everyone can tell you are familiar with her. In this digital age, information is readily available online. I simply have an interest in the prominent families of the capital and have read about them. My memory is quite good, so I remember. It's as simple as that. So, you were deceiving her today? Indeed, I was. Why do I find that hard to believe? But the truth remains. All right, Gao Xiaodong said. I've learned more about you today. It turns out you are not entirely devoid of merit. Your racing skills are impressive. How about you teach me to race? Du Qingshun promptly declined. No. Why? Is it embarrassing to be my mentor? Gao Xiaodong retorted. I have no time, and I do not wish to teach you. You would not be able to learn my skills, Du Qingshun said with a smile, his tone resolute. Come on, I am a stunning beauty. How can you refuse so bluntly? I'm already married. Your marriage is a sham, Gao Xiaodong blurted out. Du Qingshun was taken aback. Did she say that to you? Regardless, I am aware of it, and tonight, I will move in to live with you. That may not be appropriate, Du Qingshun frowned. Are you worried? I might disrupt your romantic pursuits? I will not afford you the chance to harm Linging. She is too honest and kind. I must keep an eye on you and ensure you have no opportunity to act, Gao Xiaodong said, her expression one of vigilance. Du Qingshun chose silence, opting not to respond. After their meal, they arrived at Qingfeng Building. Kunshan Construction Company operated here, with a CEO named Yang Kun, who had a history in the underworld. He later ventured into construction, gradually cleaning up his act, yet his old habits lingered, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Initially, Yang Kun was in a good mood upon seeing Gao Xiaodong, being a beautiful woman. However, upon learning they were there to collect a debt, his expression darkened. What? You are the new financial director of the company? Yang Kun scrutinized Gao Xiaodong, his gaze predatory. Yes, she replied. I must say, Mr. Yang, your office is quite tastefully decorated, luxurious yet with depth. It exudes a refined character. I've heard your company is thriving. Please, do not make things difficult for a mere woman like me. Kindly settle the outstanding payment, as our company is currently facing financial strain. No, Ms. Gao. You misunderstand. Despite the appearance of this office, it is merely for show. In truth, I'm just an ordinary person. The business is good, but the client has yet to settle their account. We are a contracting company, and frankly, I cannot even pay the workers' wages at this time. Once I finish the current projects and receive payment, I will settle the debt, Yang Kun said with a smile. Gao Xiaodong appeared displeased. Mr. Yang, that is not acceptable. According to the contract, you should have settled the payment long ago. There is nothing I can do. The funds are unavailable. However, I appreciate your visit. And since it is not easy for you, how about we have dinner together tonight, followed by some karaoke? I assure you that by tomorrow, I will settle 30% of the materials payment. What do you think? Yang Kuan suggested with a grin. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaodong's expression darkened further. Emir Yang, I'm afraid that one tea suffice. Then I am out of options. It is only right to repay debts. If you insist on refusing to pay, we will have to take legal action through our company's legal department. Gao Xiaodong stated firmly. Yang Kuan's smile gradually faded. A lawsuit, Young lady, do you not understand who I am? To be frank, I fear nothing about lawsuits. If you believe that litigation will secure your payment, then I welcome the challenge. Go ahead and sue us. Gao Xiaodong was left speechless, finding herself at a loss against such an unyielding and obstinate individual. What do you mean? One word for me. Accompany me for an evening, and tomorrow you will receive 50% of the materials payment. You cannot expect to reap rewards without making sacrifices. That is rather naive. If not, then do as you please, Yang Kuan scoffed. Very well, we shall proceed with the lawsuit. Expect to receive a summons, Gao Xiaodong shot back, standing up in anger. Good. As I said, I will accompany you to the end. Farewell, Yang Kuan said arrogantly. Gao Xiaodong stormed out of the company with Du Qingchen. Once they reached the car downstairs, Gao Xiaodong's face flushed red as she turned to Du Qingchen, fuming. Hey, you a grown man, just stood by watching me being humiliated, not even daring to utter a word. Are you still a man? Du Qingchen rubbed his nose. Did I not mention? I am only responsible for your safety. Collecting debts is your responsibility. But they humiliated me, and you just stood there? Gao Xiaodong challenged. Du Qingchen sigid. Should I go back and beat him up for an apology? Do you dare? Gao Xiaodong mocked. Du Qingchen opened the car door, preparing to exit. Stay right there. Gao Xiaodong called after him. What now? Is it not acceptable for me to help you vent your frustrations? That is unnecessary. Did you not see his bodyguards? If you go, it would only lead to your own suffering, and there is a chance they might call the police on you. Although Gao Xiaodong was angry, she did not want Du Qingchen to suffer, so she quickly stopped him. Du Qingchen returned to the car and smiled. All right, I will do as you say. Gao Xiaodong suddenly sighed and despondently said, I overestimated myself. I thought that as long as I was assertive enough, I would surely receive the payment. But the situation has taken a turn for the worse. I have lost confidence in collecting the debts that follow. Let us take it slow. There is no rush. Du Qingchen quasi remarked. Gao Xiaodong shot him a glare, who said there is no rush. If we can't collect the money, your wife will be out of job. What do you mean? Du Qingchen was taken aback. You don't know? Know what? After a moment's hesitation, Gao Xiaodong explained the company's predicament to Du Qingchen. His brows furrowed. So you're saying if we can't collect the money, Ling Ying's position as president will be revoked? Exactly. Furthermore, she will lose her voice in the family. Her uncle has stated that if she fails to deliver, not only will she be reassigned, but she will also lose her position on the board of directors. Now do you understand how urgent the situation is? Gao Xiaodong lamented. I see, Du Qingchen replied. Where are you going? Gao Xiaodong quickly asked as he stepped out of the car. I'm going to have a word with General Manager Yang. We must recover this debt. Du Qingchen also. What good will that do? I haven't collected anything, and neither will you. Don't get yourself beaten up, Gao Xiaodong retorted, exasperated. Du Qingchen shook. Don't worry. Just wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. With that, he re-entered the building. Chapter 42. I am here to collect the debt. Gao Xiaodong hesitated for a while, but ultimately stayed in the car. However, anxiety gnawed at her. She wanted to call Wang Lingying, but found herself lacking the courage. It was rather embarrassing. She had confidently promised to collect the money when she left. And now Du Qingchen made a phone call from a corner of the lobby before leisurely taking the elevator. Upon arriving at Yang Kuan's office, the latter looked surprised and furrowed his brows, asking, Why are you back again? Du Qingchen was no longer as low-key as before. He pulled out a chair and sat directly across from Yang Kuan, both of them facing each other across the desk. I'm here to collect the payment. Collect payment? Are you out of your mind? Yang Kuan laughed mockingly. Du Qingchen replied earnestly, I am not joking. You can prepare to transfer the funds right now. Don't tell me you don't have the money because that would be pointless. Are you insane? Xiao Wu, throw him out. Yang Kuan ordered his bodyguard. Xiao Wu, a bodyguard he had hired for a hefty sum, was a master in martial arts, tall and imposing. He strode over to Du Qingchen and reached for his neck, cursing, Get lost. However, before his hand could touch Du Qingchen, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs, collapsing to the ground with several broken ribs. His face pale and drenched in sweat. You little brat, how dare you? Another bodyguard, witnessing this, pulled out a dagger and lunged at Du Qingshan. In a swift motion, Du Qingshan spun his chair and kicked the assailant, sending him flying several meters away, unconscious upon hitting the ground. Yang Kuan was dumbfounded. He clearly understood the strength of his two bodyguards. They were top-tier fighters, which was why he had felt so invincible. Yet now, in a single encounter, they had both been utterly defeated. He finally realized that Du Qingshan was not just any expert, but a formidable one. Brother, you've got some skills. Are you interested in joining me? Rest assured, I will treat you well. You want to recruit me? Du Qingshan smiled slyly. You're not worthy. Enough of this nonsense. Just transfer the funds, immediately. Yang Kuan, also a tough character, coldly replied. Do you really think this would get you the money? You are quite naive. Just as Du Qingshan was about to speak, his phone unexpectedly rang. He glanced at it for a moment before placing it in front of Yang Kuan. Take a look at this. What is it? Yang Kuan instinctively glanced and immediately paled, picking up the phone to examine it further. He slumped into his chair, the phone crashing onto the desk. Where did you get these? His voice trembled. Du Qingshan reclaimed his phone, stating, I have no interest in playing mind games with someone like you. One simple request. Transfer the funds now, and you will have no trouble. Otherwise, prepare to clean your neck and sit in prison. With that, he stood up and made a leave. I will transfer the funds right now. Can I buy this information from you? Yang Kuan, panicking, quickly stood up and inquired. Du Qingshan left without looking back. You are truly naive. Your time is running out, and my patience is limited. Yang Kuan, in a state of extreme anxiety, picked up the phone and called his finance department. No matter how busy you are, drop everything and immediately transfer the funds. Are you okay? Gao Xiaodong asked in concern as Du Qingshan got into the car. Do I look like someone who has a problem? Du Qingshan shrugged. Suddenly, Gao Xiaodong's phone rang. After answering, she stared at Du Qingshan with a ghostly expression. Did you do this? What? How did you pull it off? Gao Xiaodong questioned skeptically. He was so adamant just now, insisting I take him to court. How could he suddenly settle so willingly? Quite simple. I appealed to their emotions and reason, and then he had a change of heart and transferred the funds. Du Qingshan replied, grinning. Don't fool me. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Gao Xiaodong shot him a glare. Du Qingshan laughed heartily, believe it or not. Perhaps he was just afraid of you suing him. Perhaps. Gao Xiaodong nodded, driving off. Could you show me the creditor's information? What for? I'll help you collect the debt. Knowing your enemy and knowing yourself ensures victory in every battle. Here, take a look. I'll drive. There's still time. Why don't we hit the next one while the iron is hot? Perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to collect more money today. Gao Xiaodong suggested as she started the car. Du Qingshan began snapping pictures of the documents with his phone, saying, Sounds good. I'll follow your lead. What are you taking pictures for? A good memory is not as reliable as a bad pen. You've heard that saying, right? I'll study them at home. As they spoke, he sent a message to Qingyi. Half an hour later, they arrived at the office of the second debtor. This was a renovation company. Partnering with Wang's group indicated that it was quite a large business. The owner, surnamed Jean, was named Jinan. As soon as they arrived and registered at the front desk, the receptionist looked at Gao Xiaodong with a peculiar expression. You are General Manager Gao, right? Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. You know me? Yes. I was informed by General Jean to bring you to his office. Please follow me. The receptionist led them respectfully. Gao Xiaodong was utterly confused, glancing at Du Qingshan, who shrugged, equally puzzled. Upon entering Jinan's office, he immediately approached them with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. Speaking in a quavering voice, General Gao, you've come. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please have a seat. Secretary, bring out my Da Hong Pao tea for our guests. His demeanor left Gao Xiaodong even more bewildered. General Jean, did you know I was coming? She asked curiously. Yes. I was aware that you were coming, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon, Jinan replied with a smile. Then General Jean must know why I am here? Of course. It's regarding the payment for the materials, right? Don't worry. I just instructed someone to prepare the check. It will be ready shortly. Jinan hurriedly assured her. Gao Xiaodong was both delighted and perplexed. Oh, General Jean, you're so prompt. Repaying debts is an inherent duty. Recently, the company has indeed faced financial difficulties. However, just yesterday, I received a payment for renovation work, and I was preparing to deliver the materials to you when you arrived. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of your long journey. How about I treat you both to a meal this evening as an apology? Chapter 43. Aren't you afraid he might burst in? Jinan was exceedingly polite and humble. Almost subservi. Gao Xiaotong, of course, declined the offer. Soon after, someone delivered a check, which Jin Nan respectfully handed to Gao Xiaotong, stating, General Manager Gao, I hope we can continue our good cooperation in the future. We will certainly not delay future payments. I would appreciate it if you could speak kindly of me to General Manager Wang. I believe in Mr. Jin's character. Such a trustworthy client is not one we wish to lose. I hope our future collaborations will be even more successful. After confirming the check was in order, Gao Xiaotong happily shook hands with Jin Nan and bid him farewell. Once she had seen them off, Jin Nan slumped back into his chair, perspiration beading on his forehead, still feeling uneasy. Back in the car, Gao Xiaotong kissed the check passionately. Today had been fortuitous, having collected over 10 million. Du Qingshen smiled silently, pleased to see Gao Xiaotong so exhilarated. She called Wang Lingying, who was equally delighted, and they arranged to meet at the company. Upon returning, they found Wang Lingying waiting at the entrance. Xiaotong, you're truly impressive. Since they needed to retrieve Gao Xiaotong's luggage from her hotel, Du Qingshen, whose car was repaired, drove a Volkswagen. In the back seat, the two women chattered excitedly, their voices never ceasing. Du Qingshen felt gratified. He relished witnessing Wang Lingying's cheerful demeanor. As long as she was happy, he was willing to invest a great deal. Upon arriving at the hotel, Gao Xiaotong packed her belongings while Du Qingshen carried them to the car. We must celebrate tonight, Gao Xiaotong suggested. Shall we find a nice restaurant for a meal? However, Wang Lingying interjected, while we must celebrate, there's no need to go out. Let us eat at home. I can cook decently. You can cook? Gao Xiaotong asked, intrigued. Du Qingshen chuckled. Didn't she just say that? My cooking is merely average. Then let us go to a restaurant, Gao Xiaotong insisted. Wang Lingying shot Du Qingshen a glare and whispered something into Gao Xiaotong's ear. Immediately, Gao Xiaotong looked skeptical. Really? Is it as mystical as you say? You'll find out shortly, Wang Lingying replied, not wanting to openly praise Du Qingshen's abilities. All right, we'll eat at home. Hey, Du Qingshen, you better perform well tonight. Don't let me down. Du Qingshen smiled. I still think dining out will be preferable. I insist on eating at home. No more discussion. Let us hurry to a supermarket to buy ingredients. Gao Xiaotong insisted firmly. Du Qingshen did not argue, stopping at a supermarket to purchase some supplies before heading home. Once at home, Wang Lingying took Gao Xiaotong upstairs to arrange the rooms, while Du Qingshen went to the kitchen. An hour later, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, a delightful assortment that was visually appealing and aromatic. Even before they began eating, the two women were salivating. The meal was enjoyed by all, especially Gao Xiaotong, who praised Du Qingshen's culinary skills. Although Wang Lingying did not verbally commend him, her enjoyment of the meal spoke volumes about her appreciation. After dinner, the two women watched television for a while before heading upstairs to sleep. Since it was Gao Xiaotong's first visit to their home, she shared a room with Wang Lingying. I noticed that your place seems bigger than before, Wang Lingying exclaimed. What can I say? It's a natural gift. Are you envious? I've heard that it can be a burden, Wang Lingying teased. Nonsense. Men prefer women with ample curves. You are too self-satisfied, Wang Lingying retorted. Actually, you are not lacking either. Come, let me check. Hey, you are too forward. Let me go. Not a chance. Oh my, how soft and springy. The playful banter brought them back to their university days. Eventually, the laughter subsided, and Wang Lingying inquired about the debt collection that day. After listening to Gao Xiaotong's account, she furrowed her brow. Don't you find it strange? What is strange? Gao Xiaotong asked. Previously, we made numerous calls demanding repayment, and they refused. When you first met Yang Kun, he even insulted you. Yet after he returned upstairs, the payment came through immediately. Also, Jin Nan, known for being domineering and untrustworthy, was unexpectedly courteous and prepared the check. Doesn't that seem odd? Wang Lingying analyzed. Gao Xiaotong frowned. I found it strange too, but perhaps I was too elated to ponder it deeply. In retrospect, it is indeed quite bizarre. If you are correct, it seems likely that he influenced them, but I do not understand how he managed to change Yang Kun's attitude, or how Jin knew about me. Think back. Did he make any calls, or send messages while in the car? Wang Lingying probed. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Xiaotong suddenly gasped. He asked me to take pictures of the creditor's information and even send a message. Then it's settled. He must have contacted someone beforehand, Wang Lingying realized. Gao Xiaotong protested. How could he possibly persuade these businessmen to comply? He might have some influential friends, Wang Lingying suggested, recalling Ho Feihu. Perhaps this is merely coincidence. After all, We only met Yang Kuan and Jinan today. Gao Xiaodong replied. Regardless, I refuse to believe he possesses such capability. Wang Lingying hesitated to mention Ho Feihu, pondering that even if Du Qingshun had such connections, the military would not extend its influence into this realm. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Nonetheless, this was a positive beginning. I hope you continue to strive for success tomorrow. Let us hope, Gao Xiaodong agreed. After a brief silence, she suddenly asked, Hey, are you asleep? What did you say? Wang Lingying was startled. Gao Xiaodong curiously inquired, What were you so absorbed in thinking about? Nothing at all, Wang Lingying replied. Nothing? That is hard to believe. You aren't thinking about Du, are you? Impossible, Wang Lingying exclaimed. Oh, why are you so agitated? I'm not agitated at all. I must warn you to be cautious of him and consider divorcing him soon. Gao Xiaotong remarked. Why are you silent? Have you developed genuine feelings for him? No. I'm just contemplating whether it's unfair to keep him around when I don't love him. Then you should divorce him tomorrow. That is not feasible. Why not? All right, let us drop the subject and get some sleep. I have one last question, Gao Xiaodong insisted. Aren't you afraid he might suddenly burst into your room at night and do something terrible? He is not that kind of person, Wang Lingying replied confidently. You trust him that much? I have faith in his character. Chapter 44. A major incident the next day, the three of them went to the office together. As Wang Lingying settled into her chair, just as she raised her teacup, Gao Xiaodong rushed in without knocking, looking frantic. Something big has happened, Gao Xiaotong exclaimed, slapping a form down in front of Wang Lingying, startling her. Don't be so dramatic. You're scaring me. What's going on? Wang Lingying asked. Just take a look, Gao Xiaotong replied, her excitement palpable, her words tumbling over one another. Wang Lingying lowered her head for a moment, her expression changing dramatically as she widened her eyes in disbelief. You can't be joking, can you? I just arrived at the office, and the finance department handed me this report. Since last night until this morning, all the material payments from the company have been fully recovered, and these companies made the payments voluntarily. You no longer need to worry about your uncle taking your position, Gao Xiaodong said excitedly with a beaming smile. Wang Lingying was equally overjoyed. This is truly wonderful. Don't you find it strange? Gao Xiaodong asked with a smile. Wang Lingying paused, frowning. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. These people usually ignore our debt collection efforts. Even when my uncle and grandfather try to collect debts, it requires a great deal of effort and persuasion. What has caused this sudden change of heart? Could it truly be Du Qingshun's doing? Gao Xiaodong inquired, puzzled. Wang Lingying contemplated for a moment. It is quite possible. Should we ask him about it? Perhaps he won't admit it. How could that be? He has such integrity, Gao Xiaodong replied. I truly doubt he would confess. Besides, are you planning to reward him? For what? A minor achievement? Moreover, whether he is responsible for this is still uncertain. Perhaps someone from your family is assisting him. Wang Lingying, not easily fooled, remained skeptical of her words. Nonetheless, she had no desire to confront Du Qingshun. It seemed unnecessary and awkward, and she was unsure of how to interact with him. Well, let us leave it at that. This is ultimately a good thing. We should transfer 100 million to the headquarters. Our task will be complete. All right, I will take care of it immediately, Gao Xiaodong replied, heading off to make the payment. Meanwhile, Wang Lingying sat in the office, idly playing with her pen, lost in thought. At the headquarters of the Wang Group, in the office of the finance director, Wang Yuanxin was enjoying his morning tea. As the financial director of the company, Wang Yuanxin wielded considerable authority within the group. He felt a sense of pride at the prospect of soon recalling Wang Lingying to the headquarters, thus reclaiming the power she held. His animosity towards Wang Lingying stemmed primarily from his son, Wang Yong. Wang Yong had returned from studying abroad with a master's degree, possessing undeniable talent. But he paled in comparison to Wang Lingying. The Wang family's enterprise could never fall into the hands of outsiders. It had to remain within the family, either with the third-generation Wang Yong or Wang Yuanming's son, Wang Bo. These two were the prominent figures of the Wang family's third generation. Yet they felt overshadowed by their cousin Wang Lingying, a situation they found both tragic and intolerable. Suddenly, Wang Yong rushed in, exclaiming, Dad, we have a major problem. Wang Yuanxin frowned. Close the door first. Can you be a bit more composed? You're acting like a fool. After shutting the door, Wang Yong, with a distressed expression, said, Dad, our plan has failed. Take your time and explain clearly. The sky isn't falling, Wang Yuanxin dismissed. Wang Yong continued, just moments ago, Wang Lingying transferred 100 million to the Group S account. What? That is impossible. How could she acquire such a sum? Wang Yuanxin immediately questioned. I've looked into it. She has recovered all outstanding debts, Wang Yong replied. That is even more impossible. I know all too well what kind of clients her company deals with. Even I struggle to collect debts, and she is just a woman. How could she possibly intimidate them into settling their accounts? It's simply inconceivable. Furthermore, I had already informed them in advance that no payments would be made to her. Wang Yuanxin's demeanor darkened, losing his earlier calmness. Wang Yong was on the verge of tears. Dad, don't you realize the gravity of the situation? Do you think I'm joking? I don't know how this happened, but our plan has truly failed. If you doubt me, ask the finance department or call those debtors. Without further ado, Wang Yuanxin called the finance department, and upon receiving confirmation, his expression turned grim. He pulled out his phone and called several debtors, only to be met with the same response. They had simply settled their accounts due to having excess funds available, and nothing more was mentioned. This woman truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Wang Yuanxin sat down, bitter and regretful. Now do you believe me? This girl has truly impressed me. She has turned a deadlock into a winning position. Compared to her, you and Wang Bo are far behind. Such a pity she is a woman. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider allowing the Wang family's power to rest in her hands. Who knows? She might even elevate the Wang family to greater heights. Wang Yuanxin lamented. Wang Yong, with a sullen expression, responded, Dad, are we just going to let her revel in her success? I have my own plans for this situation. She must be pushed out. That is certain. It is my wish, as well as your grandmother's. We just need a suitable excuse. Remain calm. I will meet with the old lady tonight to discuss this further. Wang Yuanxin waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. In the future, refrain from coming to see me alone unless absolutely necessary to avoid any gossip. In the following days, Du Qingxin's life was uneventful and orderly. By day, he would linger in the security room at the company, chatting idly with a few subordinates. After work, he would prepare meals for the two lovely ladies in his life. And at night, he would practice and tend to his injuries. The battle from 3 years prior had sent shockwaves through the entire underground world of the West, nearly costing him his life. Although his old wounds had healed somewhat, they were far from fully recovered, requiring further time for recuperation. He understood that as days passed, troubles and enemies would eventually come knocking at his door. Once his identity was fully revealed, many would find it difficult to sleep. He had numerous enemies who wished for his demise, and he had vowed to eliminate many who had wronged him. On this particular day, Du Qingxin dropped the two ladies off at the company. From a distance, he spotted a Land Rover with a Beijing license plate parked at the entrance, with an ordinarily dressed young man leaning against the car, smoking. Du Qingxin furrowed his brow slightly, discreetly parking his car in the garage before returning to the security room to greet his subordinates. Brother Chun, someone is looking for you outside, Wu Bo said as he entered. Du Qingxin nodded. All right, I understand. Keep an eye on things. I'll step out for a moment. Of course, Brother Chun. If you have matters to attend to, just go ahead. We'll handle things here, Zhang Kuei quickly replied. Chapter 45. Zhao Tianba from Beijing as Du Qingxin walked outside. He approached the young man. The moment the young man saw him, his cigarette fell to the ground, and he stared at Du Qingxin with wide eyes, filled with emotion. As tears welled up, he stood frozen, as if enchanted. Upon reaching the young man, Du Qingxin smiled and said, What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? The young man snapped back to reality, calling out tearfully, Brother Chun. He suddenly rushed forward, embracing Du Qingxin tightly, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate his feelings. After a moment, Du Qingxin gently pushed him away and took a seat in the passenger seat. Get in the car. Why are you blocking the company entrance? Oh. The young man hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. Let us find a place to grab a drink, Du Qingxin suggested. I want to see if you've improved. Brother Chun, how could I possibly compare to you? The young man, blushing, replied, appearing somewhat flustered. If anyone who knew him witnessed this scene, they would be utterly astonished, for his name was Zhao Tianba, the most renowned second-generation heir in Beijing, a formidable figure not only in combat, but also known as the car god of the city, frequently participating in professional racing and boasting several championship trophies in his family's collection. Indeed, he is Zhao Xiaoman's elder brother and also Du Qingxin's childhood companion. They were inseparable during their youth, engaging in brawls, chasing girls, and causing quite a ruckus in the capital. Most of his driving skills were imparted by Du Qingxin, making them akin to mentor and disciple. In Zhao Tianba's heart, Du Qingxin is the closest person in the world, deserving of his utmost respect and admiration. Typically a reckless driver, Zhao Tianba displayed remarkable restraint today, driving smoothly to a modest eatery, avoiding any flashy maneuvers primarily out of fear of reprimand. In his days of practicing driving with Du Qingshun, he often faced scathing criticism, a lingering shadow that haunted him for years. Even now, despite being recognized as a driving prodigy, he remains acutely aware of his own limitations compared to Du Qingshun. The owner of the restaurant was kind-hearted. Even though it was not yet time for lunch, he prepared several dishes for the two and fried a couple of plates of peanuts, along with a case of erguo too, a staple from their past drinking sessions. After consuming 3 bottles, Zhao Tianba could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, they say you are dead. But I know you are alive. For all these years, I've been searching for you, even traveling abroad several times. Everyone insisted you were gone, but I refused to believe it." His capacity for alcohol was usually commendable, yet today he was particularly emotional. Du Qingshun smiled faintly and raised his glass, prompting another round of drinks. "When will you return to the capital? Things have changed drastically in your absence. I seldom associate with our old crowd anymore. People change. I bear no resentment, but I wish to distance myself from them," Zhao Tianba muttered. Du Qingshun remained calm, responding, "Given the monumental events of the past, it is natural for everyone to distance themselves from me due to familial pressures. I have never held it against them. But I have not changed, Brother Chun. I will always be your loyal brother. That is a certainty. Let us toast to that." The two reminisced about their days in the capital, and as Zhao Tianba recounted Du Qingshun's audacious exploits, his eyes sparkled with admiration. They continued drinking until the afternoon, both slightly intoxicated, averaging around 3 gin of liquor each. Suddenly, Zhao Tianba remarked, "Brother Chun, they're getting engaged." He did not specify who they were, but Du Qingshun understood all too well. A slight furrow appeared on Du Qingshun's brow, and he remained silent, complex emotions swirling within him. He downed another glass of liquor. "Brother Chun, can you truly endure this?" Zhao Tianba asked. "As long as you return, I will accompany you into any perilous situation. Enough about the capital. I do not wish to hear more. You should return quickly, and in the future do not contact me unless absolutely necessary. Do not divulge my affairs. It could lead to our ruin." Du Qingshun's mood darkened. Zhao Tianba felt a pang of guilt. "Brother Chun, I apologize for bringing this up. I simply could not contain myself. Rest assured, I will not let them have it easy. One must think carefully before acting. Do not involve yourself in matters that do not concern you. The debts of the past will eventually be settled, and while I once chose to evade them, I have come to realize that avoidance does not resolve issues, but rather traps one in endless regret." Du Qingshun reflected. Zhao Tianba bit his lip and replied, "Understood. Brother Chun, I will await the day of your triumphant return." By the time they finished their meal, it was already evening. Du Qingshun was summoned back by Wu Bo's phone call, stating that Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were waiting for him in the security office, seemingly quite irate. Zhao Tianba escorted him to the company entrance, feeling a sense of unease. He had traveled from the capital filled with anticipation, only to be met with disappointment. Brother Chun remained unchanged in spirit, yet he had transformed in ways that were starkly different from before, particularly in temperament. The current Du Qingshun exhibited remarkable composure. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong sat in the security office, watching Zhao Tianba depart with astonishment. A capital license plate? Is he a friend of Du Qingshun's? He seems to be of notable stature, they mused. "Did you drink?" Wang Lingying inquired, frowning. Du Qingshun nodded. Gao Xiaodong interjected, "You went out drinking during work hours? I see you have no regard for your position as security captain." Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei were visibly apprehensive. Today's events were quite serious. Under normal circumstances, Du Qingshun would have brushed this off, but today was different. Upon learning news from the capital, he was in a foul mood, responding coldly. "You could dismiss me at any time." Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei trembled at this audacity. Is he truly ready to confront Gao? They thought, astonished. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Gao Xiaodong widened her eyes, but did not erupt in anger, staring at Du Qingshun as if he were a ghost. "Are you all right? Are you drunk? Are you starting to ramble?" "I am not intoxicated," Du Qingshun replied, effectively disarming Gao Xiaodong's accusation. Her face fell. She had expected him to acknowledge his inebriation, providing a way out for everyone, but his refusal left her feeling humiliated. "What do you mean by that? You went out drinking during work hours, and I can't reprimand you?" Gao Xiaodong retorted, her temper flaring. Brother Chun is impressive, she thought, her patience wearing thin. You dare defy me? She shouted. Wang Lingying, noticing Du Qingchen's discontent, refrained from admonishing him and instead asked, Are you all right? I am fine. Du Qingchen is schulte. His tone unwavering. Trudy fine? She pressed. Absolutely fine. Hey, what are you doing? I'm about to lose my mind. He is defying me. And you do not support me? Gao Xiaodong exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. Wang Lingying interjected. All right, I will drive today. You two stay here. She headed to the parking garage. And Du Qingchen, having consumed alcohol, chose not to contest her decision. Gao Xiaodong glared at Du Qingchen, her frustration palpable. If not for the presence of others, she would have lunged at him. Bozy, pour me a glass of water, she commanded. Du Qingchen ignored her, casually reclining in a chair, legs crossed, as if completely unfazed. His nonchalance astonished Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei. In the presence of two formidable female executives, Du Qingchen showed no deference. Having erred, he acted as if nothing had happened, particularly infuriating Gao Xiaodong, whose face darkened noticeably. Wu Bo hurriedly poured water for Du Qingchen, who downed in one go, thanking him. Brother Chun, you are too polite. Wu Bo winked, hinting for him to apologize to Gao Xiaodong. Du Qingchen pretended not to notice. Seeing him treat Wu Bo with such courtesy only aggravated Gao Xiaodong further. Du Qingchen, do you even acknowledge my presence? She demanded loudly. Not at all, he replied, causing a collective gasp from those present. Do you not know how to converse? He continued with a chuckle. Why would I have any regard for you when I do not fancy you? Gao Xiaodong felt her sanity slipping. Very well, Du Qingchen. You have become quite arrogant. Do not forget, I hold leverage over you regarding that incident at the hotel. I won't hesitate to inform Lingying. This was her trump card. However, the weight of this statement left Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei momentarily stunned, their hearts surging with an insatiable mix of shock and curiosity. That night, the hotel, what could have transpired? Had they perhaps shared a bed? Du Qingchen felt a soudainidash. Have you lost your mind? He frowned. Are you afraid now? If so, apologize to me immediately. I don't believe I can handle you. Gao Xiaodong finally exhaled in relief. I haven't done anything wrong. So why should I apologize to you? Moreover, I detest being threatened. Do as you wish. I am indifferent. The pure shall remain clear, while the tainted shall reveal themselves. Du Qingchen scuffed coldly. Gao Xiaodong was utterly dumbfounded. Her trump card had failed to work. Suddenly, she felt an emptiness within her. Staring at Du Qingchen with a mixture of curiosity and a loss of temper, she inquired, What exactly happened? You seem quite upset, unable to control your emotions. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei were left speechless. Not angry anymore? What is going on here? Du Qingchen paused, casting a glance at Gao Xiaodong, then abruptly stood up, exhaling deeply, saying, I'm fine now. My earlier attitude was inappropriate. I apologize. He then walked out, just as Wang Lingying was driving up from a distance. Gao Xiaodong hurriedly followed him out to the car. As the three departed, Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei exchanged bewildered glances, finally exclaiming in unison after several seconds. What the hell? They felt they had witnessed a remarkable spectacle today, their admiration for Du Qingchen soaring, while the flames of gossip ignited within them. Inside the car, a heavy silence enveloped them. Upon arriving home, Du Qingchen prepared dinner and retreated to his room. The news brought by Zhao Tianba had left him feeling somewhat despondent. He suddenly realized that when truly confronted with that woman, he could not maintain his composure. At the dinner table, Wang Lingying furrowed her brow. Although the food remained delectable, the two women had little appetite. Hey, Lingying, do you think something has gone awry? This is unlike him, Gao Xiaodong asked curiously. Wang Lingying replied, I don't know. He usually has such strong self-control. What is going on today? I don't know. Gao Xiaodong rolled her eyes. I know you don't know. I'm just lamenting. Come on, you two are married. Don't you care at all? Wang Lingying replied, I'll ask him later. Oh, you really care about him? Gao Xiaodong's eyes widened. Didn't you tell me to care? Wang Lingying said, lowering her head. I also need to remind you not to blur the lines between acting and reality. Gao Xiaodong said seriously, marriage is the grave of love. Once a woman falls in love, she becomes foolish and suffers. Wang Lingying responded, You're overthinking. My concern stems from friendship. It's completely normal. Do you consider yourselves friends? Gao Xiaodong asked. This time, Wang Lingying answered without hesitation, yes. After dinner, she truly went to Du Qingchen's room. Upon opening the door, Du Qingchen looked at her curiously. What is wrong? Wang Lingying entered, closed the door, and said coolly, "I came to see you." Du Qingshan awkwardly responded with an O. Wang Lingying asked, "Do you have friends in the capital?" "Actually, my family is from the capital." Du Qingshan admitted without reserve. "Do you consider me a friend?" Wang Lingying asked earnestly. Du Qingshan hesitated slightly before replying, "Of course. Then if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, and I will do my utmost to assist you." "Thank you. No need for thanks. You have helped me greatly and saved my life, not just once. Assisting you is only right. Besides, according to our premarital agreement, we should support each other, should we not?" Du Qingshan was at a loss for words. "Speak. What exactly happened?" Wang Lingying inquired. Du Qingshan replied, "Nothing. You don't regard me as a friend? Do you genuinely want to know?" Du Qingshan est gaz tourné péculier. Wang Lingying merely stared at him in silence. Du Qingshan said with a bitter smile, "All right, I once loved a woman deeply. For her, I committed heinous acts, only to discover that it was all a meticulously crafted trap. I was deceived and suffered greatly. I thought she had died, but then she suddenly resurfaced alive. Today, a friend informed me that she is getting engaged." Wang Lingying frowned slightly. "So it's your ex-girlfriend getting engaged. No wonder you appear so despondent. Your emotions are on the brink of spiraling out of control. Why not try to win her back? Aren't you fond of snatching weddings?" Sweat. This statement was worth Du Qingshan's contemplation. He naturally replied, "I harbor not a shred of love for her now. Why should I pursue her? I have shown great magnanimity by not exacting vengeance." "You no longer love her?" Wang Lingying asked, relieved. "Tiepte su offera, va, et monsieur Du Qingshan smiled there." Wang Lingying felt immensely embarrassed, regretting her question. "Do not misunderstand." Wang Lingying's face flushed, and she added, in Du Qingshan's eyes, this was akin to confessing guilt, further fueling his amusement. "I am not misunderstanding. You." Wang Lingying felt somewhat flustered. Du Qingshan suddenly declared earnestly, "I truly harbor no affection for her. Only hatred remains. The sole woman I love now is you. Please stop. Your affairs do not concern me in the slightest. Who you love is of no importance to me. Just don't love me." With that, Wang Lingying fled as if escaping. Du Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Wang Lingying returned to her room, her heart racing and her cheeks flushed. Wrapping herself tightly, Wang Lingying's mind echoed with Du Qingshan's words, "The only woman I love now is you." That night, she found herself unable to sleep. The following morning, Du Qingshan prepared breakfast as usual, and, after a night's rest, his spirits had returned to normal. However, Wang Lingying sported dark circles under her eyes, evidently having had a restless night. "Are you all right?" Du Qingshan inquired with concern. Wang Lingying pretended not to hear. "Hey, Lingying, why do you have panda eyes? Did you lose sleep last night?" Gao Xiaodong asked curiously, glancing at Du Qingshan with an inquisitive expression. Du Qingshan shrugged. "It has nothing to do with me. You needn't look at me like that. I have no idea what's wrong with her. Stop guessing. I was troubled by company matters, which is why I couldn't sleep. It has nothing to do with anyone else," Wang Lingying explained helplessly. She spoke casually, but Gao Xiaodong took it seriously, asking, "Isn't the company doing well? All the materials owed have been collected, and your uncle has no immediate way to trouble you. What could you possibly be worried about?" Wang Lingying's face flushed as she contemplated her response, sighing, "This matter has been resolved, but it is only temporary. I believe my uncle will attempt to undermine me again. My grandmother is eager to collaborate with Hongfei Group, but there's a Wu Hao in the mix. Don't be fooled by his pleasant words. Just wait. The 5 billion project as startup funds are in place, but securing the project 1 TB that's simple." Du Qingshan listened silently, not interjecting. "Well, there's always a way forward. Whether or not you can collaborate with Hongfei Group is a matter for your family to ponder. Your grandmother should be worried. No need for you to fret," Gao Xiaotong reassured. "But I'm still a part of the Wang family. How can I truly disregard everything?" Wang Lingying sighed. After finishing their meal, Wang Lingying went upstairs to apply makeup. She usually required little, being naturally beautiful, but today was different. Her dark circles were too pronounced. At the front door, Gao Xiaodong asked Du Qingshan, "What did you two talk about in the room last night? Is this not private conversation between husband and wife? Must you inquire?" Du Qingshan teased. Gao Xiaodong scoffed, "Please, you could deceive others, but not me. Your marriage is a facade. What private conversation could you possibly have? Did you speak of private matters in your dreams last night?" Du Qingshan smiled without replying, maintaining an air of mystery. Stop being so cryptic, Gao Xiaodong muttered. After a brief moment, she spoke again. Du Qingshun, you are quite something. Are you not afraid that I might inform Ling Ying about the incident from last time? You asked me to help you collect debts, and I have accomplished that. If that serves as my punishment, then I suppose it suffices. Why must you bring up old matters? Is it amusing to you? Or perhaps you have developed feelings for me? Du Qingshun replied nonchalantly. You? Gao Xiaodong retorted, her anger barely contained. Me? Am I supposed to like you? I think you've truly lost your mind. Rest assured, I have someone I admire, and you're not my type. Although I now admit you are not entirely without merit, you are still leagues away from my standards. Well then, I thank you for your honesty, Du Qingshun chuckled. Just as Gao Xiaodong was about to retort, she noticed Wang Lingying emerging and promptly fell silent. She did not wish for her friend to learn of that embarrassing incident from the previous night, despite her incessant threats towards Du Qingshun regarding that matter. She was secretly anxious about him revealing it. Du Qingshun gazed at Wang Lingying, who, after a light application of makeup, appeared even more exquisite than usual. Her aura further intensified, adding an extra touch of allure. Wang Lingying, feeling his scrutiny, coldly remarked, "Aren't you going to drive? Pervert." Gao Xiaodong chimed in from the side, adding fuel to the fire. Du Qingshun was unfazed, responding affirmatively before heading to the car. Upon arriving at the company and entering the security room, two colleagues surrounded him. "Brother Chun, we admire you." "Indeed, admiration is a must." Du Qingshun, perplexed, asked, "Have you all taken leave of your senses, flattering me so early in the morning?" "No, Brother Chun, we genuinely admire you. When did you and CEO Gao become an item? You move quickly." Vubo chuckled. Du Qingshun felt embarrassed. Enough, one can eat recklessly, but one should not speak carelessly. I have nothing going on with her. Zhang Kuei laughed. "Brother Chun, don't hide it from us. Yesterday, CEO Gao mentioned that incident at the hotel TSK, you know what I mean. We are not fools. Sweat." Du Qingshun chuckled helplessly. "I am married. So please refrain from making wild assumptions." Wu Bo was taken aback. "Brother Chun is married?" "Yes. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? I just got here a few days ago. I've been married for quite some time." Du Qingshun grinned. "My wife is far more beautiful than Gao Xiaodong, so I am completely devoted to her and would never stray." Zhang Kuei suggested, "Bro, we should invite your wife to dinner someday to celebrate." "That might be a bit challenging," Du Qingshun replied. "She is quite busy and rarely goes out to eat." "No witties. We can bring ingredients and visit your home to taste your wife's cooking." Wu Bo interjected with a smile. Du Qingshun chuckled. "That won't work either. She can't cook at all." "Oh, then who cooks in your house?" "Of course, it's me." "What a good man, Brother Chun. We are in awe." After chatting for a while, Du Qingshun's phone suddenly rang. Curious, he glanced at the number and frowned. Stepping outside to find a quiet spot, he answered the call, which had been ringing for quite some time, with the caller exhibiting remarkable patience. "Wang." The voice on the other end was unmistakably in English. Du Qingshun responded with a perfect London accent, likely leaving Gao Xiaodong astounded. "You are Huaxia?" "Yes, Wang. I will arrive in Jiangnan City tomorrow." "Wang, I miss you." Du Qingshun's phone deepened. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaodong had just hung up the phone and hurried to find Wang Lingying. "President Wang, there are no outsiders here. Just call me Lingying." Wang Lingying smiled. "What is you so cheerful?" Chapter 48. Just on the way, Gao Xiaodong's face flushed bright red. "Lingying, great news. Monumental news. Did you win the lottery?" Gao Xiaodong exclaimed impatiently. "Aldington is coming to Jiangnan City." "Aldington?" Wang Lingying looked bewildered. "You know, the investment tycoon. Incredibly renowned in London. I have met him once, and a friend informed me he will be staying at the Starry Hotel. My friend made a reservation for me, and tomorrow I will take you to visit him." Gao Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Lingying seemed to grasp the situation, but remained remarkably composed. "The investment mogul from London? What does that have to do with me? Why should I meet him?" Gao Xiaodong was speechless. "Do you realize how difficult it is to arrange a meeting with him in London? Do you know how impressive he is? His company has rapidly ascended to the Fortune 500, having invested in hundreds of businesses with average returns exceeding 300%, with almost no failures. If he were to invest in our company, just imagine the benefits. He possesses vast resources and is a senior member of the Yellow Springs Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention, simply dining with him would be quite prestigious, and we could also seek his guidance on investment matters. What a splendid opportunity. You must not miss it." Wang Lingying asked, "Will he meet us?" "Of course. My friend secured the appointment for tomorrow at 9 in the morning at the Starry Hotel," Gao Xiaodong replied. Wang Lingying conceded. All right, I will accompany you to broaden my horizons. The following day, Du Qingxin dropped the two women off at the company. As Wang Lingying got out of the car, she turned to him and said, "Oh, wait a moment. We will be down shortly. You need to take us somewhere." Huh? Du Qingxian was taken aback. He had intended to leave. In the elevator, Gao Xiaodong asked Wang Lingying, "Why do you want him to take us?" "Isn't that his job? But aren't you concerned it might not be convenient for him?" Wang Lingying inquired, puzzled. "What do you mean? You know some of the etiquette abroad is not well understood or accepted here. Aldington is nobility. If we were to greet him too closely, he might take offense." Gao Xiaodong explained. "Sweat." Wang Lingying frowned. "I cannot accept that either." "Then let him take us, and he can wait in the car." "Without him, I feel insecure," Gao Xiaodong said, her expression one of surprise. "Why are you staring at me?" Wang Lingying felt a chill run down her spine. "Without him, you feel insecure? Has it come to this?" "You're finished," Gao Xiaodong said, looking worried. "Don't speak nonsense. I don't understand what you mean." Wang Lingying felt a twinge of panic. Habits can be frightening. Once you become accustomed to someone's presence, you're not far from falling in love with them. Gao Xiaodong remarked sagely. Wang Lingying opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. She could not divulge the events of that night to Gao Xiaodong. It was a military secret. Thus, she could only helplessly say, "It's not as you think. Don't worry. I am as cold-hearted as iron and will not easily fall in love." 10 minutes later, the two women emerged with some company materials, and Du Qingchen was already waiting in the car. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. Gao Xiaodong replied, "To the Starry Hotel." "Huh? Du Qingchen bestattet. What do you need to go to the Starry Hotel for?" "To visit a distinguished individual." Du Qingchen smirked. "Is the person also surnamed Gao, hence distinguished individual? Can you not engage in proper conversation?" Gao Xiaodong retorted, clearly frustrated. "Do you know Joseph Aldington?" Du Qingchen's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He indeed recognized the name. "Is he really impressive?" he asked with a smile. Gao Xiaodong grew anxious. "You clearly have no idea. He is the head of one of the most renowned investment firms on Wall Street, a true legendary figure. It's not surprising you haven't heard of him. If he is that impressive, do you know him?" "Not personally, but I will soon." Gao Xiaodong spoke with a hint of pride. Du Qingchen teased her, saying, "Why not take me along to witness it?" Gao Xiaodong quickly replied, "You should pass on that. When we arrive at the hotel, wait in the car outside. Don't interfere with our business discussion. Remember, today you are merely our driver, understood?" "Understood?" Du Qingchen chuckled. "You still have business to discuss? With the way you speak of him, do you really think he would collaborate with you?" "Not necessarily," Gao Xiaodong shrugged. "I have a connection to introduce us. And after all, we are both quite stunning. Perhaps he will take a liking to us and choose to collaborate." Du Qingchen looked, refraining from teasing her further and focusing on driving. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the Xingqin Grand Hotel. The car stopped outside the entrance, and Gao Xiaodong and Wang Lingying exited together. Gao Xiaodong instructed Du Qingchen, "Just wait in the car." Du Qingchen waved his hand, wishing them a smooth journey. "It must be smooth," Gao Xiaodong affirmed, her fist raised, revealing her excitement mixed with nervousness. Once the two women entered, Du Qingchen took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a man swiftly emerged from the hotel, directly opening the car door for Du Qingchen with a respectful demeanor. "President." The man, a strikingly handsome figure of British descent, appeared youthful despite being in his 30s. With blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes. Du Qingchen stepped out and waved. "No need to be so formal. Aldington, what brings you here?" Aldington's eyes sparkled with admiration as he replied, "Eileen is taking a bath. I was sent to welcome you." Du Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly and suggested, "Go check on her. After you, President." Aldington led the way. They took the elevator directly to the presidential suite on the 18th floor. Aldington knocked on the door. Soon, it opened to reveal a stunning blonde beauty clad in a silk robe, who immediately leaped into Du Qingchen's arms. He sighed in resignation, embracing her. "Chin, I've missed you." Eileen gazed deeply into Du Qingchen's eyes, her emotions surfacing as she planted a delicate kiss on him. Du Qingchen tilted his head slightly to receive the kiss, then gently pushed her away, saying, "All right, go change your clothes. Why are you still here? Do you wish to witness my intimacy with Wang?" Eileen shot a glance at Aldington and retorted unabashedly. Her presence was commanding. Just one look made Aldington shiver, and he quickly donned a smile, bowing slightly. "All right, I shall take my leave. Wang, enjoy yourselves." With a slam, Eileen locked the door behind him and lunged at Du Qingchen again. He sidestepped her, asserting enough. Change into your clothes. Recognizing the seriousness in his tone, Eileen realized her allure had once more failed to sway him, though she had faced defeat countless times before. A hint of disappointment flickered across her face as she pouted. Fine then. Shortly after, she emerged in a new outfit, embodying elegance with her every gesture, exuding sophisticated grace. To the unacquainted observer, she would appear of noble descent, yet she was merely the sole survivor of a small town in Europe, devastated in a cataclysm when she was just 15. Had Du Qingxun not intervened, she would have perished that day. Since then, she had devoted herself to him, regarding him as her master. Eileen prepared a cup of coffee for him, gazing at Du Qingxun with longing. "Master, I have missed you. You should not have sought me out." Du Qingxun replied sternly, but I could not restrain myself. "You know how I've spent these past 3 years. Other than avenging you, my existence has been devoid of meaning. We held onto the belief that you were still alive, and with the grace of God, I finally received news of you. How could I possibly resist the urge to see you, even if only for a moment?" Her heartfelt words stirred something within Du Qingxun, but he quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat, stating, "Enough of such talk. I am married now, and you too will have your future. You must not harbor feelings for me any longer." "Ah, you are married?" A glimmer of stars lit up Eileen's eyes, accompanied by a surge of intensity. Du Qingxun warned in a low voice, "If you dare harm her, I will end you. She is the princess. I came to meet her, to see who could possibly capture the heart of our king. I confess, I felt a murderous intent just now, but I will not defy my master's words. Yet, I swear I will never love another man. When you saved me, I vowed that I would only ever have one man in my life, and that man is you," Eileen declared earnestly. Du Qingxun felt a bead of sweat forming. "Are they all well?" "Very well, but they miss you dearly," Eileen replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. "Your status is unique. Every move you make attracts attention, especially in this kingdom, which will not allow you freedom. You must leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Du Qingxun question," Eileen retorted defiantly. "Are you referring to the Dragon King? He wouldn't dare harm me. Otherwise, my master would confront him directly. I doubt he wishes to face my teacher." Du Qingxun frowned. "Do you truly seek to incite a war? My injuries have yet to heal. I do not wish to draw attention to myself now. You wouldn't want to endanger my life, would you?" "Fine. I shall leave tomorrow," Eileen agreed without hesitation, her commitment to Du Qingxun's safety unwavering. The potential conflict between the association of extraordinary individuals and the Dragon Clan mattered little to her. In her eyes, no one was more significant than Du Qingxun. Meanwhile, Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong sat anxiously in the hotel's VIP reception room. Their impending meeting with the illustrious Oldington was understandably nerve-wracking. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lingying was regarded as a rising star in the business world, while Gao Xiaotong had made a name for herself on Wall Street. Yet in comparison to a true titan like Oldington, they felt woefully inadequate. Without an introduction, they would have never had the chance to meet him. Individuals who interacted with Oldington were invariably top-tier magnates or super elites in their respective fields. After waiting for some time without any sign of him, Wang Lingying turned to Gao Xiaotong. "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Gao Xiaotong took a deep breath, feigning calmness. "We must remain composed. How can we lose our poise? I believe Mr. Oldington must be attending to something important. Granting us 10 minutes is already quite generous. Can we not be patient?" Wang Lingying hesitated, just as the reception room door swung open. Oldington entered, accompanied by a beautiful assistant. Upon spotting the two women, his eyes lit up, and he opened his arms with a smile. "Oh, I apologize for the delay. I was occupied with an important guest." He embraced each of them briefly, avoiding overly intimate gestures, which eased the tension that had gripped Wang Lingying. "Mr. Oldington, I am introduced by Mr. Nietzsche. My name is Gao Xiaotong. I previously worked on Wall Street, and am also a devoted admirer of yours. It is a tremendous honor to finally meet you today. May I take a picture with you?" Gao Xiaotong, embodying a bashful fan, felt exceedingly shy. Wang Lingying appeared somewhat flustered as well. "Of course, it would be my privilege to gather with two beautiful ladies. It reminds me of a saying from your esteemed country. Those who are fated to meet are destined to do so, even if separated by 1,000 miles. While those without fate may not recognize each other even when face to face. Simply by sitting there, Oldington emanated a formidable aura. He exuded elegance and gentlemanly charm, engaging in light-hearted banter that fostered an immediate sense of intimacy. Contrary to the lofty image many might envision, he was remarkably down to earth. Downstairs, Du Qingshan had been waiting for approximately half an hour when Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong finally emerged. The moment they entered the car, the two women began chattering animatedly in the back seat. It was evident that their conversation revolved around Aldington, and their impressions of him were exceedingly positive, suggesting that he had also regarded them favorably. After listening for a while, Du Qingshan could not help but inquire, "Is that fellow inviting you both to dinner tonight?" "Hey, why refer to him as that fellow? Could you speak with a bit more courtesy?" Gao Xiaodong retorted indignantly. Du Qingshan shrugged nonchalantly. "What does it matter? I've never been particularly polite to him. I merely wanted to ask if you truly intend to go." "Are you feeling jealous?" Gao Xiaodong teased with a hint of sarcasm. "Let me tell you, do you have any idea how many people dream of dining with him?" Du Qingshan found himself in a state of amused disbelief. "Jealous? Certainly not over Aldington." Wang Lingying interjected, "Enough of this bickering. We should return to the office. We need to prepare an investment proposal to present to Mr. Aldington tonight." "I'll drive you both," Du Qingshan offered. "There's no need. We can manage on our own." Gao Xiaodong promptly declined. "I'm not addressing you," Du Qingshan replied. "You." Gao Xiaodong huffed in exasperation. Lingying, look at his attitude. It's as if he is treating me like an enemy. "What have I done to offend you, Du Qingshan? You must clarify this." Du Qingshan responded. "You Haven Tea offended me. If you could speak a bit more courteously, I would naturally reciprocate with the respect you deserve." Wang Lingying suggested, "All right, you could drive us to the restaurant tonight and wait outside for us." "Very well," Du Qingshan readily agreed. Gao Xiaodong glared at his retreating figure, feigning an urge to pounce on him, albeit merely for the sake of venting her frustration. Chapter 50. Do you know who she is? Upon returning to the office, Du Qingshan engaged in light-hearted banter with his two colleagues. In the evening, he drove the two women to the Dihao restaurant, the establishment chosen by Aldington. To accommodate them, he had reserved the entire venue. Such extravagant displays of wealth were not new to Du Qingshan, who had grown accustomed to them. Upon arriving, he parked in front of the restaurant, where an assistant was already waiting to escort the two women to their private room. Du Qingshan sat in the car, resting his eyes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a text from Wang Lingying. "Find a place to eat on your own." The message was brief and lacked overt sweetness. Yet it warmed Du Qingshan's heart. Details can dictate success or failure and reveal much about relationships. He understood that it was unrealistic to expect Wang Lingying to fall in love with him at this moment. But at least she had grown accustomed to his presence and was concerned about his well-being. This was indeed a positive sign. Everything follows a process. There was no need to rush. Gradually, there would come a day when clouds would part to reveal the sun. Of course, he had no intention of seeking a place to dine. He was not hungry yet. Approximately half an hour later, his phone chimed again. Another message from Wang Lingying. "Hurry to the 888 Imperial Room." The vague instruction caused Du Qingshan to furrow his brow. He promptly exited the car and entered the restaurant. "Sir, this establishment has been booked for the evening. If you wish to dine, please choose another location." The manager, accompanied by several security personnel, halted Du Qingshan's advance. "Oh, I'm not here to dine. I'm a friend of Mr. Aldington, and he has sent for me," Du Qingshan casually replied. The manager paused, eyeing him skeptically. Du Qingshan's casual attire raised doubts about his claim. "Sir, I do not know how you are acquainted with our guest's name, but it would be best for you to leave. Aldington is in the Imperial Room, correct? I assure you, I am his invited guest. If you obstruct me, he will be displeased." Du Qingshan replied with a smile. "If you still doubt me, you may inquire with him directly. My name is Du Qingshan, and I believe you will come to greet me personally." His calm demeanor alleviated the manager's concerns. No one outside knew Aldington was dining there, including the security guards and waitstaff. The manager had only received a call from the owner earlier, instructing him to ensure Aldington's comfort. Du Qingshan's knowledge of the guest's name and room left no room for doubt. "Sir, I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Please allow me to escort you upstairs." The manager offered respectfully. "No need, I can find my way," Du Qingshan replied. "Allow me to accompany you," the manager insisted, using a tone of deference. Du Qingshan nodded, and they swiftly made their way to the room, where 4 bodyguards and the assistant were stationed outside. Upon seeing Du Qingshan, their expressions changed, revealing a mix of fear and anxiety. They were unaware of his identity, but had witnessed how respectfully Aldington had treated him earlier, which had astonished them. As Aldington was known for his aloofness, Du Qingshan chose to ignore their presence and forcefully kicked the door open. The manager gasped, "Mr. Du, what are you doing?" Du Qingshun paid him no mind, fixating his icy gaze on Aldington. The assistant promptly pulled the manager aside, saying, "Enough, this is not your concern. You may leave now." "However." "There is no however." The assistant glared at him. Inside the room, Wang Lingying sighed in relief upon Du Qingshun's entrance, indicating her earlier discomfort. Gao Xiaodong also appeared displeased, though she was doing her best to suppress it. Aldington was startled by Du Qingshun's sudden arrival, his expression shifting to one of apprehension. Opening his mouth, he was met with a warning look from Du Qingshun, prompting him to quickly amend his greeting. "Mr. Du, what brings you here?" Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. "Mr. Du?" they thought. Did they know each other? Du Qingshun turned to Wang Lingying. "Has he been giving you trouble?" Wang Lingying shook her head and then nodded. "He wants us to keep him company tonight." Du Qingshun then looked at Gao Xiaotong. "If you had followed your instincts and I hadn't been here, do you realize what might have transpired tonight?" Gao Xiaodong opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, had it not been for Du Qingshun, they would have never left that door unscathed. Aldington, unable to comprehend the rapid exchange in Chinese, felt an ominous premonition as Du Qingshun approached him with an intense glare. With a resounding slap, Du Qingshun struck Aldington, causing his face to swell and several teeth to shatter. He was in a state of utter disarray, covering his mouth yet too frightened to evade. Pointing at Wang Lingying, Du Qingshun remarked, "Do you know who she is?" "She is my wife, my spouse." "Do you dare to let her share your bed?" Bang! Aldington immediately knelt, trembling violently. The king's woman? That could only mean the queen. Oh, how foolish he felt. His mind buzzed, utterly terrified. Did he still have a chance to survive? A palpable dread of death enveloped him. Wang Lingying's face flushed crimson. Du Qingshun publicly declared their relationship. She should have been angry, yet she found herself stirred by his commanding presence. This was the second time she witnessed his formidable side, the first being at their engagement banquet. Considering Aldington's status, Wang Lingying felt a new wave of anxiety, fearing that Du Qingshun might provoke a calamity. She hastily urged, "Du Qingshun, what do you intend to do? He merely made a slight verbal offense. Do not go too far. Let this matter end here." Gao Xiaodong, pale-faced, quickly chimed in, Yes, Mr. Aldington was just joking with us. Let's forget it." Du Qingshun's fury subsided slightly as he coldly glared at Aldington, instructing the two women. "You may leave for now." Wang Lingying insisted, "No, you must come with us." She knew Du Qingshun's temperament all too well. Usually manageable, but when it involved her, his wrath would leave no room for anyone's regard. Du Qingshun assured, "Rest assured, I will not harm him. I merely wish to converse. You two please step outside." His tone was laced with a chilling coldness, causing Gao Xiaotong to hesitate, unable to voice her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lingying finally said, "Very well. We shall wait at the door, but do not go overboard. If you dare to harm him, I will be very angry." With that, she and Gao Xiaotong exited. Chapter 51. Denial of responsibility. The door was locked by Du Qingshun. The private room was devoid of outsiders. Aldington knelt before Du Qingshun, drenched in sweat and filled with shame, trembling as he implored, "Your Majesty, I truly did not know she was the queen. I beg for your forgiveness." Du Qingshun took a seat, coldly stating, "You remain in such a state. I am quite disappointed. Tell me, can I spare you?" Aldington, despairing, resolutely replied, "If your Majesty desires my death, I have nothing to say. I have offended the queen. My sins are unforgivable." In that moment, as if by magic, he produced a gun, aiming it at his own forehead, prepared to end his life. "Put that away," Du Qingshun commanded icily. Aldington froze. Wasn't he supposed to die? Du Qingshun explained, "If you die here, you will only cause me trouble or attract unwanted attention." Aldington, feeling wronged, retorted, "Then I shall end it myself when I return." "Enough," Du Qingshun said. "Given your years of service, I shall spare you today. Remember this lesson. If you wish to pursue women, I have no objection. But you must not touch the women of this nation. And do you lack for women? Is coercion and seduction truly enjoyable?" Du Qingshun admonished. Aldington sighed in relief, feeling the sweetness of survival. Just moments ago, he had prepared for death, never imagining that the usually resolute king would spare him. This was unprecedented. The former king was decisive and ruthless, showing no mercy to his enemies. "Thank you for sparing my life. You may rise." Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong stood at the door, flanked by 4 bodyguards and an assistant. Their expressions mirrored the women's, filled with apprehension. Clearly, they had witnessed the unfolding drama in the private room. Strangely, none of them rushed in. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong exchanged worried glances. Yet, the room remained silent. After a while, the door opened, and Aldington approached the two women, bowing deeply. "Ladies, I express my deepest apologies for my previous remarks. I hold your company in high regard, and, if you agree, I am willing to invest $10 billion. "No need," Wang Lingying interrupted Aldington. $10 billion, a staggering sum. With such funding, the company could instantly ascend to industry dominance, especially with Aldington's resources and connections promising a bright future. However, Wang Lingying had her principles and boundaries. She was unwilling to collaborate with someone like him. Fortune does not fall from the sky. She remained composed and unequivocally rejected his investment offer. Gao Xiaodong felt a pang of regret, but since Wang Lingying had spoken, she refrained from further comment. Having spent years abroad, she could understand Aldington's earlier rudeness, though she found it unacceptable. But did Wang Lingying err? She did not believe so. Aldington glanced at Du Qingchen, his pitiful demeanor inciting a desire within Du Qingchen to slap him. $10 billion? Are you trying to scare me? You truly are extravagant, aren't you? Did you not hear her words? Du Qingchen glared at him. Aldington hastily nodded. "I understand now, Mr. Du. I was too offensive today, my apologies." He bowed once more. Du Qingchen scoffed. "Tomorrow, I do not wish to see you again. I will leave tonight," Aldington promised. "Then go." Du Qingchen led the two women away. Back in the car, Gao Xiaodong couldn't help but exclaim, "Du Qingchen, I never realized you had such guts." That was Aldington. You dared to confront him. Do you know, had he not been reasonable, you would have been finished? Du Qingchen ignored her. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute?" Gao Xiaodong snapped. Du Qingchen finalement replié indifférently. "I don't care who he is. If he dares to disrespect my wife, I will not tolerate it. If it weren't for your pleas today..." He left the statement hanging, causing both women to shiver simultaneously. Wang Lingying coughed lightly and inquired, "Do you know him?" Du Qingchen replied, "Not at all." "I don't believe you," Wang Lingying stated. Du Qingchen rubbed his nose. "You think I would know him?" Gao Xiaodong added, "If you did, it would be absurd." Wang Lingying's mind raced, sensing something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. She shifted the topic, asking, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I'll just have a bowl of noodles at home." "Have you eaten enough?" Du Qingchen queried. "I'm not hungry," Wang Lingying replied. Gao Xiaodong complained. "But I'm starving." "Then let us find a place to eat," Wang Lingying suggested. Du Qingchen was taken aback. "Why eat out? I can cook at home." "It's too late. No need for you to cook," Wang Lingying retorted. Du Qingchen chuckled, feeling a sense of pride as the icy goddess began to thaw. Yet, his moment of triumph was short-lived as Wang Lingying quickly added, "It's mainly a waste of time. I'm hungry now and want to eat without waiting." Du Qingchen laughed heartily. "All right then. Caring is caring, yet you women are so coy." Gao Xiaodong looked at Wang Lingying with concern, sighing repeatedly. Wang Lingying's cheeks flushed, feeling awkward as she turned her face away, unwilling to speak further. They found another restaurant, and after dining, returned home. The entire process was tranquil, as if nothing had transpired that evening. However, once home, the two women began interrogating Du Qingchen while watching television. "You really don't know Aldington?" Gao Xiaodong questioned skeptically. Du Qingchen reiterated, "I do not know him." "That still doesn't add up. If he didn't know you, why would he be so afraid? He clearly knelt after you slapped him. It doesn't make sense," Gao Xiaodong analyzed, resting her chin on her hand. Wang Lingying fixed her gaze on Du Qingchen, as both women sought a plausible explanation from him. Clearing his throat, Du Qingchen remarked, "Perhaps he is merely a coward who has never encountered someone as formidable as myself. He has 4 bodyguards outside. Do you believe you can overpower such numbers? Why don't the bodyguards and assistants come in to assist?" He continued, "He is quite reasonable. He knows he has erred, which is why he seeks your forgiveness." No matter how the two women questioned him, Du Qingchen steadfastly insisted that he did not know Aldington. It was not an intentional concealment. Rather, the circles he once inhabited were far removed from theirs, belonging to a world not meant for ordinary individuals. The more one knew, the greater the peril. Ultimately, the two women were successfully misled by Du Qingchen. They may have harbored doubts, yet the thought of his distinguished status made it seem only natural that he would not recognize Aldington. Thus, the matter was settled. After a while, Du Qingchen prepared to retire to his room for the night. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly, and a stunning blonde entered. Clad in a princess dress that exuded an air of elegance, her beauty distinctly different from that of the two women, imbued with a strong Western flair. Chapter 52. The Perverse Dragon Maiden. Indeed, it was the dragon maiden, Erin. Du Qingshen Froned. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong were equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of the enchanting lady, exchanging glances in confusion. "Who are you?" Wang Lingying inquired. Erin's expression remained inscrutable as she cast a fleeting glance at Wang Lingying, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blue. In that instant, both Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaotong felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled and they slumped onto the sofa, succumbing to slumber. "Your Majesty!" Erin's face brightened with anticipation. "How did you find your way here?" Du Qingchen asked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Erin explained, "I merely wished to meet the princess. She is truly breathtaking. Isn't she? More beautiful than I?" Seeing her expression of sorrow, Du Qingchen softened his stance and replied candidly, "You are all beautiful. Now that you have seen her, might you take your leave?" "I will leave shortly," Erin said, stepping closer to Du Qingchen and softly requesting, "But could you accompany me to gaze at the stars once more, just like years ago, holding me as we did?" Du Qingchen's mind wandered back to those years past. Erin had been just a child, recently rescued from the ravages of war, her heart filled with fear and darkness. Having witnessed the obliteration of her town, she had suffered from severe post-traumatic stress. To help her heal, Du Qingchen often took her stargazing, helping her to contemplate the vast cosmos while even imparting to her a sacred text, one that had never before graced this world, entwining with Du Qingchen's greatest secrets. Ultimately, that very text enabled Erin to become an extraordinary being, later taken under the wing of the esteemed president of the Ability Association. "Your Majesty!" Erin stood before Du Qingchen, clutching the hem of his garment, her demeanor stripped of her usual regal poise, appearing as a forlorn child. Du Qingchen's heart softened. "Very well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Will you take me flying once more?" Erin's eyes sparkled with hope. Du Qingchen smiled gently, ruffling her hair, a gesture so instinctive that Erin closed her eyes, lost in bliss, as if transported back to the happiest moments of her life. As they stepped outside, Du Qingchen embraced Erin, his form subtly glowing. Suddenly, he soared into the air, akin to a great rock, vanishing into the night. They arrived once again at the summit of Shihuan Mountain, where the hour was late, and no one ventured to race their cars. The sky was dotted with stars, and together, Du Qingchen and Erin sat side by side, gazing upward in silence, each lost in their own reverie. The night was exquisite, the distant cityscape equally captivating. The moonlight was bright, and the ambience was warm. Erin nestled closely against Du Qingchen, resting her head on his shoulder, her golden hair brushing against his ear. He did not shy away, for he had never harbored ill thoughts toward Erin, viewing her merely as a younger sister. Suddenly, they both turned their gazes in unison toward another direction. A young man, standing 20 meters away, glared at them with fury. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with golden hair and blue eyes, strikingly handsome, clad in a black trench coat topped with a felt hat. "Erin, you traveled all this way just to seek out a man? You have truly disappointed me," he exclaimed. Erin furrowed her brow and rose to her feet, addressing the man coldly. "John Radner, how dare you follow me?" Du Qingchen remained silent, merely observing the man across from him. "Kid, Erin is my woman. Do you realize how foolish your actions have been?" Yonrod Nivskoft of Du Qingchen. Du Qingchen couldn't he help but chuckle. "Am I the fool, or are you? It seems you are affiliated with the Ability Association, John Radner, a rising 4-star talent in the past 2 years. Am I correct? Do you know me?" John Radner blinked in surprise. "Since you are one of them, you ought to be aware that this land is your forbidden zone. To dare tread here is truly the height of folly." Du Qingchen replied with a smile. "You speak of longing? I have heard that longing possesses 4 war gods. 3 years ago, the Azure Dragon perished. I have yet to encounter the remaining 3, but believe me, in my eyes, they hold no significance. I fear them not. The only true figure of note in longing was the Azure Dragon, yet he is gone. I only regret that we never crossed paths. Otherwise, I would have shown him my might." John Radner proclaimed arrogantly. "Du Qingchen smiled mildly. Even the president of your Ability Association would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Do not lament, for today you have crossed my path." "What do you mean?" John Radner inquired, perplexed. "I am who you refer to as the Azure Dragon." Du Qingchen replied with a grin. "What? You're the Azure Dragon? John Radner gasped, his gaze fixed on Du Qingshun in disbelief. You lie. The Azure Dragon has long since perished. Your Majesty, he must be killed today. Otherwise, it will lead to tremendous complications. Should he leave alive, your identity will no longer remain concealed. Aaron understood the gravity of the situation. Do you have confidence? Du Qingshun asked. If not, I shall handle it myself. With Aaron here, you need not intervene, your Majesty. A 4-star ability wielder is no match for me. Eliminating him will be effortless, Aaron declared confidently. Du Qingshun chuckled. Very well, let your performance commence. Their exchange had already confirmed Du Qingshun's identity. A young man who commanded such respect from Aaron could only be the Azure Dragon. It was long known that he had once saved her life. John Radner suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Despite his bravado, he was deeply wary of the Azure Dragon. The battle from years past, where Du Qingshun had slain countless formidable opponents, facing hundreds alone, including not just ability wielders but also sorcerers and soul devourers, had left an indelible mark on history. The fact that he had survived such encounters spoke volumes about his prowess. If the Azure Dragon were indeed alive, the news would surely cause a sensation in the Western world. In an instant, the 4-star ability wielder made a decision. He must flee. There could be no risk taken here in the East, especially not with Aaron, a fellow 4-star wielder, alongside the Azure Dragon. If the Hidden Dragon organization caught wind of their presence, it would spell disaster. Yet, he barely had time to act before his body began to shimmer and disintegrate into countless particles, vanishing without a trace as if he had never graced this world, erasing all evidence of his existence. A 4-star ability wielder, undeniably a top-tier powerhouse, was erased in the blink of an eye. Du Qingshun shivered. For Aaron's strength surpassed his imagination. She was a rare dual ability wielder. The hypnosis she previously employed on Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong was but one of her abilities. The means she exhibited now was not from her other power, indicating that Aaron had mastery over at least 3 abilities. In this world, there had scarcely been anyone who wielded 3 abilities simultaneously. She was truly unique. Chapter 53. 7-colored lotus seeds. Suddenly, Aaron collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, as if she had succumbed to a severe illness. Are you all right? Du Qingshun hurriedly supported her. Aaron, feeling exceedingly weak, replied, I utilized a forbidden technique, which will leave me in a weak state for half a month, during which I cannot use any abilities, or I will suffer backlash. Backlash? Du Qingshun had heard of such occurrences. The more powerful the ability, the more pronounced the weakness period. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Then you cannot return. The two raised their heads to see Zhu Ke, clad in leather, descending before them, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Instinctively, Du Qingshun shielded Aaron behind him, frowning as he glared at Zhu Ke. Do you intend to kill her? Are you not aware of the organization's rules? She trespassed into our territory and killed a 4-star ability wielder. If this matter gets out, it could ignite a war between our ancient martial world and the Ability Association, with dire consequences. Will you protect her? Zhu Qiue's murderous intent intensified. Aaron looked at Zhu Ke in fear, clutching Du Qingshun's garment pitifully. She was well aware of Zhu Qiue's formidable strength. Under normal circumstances, she would not be afraid, but at this moment, genuine fear gripped her. Zhu Qiue's reputation was notorious. Many powerful figures from the West who ventured into the East met their demise at her hands. This woman was beautiful, yet a ruthless killer, merciless in her pursuits. Du Qingshun argued, if you kill her, it will indeed spark a war. You know she is the next president of the Ability Association. Her death would drive the Ability King into a frenzy of vengeance, cutting off the future and hope of the association. I do not concern myself with that. The organization's rules do not require reiteration. As for whether the Ability King will go mad, that is beyond my care. If he dares to invade the East, I will face his wrath. Moreover, I am not alone in this fight, Zhu Ke retorted coldly. Du Qingshun felt a sense of frustration. But I cannot stand by and watch you kill her. I will ensure she leaves tonight. That is not an option. Today I must kill her, and you need not attempt to stop me. You are still injured and cannot hinder me. Zhu Qiue's voice was frigid. Zhu Ke, we are all part of the same family. Why must it come to this? Qingyi suddenly appeared before Du Qingshun. Zhu Ke fixed her gaze on Qingyi, sneering. Have you forgotten your identity? Do you intend to betray the organization? I would never. Qingyi immediately replied. However, I cannot allow anyone to harm Brother Chun. This is also the Dragon King's command. Little Qingyi, do you really believe you can stop me? You overestimate your own capabilities, Zhuge mocked. I know I may not succeed, but I will fight to the death to protect him, Qingyi declared resolutely. She held firm to one principle. Anyone who opposed Du Qingquan was her enemy. The situation was dire, with a battle looming. Du Qingquan sighed deeply. Are you forcing my hand? Is this not also his intention? Zhuge regarded Du Qingquan without answering. Very well. Du Qingquan retrieved a dark green ring from his pocket and slipped it onto his finger. Suddenly, his countenance changed, and his eyes gleamed with astonishment as he gazed at Zhuge. Do not inquire of me. I know nothing, aside from the past Dragon Kings. No one else knows the secret of this ring. Perhaps someday you will, Zhuge stated, the aura of menace dissipating. Raising his left hand high, Du Qingquan seemed to perform a sacred ritual. Zhu Qiue's expression grew solemn as she knelt on one knee, and Qingyi quickly followed suit. Aaron looked curiously at the ring on Du Qingquan's hand. Are you satisfied now? Rise, Du Qingquan sighed. He understood this was the Dragon King's will, his army. With the energy of the Dragon Soul, whether it be Aaron or John Radner, once they entered this realm, they would undoubtedly be monitored. Yet the Dragon Soul had remained inactive until Aaron killed John Radner, at which point Zhuge appeared. For Aaron's sake, Du Qingquan had no choice but to comply. This marked his formal acceptance as the Dragon King's heir. Du Qingquan could only resign himself to fate. Once discontent, he had departed, only to find himself returning to the same place today. Perhaps this was destined by the heavens? Du Qingquan addressed Zhuge. Surely he has a message for me? He wishes for you to return when you have the time. He has matters to discuss with you, Zhuge replied. Du Qingquan felt a twinge of concern, but did not press further, saying, Very well, we shall speak of this later. I will return to see him at the appropriate time. Zhuge nodded and departed gracefully. You must leave immediately, Du Qingquan instructed Aaron. Aaron wore a reluctant expression, but ultimately nodded in resignation. Take her to the airport, he instructed Qingyi, who nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the villa, Du Qingquan found the two women awake, conversing on the sofa at such a late hour. Upon seeing him enter, they exchanged peculiar glances. Where have you been? Gao Xiaodong inquired. Du Qingquan replied, just handling some matters. He maintained a distance from Gao Xiaotong, not due to any disdain, but because he wished to respect Wang Lingying's feelings by keeping a boundary with other women. Gao Xiaodong was incensed. Hey, how can you speak to me like that? Are we enemies? Not at all, he replied. Then why are you so rude to me? Have you ever respected me? Du Qingquan kuntuhed. Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. Feeling somewhat guilty, and with a huff, she fell silent. Wang Lingying asked, Did someone come by tonight? Du Qingquan calmly replied, No, you were both chatting the whole time. I went for a night jog. A night jog? Spare me. Gao Xiaodong could not help but scoff. Du Qingquan pretended not to hear her. All right, perhaps we misremembered, Wang Lingying said, shaking her head. After waking up, their memories were fragmented, leaving them unable to recall what had transpired. This was one of Aaron's abilities, hypnosis. Good night, Du Qingquan said. Good night, Wang Lingying echoed as she pulled Gao Xiaotong upstairs. Back in his room, Du Qingquan gazed intently at the ring in his hand, his expression grave. After a prolonged moment, he finally stored the ring away. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Du Qingquan found himself unable to sleep. Reflecting on the events of the night, he felt a surge of anxiety. The murder of a 4-star ability wielder was no trivial matter, even though John Radner had been utterly dismantled. If anyone were to investigate, they could still trace his movements, potentially causing trouble for Aaron. Though her teacher would protect her, this incident might draw the attention of former enemies to Jiangnan City. It was only a matter of time before he would be exposed. Anxiety bore no fruit. He needed to restore his powers as swiftly as possible. Relying on others was futile. Only by strengthening himself could he face any adversary with confidence. Suddenly, an idea struck Du Qingquan, and he donned the ring once more. A faint green glow flickered and vanished, and he closed his eyes in meditation. After some time, he opened them, murmuring, 7 colored lotus seeds? Chapter 54. Nangong Wan'er in the capital city. A magnificent manor stood in the western suburbs, the former residence of a renowned prince in history. The estate featured a small courtyard adorned with red bricks and green tiles, complete with flowing streams and pavilions, everything one might desire. At that moment, a woman in the pavilion was playing a lute. She donned a flowing green dress, embodying the essence of beauty, with a figure and features that were truly rare in this world. Nangong Wan'er, the most exquisite beauty in the capital, was proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, which earned her the title of the capital's foremost talent. Her fiancé, Duke Qingfeng, was equally remarkable, being the heir of the Du family and a disciple of an esteemed elder from Kunlun Mountain. Among the younger generation in the capital, none could surpass him. His influence and martial prowess were unparalleled. The sound of the guqin was mournful. With a resonant twang, a string snapped. A crimson line marred her ivory-like fingers, blood seeping forth, a stark contrast against her delicate skin. Yet, Nangong Waner maintained her composure, devoid of any expression of pain, fixated on the broken string with an air of numbness. A girl of 16 or 17 rushed over from a distance, exclaiming, "Oh no, miss, your finger's bleeding again." Without hesitation, she produced a bandage, expertly tending to Nangong Waner's wound. Nangong Waner allowed Xiao Zhu to assist her, a fleeting hint of desolation evident in her demeanor. "Miss, are you all right?" Xiao Zhu inquired cautiously. "I am fine. Have there been any interesting happenings outside recently? Please share," Nangong Waner replied. She had scarcely ventured beyond her residence in 3 years. Xiao Zhu, her eyes sparkling with excitement, announced, "Your fiancé has returned to the capital. It is said he has come specifically to formalize your engagement. Many have flocked to their doorstep, eager to visit him. He is truly in high spirits now, and even an elder from Kunlun Mountain has come, indicating the importance placed on your union. Enough about him. Is there nothing else of interest?" Nangong Waner interjected with a slight frown, interrupting Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu hesitated, unable to comprehend why her mistress seemed so indifferent to news of her fiancé. If she were in Nangong Waner's position, she would have rushed to find Du Qingfeng, a veritable dragon among men. To be his wife would undoubtedly be a blessing accrued from a previous life, the pinnacle of a woman's destiny. Is there truly nothing else of note? If not, let's prepare lunch, Nangong Waner stated, rising to her feet. She had grown accustomed to cooking for herself, having cultivated a garden filled with seasonal vegetables, tending to them with care. Despite being in her 20s, her life resembled that of an octogenarian, evoking both confusion and sympathy. "I heard that the prodigal son of a Zhao family has threatened to disrupt your engagement banquet," Xiao Zhu remarked. Nangong Waner halted in her tracks, turning with curiosity. "Why is that?" "I do not know," Xiao Zhu replied with a shrug. "You are aware that this rogue often acts on a whim, unpredictable in his actions. Then investigate his recent whereabouts and acquaintances. I want every detail of his life for the past month. If funds are needed, draw from the account. I demand results within 24 hours, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent before turning to leave. Xiao Zhu, accustomed to such directives, nodded in agreement and departed. Later that afternoon, Du Qingchun noted the absence of Wang Lingying and frowned. "Is she still working overtime?" Gao Xiaodong glanced at him, commenting, "You aren't actually falling for her, are you? If so, it would be wise to relinquish the notion swiftly." Du Qingchun retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "She has been taken back by her family. The Wang family is hosting a family banquet tonight." As Gao Xiaodong entered the car and settled into the back seat, she muttered, "Some people are truly tragic, lacking even the privilege to attend a family gathering. TSK, TSK. Du Qingchun, disinterested in her banter, drove back to his villa. Minutes later, he emerged with a bowl of noodles. Upon seeing this, Gao Xiaodong expressed her displeasure. "Hey, you can't be serious. Noodle for dinner? What would you prefer?" Du Qingchun replied, his gaze fixed on his meal. "At least fry a couple of dishes. This is far too simplistic. If you want something else, feel free to serve yourself. If not, then so be it," he replied bluntly. Gao Xiaotong, sitting nearby, huffed. "I refuse to eat. Who has noodles for dinner? This is unacceptable. You should cook for me. Are you my wife?" Du Qingchun asked, lifting his head to meet her gaze earnestly. Gao Xiaodong scoffed, "Dream on. Then am I your servant?" I am neither your man nor your servant. Why should I cater to you? Be grateful you have something to eat. Otherwise, you would be left with nothing. I would not be obligated to serve you." He continued eating. Gao Xiaodong pouted, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such ridicule. Whether at school or in society, her capabilities and looks had always garnered her favorable treatment. Yet here, with Du Qingchun, she found herself not only receiving no special treatment, but also facing constant opposition. Indeed, she felt targeted. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Du Qingchun had no obligation to serve her. She was merely a guest in his home, while he was half the owner. Legally speaking, he had every right to assert this. Yet, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her. Gao Xiaodong, ever rational, refrained from causing a scene and took out her phone to order takeout. However, the enticing aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, and she could not resist swallowing as her stomach gurgled. Du Qingchun looked up, teasingly saying, "Is your stomach growling?" Gao Xiaodong's face flushed with embarrassment. "You must be mistaken." Du Qingchun chuckled. "Actually, the noodles I prepared are quite delicious. Just think, if my cooking is this good, how could the noodles be anything less?" Gao Xiaodong maintained her stern facade. "I'm not interested. If you wish to eat, then consider it a favor to me." Du Qingchun jested. With a haughty flip of her hair, Gao Xiaodong declared, "Humph, then I shall grant you this favor. But I intend to see if you are truly as skilled as you claim. It's just a bowl of noodles. How spectacular could it possibly be?" Despite her words, she did not hesitate as she strode into the kitchen, scooping a small taste of the noodles. Her eyes lit up with delight, and she struggled to contain her admiration. However, she could not bring herself to praise Du Qingchun, nor was the atmosphere conducive to such a shift in attitude. Any overt display would be too awkward. Emerging with the bowl of noodles, Gao Xiaodong savored each bite. Du Qingchun finished his meal and glanced at her, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Their banter was lighthearted, and he did not harbor any ill feelings toward her, especially given her willingness to assist Wang Lingying upon her return from abroad, an act he would not soon forget. Chapter 55. Reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, the family banquet had concluded. Wang Lingying was summoned to a private room by the matriarch, where only the two of them remained. "Take a seat." Grandma Jiang gestured to a chair beside her. Wang Lingying sat down, her interest waning. "Do you recall an event from your childhood?" the elder inquired. Wang Lingying, taken aback, regarded her grandmother with a mixture of nostalgia and melancholy. Once, her grandmother had been so warm and approachable. Now, she retained that facade of kindness, yet the depths of her emotions had undeniably diminished. Power and habit wielded a formidable influence. "I remember. You were always so fond of me," she acknowledged. Grandma Jiang sighed. "These years, as you have grown, do you feel that my affection for you has waned?" Wang Lingying offered no reply. "The Wang family would have crumbled without your support long ago." The elder's words struck a chord within Wang Lingying. This high praise stirred her emotions, and she felt tears welling in her eyes. "It has not been easy for the Wang family to reach this point. Your grandfather entrusted the family to me, and I could not bear to see it decline. He deserves peace in the afterlife. Thus, I have tread carefully, navigating the family's internal and external strife, far more complex than you realize. If I had indulged you too much, your uncles would have caused chaos long ago. A harmonious family is essential for prosperity. You must understand my predicament." "Grandma." Wang Lingying was so moved that she was rendered speechless, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. The elderly lady waved her hand and said, "Listen to me. Marrying into the Wei family was a decision made out of necessity. I understand that it is a sacrifice on your part to fulfill the Wang family's needs. But who else can I rely on? Your cousins? Your uncles? None of them are dependable. Ultimately, it is us women who must rescue the Wang family." Which is indeed a tragic irony. The Wei family is finished, and I feel a sense of relief. You no longer have to marry into them. However, I still hope you will seriously consider how. If you're unwilling to marry him, I will not force you. "Thank you, Grandma," Wang Lingying quickly replied. The elderly lady continued, "However, for now, we must utilize him, so you need to maintain a good relationship with him. He has been visiting me quite frequently, and I have been unable to refuse him, so I have agreed on your behalf. Tomorrow evening, you will dine with him. He will come to pick you up from the company. Do not let Du Qingchun know, lest it causes further complications." Wang Lingying's expression changed, and the gratitude she had felt moments earlier dissipated. "I only said to stabilize him for now. We must secure the Hongfei Group project, as his uncle is the project manager there, and we cannot bypass this. You cannot refuse. Consider it a request from your grandmother." The elderly lady's face was a mask of pleading. Wang Lingying had prepared herself to firmly decline, but upon seeing her grandmother's expression, she could not bring herself to do so. "Very well, but this shall be the last time. I cannot guarantee success. I will merely share a meal with him. I will never use my marriage as a bargaining chip for family interests. Grandma, please do not blame me. I have already resisted once, and now I can only choose to resist until the end. The elderly lady nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Wang Lingying found Gao Xiaodong and Du Qingxuan dining together. However, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. There were no complaints from Gao Xiaodong, who appeared to be enjoying herself and even engaged in conversation with Du Qingxuan, creating a rare moment of harmony between them. Lingying, you're back. Hey, Du Qingxuan, why don't you feed your wife? I bet she will love it. It's absolutely delicious. Du Qingxuan felt a bit embarrassed. Such comments were easily misinterpreted. Wang Lingying shook her head. No need. I will go upstairs to rest. I am a bit tired today. Watching her ascend the stairs in a daze, Du Qingxuan furrowed his brow. Wang Lingying's rare visit to the old residence had clearly not gone well. She seemed disheartened and unenthusiastic. Gao Xiaotong, not oblivious to her friend's demeanor, blinked and asked, "What is going on? How would I know? Can't you check on her? I can't go upstairs. That's my forbidden zone." Gao Xiaotong watched Du Qingxuan with a gleeful expression. "We agreed earlier that starting tonight, we would coexist peacefully. As long as you don't provoke me excessively, we should be able to get along just fine, perhaps even become friends." "All right," Du Qingxuan readily agreed. "In the spirit of our newfound friendship, would you like me to go up and gauge her mood?" Gao Xiaodong proposed triumphantly. Du Qingxuan replied, "If she wants to speak, she will. If not, asking will be futile." That does make sense. In the capital city, Nangong Waner remained silent for a long time after hearing Xiaozhu's report. "Miss, are you all right?" Xiaozhu asked cautiously. Nangong Waner replied indifferently, "Em fina." Xiaozhu continued, "I heard that the son-in-law is about to reach the Tongxian stage." "Tongxian?" Nangong Waner exclaimed in surprise. "Where did you hear that?" "Everyone in the family is talking about it, and even people outside are discussing it." "Don't jump to conclusions," Nangong Waner stated. "Reaching the Tongxian stage is not that easy." Xiaozhu asserted, "But the son-in-law is a genius. Nanong vena expressed her displeasure. Please refrain from bringing him up in my presence. Also, find a place for me to meet Zhao Tianba." "Huh?" Xiaozhu was taken aback. "Why do you want to see him? He has spoken ill of you outside. Did you not hear me clearly?" Nangong Waner said, her patience wearing thin. Xiaozhu, frightened, replied, "All right, I will arrange it immediately." She wondered to herself, what is going on with the miss? She hasn't stepped out in 3 years. Is she finally going out this time? Nangong Waner took out her phone, an old model from 10 years ago with limited functions beyond making calls and sending texts. She dialed a number. "Who is it? I'm busy having fun. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent." "This is Nangong Waner." Zhao Tianba's voice revealed surprise. "You are Nangong Waner? What do you want?" "We're not acquainted." Upon facing Nangong Waner, Zhao Tianba seemed more cautious, though his tones still dripped with disdain. Once, he had revered her as a goddess, but now she was the woman he despised the most. Nangong Waner spoke in a detached voice. "Let us meet." "Me?" Zhao Tianba scoffed. "Why should I meet you? Who do you think you are? Others may indulge you, but I, Zhao Tianba, have nothing to discuss with you." "I want to meet you," Nangong Waner reiterated. Zhao Tianba's complaints abruptly ceased. "Do you have something to say? Are you afraid to meet me?" "Of course not. Don't flatter yourself," he retorted. "I'll send you the address shortly. Wait for my message." After saying that, Nangong Waner hung up, not allowing Zhao Tianba the chance to refuse or ramble. Half an hour later, in a tea house, Nangong Waner met Zhao Tianba. Regardless of their mutual resentment, Zhao Tianba ultimately arrived. Faced with Nangong Waner, he still found her stunning, both in demeanor and appearance, embodying the title of the capital's most beautiful woman. Her formidable presence made even the unruly Zhao Tianba feel somewhat constrained, preventing him from acting too recklessly. He frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "Hurry up. I do not wish to waste time." "You threatened to ruin my wedding banquet?" Zhao Tianba frowned. "Do you have evidence? Have you seen him?" Nangong Waner suddenly shifted the topic. Zhao Tianba was taken aback, his expression shifting. "I don't understand what you're saying. Your sister traveled to Jiangnan City, and then you followed. Upon your return, you threatened to disrupt my wedding banquet. No need to refute. I know he is in Jiangnan City." Nangong Waner fixed her gaze on Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba chuckled. "Are you trying to trick me? How is he doing?" Nangong Vanya inquired. Zhao Tianba felt a surge of annoyance. He struggled to keep pace with her line of questioning, feeling as if he had been led around by the nose, which frustrated him greatly. "I don't understand your words. It seems you Haven Tea fared well these past few years, perhaps tormented by a guilty conscience. Unable to find peace. Am I right? Are you afraid?" Nangong Vanya stood up. "Goodbye." She left without hesitation, not dragging things out. Zhao Tianba felt even more vexed. What is going on? Is she playing with me? This is absurd. Exiting the tea house, Nangong Wanner got into her car, with Xiao Zhu sitting beside her, feeling anxious. She sensed that although the miss appeared calm, her inner turmoil was far from tranquil. Upon returning home, Nangong Wanner instructed Xiao Zhu, "Go tell the Du family that the engagement is off." What? Xiao Zhu was taken aback. "Miss, you cannot be serious. Everyone knows you are about to be engaged to the son-in-law. Why would you call off the engagement?" She was perplexed. The son-in-law was a dragon among men, admired by countless women, all dreaming of marrying him. Why would the miss want to cancel the engagement? Because I do not like him and do not wish to marry him. Is that enough? Nangong Vanya heiset an ayable. Xiao Zhu hesitated. "Miss, I think you should reconsider. If word gets out, it will cause a lot of embarrassment for many people, and the master will surely be furious. Do you think I would be afraid? Well, I have made up my mind. You simply need to follow my instructions, and as for the consequences, I, Nangong Wanner, shall bear them alone." At this moment, Nangong Wanner exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. In the morning, Wang Lingying descended the stairs, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Du Qingchen observed her with a sense of unease, suspecting she was concealing something from him. However, since she refused to speak, he could not pry. The breakfast was laden with a heavy silence. After escorting the two women to their workplace, Du Qingchen returned to the security room. As the workday drew to a close, Du Qingchen noticed Wang Lingying was absent from the garage, prompting him to curiously inquire of Gao Xiaodong. "Where is she?" Let's go. Gao Xiaodong replied as she entered the car. "Where is she?" Du Qingchen repeated his question. "Are you so concerned about her?" Gao Xiaodong teased. "She's my wife." Du Qingchen replied. Gao Xiaodong sighed. "Sometimes I find you quite annoying, but at other times, I think you're rather endearing like now." "What do you mean? You know she doesn't love you. Why are you so fixated? You're too invested, and if things go south later, it will only hurt you." Gao Xiaodong stated earnestly. Du Qingchen replied calmly. "Who knows what the future holds? For now, I am her husband, and it's only natural to care for her. You still haven't told me why she hasn't come down." Gao Xiaodong frowned. "Do you really want to know?" Du Qingchen remained silent, but his intent was clear. "She was picked up by Hu Hao," Gao Xiaodong revealed. Du Qingchen's expression darkened, a surge of anger rising within him. Wang Lingying secretly went on a date with Hu Hao. What did she take him for? Gao Xiaodong hastily reassured him. "Are you all right? Don't misunderstand. She has her own struggles. Although she doesn't love you, she detests Hu Hao even more. Why they meet him?" Du Qingchen scoffed. Noticing his agitation, Gao Xiaodong explained. "It's all her grandmother's doing. Last night, after she returned, I spoke with her. Her grandmother set up this dinner with Hu Hao, insisting that she secure the project collaboration with Hongfei Group. His uncle is the project manager, and without his assistance, the Wang family's influence alone cannot secure the project." Du Qingchen is mu de homine de grim. "Are you worried about her?" Gao Xiaodong inquired. Du Qingchen shook his head. "I trust her, but I don't trust your old classmate." Gao Xiaodong appeared conflicted, and finally, with determination, she said, "Fine, I'll take the risk. Let us go. I know where they are." "What are you planning to do? Just go find her?" Du Qingchen asked hesitantly. "Yes. Aren't you jealous? Then just go and disrupt their dinner," Gao Xiaodong suggested. "Is that appropriate? It's just a performance. Would I be too petty?" Du Qingchen felt uneasy. He certainly wished to be more direct, but charging in like that would surely infuriate Wang Lingying, leading to an awkward situation. Gao Xiaodong laughed. "You seem to have some sense, so I feel better. I know which private room she is in. We can go to the adjacent one. If anything happens, we can rush in to rescue her." After a while, Du Qingchen curiously asked, "I'm quite intrigued." "What?" Gao Xiaodong replied, momentarily taken aback. "You claim to despise me. Why would you help me? Hu Hao is your classmate and a wealthy heir. You were just trying to match them together. You have no reason to assist me." Gao Xiaodong pouted. "Do you think I have no principles? Wang Lingying's happiness is what matters most to me. Besides, Hu Hao's driving skills don't compare to yours. Teach me a few tricks later, and it'll be worth my trouble." "Deal." Du Qingchen agreed without hesitation. Gao Xiaodong was surprised. "Wow, you agreed so readily. Don't forget." Du Qingchen smiled. "I never go back on my word. That is more like it. I'm growing fonder of you," Gao Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly. Du Qingchen teased. "Don't fall for me. I already have someone I like." "Cut it out, that is not what I meant." Chapter 57. A slap in the face again, they entered a couple's restaurant. In the moment Du Qingchen and Gao Xiaodong stepped inside, a server approached them, presenting various packages. It was evident they were mistaken for a couple, making Du Qingxun feel somewhat uncomfortable. Gao Xiaodong, however, was unabashed, directly telling the manager that she wanted the 666 private room, with no concerns about the cost. Money speaks volumes, and her modest request was swiftly accommodated. Inside the room, Gao Xiaodong ordered a romantic package. With the atmosphere designed for intimacy, red candles and roses adorned the table, while the wall art exuded a suggestive ambience. It was indeed a couple's haven, likely to ensnare lovers in its charm. Gao Xiaotong remained unfazed, accustomed to her own feelings, and generally unyielding to romantic inclinations. Du Qingxun, however, found the arrangement unsettling, as he could easily envision the adjacent room set up similarly, with Wang Lingying and Hu Hao seated right next door. This thought stirred a deep discomfort within him. He leaned in, straining to listen, and indeed he caught Hu Hao's voice. Gao Xiaodong asked, "Can you hear what they're saying?" Du Qingxun nodded, his face grim. "Why can't I hear anything? I have better hearing," he replied curtly. As they dined, Gao Xiaodong stated, "If nothing unusual occurs over there, we'll finish our meal quietly and follow them home. If something does happen, we'll rush in to save her." Du Qingxun silently acquiesced to her plan. Approximately 10 minutes later, Du Qingxun abruptly rose and strode toward the door, his expression dark and foreboding. Gao Xiaotong, noticing his demeanor, hurried after him. Du Qingxun knocked on the door. Silence ensued from within. He placed a hand on the lock, channeling his energy, and the door swung open. Inside, he beheld Hu Hao on his knees before Wang Lingying, presenting her with a jewelry box, while she was cornered against the wall, her face a mixture of panic and humiliation. The scene spoke volumes about the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Du Qingxun and Gao Xiaodong's sudden appearance, Wang Lingying was momentarily flustered. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at Du Qingxun, bewildered by his presence. "We're dining next door," Gao Xiaotong shrugged. Hu Hao, upon noticing Du Qingxun, erupted in fury. Rising to his feet, Du Qingxun, "Why are you always lurking around? You seem to appear everywhere." Du Qingxun had no intention of engaging in conversation with him. He advanced, gripping Hu Hao by the neck, who was utterly defenseless. Bang! Du Qingxun slammed Hu Hao against the wall, his face turning crimson, gasping for air. Yet unable to catch his breath, he struggled to shout, "Du Qingxun, what do you want? You think just because you're from the Hu family, you can harass my wife repeatedly? Today I will end you," Du Qingxun declared, each word laced with intensity. His grip tightened, and Hu Hao's complexion shifted to a sickly hue, his legs flailing, hands desperately clutching at Du Qingxun's wrist in a futile attempt to break free. However, it was of no use. In Du Qingxun's grasp, he was as powerless as an ant. Gao Xiaodong was terrified, having urged Du Qingxun to remain composed. Yet witnessing his readiness to kill, Hu Hao left her speechless. Wang Lingying's face turned pale with fear, urgently calling out, "Don't kill him. Let it go, please." Du Qingxun remained unmoved, teetering on the brink of an explosive outburst. While this situation did not constitute Wang Lingying's betrayal, any man in such a predicament would struggle to maintain composure. And how could he be any different? A minor figure like Hu Hao, whether he lives or dies, may not matter much, yet this incident could escalate and attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The circumstances echo those of years past when he was ensnared by others, ultimately resulting in his exile abroad. Not quite an escape, yet hardly a dignified retreat. Still, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. "Wang Lingying," she cried out again, "Du Qingxun, let him go. If you dare to kill him, I shall never forgive you for the rest of my life. We will divorce immediately." Du Qingxun's body trembled slightly, his grip slackened, and at last he released Hu Hao. Hu Hao collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. His complexion was pallid, drained of all color, and his heart was steeped in dread. Just moments ago, he had truly feared for his life, sensing that death was but a step away, an experience he had never encountered before, filled with overwhelming despair. The sensation of having survived was indeed sweet, yet within him, fear of Du Qingxun lingered. "Get out!" Du Qingxun baked koldi. Hu Hao dared not utter a word, struggling as he stumbled out of the private room, utterly terrified. Du Qingxun turned to Wang Lingying, disappointment etched in his eyes. To save Hu Hao, Wang Lingying had actually resorted to threatening him. This filled him with bitterness. Upon witnessing the expression in Du Qingxun's eyes, Wang Lingying felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. akin to being pricked by a needle. She averted her gaze, lowering her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she apologize? The words caught in her throat. The atmosphere grew awkward. Gao Xiaodong, too, found herself at a loss for words. Du Qingxun turned and exited without a word. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Lingying suddenly felt a sense of panic, as if something precious was slipping away from her grasp. She opened her mouth, but could not make a sound, her hand reaching out, unsure of her intent. Lingying, I'm sorry. Tonight's events are all my fault. I was worried you might be bullied by Hu Hao, which is why I came with her, Gao Xiaodong said, her face flushed. You were next door? Wang Lingying inquired. Gao Xiaodong nodded. Wang Lingying found herself at a loss for words again. She took a deep breath and downed a glass of red wine from the table. Let us go, she declared, stepping outside. However, after just 2 or 3 steps, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Gao Xiaodong hurried to support her. Are you all right? I'm fine, let us go, Wang Lingying replied, pushing her away. Gao Xiaodong felt a mix of awkwardness and guilt. If it weren't for her, this incident wouldn't have happened. But had Du Qingxun not arrived, Wang Lingying would have been in danger tonight too. She felt a twinge of grievance. Downstairs, Du Qingxun awaited them in the car, having not left alone. The 2 women climbed in, and he drove them home. The journey was marked by an oppressive silence, the atmosphere heavy with discomfort. Upon returning home, Du Qingxun said nothing as he retreated to his room, his mood clearly soured. Lingying, about tonight, Gao Xiaodong began, hoping to explain. But Wang Lingying interrupted. It's fine. Tonight's events are not your fault. I'm just not in a good mood right now and would prefer not to talk. Could you please rest for now? And you? Aren't you going to sleep? I want to be alone for a while. Wang Lingying slumped on the sofa, her body appearing exhausted, exuding a sense of loneliness. Gao Xiaodong hesitated, then sighed and went upstairs. After sitting in the living room for a long time, Wang Lingying's thoughts remained in turmoil. Eventually, she knocked on Du Qingxun's door. Who is it? Came Du Qingxun's voice, laced with indifference. It's me. Is there something you need? Can we talk? Wang Lingying asked, biting her lip. Let us discuss it tomorrow, he replied, curtly. If you don't open the door, I'll stand here until dawn, she declared. With a creak, the door swung open. Du Qingxun regarded Wang Lingying with furrowed brows. What do you intend to do? Wang Lingying pushed past him into the room. Du Qingxun stood at the threshold, caught between 2 choices. He contemplated closing the door but hesitated, feeling that, after tonight, the distance between them had inexplicably widened, leaving him in a state of confusion and frustration. Close the door, Wang Lingying said. After a moment of hesitation, Du Qingxun complied, shutting the door. They stood face to face, merely 2 meters apart, both lowering their gazes simultaneously, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. After a pause, Wang Lingying took the initiative. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Du Qingxun asked. I wasn't protecting him. I wanted to prevent you from making more enemies. I told you, a single Hu family is more formidable than 3-way families. I did not wish to bring you trouble. Isn't it also because of the task your grandmother entrusted to you? Du Qingxun replied bitterly. No, I promised my grandmother I would dine with him, but I never anticipated he would take me to such a place. This was all for the family, and I hope you can understand. Du Qingxun found it hard to understand, hence remained silent. I told my grandmother this is the last time. No more exceptions. I will fulfill my promises. Which is why I went tonight. Had I not shown up unexpectedly, what would have happened? Du Qingxun chuckled bitterly. Wang Lingying quickly countered. It would have unfolded as you imagine. I still possess a sense of shame. Although we have a contractual marriage, I would never engage in infidelity. I have my principles and boundaries, which I had prepared in advance. In her hand appeared a bottle of spray, pepper spray. Du Qingxun couldn't help but chuckle. Do you truly believe that would be effective against Hu Hao? He has been training in martial arts since childhood. It may deter an ordinary lecher, but against a trained fighter, it holds little weight. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for at least Wang Lingying now displayed a willingness to admit her fault, which was all he desired. I apologize. I should not have concealed this from you. I assure you, such an incident will not occur again, and moving forward, I will not meet any man privately. Seeing Du Qingxun's lack of response, Wang Lingying grew anxious and finally blurted out, I promise. Du Qingxun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Such words from Wang Lingying were indeed rare. How proud she was. When had she ever lowered herself like this? He smiled, a gesture that left Wang Lingying perplexed. What are you smiling about? I'm just happy. You're not angry anymore? I wasn't truly angry to begin with. Even if you hadn't apologized, I would have moved on by tomorrow. Humph. So you were deliberately putting on a sour face for my benefit? Wang Lingying glared at him. Du Qingshan quickly composed himself, stating, rest assured, if any trouble arises in the future, tell me, and I will resolve it all. With me around, the sky could fall, and you would remain unharmed. Is that a vow? Wang Lingying scoffed, unimpressed, and turned to leave. She had achieved her purpose. Remaining any longer would only feel awkward. Back in her room, lying on the bed, Wang Lingying felt a flush of heat on her face. Reflecting on the events, she realized she had never before humbled herself to apologize to a man. Is this truly who she had become? The question echoed in her mind, leaving her perplexed. The following day, Du Qingshan drove the two women to their workplace. On the way, they exchanged no words. Yet Wang Lingying proactively engaged Gao Xiaotong in conversation regarding work-related matters, appearing as though nothing had transpired. The atmosphere was no longer as strained as the night before. This was not the first time Hu Hao had been publicly humiliated by Du Qingshan. However, this time, the Hu family remained conspicuously silent. Days passed, and Wang Lingying, who had initially harbored some concern, gradually set the matter aside. Since that day, the elderly matriarch had not reached out to her. Today, Wang Lingying received a call from the matriarch, summoning her to attend a family meeting that evening. Wang Lingying initially intended to decline the invitation, but the elderly matriarch insisted that tonight's meeting was of great significance and specifically requested that Du Qingshan accompany her. This left her unable to refuse, while also piquing her curiosity about the matter that warranted such seriousness from the matriarch. Du Qingshan, however, remained indifferent. After work, he drove Wang Lingying to the location, casually remarking, the old lady probably hasn't given up. It must be related to Hu Hao. Wang Lingying replied, it should have something to do with the Hongfei Group's project. We'll find out when we get there. There's no need for wild speculation. Du Qingshan chuckled, but Wang Lingying shot him a disapproving glance. Immediately, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Upon arriving at the Wang family estate, they found nearly 30 family members gathered, including Wang Yuanluan and Ma Jinfeng, both wearing expressions of concern. Lingying, you really have quite the airs. The whole family has been waiting for you for quite some time, Wang Yuanming chided. Wang Lingying responded, Uncle, I'm sorry, there was heavy traffic. Traffic? You could have left earlier, Wang Yuanming continued his admonishment. At that moment, Wang Bo, Wang Yuanming's son, interjected, cousin, it's only right for the elders to correct you. Why all the excuses? Is it so difficult to admit your mistake? Wang Lingying frowned. Wang Yong seized the opportunity to add, exactly. The whole family is waiting for you. How is that acceptable? Du Qingshan's expression d'arconnet. He could tolerate the reprimands from the elders, but it was excessive for younger relatives to join in. After all, being merely a few minutes late hardly warranted such a fuss. Moreover, who set a specific arrival time? It was clearly a case of creating trouble from nothing. Perhaps sensing Du Qingshan's displeasure, Grandma Jiang coughed softly, interrupting the conversation. All right, Lingying, please find a seat. This was a dedicated conference room, somewhat antiquated in style. The matriarch sat regally in a grand chair, resembling an empress, while 2 rows of chairs were arranged below her, reminiscent of the seating arrangement of the heroes of Liangshan. Aside from some key family members, most younger relatives had to stand behind the elders. As a representative of the new generation and a board member of the group, Wang Lingying was allotted a seat, though it was at the end of the row, with Wang Yong and Wang Bo seated ahead of her. She took her place, while Du Qingshan remained standing behind her. The matriarch proclaimed, let us get straight to the point. Today we will primarily discuss our collaboration with the Hongfei Group. Wang Lingying perked up her ears. Our family has been on a downward trajectory in recent years. Times are changing. While the waves of the Yangtze River push forward, do you really want the Wang family to be left behind? I believe no one wishes to witness such a day. So what should we do? After a pause, the matriarch continued, we must seize opportunities. You all understand the strength of the Hongfei Group. This is a chance for us. Securing a project with them means not only potential profits, but also the influence, resources, and benefits that come with it. Therefore, I have always stated that collaborating with the Hongfei Group is our family's top priority. Everyone must prioritize family interests and be prepared to make sacrifices when necessary. Almost everyone cast glances toward Wang Lingying, as the matriarch's words were clearly aimed at her. Even a fool could discern that. Du Qingshan maintained an air of indifference, while Wang Lingying's expression darkened. We approached Hu Hao because his uncle is the project manager at the Hongfei Group, young master who has agreed to help us secure the project. However, a few days ago, Du Qingchun injured him, and this is not the first time, is it? The matriarch turned her gaze toward Du Qingchun, questioning him. Du Qingchun replied calmly, "That is indeed the case. He intended to harm my wife, so he deserved it." Many were ready to voice their indignation, but the matriarch suddenly raised her hand, signaling for silence. She looked at Du Qingchun and said, "Du Qingchun, let me reiterate, if you divorce my granddaughter, I will give you 10 million. What do you say?" Du Qingchun looked. "Here we go again. Don't you find this utterly absurd? I've stated before that if Lingying wishes to divorce, I will comply, but no one else can coerce us into separation." He sneered. The matriarch turned to Wang Lingying, saying, "Lingying, the Hu family has just sent word that if you marry into the Hu family, our collaboration with the Hongfei Group will be guaranteed. I know you have no feelings for Du Qingchun. Why not divorce him now for the sake of the family's interests? Surely, you wouldn't refuse me? Grandma, I recall answering you just days ago. Is it truly amusing to keep pressuring me?" Wang Lingying retorted angrily. "This is not me pressuring you. It is reality compelling me. If you agree to the divorce, I will not treat you unfairly. You can negotiate any terms you desire," the matriarch stated, clearly sincere. "And if I refuse?" Wang Lingying replied coldly. The matriarch's expression turned frosty, her tone laced with menace. "Have you truly thought this through? Are you willing to sever ties with your family over an outsider? Are you prepared to forsake the interests of the entire Wang family? You bear the Wang name. Do not forget that." The atmosphere grew tense. Wang Lingying inhaled deeply and replied in a low voice, "Grandma, I cannot agree." "Very well, then," the matriarch said sharply. "For the sake of the family's future, do not blame me for being ruthless." She turned to Wang Yuanxin and commanded, "Bring it out." Wang Yuanxin smirked coldly as he produced a file and tossed it in front of Wang Yunlun, saying, "Third brother, take a look at what you've done." Wang Yunlun jumped in fright, exclaiming, "What is this?" "Third brother, you are quite something, embezzling 8 million. Now the evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to say?" Wang Yuanxin scoffed. "What? Embezzlement? I didn't do it. You are slandering me. I'm merely the logistics supervisor. How could I possibly embezzle funds? This is ridiculous." Wang Yuanlun protested. "Look at this evidence, and you won't be saying that," Wang Yuanxin retorted dismissively. Wang Yunlun opened the folder, examining the so-called evidence. The more he looked, the more enraged and terrified he became, ultimately so furious that he struggled to articulate his words. You are slandering me. This is a frame-up," he shouted in frustration. The matriarch slammed her hand on the nearby mahogany table. "Third brother, at this point, do you still dare to argue? Do you truly think I am blind? Over the years, can you honestly say you haven't taken advantage of the company?" Wang Yunlun cast a fearful glance at the matriarch and pleaded, "Mother, I admit I've taken some benefits, but it was hardly much, totaling less than 2 million. Besides, both elder brother and second brother have done the same. Compared to the entire company, I've taken the least. Why am I being accused of 8 million? Since you admit it, it makes things easier." The matriarch disregarded his protest and turned to Wang Lingying. "Wang Lingying, listen closely. You now have 2 paths to choose from. Either you divorce and marry into the Hu family, or I will expel you from the Wang family, and you and Du Qingchun can pursue your own happiness. However, tomorrow your father will be taken away by the Enforcement Association, and he will face several years of imprisonment. I cannot concern myself with that. Mother, I am your own son. You cannot treat me this way." Wang Yuanlun cried, on the verge of tears. "You are indeed my son, but are not all these people here my descendants? The Wang family belongs to all of us. If you dare to be greedy, did you not consider the consequences? I could choose not to hold you accountable, but you have a good daughter. Why shouldn't she make a small sacrifice for the family's benefit? In a family like ours, how many women truly have a right to choose their happiness? Such is life," the elderly woman declared coldly. "This is a threat." Wang Lingying trembled with rage, her eyes filled with despair. The grandmother's move was indeed exceedingly ruthless. In order to curry favor with the Hu family, she was willing to sacrifice her own son, merely to coerce Wang Lingying into submission. All eyes turned to Wang Lingying. Was the choice truly difficult? Perhaps others would not think so. The elderly woman continued, "As long as you divorce, I will still fulfill my promise to give Du Qingchun 1 million. If you remain obstinate, starting tomorrow, you will no longer be a member of the Wang family. The villa you reside in, the car, Everything will be reclaimed by the family. Wang Lingying's nails nearly dug into her flesh as she trembled slightly. This choice was incredibly arduous for her. Divorce? She was unwilling. Not divorcing? Her father would face imprisonment. In that instant, her emotions were a complex blend of turmoil and bitterness. Du Qingshan originally had no intention of intervening, but the elderly woman's cruel tactic compelled him to step forward and shield Wang Lingying. Old lady, I know you do not approve of me. This is something I do not need to argue about. Perhaps one day, you will regret your decision made today. I do not believe so, Du Qingshan remarked with a smile. I understand everything you have done for the Wang family, but that does not mean I endorse your methods. On the contrary, I find them quite distasteful and repugnant. However, it matters not. I can offer a third option. What do you mean? The elderly woman scoffed. Aren't you simply seeking to secure the Hongfei Group's project? Shall we make a wager? Du Qingshan replied calmly. The elderly woman shook her head. What a time it is. I have no desire to engage in such games with you. You dismiss my proposal before I have even stated the terms. Are you afraid? Du Qingshan goaded her. Humph. You need not provoke me. Very well. I shall listen what your third option is. What shall we wager? The elderly woman huffed. Du Qingshan proposed. I believe Wang Lingying can negotiate the collaboration without relying on the Hu family. How about this? Grant her 3 days. If she fails to secure the partnership with the Hongfei Group within that time, I shall voluntarily divorce her without requiring you to pay 1 million. If she succeeds, you must cease all attempts to marginalize or undermine her family and must not interfere in our marriage any further. What say you? Just her? Secure the Hongfei Group? Boy, are you dreaming? Wang Yuanqi mocked. Wang Yuanming followed with a cold laugh. Indeed, if she could secure the Hongfei Group, would we need to labor over such deliberations? More and more family members began to mock. Suddenly, Du Qingshan chuted, silence. His commanding presence sent a chill down their spines, and they fell silent. Just because you cannot succeed, do you presume others cannot either? If you wish to mock us, you must wait 3 days. Your sarcastic remarks only serve to prove your incompetence. Now I understand why the Grand Wang family requires my wife to hold it up. What a bunch of useless individuals. His words scorned every member of the Wang family. Their expressions shifted dramatically, ready to retort, but Du Qingshan turned to the elderly woman and asked, What say you? Dare to wager? The elderly woman narrowed her eyes. 3 days from now, if she fails, will you truly initiate the divorce and forfeit the 1 million compensation? Rest assured, a man of his word, even the mightiest horse cannot chase after it. Very well, I accept your wager. You have 3 days. Du Qingshan concluded, taking the dazed and bewildered Wang Lingying by the hand and departing without obstruction. Once in the car, Wang Lingying seemed to regain her senses and stared at Du Qingshan. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you are doing? Ido, Du Qingshan replied calmly. I have told you, I can help you overcome all obstacles. I believe in your abilities. You must have confidence in yourself. Your task now is to prepare the proposal and negotiate with the Hongfei Group. Wang Lingying, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. You truly drive me to madness. Do you think our Wang family's influence is enough to attract their attention? Even if there is an opportunity, would Hu Hao's uncle be willing to grant us a chance? Does that not seem absurd to you? Nothing is impossible. If there is a desire, one must strive to achieve it. As for success or failure, who can say? What if a miracle occurs? There are no miracles. It is impossible for there to be miracles. You have not even tried. How can you know there are no miracles? Moreover, even if you fail, that will be a matter for 3 days hence. It is too late to speak of it now. You have 3 days. Give it your all. I believe in you. Du Qingshan started the car and drove away. Wang Lingying felt so furious she could vomit blood. She opened her mouth but found herself unable to counter Du Qingshan's words. She knew they sounded ridiculous, yet she could not refute them. They seemed to carry some weight. She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh, wishing to say nothing further. Upon returning home, Gao Xiaodong sat on the sofa watching television. Seeing them return, she approached Wang Lingying and asked, What trick is your grandmother playing at now? Wang Lingying, burdened with thoughts, was still reluctant to speak. Why won't you say anything? Gao Xiaodong urged anxiously. Wang Lingying sighed deeply. I have encountered a major problem. You may soon find yourself unemployed. What? Gao Xiaodong frowned. Do not scare me. Everything was fine during the day. And now you tell me this just after I arrived. Du Qingshan chose not to linger on their conversation and returned to his room, dialing Wu Guoxiong. President, do you have any instructions? Wu Guoxiong inquired respectfully. Du Qingshan got straight to the point. I need you to acquire the Hongfei Group immediately. Can you do that? Acquire the Hongfei Group? Wu Guoxiong was taken aback. President, why do you want me to acquire the Hongfei Group? Du Qingshan replied, what? Is it impossible? If so, I will have the god of wealth handle it. Please do not hang up yet. Let me explain. Wu Guoxiong quickly interjected. Du Qingshan, slightly impatient, urged, speak. President, the Hongfei Group is not yours? Why would you want me to acquire it? What? This time, it was Du Qingshan's turn to be stunned. What did you say? The Hongfei Group belongs to me? Wu Guoxiong realized Du Qingshan was completely unaware. President, it turns out you genuinely did not know. No wonder you would ask me to acquire it. The god of wealth informed me last time that the Hongfei Group has already been transferred to your name. You are now the chairman of the Hongfei Group. Du Qingshan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. After all this time, the Hongfei Group was his own. Following that, Wu Guoxiong provided Du Qingshan with a brief overview of the Hongfei Group situation. The Hongfei Group primarily engages in real estate development and also invests in various other fields. The current executive president is Shun Mengting, a strong-willed and somewhat mysterious overseas PhD holder, making it quite difficult for even the top officials of Jiangnan City to meet her. After hanging up, Du Qingshan quickly received a text message from Wu Guoxiong. He dialed the number indicated in the message, and it connected swiftly. May I ask who you are looking for? Are you Shun Mengting? Du Qingshan inquired. Indeed, and you are? Shun Mengting's tone was cold, yet somewhat aggressive. She certainly exuded the aura of a powerful woman. I am Du Qingshan. Ah, you are the chairman? Shun Mengting exclaimed. Chairman, you have finally contacted me. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Du Qingshan felt a bit embarrassed. You know of me? The god of wealth has informed me. I returned from abroad primarily to assist you. Oh, I am a newcomer to the organization. Shun Mengting responded with utmost respect, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Du Qingshan realized she was likely yet another admirer of his. Clearing his throat, he said, I will come to the office tomorrow to discuss some matters with you. Indeed. Chairman, I shall personally greet you at the entrance, Du Qingshan assured. No need for that. I prefer to keep my identity under wraps and act discreetly. Do you understand? He instructed. Shun Mengting immediately replied, understood. After hanging up, Du Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle. Since Hongfei Group belonged to him, the matter became considerably simpler. Naturally, he would delegate the project to Wang Lingying. However, it could be maneuvered with some finesse. The Wang family had indeed overstepped this time. If they were not given a minor lesson, they would surely grow more audacious. Chapter 61. The beautiful CEO. The following day, Du Qingshan arrived at the company. To maintain a low profile, he hailed a taxi straight to Hongfei Group. In Jiangnan City, Hongfei Group was an undeniable behemoth, incomparable even to the currently flourishing Qinhaoren. Upon reaching the company entrance, Du Qingshan was halted by security. Dressed rather ordinarily, he seemed somewhat out of place in the upscale office building. Nevertheless, the security personnel were courteous. After registering, they allowed him entry without further inquiries. He directly took the elevator to the 18th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he was intercepted by two vigilant security guards. Whom are you seeking? One inquired. I am looking for Shun Mengting. Du Qingshan replied. Do you have an appointment? I do. Allow me to notify her. After confirming via intercom, the guard's demeanor softened considerably, even turning somewhat respectful. Ah, Mr. Du, please wait a moment, Ms. Shun has come to escort you. Just then, a professional woman appeared around the corner. She appeared to be in her 30s, with striking looks and an impressive figure. Clad in a tailored suit with a plunging neckline and two buttons undone, revealing a substantial expanse of fair skin and a deep neckline. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, exuding a commanding presence. She approached briskly, her gaze intense yet evaluative as she regarded Du Qingshan, before bowing deeply and stating, Mr. Du, this way please. Let us proceed. Du Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Shun Mengting led the way to her office, leaving the two security guards astonished and exchanging glances. They had followed Shun Mengting for quite some time and had never witnessed her exhibit such humility. If others were to see this, it would surely raise eyebrows. Upon entering the office, Shun Mengting gestured for Du Qingshan to take a seat, promptly shutting the door and locking it, which made Du Qingshan feel a bit uneasy. He held a degree of admiration for Shun Mengting, but nothing more. Standing before him, her expression was a mix of reverence and fervor as she bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, I have met the chairman. I have met my king. Enough of that. Treat me as an ordinary friend Du Qingshan waved off. Shin Mengting quickly retorted, I dare not. Nor can I. What I say goes, Du Qingshan replied, displaying a hint of authority. Shin Mengting bowed her head in acquiescence. Very well. Could I offer you a drink? Du Qingshan smiled. Shin Mengting prepared a cup of coffee for him. As Du Qingshan savored the coffee, he gestured for her to sit. Shin Mengting took a seat beside him, but not fully, leaning slightly forward, inadvertently exposing a glimpse of her fair skin. Du Qingshan's heart raced as he quickly diverted his gaze, saying now, please introduce the company to me. Yes, Chairman. Shin Mengting proceeded to outline the company's situation, casting a furtive glance at Du Qingshan. He furrowed his brow and remarked, I dislike your excessive formality in my presence. I heard you are a strong woman, yet I see little evidence of that. Chairman, you are my idol. I find it difficult to relax before you. However, I shall strive to meet your expectations and hope you do not harbor any negative impressions of me, she replied, inhaling deeply and straightening her posture. The reason I sought you today is to discuss a matter. Please go ahead. From now on, refer to me as Mr. Du. I wish to keep my identity concealed, including the fact that this company is mine. I do not want this information to be disclosed, he cautioned. Shin Mengting paused, responding, Understood. Mr. Du, are you suggesting that you will not frequently visit the company? Indeed, I shall not be present regularly. You will have full authority over all company matters. Unless there is something of utmost importance, there is no need for you to report to me, Du Qingshan explained. Shin Mengting nodded. Thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. What do you know about my situation? I mean, the circumstances in Jiangnan City, Du Qingshan inquired. I have conducted my research. Shin Mengting replied. That is good. Tomorrow, my wife will come to discuss a collaboration. Offer her a contract worth 10 billion. However, do not let her know it is because of me. Do you understand? Du Qingshan stated candidly. I understand. Regarding the Wang family situation, I have also taken note. 10 billion is their maximum capacity. I will draft the contract tonight, ready for her visit tomorrow. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Du Qingshan said as he stood up. Shin Mengting, her eyes filled with anticipation, asked, May I have the opportunity to invite you to dinner? We shall see. Since fate has brought you here, we will have ample time for dealings in the future. All right then, allow me to see you off. No need. It might attract attention. Du Qingshan waved, departing with grace. Shin Mengting watched him leave, her eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. The next day at work, Du Qingshan arrived at Wang Lingying's office. Do you require something? Wang Lingying asked, appearing somewhat unwell. Du Qingshan frowned. Are you still displeased with the Hongfei group situation? How could I be pleased? Wang Lingying lamented. From now on, refrain from meddling in my affairs. Are you still holding me accountable? He sighed. At this point, what good would it do to blame you? I have prepared a plan. We must do our utmost. After all, one can only do so much. The rest is in fate's hands. Let us proceed to Hongfei Group. Wang Lingying stood, placing a file into her bag. Du Qingshan smiled. Do not lack confidence. I believe you will secure this contract. Such reassurances hold no weight. The odds are nearly non-existent. Let us go, Wang Lingying replied dismissively. Du Qingshan drove them to Hongfei Group. Upon arrival, a mocking voice called out from behind, Oh, Lingying, are you here to negotiate a project with my uncle? Turning around, they saw Hu Hao swaggering towards them. Spotting Wang Lingying's displeasure, he seemed even more delighted, taunting, Do you think this collaboration can be finalized? Wang Lingying's heart sank at Hu Hao's presence, fully aware of the slim chances. She retorted coolly, Hu Hao, what do you mean? My meaning is quite clear. Divorce and marry me, and I shall ensure the project's success. Should you remain obstinate, I guarantee you will not even have the chance to meet my uncle, let alone discuss any collaboration, Hu Hao boasted arrogantly. Wang Lingying, incensed, replied, You are despicable. I see nothing despicable in love. Besides, in this world, who cares about others' opinions? The victor takes all. That is only natural, Hu Hao said shamelessly. Du Qingshan could no longer bear it and coldly remarked, It seems you are still seeking a beating, are you? Chapter 62. The reckoning has arrived instantly. Hu Hao took several steps back, declaring, Fine, I shall not engage with you. Without my permission, you will not even have the opportunity to enter this door. Upon concluding his remarks, he greeted the two security guards, saying, Hello, gentlemen, they are not to be trifled with. Should you allow him entry? My uncle will be quite displeased. You may consider that. This was a clear threat. The two guards, well aware of his identity as the nephew of the project manager. Zhuo Changdong felt a sudden heaviness in their demeanor, casting a hostile glance toward Du Qingshen and Wang Lingying. Will you heed his words? Will you truly deny us entry? Du Qingshen inquired. One guard retorted, do you have an appointment? Without an appointment, entry is strictly prohibited. Wang Lingying's expression darkened significantly. Let's go back, she said. Du Qingshen grasped her hand, urging, what is the rush? Let us wait a bit longer. What else is there to wait for? To continue embarrassing ourselves here? Wang Lingying snapped. Du Qingshen smiled. Patience may yield surprises. He refrained from further explanation and addressed the guards. We have an appointment with your Mr. Shen. The guards exchanged incredulous looks. An appointment with Mr. Shen? What a joke. This fellow seems to be a mere opportunist. Who would believe him? Hu Hao scoffed. Perhaps they are here to cause a ruckus. Just then, a middle-aged man approached from a distance, and, upon spotting Hu Hao, asked, Xiao Hao, what brings you here? Uncle, I've come to discuss a project. Father sent me to sign a contract. Hu Hao replied, casting a smug glance at Wang Lingying. It was evident that this middle-aged man was Zhuo Changdong, the project manager of Hongfei Group. Zhuo Changdong chuckled. Wasn't this already settled? Let us go to my office for some tea. I have a fine canister of tea to take back for your father. Manager Zhuo. Hello. I am Wang Lingying from Wang's group. May we have a word? Wang Lingying, ever the determined individual, was unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. Unfortunately, Zhuo Changdong regarded her with disdain. You are the ungrateful Wang girl. Xiao Hao fancies you. That is a stroke of luck you'll never deserve. To think you would dare refuse and still seek collaboration? You must be dreaming. Abandon that hope at once. Wang Lingying's face turned crimson. Hu Hao burst into laughter. Did you hear that? You should really give up. Du Qingshen interjected. I have a question. When did Hongfei Group become your domain? And who might you be? Zhuo Changdong raised an eyebrow, frowning. As the project manager, I am certainly in charge here. You have no place to meddle. Du Qingshen laughed heartily. I beg your pardon. But perhaps it is not your prerogative to dictate, as you may soon find yourself relieved of your duties. You think you're someone special, don't you? How audacious. Hu Hao sneered. Zhuo Changdong added mockingly. One might think you are our chairman. This is not a place for you, so be gone, or I shall have the security escort you out. The two guards appeared eager to act. Wang Lingying's complexion turned pale. She had anticipated that by following Du Qingshen's suggestion, she would end up in such a humiliating predicament. It felt like inviting disgrace upon herself. She wished to vanish into the ground. Yet, Du Qingshen remained unfazed, advising the guards. You are merely security personnel. I advise you not to wield your authority recklessly. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in dire straits. This matter does not concern you, does it? The guards hesitated momentarily. What are you waiting for? Get them out of here. Zhuo Changdong commanded coldly. Apologies, sir, but you must leave immediately. Do not disrupt our operations, one guard stated, his tone growing increasingly brusque. Du Qingshen sigid. You reap what you sow. Enough of your theatrics. Hu Hao declared arrogantly. Today, consider this a small lesson. Do not mistake your skills for greatness. You are but a minor player, and being her man does not elevate your status. In my eyes, the Wang family is insignificant. Du Qingshen merely regarded him with a mocking smile. Hu Hao then turned to Wang Lingying, saying, Lingying, now you see, I am the only one who can assist you. He is unworthy of you. If you reconsider, it's not too late. You want the project, don't you? Align with me, and I can secure it for you immediately. Who speaks so boldly? Suddenly, Shen Mingting appeared at the entrance. She had received Du Qingshen's message and hurried over, having already overheard a portion of the conversation. President Shen, Zhuo Changdong's expression shifted instantly to one of respect. The two guards were in a cold sweat. President Shen Mingting approached Wang Lingying with a warm smile, extending her hand. Miss Wang, I have been waiting for you. Wang Lingying was taken aback, having heard of Shen Mingting's formidable reputation. To her, Shen was akin to a queen, with whom she had never expected to interact. She was astonished by Shen Mingting's affability, as the latter even bent slightly in a gesture of respect. Awestruck, Wang Lingying extended both hands, exclaiming, Hello, President Shen. Miss Wang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you, and you truly embody the title of Jiangnan City's most beautiful woman. However, I believe you're not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. The Wang family owes much of its current standing to your efforts. It is an honor. Shen Mingting exuded a commanding presence, leaving Wang Lingying momentarily speechless. Fortunately, after a few pleasantries, Shen Mingting turned to Du Qingchen, smiling as she extended her hand. Mr. Du, it is a pleasure. You and Miss Wang are indeed a match made in heaven. Congratulations on winning the heart of such an exceptional woman. Du Qingchen replied with a smile. Thank you. I consider myself fortunate as well. Wang Lingying cast a sidelong glance at him. At that moment, she knew she could not speak out against him. It would not do to create a rift in front of others, especially since Shen Mingting was praising her. Please, allow me to deal with this matter swiftly before I escort you both to my office, Shen Mingting said, turning her attention toward Zhuo Changdong, her expression suddenly icy. Zhuo Changdong felt a rush of anxiety. While he held power among his peers, he dared not display any defiance in front of his superior. Lowering his head, he remained silent. When did Hongfei Group come under your command? Manager Zhuo. Shen Mingting confronted him directly. Zhuo Changdong awkwardly chuckled. President Shen, you misunderstand. I would never presume such authority. No need for explanations. I have witnessed your conduct, and it has greatly disappointed me. I have nothing further to say to you. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you again. Shen Mingting's decisiveness was striking. She had to be resolute. After all, the behind-the-scenes figure, Du Qingchen, was observing closely. Every move she made was scrutinized, and she feared displeasing him. Zhuo Changdong's face drained of color as his legs weakened, trembling as he stammered. President Shen, please let me explain. There is nothing to explain. Head to finance for your salary settlement. But I advise you to ensure you Haven Tea acted against the company's interests behind my back. If I uncover any misconduct, you will face severe consequences. Now leave. Shen Mingting's tone was chilling. Zhuo Changdong realized he was doomed. Understanding Shen Mingting's character, he dared not utter another word and promptly scurried off to settle his dues. Meanwhile, Hu Hao was left in a state of shock. The situation had unfolded beyond his expectations. Shen Mingting's cordiality towards Wang Lingying was astonishing, and the fact that his uncle's job was at stake due to this incident left him contemplating the repercussions at home. He could hardly bear to imagine the consequences that awaited him. Are you the young master of the Hu family? Wu Hao? Indeed, Mr. Shen. It is my honor to meet you. Hu Hao hastily flattered. However, Shen Mingting was unmoved, coolly replying, Unfortunately, for me, knowing you is my greatest disgrace. I hereby formally inform you that Hongfei Group will not collaborate with your Hu family. I will directly halt the project promised to you by your uncle. From now on, your Hu family will be blacklisted by our company and will never collaborate with us again. Ignoring Hu Hao further, Shen Mingting turned to the two security guards and said, And you too, get lost immediately. The guards looked aggrieved, nearly on the verge of tears. Shen Mingting paid them no mind and respectfully invited Du Qingchen and Wang Lingying upstairs. Once in the office, Wang Lingying remained unsettled. Shen Mingting's attitude left her shocked and perplexed. They were about to discuss a collaboration, and she tried her best to calm herself. The opportunity to meet Shen Mingting was rare, yet it did not guarantee a contract, considering the Wang family's relative weakness to Hongfei Group. Carefully taking out her proposal, Wang Lingying presented it with both hands, stating, Mr. Shen, this is our company's proposal. Please take a few minutes to review it. I know our company may not catch your eye. There will surely be many stronger competitors. But I want to assure you that if we can collaborate with your esteemed company, I will dedicate myself fully to the project and ensure you are not disappointed. To her astonishment, Shen Mingting did not accept the proposal, waving her hand with a smile. There's no need for me to review the proposal. What? Wang Lingying's heart sank. It seemed there was no chance at all. Her expression grew slightly dejected as she stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. This proposal had taken her more than a month to prepare, and she was quite satisfied with it. Yet, Shen Mingting pulled out a contract from her drawer and handed it directly to Wang Lingying, smiling. I have complete trust in your character and abilities, Miss Wang. Here is the contract. If there are no issues, we can sign it now. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. We can make adjustments until you are satisfied. Wang Lingying was dumbfounded. We're signing the contract just like that. She widened her eyes. Mr. Shen, you must be joking. I assure you, I am not joking. Please take a look at the contract terms, Shen Mingting replied with a smile. Wang Lingying glanced at Du Qingchen, who nodded, encouraging her to review the contract's contents. She sat down and began to read, but the more she read, the more her heart raced. The terms were exceedingly favorable for the Wang family group, akin to directly receiving money. Could such fortune truly exist? With disbelief etched on her face, she gazed into Shen Mingting's eyes, exclaiming, Mr. Shen, Are you serious? I told you I am not joking. Our company seal is already affixed. Once you sign, the contract will take immediate effect, Shen Mengting replied. But why? These conditions are too generous. And with so many competitors, why choose our Wang family group? They are far more powerful than we are. I don't understand. Though shocked, Wang Lingying maintained her composure. She needed to clarify the reasons. Otherwise, she couldn't dare to sign this contract, even if it were merely a letter of intent. Something unusual must be afoot. After all, Hongfei Group was not a charity that would indiscriminately provide benefits. There must be a reason behind it. Shen Mengting, somewhat admiringly, remarked, Miss Wang, you are indeed very astute. It is commendable that you can remain calm and rational in such circumstances. Mr. Shen, you flatter me. I feel quite embarrassed, Wang Lingying replied. Well then, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them all at once, and I will address them. After pondering, Wang Lingying said, I remember I did not make an appointment with you before coming. Yet it seems you recognized me and were waiting for me, even preparing the contract in advance. Which is puzzling. Nodding, Shen Mengting explained, You know I am the executive president of Hongfei Group, but I am not the true owner. That would be the chairman. I received a call from the chairman yesterday, and it was his instruction for me to proceed this way. Now you can understand. The chairman? Wang Lingying exclaimed. But I do not know your company's chairman. Why would he grant me such favors without reason? Actually, the chairman has never been to the company, and I have not met him either. We only communicate via phone. So, I cannot explain why he knows you or why he would provide you such benefits. However, one thing is certain. He certainly knows you and holds you in high regard. Perhaps you have met him, and in the future, you may have the opportunity to ask him in person. Shen Mengting lied without a hint of embarrassment, discreetly glancing at Du Qingshun, who slightly nodded. Wang Lingying frowned. He knows me? Yes, he knows you quite well, Shen Mengting affirmed. Wang Lingying pondered for a moment, unable to deduce who the person could be. She knew many bosses, yet none reached such heights. The chairman of Hongfei Group was a true billionaire, someone akin to a deity standing on a cloud, someone she could only look up to. All right, Miss Wang, why overthink it? The contract is right here in black and white. If you have no objections, let's proceed with the signing, Shen Mengting prompted. Wang Lingying glanced at Du Qingshun, who shrugged. I have no objections. If someone wishes to offer benefits, there is no need to refuse. Moreover, once you sign a contract, you can report back home, and future matters can be addressed later. Hearing this, Wang Lingying gritted her teeth. Fine, I will sign. There was no choice. Only 3 days remained, and the deadline was tomorrow. If she could not finalize this contract, her grandmother would surely use it as an excuse to force her into a divorce. With no alternatives, despite the countless mysteries swirling in her mind, Wang Lingying ultimately signed her name. Chapter 64. Speaking on Du Qingshun's behalf, a pleasant collaboration. Shen Mengting extended her hand. A pleasant collaboration, Wang Lingying replied. Shaking hands with her, Shen Mengting added, Miss Wang, if you have time, we could have lunch together to celebrate. There's no need for lunch. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Du Qingshun interjected. Wang Lingying felt a twinge of displeasure. Having lunch with Shen Mengting was a tremendous honor. Yet, Du Qingshun's remark dismissed her chance, leaving her somewhat frustrated, as he had not considered her feelings. Moreover, this was a contract worth 10 billion. She had hoped to discuss project matters with Shen Mengting. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Shen Mengting had already responded. All right, let us arrange for another time. Very well, Mr. Shen. I shall take my leave, Wang Lingying said. All right, I will see you off, Shen Mengting replied. No need. Thank you, Wang Lingying declined. Shen Mengting escorted them out of the company, drawing considerable attention along the way. Once in the car, Wang Lingying exhaled deeply, reclining in her seat, her heart still racing with excitement. She had arrived with no hopes, yet had successfully signed the contract. This was an incredible surprise. The Wang family was saved. She felt immense relief. After a while, she opened her eyes and turned to Du Qingshun. Am I dreaming? Did we really secure the contract? Why not pinch yourself to find out? Du Qingshun shukud. Wang Lingying shot him a glare. How could the chairman of Hongfei Group possibly know me? Who is he? Du Qingshun secretly laughed. If you don't know, I certainly don't. Regardless, I have finally signed a contract. Surely, my grandmother will no longer pressure me to divorce. Indeed, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Your grandmother has handled this matter rather unscrupulously. Wang Lingying huffed. No matter what, she is still my grandmother. Even if she is at fault in myriad ways, it is not for you to speak. Furthermore, I warn you, We will eventually divorce. I merely do not wish to feel coerced. Do not assume that I have developed feelings for you. Alas, her obstinacy was palpable, despite not truly believing her own words. She spared none in her retorts. Fortunately, Du Qingxuan was well acquainted with her disposition and took no offense. He chose to remain silent at that moment. Upon returning to the company, Du Qingxuan resumed his duties as the head of security. Wang Lingying promptly shared the good news with Gao Xiaodong. So, Hu Hao has suffered a setback this time, losing out and even having his uncle dismissed? Gao Xiaodong burst into laughter, finally regaining her formidable demeanor. Wang Lingying nodded. Indeed, Hu Hao never anticipated this turn of events. What leverage does he now possess to threaten the Wang family? Now that we have established a connection with Hongfei Group, even if the Hu family harbors resentment, they will think twice before retaliating. But don't you find it odd? Gao Xiaodong inquired. Are you referring to President Shun's attitude? I thought I had clarified that she is merely following orders. My point is, how could the chairman of Hongfei Group extend such significant benefits to you? To which Wang Lingying, somewhat evasive, replied, I really do not know. I suspect it is likely that he has taken a liking to you. What will you do if he suddenly appears before you? If he pursues you, would you acquiesce? Gao Xiaodong teased, her eyes twinkling. Wang Lingying's face flushed. What are you saying? What status does he hold to be interested in me? Hey, you are currently the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City. Why wouldn't he be interested? Moreover, if he had no such intentions, why would he help you? Isn't that self-deception? You must confront reality. I am curious. Would your heart flutter? Gao Xiaodong chuckled. Wang Lingying found herself momentarily dazed. Would her heart flutter? For so long, she had sought a man more accomplished than herself. She had heard from Shun Mengting that the chairman of Hongfei Group was both young and exceptionally handsome, an epitome of excellence. In the past, she might have indeed felt a twinge of attraction, but now she was married. She had a husband. Even if Du Qingxuan was rather ordinary, he remained her nominal spouse. At that moment, the first person who came to her mind was Du Qingxuan. Reflecting deeply, she recognized that over the past 3 years, Du Qingxuan had rescued her from numerous predicaments, including the night before last at the ancestral home, when he had stepped up during her most vulnerable and desperate moments. Was she moved? Certainly, but the question remained, was this feeling truly romantic? Her thoughts became entangled, leaving her perplexed. Hey, are you all right? Why are you in a daze? I'm asking you a question, Gao Xiaodong pressed, noticing her distraction. Wang Lingying snapped back to reality and replied, This is all mere speculation. Let us not discuss it. I'm merely curious. I'm already married. Does that mean you have feelings for Du Qingxuan? Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. Wang Lingying hastily retorted, How could I possibly have feelings? Do not jump to conclusions. Hurry back to work. I must share the good news with my grandmother. After making a phone call to her grandmother, the latter was overjoyed and immediately instructed Wang Lingying to bring the contract to the ancestral home. An hour later, Wang Lingying arrived to see her grandmother. Upon examining the contract in her hands, the elderly matriarch could not contain her laughter, exclaiming with immense satisfaction, Ah, excellent. The Wang family is saved. Lingying, you have truly made a significant contribution to the family. Name your reward. The old lady was genuinely delighted. Wang Lingying, however, did not dare to ask for too much, saying, Grandmother, I am also a member of the Wang family. Securing this contract is my duty. I seek no reward. Only hope that you can acknowledge Du Qingxuan moving forward and not look down upon him too harshly. He possesses many commendable qualities, and the success of this contract is partly due to his encouragement. Without it, I would not have had the confidence to approach President Shun. At the mention of Du Qingxuan's name, the old lady's expression soured. She waved her hand dismissively. Enough, I am happy today, so let's not speak of him. You may return now. I will notify you when it is time for the family meeting to discuss the project in Changnan. Very well, grandmother. I shall return. Yes, make sure to rest well. You have worked hard. As Wang Lingying left and sat in her car, she felt a sense of confusion. Had she just offended him? They were merely a fictitious couple. Why did she desire the approval of her family? What an excellent opportunity to voice her demands, and yet she had relinquished it, even advocating for him. What was happening? She shook her head, bemused. Chapter 65. Burning bridges behind you. As soon as Wang Lingying departed, Wang Yuanxin and Wang Yuanming returned to the ancestral home. Eagerly, Wang Yuanxin asked, Mother, did you just say the contract has been signed? Grandma Jiang handed over the contract, smiling. Here, take a look. This is the contract. The brothers exchanged astonished glances after reviewing the document. Could this contract be a forgery? Wang Yuanming blurted out. The old lady shot him a glare. Do you honestly think Ling Ying would dare to present a fake contract to deceive me? Is she foolish, or are you? Wang Yuanming's face flushed as he replied. I just find this too unbelievable. She rejected the Hu family's conditions. How could she possibly obtain the contract? Furthermore, the terms are overwhelmingly favorable to us. Any rational person would never offer us such benefits. It's akin to giving us money to spend. Indeed, the content of this contract raises considerable suspicion. Perhaps I should call Zhuo Changdong to inquire about this matter, Wang Yuanxin suggested. The old lady interjected. No need for that. Zhuo Changdong has been dismissed. This contract was personally negotiated by President Shun of Hongfei Group with Ling Ying. What? Zhuo Changdong has been dismissed. Wang Lingying knows Shen Mengting? Wang Yuanxin exclaimed, visibly shocked. The old lady reflected. I too did not foresee that matters would unfold in this manner. Ling Ying mentioned that when she arrived, Gu Hao was also present. She recounted the events that had transpired. Wang Yuanxin and his brother were left utterly speechless. So, the chairman of Hongfei Group has taken a liking to Wang Lingying? Wang Yuanming asked incredulously. The old lady chuckled. If that is indeed the case, it is a fortuitous development. Yet, who can truly say? That chairman is exceedingly enigmatic, never having made an appearance. Regardless, the contract has been signed. With a 10 billion project, if managed well, the profits could far exceed that. More importantly, our collaboration with Hongfei Group ensures that even if the Hu family bears ill will, they will not be able to retaliate against us. Wang Yuanxin smiled. You are right. This time, Wang Lingying has indeed achieved a commendable feat, by the way. Mother, who do you intend to assign to manage this project? Lingying, of course. She negotiated it. The old lady stated matter-of-factly. Wang Yuanxin immediately opposed. Absolutely not. Huh? Second brother, what do you mean? The old lady queried, perplexed. Wang Yuanxin turned to his brother. Eldest brother, what do you think? I too find it inappropriate. Wang Yuanming quickly agreed. The old lady felt a flicker of displeasure, but concealed it, asking, then please, share your reasoning. Wang Yuanxin explained, it is quite simple. She is now a married woman. I have reservations about that, Du Qingchen. Entrusting the project to Ling Ying makes me uneasy. This project is of utmost importance to the Wang family. It must be firmly under our control, with no room for error. Indeed, one should not fear the improbable, but rather the unforeseen. Recently, our relationship with Ling Ying has been exceedingly strained. To speak candidly, were I in her position, I too would harbor discontent. Should she find solace in another, our family, the Wang clan, may find itself in an irretrievable predicament, Wang Yuanmin stated solemnly. The matriarch remained silent. She was not naive. She understood the intentions of her two sons. They aimed to marginalize Wang Ling Ying, which also implied the exclusion of the third branch of the family. Yet their reasoning was not entirely unfounded. The Wang family must be governed by its own members. Rumors have begun to circulate that Wang Ling Ying was the family's greatest asset. If she were to oversee this project, henceforth, the Wang family would be synonymous with her name, a prospect the matriarch was loath to witness. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, who do you believe would be best suited to take charge? The two brothers hesitated to respond. Why the silence? The matriarch interjected with a huff. Wang Yuanxin clenched his teeth and asserted, Wang Yong has been honing his skills within the company for quite some time, and if we entrust the project to him, he will undoubtedly execute it admirably. Wang Bo has also been gaining experience since returning from abroad. I believe he is equally capable. Wang Yuanmin did not relent. These two brothers represented the third generation of the Wang family. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch remarked, entrusting them with this responsibility is not out of the question. But how shall we justify this to Ling Ying? Wang Yuanxin felt a surge of elation and replied, it was they who proposed the wager, now that they have triumphed. Not holding the third branch accountable is already a significant reward. What further justification is required? She is now a member of the board and oversees a subsidiary. She possesses considerable power and cannot be allowed to further expand her influence. A family's growth, much like that of a nation, necessitates a balance of power. Very well. Let Wang Yong be appointed as the project leader, with Wang Bo as his deputy. This project shall be entrusted to them, the matriarch finally declared. Noticing Wang Yuanming's discontent, she continued, though there are distinctions in rank, the two brothers must collaborate on all matters. As a family, unity is paramount. We cannot afford to become a source of ridicule. Should you falter, do not blame me for retracting my support. This also serves as a test for them. I have few years left. I must find a suitable successor for the Wang family. You must convey this clearly to them. The brothers dared not voice dissent, readily acquiescing. That evening, Wang Ling-ying and Du Qingshun once again visited the ancestral home. Tonight marked a celebration of their achievements. Wang Ling-ying was seated at the head table, while Du Qingshun was relegated to the servants' table. "Grandmother, why is Du Qingshun seated there?" Wang Ling-ying's expression darkened. The matriarch frowned. "Allowing him to attend the banquet is already a concession to you. You have accomplished a great feat. Do not dwell on this matter. We are all in the same hall. Now let us dine." As the wine flowed, the matriarch finally spoke. "Your success in securing the Hongfei group is largely due to your efforts, Ling-ying. I take great pride in this and hope that all members of the Wang family could draw inspiration from your example and contribute to our lineage. This is an opportunity we must seize. After careful consideration, I have decided that Wang Yong shall lead the project team, with Wang Bo as his deputy. You are to visit General Shun of Hongfei Group tomorrow to discuss the project's initiation. Unity is essential. Do not engage in petty rivalries. This project is vital to the future of the Wang family. We must not fail." Everyone congratulated the two brothers. Wang Yuanlun and his wife appeared visibly displeased, believing that since Wang Ling-ying had negotiated the project, she should be the one in charge. Wang Ling-ying's countenance soured, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It was a blatant affront, a betrayal of trust, leaving her utterly disheartened. Meanwhile, Du Qingshun remained unfazed, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had anticipated such a turn of events and had seen through the Wang family dynamics. "Grandmother, may I ask, since I negotiated the project, why am I being excluded?" Wang Ling-ying could no longer contain her feelings of injustice. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to her. Wang Yuanxin cleared his throat and replied, "Ling-ying, while it is true that you negotiated the contract, the Hongfei Group chose to partner with us due to the Wang family's capabilities, not solely your individual merit. Furthermore, such a significant project may be beyond your management capacity. Your grandmother has your best interests at heart." "Indeed, cousin," Wang Yong chimed in. "You are now a board member and manage a subsidiary. With your busy schedule, how could you possibly oversee a new project? You cannot hoard all the power. Allow us the opportunity to shine." Wang Bo, hearing this, also interjected without hesitation, "Exactly. Entrusting such a vast project to a young woman is ill-advised. We are all working for the family, and with our combined efforts, you need not intervene." Wang Ling-ying's stubborn nature flared. Had the matriarch offered her kind reassurance, she might have acquiesced, for she bore no selfish intent. She merely felt stifled. But now, under attack from all sides, her temper ignited. "Why must the project I secured be handed over to you? Is this not an egregious injustice?" She resolved to fight back. Looking at the matriarch, she said, "Grandmother, you cannot claim me as a family member when you require my assistance, only to cast me aside once the task is accomplished. This is deeply disheartening. Do you truly regard me as a member of the Wang family? How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner?" Wang Yuanming retorted coldly. The rest of the Wang family began to chide Wang Ling-ying. Wang Yuanlun and his wife attempted to defend her, but were met with scorn. Du Qingshun, unable to bear it any longer, was about to speak when the matriarch abruptly shattered her glass upon the floor. The resounding crash silenced the room. She glared at everyone with a stormy expression and said, "What, have you all decided I am no longer worthy of respect? Is there no semblance of decorum left? Anyone who dares to act out will find themselves expelled." No one dared to retort. In the Wang family, the matriarch was the ultimate authority, and none would challenge her. Turning her gaze to Wang Ling-ying, she said, "Ling-ying, I must express my displeasure with your words. You are my granddaughter, and I have never regarded you as an outsider. You have performed admirably, and I have acknowledged your efforts. I even inquired if you desired a reward, which you declined. Now, assigning this project to your cousins is not unreasonable. They require opportunities just as you have had. Furthermore, you have been spared from accountability regarding your father's actions. You should be grateful." Wang Ling-ying's face flushed with indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. "Additionally, I shall grant you 2 million as a reward. This matter is settled. You need not voice further objections." The matriarch's words were final, leaving Wang Ling-ying no room to argue. With a sigh, she replied, "I shall forego the 2 million, bestow it upon another. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. You wish to partake in the project?" That is not out of the question, provided you divorce tomorrow. Then you may serve as the deputy leader of the project team, assisting Wang Yong. What say you? The matriarch unexpectedly proposed. I will not divorce. Wang Lingying replied, her fury unabated. Then there is nothing to be done. Once married, a woman is akin to water poured out. You must take care of yourself, the matriarch retorted, her own anger simmering. Rising, Wang Lingying turned to Du Qingshun and said, let us return home. Du Qingshun gazed at the elderly lady and remarked with a smile. I hope you won't regret this. Let's wait and see. Wang Lingying stopped right there. The old lady forcefully knocked the bowls on the table to the ground, creating a cacophony of sounds. Wang Lingying halted, turning her head slightly to inquire, is there anything else, Grandma? You're not allowed to leave. If you must go, let him leave on his own. The old lady's temper flared. What if I insist on leaving? Wang Lingying retorted coldly. If you dare to step out that door, I will disown you from the Wang family, and you will have no further ties to us. The old lady was not one to back down, her threat resonating with unyielding authority. Wang Lingying trembled slightly at the thought of being cast out, her expression morphing into one of profound disappointment as she glanced at her relatives, only to be met with derision and schadenfreude. In that moment, it seemed as if a knot in her heart had unraveled. Grandma, this isn't the first time you've said such things. Do you truly wish to expel me from the Wang family? The old lady snorted disdainfully, affirming her stance. Wang Yuanluan and his wife quickly interjected, Mother, please don't hold this against Lingying. She is still just a child. Yes, Mother, you must take care of your health. Silence. Look at what a wonderful daughter you've raised. She shows me no respect and disregards my presence entirely. My mind is made up. You need not say more. If she dares to leave tonight, she will sever all ties with the Wang family, and she must never use the Wang name to deceive others. Wang Lingying was infuriated to the point of collapse. Observing this, Du Qingshun stepped forward to support her, offering gentle words of comfort. Do not let anger consume you, nor should you dwell in sorrow. It is an opportune moment to see their true colors. Liberation will come sooner rather than later, or you may find yourself ensnared by their deceit. Very well, Grandma. If you wish to cast me out, then so be it. From this day forth, I shall have no connection to the Wang family. We shall take our leave. Wang Lingying declared each word with resolve before turning to exit. Du Qingshun naturally followed her, and as they reached the door, he turned and addressed the old lady with a smile. Elder, the humiliation you have inflicted upon my wife today will be repaid in full. Soon, you shall come to regret your actions, and do not seek us out when that time comes. Wang Yuanluan and his wife exchanged apprehensive glances. They were aware of Colonel Ho's reputation and understood that Du Qingshun had a formidable ally. Having witnessed the mobilization of thousands of soldiers previously, they recognized that if Du Qingshun were to leverage military power against the Wang family, extraordinary events could transpire. They remained silent. It was only after Du Qingshun and Wang Lingying departed that the crowd began to murmur various speculations. Once in the car, Wang Lingying's tears flowed freely. Though she made no sound, Du Qingshun offered her some tissues without uttering a word of consolation, for she required none. She quickly dried her tears, regaining her usual composure. I'm sorry for the troubles you've faced, Du Qingshun said. It is not your fault. They're the ones who have wronged me. Besides, you are well aware of my temperament. I can handle my own affairs, especially those concerning my family. You need not interfere, Wang Lingying stated firmly. Du Qingshun nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the Wang Lingying he knew, one who, despite inner turmoil, would not easily display her emotions. I want a drink, Wang Lingying suddenly declared. Alahait, Du Qingshun replied. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a bar. They found a secluded booth and ordered some drinks. Wang Lingying downed 3 glasses in quick succession, leaving Du Qingshun astonished. All right, the rest is yours. If you keep drinking, I will become inebriated, and I dislike that. He remarked, bemused. You wanted a drink. I was prepared to indulge you, yet the story seems to end before it begins. How disappointing. Nonetheless, the more disciplined Wang Lingying appeared, the more he admired her. Subsequently, Du Qingshun began to sip his drink slowly, while Wang Lingying stared vacantly at the dance floor. The dance floor was alive with an array of alluring young women moving rhythmically to the music, their pale bodies illuminated by the flickering lights, long hair swaying in tandem. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol, as elegantly dressed women mingled with men, playfully teasing them with flirtatious banter. Attentive waitstaff navigated through the crowd, while a suave bartender skillfully mixed drinks, creating an atmosphere charged with freedom, fervor, and flirtation. This scene felt strikingly familiar. She recalled her last drunken escapade at a bar with Du Qingshan, which led to a reckless encounter. The mere thought made her cheeks flush slightly, enhancing her already striking beauty, drawing the attention of numerous male patrons. Regardless of the setting, attractive women invariably capture men's gazes, and Wang Lingying was not merely beautiful. She was exceptionally so. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows as a burly middle-aged man approached. He exuded an air of intimidation, with a pronounced temple and a scar marring his face, yet he wore a lewd grin, his desires laid bare in his gaze. "Beautiful lady, I'm called Biao Ge. This place is under my protection. My friends wagered that you wouldn't share a drink with me. I bet you would. Surely, you wouldn't let me lose. Would you?" As he spoke, Biao Ge licked his lips. Wang Lingying retorted with a single word: "Leave." Though she remained silent, the events of the evening had soured her mood. Otherwise, she would not have found herself here. She rarely ventured into nightlife, and even for social obligations, she avoided such places. Biao Ji's expression shifted, a cold smile emerging. "So, you are refusing to show me respect?" Wang Lingying turned her head away, signaling her disregard. "Drink with you? Share a cup?" "Humph." Du Qingshan glanced at Biao Ge, his fingers lightly tracing the edge of the table, leaving a mark as if the solid wood were as soft as tofu. Biao Ji's pupils constricted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. The previous bravado replaced by gravity and respect. "Are you really not leaving?" Du Qingshan inquired without lifting his gaze. Biao Ge clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "The mountain remains unchanged, and the waters flow green. I have no interest in idle threats or banter. If you do not leave within 3 seconds, you shall surely regret it." Du Qingshan interrupted. "Threats? There is no need for such formalities. They hold no significance." Biao Ge turned to depart, vanishing before the countdown could even finish. Du Qingshan resumed his drinking while Wang Lingying sat with her arms crossed, quietly watching him. After a while, feeling somewhat awkward, Du Qingshan rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Why are you staring at me? Why are you being so nice to me?" Wang Lingying asked, her emotions appearing somewhat complex. Without hesitation, Du Qingshan replied, "Because you are my wife." It was a natural response, unfiltered by thought. Wang Lingying felt a stir within her, but for the first time, chose not to remind Du Qingshan of certain matters. Instead, she said, "If you continue to treat me this well, I genuinely fear that one day I will grow accustomed to your presence. You know, getting used to something can be quite frightening. What is there to fear?" "I look forward to that day." Du Qingshan smiled. He felt a sense of joy. Finally, Wang Lingying was acknowledging his efforts. This was a positive sign, indicating that with persistence, she was not impervious to being moved. "I spoke of getting used to it, not being touched," Wang Lingying interjected. "No worries, sooner or later. Your heart will be swayed," Du Qingshan asserted confidently. Wang Lingying hesitated, words unspoken lingering in the air. "Speak your mind," Du Qingshan said with a smile. "I am accustomed to your criticisms." Wang Lingying was forthright, consistent with her character. "I can offer you a chance. If you can stir my heart, we should make it real." Du Qingshan could scarcely believe his ears, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, "What did you say?" "I said nothing. I'm leaving now," Wang Lingying replied, rising to depart. Du Qingshan followed, feeling a profound sense of regret. What a splendid opportunity missed? Perhaps not entirely. As they drove away, a BMW emerged from the shadows, pursuing them. Inside the vehicle sat only Biao Ge with a handgun in the passenger's seat, his ultimate assurance. Despite his wariness of Du Qingshan, he could not resist the temptation to follow, thinking that with a gun in hand, he could conquer anyone, even a master. Could they withstand a bullet? He was unwilling to let the prize slip away. Yet barely 50 meters down the road, a loud bang echoed as the roof of the BMW seemed to be struck by a heavy object, causing the car to sway. Biayi reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes, gripping his gun with one hand while flinging the door open with the other, turning back to aim at the roof. It was empty. He lunged sideways, but before he could escape even half a meter, he felt as if a speeding train had collided with him. Bang! His body landed several meters away, feeling as though numerous bones had shattered, his gun flying from his grasp as he attempted to struggle, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Looking up, he saw a woman standing before him, her presence both ethereal and imposing, appearing as if she had stepped from a painting, no more than 17 or 18 years old. Her expression was as cold as ice, indifferently regarding Biaoge. "Who are you?" "We are strangers, with no enmity between us," he stammered, his eyes filled with awe, unable to meet hers. "Do you think you are worthy to confront him?" A glint of cold light flashed. A fine line appeared at Biaoge's throat, quickly turning crimson as blood surged forth. He was dead, killed in an instant. The woman in the green attire vanished into the darkness of the street. Chapter 68. With nothing left, you have finally returned. "Oh, Lingying, have you been drinking?" Gao Xiaotong asked, supporting Wang Lingying with a frown. "I overindulged a bit. I wish to rest," Wang Lingying replied, casting a guilty glance at Gao Xiaotong, her eyes evasive. Having been expelled from her family, she knew she would no longer be welcomed back into the company, and Gao Xiaotong would inevitably suffer alongside her. After all, it was she who had urged Gao Xiaotong to return, only to find herself in ruins so soon. "Why drink so much? Go rest. Hurry," Gao Xiaotong said, dismissing the matter. "Du kinkening kurit, shaliiskot you upstaish." "No," Gao Xiaotong immediately protested, her expression wary as she warned Du Qingchen. "The second floor is off limits to you. You are not permitted to cross a single step." She accompanied Wang Lingying back to her room. Du Qingchen shook his head, smiling as he retreated to his own quarters. Once the door was closed, he called Shen Mengting, stating succinctly, "The Wang family has indeed severed bridges. Proceed according to our original plan." The following morning, Du Qingchen rose early, preparing a delightful breakfast. During the meal, Wang Lingying appeared restless, while Gao Xiaotong, blissfully unaware of Wang Lingying's plight, remained carefree. Upon arriving at the company, Wang Lingying summoned Gao Xiaotong to her office. "Why do you call me so early?" Gao Xiaotong asked, curious. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lingying was about to clarify her situation when the office door was abruptly thrust open. Wang Yuanxin strode in, flanked by his secretary and Wang Lingying's secretary. "What is this? Do you not see that I am in discussion with President Wang? Leave." Gao Xiaotong feigned ignorance of Wang Yuanxin, reprimanding him unceremoniously. "You are Gao Xiaotong?" Wang Yuanxin approached, looking down at them with a condescending smile. "Perhaps you are still unaware of the current situation. I am now in charge of this company. Wang Lingying has been dismissed. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. If you wish to resign, I shall not hinder you. However, should you choose to stay and assist me, I welcome you. I have heard you are a Ritter Ni with commendable abilities. I am eager for talent. If you perform well, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. But your temperament must change, especially toward your new boss. You must show sufficient respect." "What?" Gao Xiaotong was utterly astonished, the news a shocking blow. Yet, she frowned and retorted, "Have you been drinking too much? It's broad daylight." Wang Lingying glared coldly at Wang Yuanxin. "You are indeed impatient. You are no longer part of the Wang family. Should you not leave? Handing over the family's business to outsiders is unthinkable." Wang Yuanxin was now riding high on success, having regained control of the company. As the financial director of the group, his son was responsible for a billion-dollar project. His lineage was basking in glory. "If that is the case, I have nothing more to say. I shall take my leave," Wang Lingying said, feeling guilty as she turned to Gao Xiaotong. "I am sorry. Xiaotong, I can no longer protect you. It was my fault, but if you wish to stay, your talents." "I care not for that." Gao Xiaotong stood up abruptly, waving her hand dismissively. "I return to assist you, not for a mere salary. I am not lacking in wealth and will not bow to anyone's whims. Even if I retire and do not work again, I will live comfortably. Who needs it? I will resign." Wang Lingying attempted to say more, but Gao Xiaotong embraced her shoulders with a smile. "Do not worry. If they do not want us, there will be other places that will. We are sisters, united in strength. Even if we leave the company, we can rise again. Kulme, let's gather our things and depart." Agreed. The two began to pack. Wang Yuanxin, seated in the boss's chair, sipped coffee brewed by his secretary, grinning as he remarked, "Oh, by the way, Wang Lingying, the company has decided to reclaim the car registered in your name. So, you may need to take a taxi home shortly. Your grandmother has stated that if you agree to divorce Du Qingchen and return to admit your mistakes, she may consider forgiving you." "That is impossible." Wang Lingying gritted her teeth in response. The two soon finished gathering their belongings and descended the stairs together. Du Qingchen had received word and was waiting for them in his Volkswagen. Upon entering the car, Wang Lingying once more apologized to Gao Xiaotong. "Enough already. I have told you I do not mind. This is merely a chance to rest. I believe in you. You will surely rise again. Let's first return home, Gao Xiaotong said, maintaining her composure. She genuinely did not care about the job. She was not short of money, being a small fortune in her own right. Just as she claimed, even if she stopped working, she would live well. Upon returning home, Gao Xiaodong offered Wang Lingying a comforting embrace. Wang Lingying did not cry or cause a scene. She remained calm, but her expression revealed her inner turmoil. Sadness and frustration were only to be expected. Du Qingchun, sitting nearby, could no longer hold back, saying, "Do not despair. Perhaps circumstances will take a favorable turn." Who is in despair? Who looks despondent? Gao Xiaodong questioned vehemently. All right, I misspoke. I shall remain silent. Is that satisfactory? Du Qingchun surrendered with raised hands. Engaging in disputes with women is not the mark of a true gentleman. Given the current situation, it was best to observe quietly. The Wang family's punishment of Wang Lingying was surely not yet complete, and Du Qingchun was waiting. Shortly after lunch, Du Qingchun prepared a sumptuous meal, but regrettably, both women lacked appetite and ate little. Not long after dining, someone came to visit Wang Yuanming. Wang Lingying encountered her uncle and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What brings you here?" It was a question she already knew the answer to. He was well aware that this villa belonged to the family and was now to be reclaimed. "I am here to inform you that you must vacate the premises within 3 days," Wang Yuanming declared with pride. He continued, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that your bank card has been frozen. As of today, you will possess nothing. You may find this disconcerting, but do not worry. Habits are cultivated gradually. It is easy to transition from simplicity to extravagance, yet difficult to descend from opulence to modesty. Do not be deceived by your former reputation, for that was supported by the family. Now that you stand alone, you will discover that society is not as splendid as you imagined. You will learn the truth of the adage. With wealth, one can traverse the world. Without it, one struggles to move even an inch. Ha. Are you finished? If so, may I suggest you take your leave?" Du Qingchun rose, fixing a cold stare upon Wang Yuanming, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Wang Yuanming scoffed and retorted, "Do not forget that all of this is your doing. Were it not for your meddling, we would not be in this predicament. You are the true instigator." Du Qingchun had no desire to engage further with someone like him. He advanced menacingly toward Wang Yuanming, whose expression shifted as he recalled Du Qingchun's formidable reputation, rumored to have bested even the young master of the Hu family. "What do you intend to do?" He retreated, his bravado faltering. "What do you think? I intend to give you a beating." Du Qingchun replié coldly. "You dare?" Wang Yuanming's face paled in fear as he stepped back. "Enough," Wang Lingying interjected. "Let him go." Du Qingchun paused, fixing Wang Yuanming with a penetrating gaze, and said coolly, "In the future, be mindful of your words. At your age, you must have heard the saying, words can lead to disaster. Remember this. Today, for the sake of my wife, I will not hold you accountable. Take care of yourself." Wang Yuanming exhaled in relief, refraining from further verbal sparring with Du Qingchun. He turned to Wang Lingying, his tone softening. "Lingying, do not hold it against your uncle. You are my niece, and we are family. I do not wish to act this way, but your grandmother is quite upset. There is no need to discuss this further. I will certainly vacate within 3 days, even if it means sleeping on the streets or in a bridge's arch." Wang Lingying impatiently interrupted him. Wang Yuanming hesitated, then turned to leave. "I have never encountered such a shameless person. To think we are family, and yet he acts so ruthlessly. Lingying, it is better to be rid of such relatives. They are truly intolerable," Gao Xiaotong exclaimed. Wang Lingying sat motionless, as if drained of all strength. "Xiaodong, you should go," she suddenly said after a moment. Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. "What did you say? You wanted to leave?" "Yes, I have lost everything. I feel guilty for dragging you into this. With your abilities, you could easily join any Fortune 500 company and need not endure this hardship with me. I have little confidence in the future," Wang Lingying sighed, a hint of sadness in her voice. Gao Xiaotong huffed in defiance. "You think you can just send me away? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Besides, my salary has not been settled yet. You cannot summon me at will and then dismiss me." "Huh?" Wang Lingying was momentarily at a loss for words as she looked at her. Gao Xiaodong settled beside her, wrapping her arms around her and suddenly grinning. "Were you scared? I was just playing around. We are best friends after all. You expect me to abandon you in your time of need? What kind of loyalty would that be? So do not try to persuade me. I will not leave. I am here to share in your struggles. Hardship is only temporary. You must have faith in yourself. But I have nowhere to live now. After years of devoted service to the family, I find myself destitute, with even my salary card frozen. It is truly disheartening. Wang Lingying lamented. I may have money. Tomorrow, we shall buy a house, and I will cover the expenses, Gao Xiaotong declared boldly. Little rich girl with money. You could be quite reckless. Wang Lingying quickly replied. How can I allow you to spend your money on a house? You will not remain in this small place forever, and I cannot let you pay a single cent. My conscience would not allow it. What is mine is yours. Are we not best friends? I can afford this. Gao Xiaotong dismissed. How about this? I will call a friend to borrow money, and we can rent an apartment, Wang Lingying suggested. Borrow money? I have funds. Why would you need to borrow? That seems redundant, Gao Xiaotong countered. I do not wish to spend your money. I do not mind. I have it. But you are here because I called you back. Now to ask you to spend money feels wrong. I will be putting you in a difficult position. Du Qingshan, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected. May I offer my input? The two women turned to him. What do you wish to say? Gao Xiaotong asked, her expression wary. Are you planning to abandon Lingying now that she is in trouble? Rolling his eyes, Du Qingshan retorted. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I am that type of person? Whether she has money or not is of no concern to me. You think I am in it for the wealth? Gao Xiaotong had merely jested, not genuinely believing that. Though her acquaintance with Du Qingshan was brief, she had gleaned enough about his character. Then what do you wish to convey? She queried. Du Qingshan addressed Wang Lingying. There's no need to buy or rent a place. I have a spare apartment. If you do not mind, you can move in with me. As for living expenses, I will handle everything, so you need not worry. What you should focus on now is how to rise again. Rise again? With what resources? Wang Lingying replied despondently. Uncle is right. Outside the Wang family, I am nothing. No one will respect me. And without money, I am utterly helpless. Do you recall what I told you last time? Du Qingshan asked honestly. Wang Lingying looked perplexed. Unsure which of his many words he referred to. I promised that I would help you with any difficulties or troubles you faced. Therefore, do not fret. Take a few days to rest, and I will assist you, he stated naturally, instilling comfort and trust in his words. Thank you, Wang Lingying said, a rare expression of gratitude directed at Du Qingshan. We are family. There is no need for formality. It is my duty, he replied with a smile. Hey, could you two refrain from flaunting your affection? Have you considered the feelings of this single dog? Gao Xiaotong protested. Both Du Qingshan and Wang Lingying felt a twinge of embarrassment. You own a house? Gao Xiaotong suddenly inquired. Du Qingshan nodded. Yes, someone gifted me an apartment recently, although I have yet to visit it. Then let's go see it tomorrow, Gao Xiaotong decided. Wang Lingying opened her mouth to refuse, but ultimately remained silent, inexplicably asking, is the house spacious enough? Du Qingshan chuckled. It should be quite ample. It was a gift from Wu Guoxiong, after all, in Jiangnan City. It is one of kind, though I have not inspected it. I am certain it is not small. Then let us go see the apartment tomorrow, Wang Lingying affirmed. Agreed, Du Qingshan replied. Gao Xiaotong surveyed the two before sighing. They say adversity reveals true feelings. You two truly resemble a married couple. Wang Lingying flushed and retorted, all right, let's gather our belongings. We must move quickly. I do not wish to remain here for even a moment longer. With that, she ascended the stairs. What is wrong with her? Is she shy? Gao Xiaotong asked Du Qingshan. The latter shrugged, indicating ignorance. Gao Xiaotong fixed her gaze on Du Qingshan's eyes. What kind of enchanting potion have you fed her? I have an ominous premonition. What premonition? Du Qingshan inquired. It seems she might be developing feelings for you. A black line appeared on Du Qingshan's forehead. Is that really a bad omen? This is nothing short of a splendid opportunity. Chapter 70. I am prepared to die. The most beautiful woman in the capital, Nangang Waner, was not only stunning, but also well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In the pavilion, clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial fairy. Her ethereal grace accentuated as her jade-like fingers glided over the strings of the guqin, releasing a melancholic melody that drifted through the air. Outside the pavilion stood a handsome man, enraptured by her performance. Dressed in a Taoist robe, he exuded an air of elegance, his demeanor also somewhat transcendent. His gaze was filled with pure admiration. He stood there as if he were one with the atmosphere, clearly present yet seemingly absent. He was Du Qingfeng, the eldest son of the Du family and a disciple of the old immortal of Kunlun Mountain. In the ancient martial arts realm, there are 9 major sects and 3 sacred grounds, with Kunlun Mountain being one of the latter. The old immortal, having achieved enlightenment 30 years ago, seldom meets outsiders and has not descended the mountain for decades, yet legends about him abound in the martial world. He is regarded as the supreme being of the ancient martial arts community, alongside the sword god of the sword god sect, the ascetic monk from Tianyin Temple, and the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul organization, forming the 4 great powerhouses of the East. No one knows who is more formidable, but each is a figure capable of shaking the very foundations of the ancient martial arts world. That Du Qingfeng was exceptionally favored to be accepted as a disciple by the old immortal speaks volumes of his innate talent. At just 30 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm, standing on the brink of the transcendence realm. Even the leaders of the 9 major sects held him in awe. Thus, in recent years, Du Qingfeng's renown in the capital has been unparalleled. The Du family, being the foremost among the 4 ancient clans, afforded their heir the right to be proud. However, he was not arrogant. On the contrary, he was exceedingly humble, maintaining a low profile and never easily making enemies. Moreover, few dared to provoke him. For both his status as the heir of the Du family and his identity as a beloved disciple of the old immortal garnered him immense respect and admiration from the world. Standing quietly outside the pavilion, Du Qingfeng did not disturb Nangong Wanner's performance, but savored her music in silence. When the piece concluded, he smiled and complimented her. "Sister Wanner, your Guqin skills have reached new heights. Those so-called musicians outside would surely feel ashamed if they heard you." As he stepped inside, Nangong Wanner's attendant, Xiao Zhu, finally regained her senses, as if she had only just noticed Du Qingfeng. A glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes, and she excitedly exclaimed, "The son-in-law has arrived. I shall brew tea for you." Nangong Wanner did not object. Soon, the tea set was arranged, and she waved her hand, saying, "Xiao Zhu, you may leave now. I will prepare the tea myself." With the Guqins set aside, Nangong Wanner invited Du Qingfeng to sit down and began the tea ceremony. As the first talent of the capital, her aptitude for the art of tea was also remarkable. Watching her brew tea was akin to witnessing the creation of a masterpiece. Each movement flowed seamlessly with an indescribable grace. "Brother Qingfeng, please," she said with a radiant smile as she poured tea for him. Du Qingfeng took a slow sip, savoring it for a few moments before swallowing. Feeling a refreshing sensation wash over him, he nodded appreciatively. "Sister Wanner's tea skills have indeed improved." "Thank you, Brother Qingfeng. Are you free this evening? Perhaps we could take a stroll together, or you could visit my home. I brought back some exquisite items from the sect that you might like." After chatting for a while, Du Qingfeng suggested, "I'd rather not. You know I generally do not venture out," Nangong Wanner replied with a smile. "However, I have learned that you went out a few days ago to meet Zhao Tianba," Du Qingfeng remarked. "Nangong van er was unfatzit, replying calmly. It seems my every move cannot escape your notice. I did not send anyone to watch you. It was merely a coincidence that someone informed me. Is that so?" Du Qingfeng suddenly asked, "When did we first meet, Wanner?" Nangong Wanner replied, "It was when I was 7 years old. That was our first encounter." Indeed, nearly 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I often reminisce about our childhood. Back then, you wore 2 braids and loved to follow me everywhere. Du Qingfeng began to recollect the past, an indescribable smile gracing his lips. Nangong Wanner laughed softly. "Yes, I remember being bullied by others, and you were always the first to jump in and help me. Each time we returned home, you would face punishment. At that time, I wondered if I might one day be fortunate enough to marry you. I never imagined that this dream would finally come to fruition." Du Qingfeng chuckled. Nangong Wanner did not share in his laughter. She spoke earnestly. "Brother Qingfeng, are you weary?" "Not at all. I feel quite well," he replied. "I sense that you are exhausted. Throughout your life, you have worn a mask before others. I doubt anyone understands you better than I do, thus. While others may be oblivious, I see that you are indeed weary." Nangong Wanner sighed. Du Qingfeng could not summon a smile. "Zistavania. Simply existing in this world is inherently challenging. How can one not feel weariness?" "You have done nothing wrong," Nangong Wanner continued. "In my childhood, I admired you greatly. But as I grew older, I realized my feelings for you were not love. Zistavania." Du Qingfeng's expression finally darkened. Nangong Wanner added, "Some say that liking someone, finding compatibility, and being together are 3 distinct matters. Do you understand how significant our marriage is? It is vital for both the Nangong family and the Du family. Du Qingfeng stated solemnly. However, I still have regrets. Do you know the immense pressure you will bear? I am aware. Nangong Wanner's emotions intensified. You know who I love. Du Qingfeng frowned, but you can never be with him. He is gone. Even if he were alive, he would never forgive you, for had it not been for your involvement, that incident would not have occurred. Thus, I shall forever bear the weight of my conscience. Nangong Wanner's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Du Qingfeng urged, we must look forward. The person who cares for you the most in this world, the one who loves you, is me. Marry me, and I shall make you the happiest woman alive. Il refuse, Nangong Wanner asserted obstinately. Du Qingfeng felt a weight on his heart. Does your opposition hold any weight? Do you want me to die? Nangong Wanner gazed at him. I am prepared. Du Qingfeng was moved. He assured her, I will not pressure you, but I do not wish to relinquish you. What should I do? I do not know. Nangong Wanner said, her spirit dampened. Is he still alive? Du Qingfeng suddenly blurted out. Nangong Wanner looked up sharply. I already know the answer. In truth, I have never believed he was dead all these years. Du Qingfeng's émotion flared. That person remained the only thorn in his heart. Throughout his life, he had been incomparably proud, always excelling among his peers, until that fateful day when an accident changed everything. I do not understand what you are saying. Nangong Wanner replied nonchalantly. Du Qingfeng stood up. All right, take your time to consider. After all, the engagement is only a few days away. I do not need to think it over. I have regrets. You know my character. Once I make a decision, it is not easily altered, Nangong Wanner asserted resolutely. Du Qingfeng had reached the pavilion's exit, his body coming to a halt, but soon he lifted his foot and walked away. He moved slowly, yet he remained silent, never looking back. Chapter 71. House viewing in the morning, the couple Wang Yuanluan arrived at the villa. I said to Du Qingshun, do you not have a friend who is a major general? Given the gravity of the situation, you ought to seek his assistance. If he is willing to intervene, I believe the circumstances will surely take a turn for the better. Ma Jinfeng initially scolded Du Qingshun, but ultimately, she could not help but offer him advice. Mom, Major General Ho is quite busy with official duties. We cannot just approach him every time we face a problem. Please, do not insist on this. Wang Lingying's expression changed, and she immediately intervened. That was Du Qingshun's last resort. How could they easily resort to it? Furthermore, in her view, although Major General Ho was a comrade of Du Qingshun and had previously spoken kindly, it did not guarantee assistance in dire times. Last time, he even mobilized the army. What more could be expected? Respect is a finite resource. Once spent, it diminishes. Du Qingshun did not argue. But now, you are nearly without a place to stay. What shall we do? Ma Jinfeng lamented. You have forgotten what Major General Ho said last time. Military secrets, Wang Yuanlun reminded. Ma Jinfeng huffed, shot Du Qingshun a glare, and then pulled out a bank card, handing it to her daughter. Your mother usually does not save money, but this is all our savings, around 500 to 600,000. This is my retirement fund. Take it and use it. If it comes to it, find a smaller house and pay the down payment. Du Qingshun was taken aback. It was indeed unexpected for Ma Jinfeng to part with money, even her retirement fund. He suddenly realized he did not know much about his mother-in-law. Perhaps, as Wang Yunlun had said, her harsh words masked a warm heart. She was a typical case of a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. To be honest, Du Qingshun held little fondness for Ma Jinfeng. Yet at this moment, he found her rather admirable. At least she truly cared for her daughter. Wang Lingying's expression changed again, and she quickly returned the card. I cannot accept this money. It is your retirement savings. No matter how difficult it gets, I cannot use it. Take it. I cannot let you sleep on the streets, Ma Jinfeng insisted, pushing the card back. But Wang Lingying returned it once more. Mom, truly we do not need it. We have already thought of a solution. We will not end up on the streets. Stop being stubborn. I know you well. Do not cling to your pride. Your bank card has been frozen by your grandmother. Just take it for now. Once your grandmother calms down, we can speak kindly to her, and everything will be fine. We just need to endure for a little while longer. The mother and daughter were engaged in a tug-of-war. Unable to bear it any longer, Du Qingshun interjected. Mom, we found a house. You can keep the money. I still have some funds. You? Where would you find a house? Wang Yuanlun questioned. Can you speak properly? Mom, someone gifted me a house in the Phoenix Mountain Villa district. We are about to go see it. Why not come with us to ease your worries? Du Qingshun explained. What? The Phoenix Mountain Villa district? Wang Yuanluan's family exclaimed in unison. You cannot be serious. The Phoenix Mountain Villa District? That is undoubtedly the most expensive villa area in all of Jiangnan City. A friend gifted you a house there? Ma Jinfeng could hardly believe her ears. Indeed, Du. Are you not jesting with us? Wang Yuanluan echoed. Du Qingchun touched his nose. How could I dare joke with you? No, I mean to say, your friend would not be joking with you, right? That should not be the case. We can go see for ourselves. Du Qingshen replied. All right, then let's go take a look. Du Qingchun, if you are deceiving us, you are in for it. Let us go. Ma Jinfeng said, fuming as she led Wang Yuanluan out. Gao Xiaodong asked, are the houses in the Phoenix Mountain Villa District truly that expensive? The price for a regular villa starts at over 20 million. Wang Lingying responded before turning to Du Qingchun. Are we really going? It is not like we are in a hurry to move. Let's just go see. I am not sure if it is furnished, as I have never been there. Du Qingchun said. Fine, we will go see. Wang Lingying conceded. We cannot avoid it. Ma Jinfeng will not agree otherwise. Du Qingchun drove his Volkswagen, and they all piled into the car, discussing various tidbits about the Phoenix Mountain Villa District along the way. Gao Xiaodong was particularly inquisitive. That area is truly a haven for the affluent. I have heard that housing is in high demand there. Ordinary people cannot even buy it if they have the money, as it is not publicly for sale. Why is it so expensive? Because a feng shui master once published an article stating that the feng shui of Phoenix Mountain is superb. Regardless, we do not understand this. But the wealthy certainly believe in it. Is it truly just because of feng shui? To reside in Phoenix Mountain Villa is also a symbol of status. Has your family not acquired a villa there? Although our family could obtain a villa, we have our own villa community. Soon, the car arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. The mountain stands approximately 1,000 meters high, with villas scattered elegantly along its slopes, resembling a phoenix soaring in the distance. The entire mountain is enclosed by high walls and electric fences, with several security teams patrolling the perimeter 24 hours a day. At the entrance, there are also 7 or 8 guards on duty. Du Qingchun's car was stopped. In such a place, a Volkswagen is indeed a rare sight. Those affording villas here likely have fortunes exceeding 100 million, driving cars worth over $1 million. Du Qingchun and Wang Lingying got out of the car. Do you have a pass? A guard politely inquired. Du Qingchun replied. No. Then you cannot enter. Only residents are permitted. If you are visiting a resident, please call them to come out and receive you. Thank you for your cooperation, the guard stated bluntly. Du Qingchun asserted, I am a resident here. I just have not visited until now. You are a resident here? The guard looked at him with skepticism, glancing at the Volkswagen Magotan and then at Du Qingchun's attire, already beginning to scoff internally. Which villa number? The guard asked. Du Qingchun admitted, I do not know. I only know it is at the top of the mountain. Uffed. Several guards began to laugh. At that moment, a red Ferrari pulled up nearby. Wang Yong stepped out with a beautiful woman and approached Du Qingchun with a smirk. Oh, if it isn't the soft rice king. You failed to become our family's son-in-law. And now you come here to deceive people again, claiming a villa at the top of the mountain. Do you even know how many villas are at the top? I do not know. Du Qingchun replied with a smile, shaking his head. There is only one, villa number 1, which has been unoccupied. Do you know how much that villa is worth? At least over 100 million. The key point is, even if you win the lottery, you cannot buy that house. It is not for sale. Do you understand? You are blowing your own horn, and if you're not careful, it might just burst. Ha ha ha. Wang Yong mocked. Chapter 72. A spectacle of laughter. Wang Yuanluan and his wife, along with Gao Xiaotong, also exited the vehicle. Xiaoyong, how can you speak like that? Wang Yuanluan remarked, somewhat displeased. Oh, so Uncle San is here too. You do not actually believe your son-in-law's nonsense, do you? Let me tell you, he is nothing but a jinx. If it weren't for him, would your family have fallen to this state? Do you really think you can afford a house here? You all believe this? Wang Yong displayed little respect for his uncle. Wang Yuanluan and his wife wore grim expressions. If it were merely a house at the foot of the mountain, while shocking, it could be accepted. After all, it was only over 20 million. However, the top villa number 1 is not for sale. It is the most luxurious residence in Jiangnan City. How can anyone possibly give it to Du Qingchun? That would be absurd. Now, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They were at a loss for how to refute Wang Yong's skepticism. What brings you here? Wang Yuanluan sought to shift the conversation. Wang Yong smugly replied, Oh, Uncle Sam may not know, but I have a house here. I brought my girlfriend to take a look. Is there any problem with that? Did you purchase a house here? Ma Jinfeng inquired. Where did you find the funds to buy a house? Furthermore, All the properties here have long been sold. They are not available for sale. How could you possibly acquire one? Wang Yong chuckled. Just because you can't doesn't imply that I can't. Regardless, I possess a house here. If you don't believe me, you may ask the security. They all recognize me. Brother Wang, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. You may enter. One of the security guards said with flattery. Wang Yong felt somewhat elated and, noticing Du Qingshan's radiant smile, chose not to engage in any argument with him, which only fueled his bravado. There's no rush. I wish to hear someone continue boasting. Du Qingshan, are you not the owner of this place? Aren't you the master of Villa Number 1? Why don't you step inside? Haha, dear, what splendid luck today. We have a good show right outside. The woman beside him cast a disdainful glance at Du Qingshan and sneered. It is not shameful to be without money, but it is indeed disgraceful to pretend otherwise. Wang Lingying trembled with anger and could not help but retort. Wang Yong, you should exercise a modicum of decency. You have no right to speak in such a manner. Even if he is embarrassed, it is none of your concern. Mind your own business. Your presence is simply irksome. Hey, is this your territory? As far as I know, your family has reclaimed your residence. You are all homeless now, aren't you? I, on the other hand, am an owner here. What gives you the authority over me? I refuse to leave. Wang Yong replied brazenly. Du Qingshan smiled at Wang Lingying. No need to rush. Let him watch. Isn't that what he desires? Perhaps soon he will become the greatest joke of all. What is so remarkable about owning a villa? He shook his head, his expression dripping with disdain. At least it's better than someone who sleeps on the streets. If you beg me, I have several properties. I could rent you one, but the rent must be paid on time. Wang Yong laughed heartily. Du Qingshan, uninterested, took out his phone and stepped aside to call Wu Guoxiong. What he said went unheard. Upon returning, Du Qingshan addressed Wang Yuanluan. Dad, Mom, do not be upset. It is not worth engaging with such individuals. I have not deceived you. Just wait a few minutes, and soon someone will come to escort us. Shall do at this point. You cannot be jesting anymore. If there is no truth to this, we should leave now, Wang Yuanluan whispered. Ma Jinfeng added, Indeed, I do not wish to be made a laughingstock here. It is too humiliating. Du Qingshan reassured them. I assure you, I am not lying. Just wait a few minutes. Wang Yong interjected. Du Qingshan, why don't you step inside and let me see? I want to witness how you will justify today as fabrication. Are you so eager to see my misfortune? Du Qingshan asked. Wang Yong nodded. Yes, indeed. I am particularly keen to watch. If you can prove that you're the owner of Villa Number 1, you will become the biggest joke. Sometimes it's wise not to go too far. If you truly are the owner of Villa Number 1, then the entirety of Phoenix Mountain belongs to me. I would kneel and call you father. Du Qingshan laughed. Have you lost your mind? I certainly do not wish for a son like you. You would drive me to an early grave. Wang Yong's face flushed with anger. You are simply afraid to wager. If you cannot prove it, you must kneel and call me father. Do you dare? I ask you, do you dare? Wang Yuanluan exclaimed angrily. Wang Yong, will you ever stop? Do you not see me? Uncle, do not try to act superior. It will not work on me. Wang Yong scoffed. Fine, I accept your wager. Du Qingshan replied with a smile. A crowd of onlookers attempted to dissuade him, but it was too late. Wang Lingying shot him a disappointed glare. She believed that even if Du Qingshan was not lying, he must have made a mistake. If Colonel Ho were to gift him a villa, it would be no surprise. However, the top Villa Number 1 was utterly impossible. Wang Yong was overjoyed. Then let us quickly prove it. I do not have time to waste here. No rush. Within 10 minutes, if I cannot enter, I will concede my bet. Du Qingshan confidently stated. Very well. I shall wait for 10 minutes, Wang Yong huffed. Everyone's attention turned to Du Qingshan, some sympathetic, others pitying, while some relished the prospect of his embarrassment. Gao Xiaodong leaned closer to Du Qingshan and whispered, Du Qingshan, are you out of your mind? This is no jest. Du Qingshan suddenly asked, do you recall the last time at Qinglong Mountain? Gao Xiaodong paused, then inquired, have I ever deceived you? Her eyes brightened as she recalled the moment during the racing event when she believed she was destined to lose. Yet Du Qingshan had assured her of victory, which he achieved against all odds. Reflecting on it now, it seemed Du Qingshan had never been one to make empty promises. Every word he spoke was followed by action. Gao Xiaodong felt relieved. Seeing Wang Lingying about to speak, she quickly grasped her arm and whispered, do not say a word. Let's simply watch. Wang Lingying sighed inwardly. Very well, let us observe. She thought she would witness Du Qingshan's embarrassment. In truth, she could have easily walked away. To her, Remaining would only result in further humiliation. However, she was unwilling and unable to leave. After all, Du Qingxun was her husband, albeit nominally. He had supported her countless times, steadfastly standing by her during her most perilous moments. How could she be so heartless? Was it merely about losing face? She came to terms with it. It was not her first experience of humiliation. In the current situation, she had already become a punchline, and countless individuals were undoubtedly mocking her behind her back. What was there to fear? Chapter 73. A Ma Jinfeng was extremely displeased. Had it not been for Colonel Ho, she would have long since unleashed a torrent of insults upon Du Qingxun. Now, she was seething, but fortunately, Wang Yunlin was there to offer quiet comfort. Very well, protect him. Soon, I shall join you in this spectacle. Wang Yunlin smiled wryly. Time ticked away, and perhaps less than 5 minutes had passed when a middle-aged man rushed out through the gate, panting heavily. Manager Wu. Several security guards eagerly greeted him. Wu Haijun was the property manager here, known somewhat in the city, as everyone was aware that this villa was the investment of Wu Guoxiong, the wealthiest man in the provincial capital, and Wu Haijun was one of his cousins, having worked alongside him in the business world. Not particularly remarkable in his own, right? Even as a mere property manager, few in Jiangnan City would dare to disregard him. For instance, both Wang Yong and Wang Lingying recognized him. Seeing him rush out startled them. Wang Yong immediately approached with a smile. Hello, Manager Wu. Who are you? Wu Haijun politely inquired. I am Wang Yong, son of Wang Yuanxin, Wang Yong said modestly. Surprisingly, Wu Haijun, who had been cordial moments ago, immediately turned cold and merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant "oh." Before addressing the security guard, Where is Mr. Du? The guard looked bewildered. I am unaware of any Mr. Du. Was it not said that you had detained Mr. Du? Wu Haijun turned around, scanning the area, finally locking eyes with Du Qingxun. Realizing Du Qingxun's identity, he approached with utmost respect and bowed, asking, May I inquire if you are Mr. Du Qingxun? Everyone present was taken aback. Given Wu Haijun's demeanor, it was clear he was here for Du Qingxun and his attitude. The security guards turned pale, their hearts racing. Wang Yong felt a surge of unease wash over him. Yes, that is correct, Du Qingxun replied nonchalantly. Monsieur Du, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. As you have never visited Phoenix Mountain before, this is indeed our first meeting. The security guard did not recognize you, which led to the unfortunate incident, and for that, I am truly sorry. Wu Haijun bowed deeply to Du Qingxun. Wang Yong was nearly taken aback. What is happening here? Is this man, who relies on others for support, somehow acquainted with Wu Haijun? Even if they were friends, such a level of respect seems unwarranted. Du Qingxun replied. It's quite all right. Ignorance is no crime. I have indeed never been here before. Had it not been for recent events, I would not have come at all. He then turned to Wang Yong with a grin. Are you not prepared to kneel in acceptance of your wager? The Wang family, including Gao Xiaotong, stared in disbelief, utterly stunned. It seems Du Qingxun truly is the owner of Villa 1. This is simply unbelievable. Wang Yong's face flushed crimson, clinging to a final thread of hope. He retorted, What do you mean I lost? You just claim to be the owner of Villa 1. How can you prove it? Upon hearing this, Wu Haijun grasped the situation and coldly addressed Wang Yong. Who do you think you are to question, Mr. Du? Am I not able to prove it? Indeed, the owner of Villa 1 is none other than Mr. Du. Wang Yong swallowed hard, his face burning. Why? On what grounds? He thought himself impressive for acquiring a villa here, only to discover that Du Qingxun, the worthless son-in-law the Wang family sought to expel, had quietly purchased Villa 1. Rumor had it that someone had offered 200 million for this villa, yet the previous owner refused to sell. Could Du Qingxun truly be the mysterious owner of Villa 1? Impossible. Wang Yong was unwilling to accept this reality. Yet, Wu Haijun's words compelled him to believe, leaving no room for doubt. Wang Yong, have you heard? Villa 1 belongs to Du Qingxun. Your narrow-mindedness has brought shame upon the Wang family. At that moment, Ma Jinfeng was filled with elation. Villa 1 at Phoenix Mountain was renowned, and the gossip surrounding it was rampant. Who wouldn't envy such a possession? To her astonishment, it now belonged to her son-in-law. Never had she felt so proud. Just moments ago, she had looked down on Du Qingxun. Now, she yearned to embrace him in celebration. Though perhaps embracing him might be excessive, she felt the need to express her satisfaction, especially after witnessing Wang Yong's earlier arrogance. Wang Yong's face had turned pale, his teeth clenched, speechless. I warned you against being too extreme. Did you think I would become the laughingstock? And now, look at you. You have become the greatest fool. Du Qingchun said with a smile, his tone light and almost friendly, but to Wang Yong, it dripped with mockery, a resounding slap in the face. No way. Wang Yong suddenly shouted, you must know each other. You must have coordinated with him over the phone to set me up. Yes, that has to be it. I've seen tricks like yours before. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze to Du Qingchun. Wang Yong's words were not without merit. Even Wang Lingying entertained the thought. Du Qingchun sighed. Your imagination is quite remarkable, but alas, I am not you, lacking your underhanded schemes. You refuse to accept reality until it's too late. How will you believe this house is mine? I heard someone mention that the owner of Villa 1 is from the provincial capital. It cannot possibly be you. Wang Yong felt emboldened. Your sources are quite informed, but what you do not know is that the owner of Villa 1 recently gifted this villa to Mr. Du. Wu Haijun mocked. Du Qingchun waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You may leave now. I shall not stoop to your level. We're going inside. Wait. You cannot back out of the bet now. Did you not claim Villa 1 is yours? Come, let us see this supposed truth. I wish to witness how long you can continue this charade. Wang Yong refused to relent, believing Du Qingchun to be anxious. Du Qingchun chuckled, very well, then come along. Subsequently, Du Qingchun drove ahead, with Wang Yong closely trailing behind and Wu Haijun following at the rear. Before long, they arrived at the mountaintop, where a breathtaking view of Jiangnan City unfolded before them. The scenery was exquisite, complete with a garden, swimming pool, and golf course. Every amenity one could desire was present. Truly, this was the residence of the affluent. Although it was merely a 3-story villa, the surrounding facilities were exorbitant. In front of the villa lay a vast parking lot where they all disembarked. Except for Du Qingchun, everyone else felt as if they had stepped into a grand palace, their eyes unable to take in the splendor. This mountaintop was private property, generally inaccessible to the public, with a security booth stationed nearby. Thus, few had ever visited this place. Du Qingchun produced the key and approached the door, while the group followed closely behind, hesitant to draw too near. Wang Yong gulped, attempting to maintain his composure. With a click, Du Qingchun unlocked the villa's grand entrance. He truly opened it. At that moment, a weight lifted from everyone's hearts. Anyone who still doubted the identity of the villa's owner would be nothing short of foolish. Previously, Wu Haijun had not even had the opportunity to hand Du Qingchun the key, and such a key would never be given lightly, as it represented an asset worth over 100 million. Wang Yunlun and his wife gasped, struggling to catch their breath. Gao Xiaodong gave Du Qingchun a thumbs up, while Wang Lingying's eyes widened in shock, unable to articulate her astonishment. She realized she could no longer see Du Qingchun clearly. This place was undoubtedly unrelated to Colonel Ho. Thus, it must mean Du Qingchun's acquaintance was a super-rich individual. Wang Yong was nearly paralyzed with fear. The woman beside him felt utterly humiliated. Not daring to step out of the car, Du Qingchun turned to Wang Yong and asked, do you have anything further to say? Or are you ready to kneel and call me father? Wang Yong trembled, his face flushed, unable to utter a word, his mind in disarray. He despised himself for not having known when to stop. He now found himself trapped with no way forward or back. To act unreasonably, he was one of the future heirs of the Wang family and could not afford such disgrace. To kneel, he would surely be scolded by his relatives upon returning home, and he might even lose his status as an heir. The Wang family would never allow someone with a stain on their reputation to lead. Wang Yong was at a loss. Wang Yunlun quickly interjected, Xiao Du, let us just forget about it. After all, we are family. Let him go. Ma Jinfeng retorted. What is wrong with you? Did he treat you like a third uncle? Have you forgotten how he just humiliated you? If you don't understand, do not speak out of turn. Wang Yunlun snapped. He had never seen her so angry, and Ma Jinfeng refrained from further argument, her displeasure evident. Du Qingchun said, all right, since you have interceded, I shall spare him today. Wang Yong, remember this. Mercy is a virtue. You may leave. Wang Yong, feeling embarrassed, hastily got into his car, speeding away with his girlfriend. He longed to explore the villa, yet he simply could not face it. Now, he only wished to report this astonishing news back home. Du Qingchun was indeed the owner of Villa 1 at Phoenix Mountain. This revelation would surely astonish many. Thank you, Wu, Du Qingchun expressed to Wu Haijun. Wu Haijun quickly replied with courtesy, Mr. Du, you flatter me. You are my client, and should you have any needs in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. I shall attend to them diligently. Here's my business card. I would be honored to treat you to a meal sometime, and I hope to have the privilege of being your friend. He presented his business card with both hands. Du Qingshan accepted it, smiling. I shall treat you to a meal when time allows. How dare I? How dare I? I'll take my leave then, so as not to disturb your family's house viewing. This place has already been renovated. You merely need to move in with your luggage. Of course, if you're dissatisfied with the decor, I can arrange for someone to remodel it according to your preferences. No need, thank you, replied Wu Haijun as he departed. Du Qingshan led the others into the villa. Upon entering, they were instantly captivated, their spirits lifted. A sense of noble superiority enveloped them, as if they were residing in a royal palace, embodying the roles of emperor or empress. The opulence surrounding them radiated elegance and prestige, rendering any dissent futile. Everything seemed like a flawless work of art, too exquisite to touch, lest they tarnish its beauty. Gulp! The sound of swallowed saliva echoed repeatedly. Even Gao Xiaodong couldn't help but gasp in awe. Every detail, including the everyday necessities, was impeccably prepared. It truly was a place where one could simply unpack and settle in, seemingly tailored specifically for Du Qingshan. Wang Yuanluan and his wife gazed in astonishment. Wang Lingying stood there, entranced, as if in a dream, unable to grasp the reality of it all. Only Du Qingshan remained composed in the face of such grandeur. To him, the villa was merely adequate. He owned genuine palaces abroad, with at least a dozen villas far superior to this one. In fact, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with this place. However, upon reflection, given that it was a small locale, he acknowledged Wu Guoxiong's thoughtfulness. After surveying the surroundings, they returned outside the villa. Wang Yuanluan cautiously inquired, Du, is this villa truly a gift from your friend? Du Qingshan nodded affirmatively. Your friend is remarkably generous. This is the finest and most expensive villa in Phoenix Mountain, valued at over 100 million. Why such lavishness? Wang Yuanluan asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Du Qingshan felt a pang of embarrassment. Honestly, I'm not very familiar with him. I merely assisted him once, and in gratitude, he gifted me this villa. Perhaps to him, it's inconsequential. Besides, a house is merely a shelter, whether better or worse. It hardly makes a difference. Ma Jinfeng, beaming, interjected, regardless of how you acquired it. It belongs to you now. Have you completed the paperwork? Yes, it's all taken care of. Wonderful. Can we move in? Ma Jinfeng's face glowed with anticipation. Without hesitation, Du Qingshan replied, there are plenty of rooms here. Of course, you are welcome to stay. We are family, and family should live together. Wang Lingying shot him a grateful glance, while Gao Xiaotong frowned slightly. She harbored an aversion to Ma Jinfeng. Yet since the house belonged to Du Qingshan, she felt unable to voice her concerns. Wang Yuanluan cleared his throat and stated, for now, we won't move in. Why not? Do you wish to return to your previous residence? Ma Jinfeng exclaimed, agitated. Wang Yuanluan explained, the old lady is still upset. If we move in now, it will only exacerbate her anger. At her age, we must be cautious not to provoke her. Once her temper subsides, I'll seek her blessing for Lingying to return to the Wang family. In time, all grievances will fade. After all, we are bound by blood. Du Qingshan felt a sense of discontent. Return to the Wang family? He had no desire for that. Wang Lingying raised an eyebrow and said, Mom, Dad, you needn't involve yourselves in this matter. We can thrive without the family. How so? You currently have no financial resources. Have you inquired about the annual property fees for this villa? As Du just mentioned, a house, regardless of its size or price, is merely for shelter. Don't rejoice too soon. Life still demands your own efforts. Without money, even the finest house is of no use, Wang Yuanluan stated sternly. Du Qingshan was indeed wealthy. Though the exact sum eluded him, he possessed an abundance sufficient to last lifetimes. However, he chose not to disclose this information. Wang Yuanluan's perspective, while not entirely incorrect, stemmed from a lack of understanding of Du Qingshan. His intentions were well-meaning, being an elder who deserved respect. Wang Lingying remained silent, conceding, all right, we will leave it to your discretion. Let's head back now. Wang Yong will surely inform the old lady of your situation. I must return to clarify matters. Otherwise, we could face complications. Wang Yuanluan sighed. Chapter 75. Hu Hao's mission upon returning to their previous abode. Wang Yuanluan and his wife immediately took a taxi home. In the living room, Du Qingshan inquired, are we moving now? Come upstairs with me, Wang Lingying suddenly commanded. Du Qingshan was taken aback. Wang Lingying had already ascended the stairs. Reluctantly, he followed. Upon entering her room, she closed the door and her expression turned serious. That villa is truly yours? Didn't I just say so? Who gifted it to you? A friend. Is it something you cannot disclose? Not particularly. We're not well acquainted. Du Qingxin's heart remained steady. Did he truly know Wu Guoxiong? Not at all. In the past, Wu Guoxiong would not have even qualified to meet him. A mere villa did not hold his interest. Have you agreed to any conditions with him? Wang Lingying asked earnestly. Du Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I know you possess formidable skills. If he requests you to engage in any illegal activities, you cannot acquiesce. The villa can be returned to him. Surely, you understand the principle of not being beholden to another. It's still not too late. Without a house, we can rent. Without money, we can earn. But I do not wish for you to be exploited or become a mere tool for someone else. Wang Lingying exclaimed passionately. Du Qingxian felt a mix of amusement and warmth. Had it been anyone else, surprise would have ensued. Yet, Wang Lingying remained concerned for him. Such selflessness was rare. He felt fortunate to have crossed paths with her. She was indeed the most beautiful encounter of his life. Such a woman deserved everything he could offer. Thank you, he said, deeply moved. Wang Lingying's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away. I'm not jesting. Rest assured, I would not compromise my integrity over a villa. Your worries are unfounded. Feel free to move in, Du Qingxian assured earnestly. Wang Lingying pondered for a moment. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Du Qingxian understood her implication, sighing, the timing isn't right. Perhaps another occasion. Very well, you may leave. Wang Lingying's disappointment was palpable. At the Wang family's ancestral home, the old matriarch was listening to Wang Yong's report. What did you say? They moved to Phoenix Mountain? The villa number 1 belongs to Du Qingxian? The old lady was taken aback by this revelation. Wang Yuanqin frowned. How can this be? The owner of villa number 1 is from the provincial city, always shrouded in mystery. When did it become Du Qingxian's? He has no relatives. How could someone give him a villa? Absolutely true. I witnessed him enter the villa, and Wu Haijun treated him with utmost courtesy, Wang Yong hurriedly replied. Why were you there? The old lady suddenly inquired. Wang Yong was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head sheepishly. I happened to accompany a friend to attend to some matters. Though I may be aged, my vision remains sharp. Should you dare to deceive me, do you comprehend the consequences? Humans may err, yet they must recognize and correct their mistakes, and more importantly, possess the courage to admit their faults. The old lady declared sternly. Wang Yong trembled slightly, on the cusp of confessing, when Wang Yuanqin interjected. Mother, I purchased a property there. The old lady narrowed her eyes. Second son, you seem to have quite a bit of money. Mother, the funds were saved through our family's frugality over the years. Not a single cent was taken from the company. If you don't believe me, you may have someone audit the accounts, Wang Yuanqin replied firmly. The old lady scoffed. Audit? Wang Yuanqin has always managed the family's finances. He would never leave a trace of wrongdoing. After careful consideration, I have concluded that pursuing the matter further would only lead to a rift in the mother-son relationship. The Wang family cannot afford internal strife. This is the old lady's bottom line. Therefore, I shall cease my investigation and focus on managing the properties, as the family is in dire need of funds at this moment. Perhaps we should consider bringing Lingying back? Wang Yuanqin quickly interjected. Bring her back? What would that mean for our dignity? That would be tantamount to showing weakness to a junior. He understood the implications of the situation. Although Du Qingxian possesses the first villa, it is merely a gift from others. Even if they have a place to stay, they likely cannot afford the maintenance fees. We must create some obstacles for them. If we do invite her back, she must face some hardships. Otherwise, how can we expect to assert control over her in the future? If those beneath us follow her example, how will the Wang family maintain its authority? The old lady nodded, acknowledging the validity of his points. Very well, let be as you say. A little hardship may be beneficial. Xiao Yong, tomorrow you and Xiao Bo will go to Hongfei Group to sign the official contract. Wang Yong agreed. All right, I am nearly ready. I have already scheduled a meeting for tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Meanwhile, Hu Hao was experiencing a difficult time. He had been confined for several days, but today, he was finally summoned by his father. Upon seeing Hu Hao dared not express any anger, lowering his head and remaining silent. What? Still unconvinced? Hu Kanan sat on the sofa, his expression stern. He was still furious after several days. Due to Hu Hao's actions, Zhuo Changdong had been dismissed. and he had no choice but to offer Zhuo a position in his own company. The most significant blow, however, was that Hongfei Group had abruptly terminated its collaboration with the Hu family, which was a considerable loss. In Jiangnan City, the Hu family is indeed a giant presence. But compared to Hongfei Group, they are merely a robust ant. Do you realize the extent of the loss you have caused for the sake of a woman? Hu Kainan berated him, to which Hu Hao could only remain silent. The crux of the matter was that she was a married woman, and this was truly infuriating. Hu Kainan continued his tirade. Hu Hao felt a sense of injustice. When he initially sought to marry Wang Lingying, his father had fully supported him, knowing that he intended to leverage this alliance to absorb the Wang family. Such maneuvers were not foreign to Hu Kainan. However, now he dared not voice this. Some matters, though known, cannot be spoken of, even between father and son. When trouble arises, one still must take the blame. Do you know about the secretary of President Shun? Hu Kainan inquired. Yes, I am aware. I have given her $1 million to assist you. Your sole task is to find a way to win over Shin Mengting, preferably securing some photographs for leverage. Ideally, you should even marry her. Do you grasp my meaning? Hu Kainan said in a low voice. What? Win over Shin Mengting? She's a queen in her own right, reputed to be as aloof as Wang Lingying. Every time I see her, my legs turn to jelly. Now you want me to pursue her? The mere thought filled Hu Hao with trepidation. Yet, upon recalling Shin Mengting's stunning visage and her devilishly alluring figure, he felt an irresistible urge. Dad, is this even feasible? What, are you afraid? Hu Kainan glared at him. Hu Hao replied, a bit. I feel somewhat intimidated every time I see her. Intimidated? How'd I end up with such a spineless son? You have even studied abroad, yet lack the courage for such a trivial matter. How can I trust you with the Hu family's future? As I mentioned, I have already secured opportunities for you to encounter her. You're skilled in martial arts, aren't you? Play the hero and save the damsel. Begin with a gentle approach, and if that fails, be more forceful. If you cannot handle this, then what use are you? I must inform you. This matter is known only to us. If you fail, I shall have no expectations for you. Dad, I will definitely succeed. Hu Hao suddenly felt a surge of determination. This was a test he must undertake. Most importantly, Shin Mengting was an exquisite, mature woman. Even if he merely shared a night with her, he would consider it a tremendous gain. Chapter 76. A sudden blow at 9 o'clock. Wang Yong and Wang Bo arrived at Hongfei Group and were greeted by Shin Mengting as scheduled. Good morning, President Shun. Shin Mengting did not extend her hand but indicated a nearby sofa, saying, please take a seat. Her demeanor was notably cold, which made the Wang brothers feel apprehensive. However, considering her status, they dared not express their displeasure. Composed, Wang Yong proceeded to state their purpose. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Shin Mengting interrupted, asking, are you implying that future cooperation with the Wang family will be managed by both of you? Wang Yong nodded. Yes, President Shun, rest assured. The Wang family possesses extensive experience in construction and has numerous successful projects under our belt. We will ensure a fruitful collaboration. Is the Wang family's strength truly formidable? Shin Mengting responded with a sly smile. Do you believe I was drawn to your family as capabilities? Many enterprises wish to collaborate with us, and the Wang family was not initially among my considerations. Do you know why we have chosen to partner with you? Wang Yong felt a pang of anxiety and replied, President Shun, I value Miss Wang Lingying's character and abilities, not the Wang family itself. Therefore, we only recognize Miss Wang. If you wish to sign the formal contract, she must be present. Shin Mengting finally revealed her stance. Wang Bo quickly interjected, President Shun, you may not be aware, but our family has numerous enterprises and projects. My cousin has entrusted us fully with this project, which is also a family decision. Indeed, negotiating with us is equivalent. We are more suited for this project than she is, Wang Yong added. Shin Mengting waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for further discussion. You may leave. Without Miss Wang's presence, the previous contract is void. If you had carefully examined the terms, you would understand my position. Wang Yong's face turned pale as he realized the situation was more complex than anticipated. The brothers exchanged glances, bewildered. To be honest, my cousin has been temporarily expelled from the Wang family due to a mistake, Wang Yong reluctantly confessed. That is of no concern to me. If you dare to expel someone as exceptional as Miss Wang, it speaks volumes about your family's folly. I am beginning to doubt whether collaborating with you was a wise decision. Now, please leave. Shin Mengting dismissed them outright. The brothers returned home, crestfallen. Upon reporting the situation to the old lady, Wang Yong exclaimed, "Grandmother, Wang Lingying has gone too far. She must have informed Shen Mengting about our shortcomings. It is utterly disgraceful. After all, she bears the Wang surname, yet her actions lack any semblance of integrity. Do not forget, she is no longer a member of the Wang family." Wang Yuanxin shot a glare at his son. The old lady's expression darkened significantly. Yet she remained silent for an extended period. "Grandmother, what should we do now? President Shen only recognizes Wang Lingying and shows us no respect. I believe we need to bring our cousin back," Wang Bo suggested wisely. "This project collaboration is of utmost importance to the family and must proceed without any missteps. However, given the current state of affairs, how can we invite her back? What reason does she have to return and assist us?" The old lady posed a question. Wang Yuanxin suggested, "Perhaps I should go myself. If things do not work out, we can have him return as the deputy leader of the project team, responsible for coordinating the efforts of Wang Yong and Wang Bo. After all, without her, this project cannot proceed. The most pressing matter at hand is to secure the contract. Once the formal agreement is signed, we can transfer her elsewhere." The elderly lady waved her hand, appearing somewhat weary. Wang Yuanxin sighed, feeling a tightness in his chest. However, he was well aware of the elderly lady's sentiments. Such a burdensome task could only be shouldered by him. He could not allow the elderly lady to bow to Wang Lingying. She had always valued her dignity and could never lower herself to plead with the junior. "Dad, are we really going to ask her back?" Wang Yong whispered as they exited. Wang Yuanxin replied, "For now, we must invite her back. But remember, family interests outweigh everything. Set aside your personal thoughts for the moment." Wang Yuanxin, irritated, drove away without wishing to engage further. Despite his status allowing him entry into the Phoenix Mountain Villa area, he was stopped as he approached the summit. The security guards were unyielding and did not recognize him, showing him no deference. Reluctantly, Wang Yuanxin had to call Wang Lingying, but she did not answer. He contemplated and then dialed his third brother, Wang Yuanluan. Inside the villa, Wang Lingying, having received several calls, was beginning to feel annoyed. Having just finished lunch, the three of them sat on the sofa watching television, the atmosphere somewhat stifled, akin to ministers exiled to their hometowns, unaccustomed to such a leisurely lifestyle. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Gao Xiaodong inquired curiously. "It was my second uncle," Wang Lingying replied. "What does he want? Hasn't he distanced himself from us?" Gao Xiaodong was taken aback. Du Qingchan chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, he is here to invite you back." "I won't go back," Wang Lingying declared immediately, though she hesitated and asked Du Qingchan, "How do you know?" "It's simple. They cannot manage the Hongfei group, so they will naturally come to invite you back. However, this invitation is merely a means to exploit you. Once the project is underway, they could easily cast you aside again. Your second uncle is quite shrewd and ruthless. He is capable of anything." "Cannot manage the Hongfei group?" Wang Lingying exclaimed in disbelief. "Didn't they sign a contract? That was a letter of intent. It holds no weight. A formal contract must be signed," Du Qingxin replied with a smile. "So, what do you think? Should you consider going back?" Wang Lingying maintained a stern expression. "What would returning signify? Am I merely a call away, to be summoned at will? That would diminish my worth, and I refuse to return." Du Qingchun recognized her stubbornness. Despite her resolute words, she remained nostalgic. Besides, Wang Yunluan and his wife still resided with the Wang family, making it impossible for her to truly ignore them. "Can you heed my advice?" Du Qingchun said earnestly. "You may return to the Wang family, but it cannot be so easy for them. Let me handle the reception. How does that sound?" Wang Lingying did not respond immediately. Gao Xiaodong interjected, "We must show them some backbone. They cannot bully us and pretend nothing happened." Du Qingchun, "If someone mistreats your wife, you cannot let them off easily." "Absolutely. Who would dare bully my wife? I would never let it slide." Du Qingchun immediately affirmed. "Who is your wife?" Wang Lingying shot him an annoyed glare. Du Qingchen kikli duflated, shukling oquadli. Soon after, Wang Lingying's phone rang again. She glanced at it and frowned. "It's a call from Dad. See, I told you your second uncle is crafty. Answer it. Let him come up so we can meet him," Du Qingchun said with a smile. After receiving the call, Wang Yuanxi nodded at Du Qingchun. "As you said, he is indeed here as a mediator." Du Qingchun made a call to the security booth, and a few minutes later, Wang Yuanxin arrived at the villa. Upon reaching the summit, he was taken aback by the surroundings, and once inside the villa, his unease grew. He had never resided in such a place. Casting a jealous glance at Du Qingchen, he forced a smile and said to Wang Lingying, "Lingying, my dear niece, your grandmother asked me to see how you were doing." Wang Lingying completely ignored him. In the living room, none of the three acknowledged him, nor did anyone invite him to sit. It was quite awkward. If he could, Wang Yuanxin would have turned and left, feeling utterly humiliated. But he could not afford to lose face. He understood the significance of his mission. Thus, he thickened his skin and sat down, continuing, "Your grandmother is just stern in words, but soft-hearted. What she said in anger that night was not to be taken to heart. Today, she has been concerned about you and sent me to invite you back. You must understand her intentions. She truly cares for you. However, she values her pride and cannot come to you herself. As your second uncle, I have thick skin and have taken it upon myself." Du Qingshun burst into laughter. Wang Yuanxin immediately lost his composure. "What are you laughing at?" he snapped, though he dared not be as rude to Du Qingshun as before. Knowing this mansion belonged to him, unbeknownst to him, Du Qingshun's status had risen significantly in the eyes of the Wang family. "I find it quite amusing. Just a few days ago, it was you who expelled my wife from the house, and now you come here saying these things. Don't you feel any shame?" Du Qingshun smirked, crossing his legs leisurely. Wang Yuanxin's face flushed as he stubbornly replied, "Du Qingshun, I know there have been misunderstandings between us, but I am here today on behalf of the elderly lady genuinely seeking to mend things." "You mean to invite her back, right?" Du Qingshun interjected without hesitation. "Invite? We are family. How can we use such a term? Lingying is still a member of the Wang family, is she not?" Wang Yuanxin retorted. "Why should she return?" Du Qingshun replied with a smile. Wang Yuanxin momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Should he speak the truth? It felt somewhat embarrassing. To lie? Du Qingshun's expression. He was well aware of everything. "So, the Hongfei Group project has fallen through? What do you mean by that?" Wang Yuanxin responded. "If you wish to invite my wife back, you must come with sincerity. Don't make it sound so appealing. If you're asking for something, you should adopt a humble attitude. Maintaining an aloof, superior demeanor is quite unamusing," Du Qingshun mocked. Wang Yuanxin could no longer maintain his facade, his face darkening as he stated, "Indeed, I will speak plainly. If Lingying returns to sign the contract, the elder lady has promised not only will she be welcomed back into the family, but she can also join the project team as Wang Yang's deputy. Your villa and your cars will be returned to you." Wang Lingying's expression turned grim. So it had come to this? It was indeed disheartening. "Are you finished?" Du Qingshun raised an eyebrow. "I am done," Wang Yuanxin replied. "Good. Then you may leave," Du Qingshun said dismissively. "I am conversing with my niece. What business do you have in this matter? Ultimately, it will depend on my niece's attitude. Who do you think you are? Just because you reside here, you believe yourself superior? Besides this house, what else do you possess? You are nothing." Wang Yuanxin's temper flared, and he began to retaliate. Du Qingshun smiled. "Old man, you still don't grasp the situation. Now, why don't you ask her what her stance is?" Wang Yuanxin looked to Wang Lingying. She coldly replied, "He is my husband. My matters are entirely within his purview." "What did you say?" Wang Yuanxin was taken aback. He knew Wang Lingying's character all too well. She was renowned for her assertiveness. If that were not the case, he would not be so wary of this niece. Wasn't their relationship merely a fade of a couple? The current situation hardly resembled that. "Did you not hear me clearly? I will take charge of her matters. You may discuss with me," Du Qingshun said with a sense of pride. Wang Lingying shot him a disdainful glance. "I have made myself perfectly clear. As long as she assists us in securing the Hongfei Group's project, she can join the project team. A house, a car, everything will be provided for her, and she will naturally be welcomed back into the family," Wang Yuanxin declared from a position of authority. Du Qingshun chuckled derisively. "Do you not find yourself amusing? Are you a fool sent by a monkey? Are you unaware of the significance of the Hongfei Group project to the Wang family? If it were not for this, would you even be here? The fact is, you remain on high ground, truly believing the Wang family is mere prey. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept your terms. You may leave." Instantly, Wang Yuanxin was left bewildered. To him, this was an immense opportunity. That Du Qingshun would refuse without a second thought was unexpected. He turned to Wang Lingying, who replied, "My stance is the same. When seeking assistance, there ought to be a modicum of respect. The humiliation I endured that night cannot simply be brushed aside. I refuse to accept your charity. Seek assistance elsewhere." Unappreciative, Wang Yuanxin sprang to his feet, seething. "Your very presence here to negotiate is a farce. For her to return to the Wang family is not impossible, but you are not worthy of this discussion. Let the matriarch come personally. If she is willing to apologize to my wife, we may have further discussions. Otherwise, do not return. Moreover, I will not allow you to come here at will. This place is not open for you to enter as you please. You may leave. Du Qingshen issued a commanding dismissal. Get out before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I will ensure you leave on a stretcher. Do you believe me? Du Qingshen sneered. Wang Yuanxin huffed and turned to leave, genuinely infuriated. Well done. Gao Xiaodong gave Du Qingshen a thumbs up. It was necessary, Du Qingshan replied with a smile. Wang Lingying's expression was complex, and she remained silent. Outside, Wang Yuanxin had already entered his car and driven several meters, but upon reaching the checkpoint, he regretted his decision. How could he explain this to the matriarch? She had insisted that the project's significance was paramount. His earlier attitude seemed to have been a misstep. Why should they return now? Du Qingshan and Wang Lingying would undoubtedly take this opportunity to present demands. If it were him, he would not easily acquiesce either. After pondering for a moment, he drove back to the mountaintop and knocked on the door of Villa No. 1. Chapter 78. The Wang family bows down seeing him return unexpectedly. Du Qingshan appeared unfazed. Have you come to a realization? He asked with a smile. Upon seeing that grin, Wang Yuanxin silently cursed the cunning fox. However, his demeanor was markedly more subdued and composed than before. Speak, Du Qingshan. What must we do to return? Wang Lingying glanced at Du Qingshan. He rubbed his nose and said, First, the matriarch must come with people to apologize. Everyone who has offended my wife cannot be excluded. But she is your grandmother. Can you bear this? Wang Yuanxin's expression shifted. Did you not ask me to present conditions? If you cannot meet this one, there is no need for further discussion. You may leave. Du Qingshan remained unyielding, asserting his position. Wang Yuanxin's countenance fluctuated before he gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, continue. That is all. What? That is all. Wang Yuanxin was taken aback. Gao Xiaodong and Wang Lingying looked at Du Qingshan with confusion. The next conversation will be with the matriarch. Discussing matters with you is futile, so I will refrain for now, Du Qingshan stated coolly. Wang Yuanxin attempted to speak again, but Du Qingshan dismissed him once more. You may leave. Wang Yuanxin departed in defeat. Wang Lingying wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Anything she could utter seemed inappropriate. She had agreed to let Du Qingshan take charge, yet despite her despair towards the Wang family, she could not harden her heart. Du Qingshan offered no comfort, as he felt there was no need for hesitation. Things must unfold as they must. A kind person is often exploited. A gentle horse is often ridden. At the old Wang residence, Wang Yuanxin, Wang Yuanming, Wang Yong, Wang Bo, and a host of core family members gathered together. The matriarch remained seated in her grand chair. After listening to Wang Yuanxin's embellished report, everyone expected her to erupt in fury. However, she did not. Her face was clouded with gloom, yet she remained silent for a long time, leaving the others in a state of tense silence. Grandmother, Wang Lingying has gone too far. She has shown you no respect. Wang Yong could no longer contain his grievances. Indeed, for you to personally apologize is outrageous. She is merely a girl you cast out of the family. Even if she has achieved great things, she remains a junior. How can she dare to pressure you? I believe it is that scoundrel Du Qingshan who is pulling the strings. They truly overestimate themselves. Do they think the Wang family cannot secure the Hongfei group without them? This is blatant coercion, and we cannot acquiesce. Otherwise, they will only grow bolder. The Wang family members, working for the family, were engaged in negotiations, which was utterly absurd. If we were to apologize, it would be the greatest joke, and we would be ridiculed by outsiders. Without the Hongfei group, the Wang family would still thrive. Have you all finished speaking? The matriarch suddenly interjected. The room fell silent instantly. Her authority was not to be challenged. As she surveyed her descendants, the matriarch sighed inwardly. The family's decline was not without reason. Look at them, all short-sighted, oblivious to the family's precarious situation. Who truly considers the family's interests? They remain aloof, self-righteous, and pretentious. What a tragedy, what a farce. The family has come this far purely by fortune. The matriarch spoke softly, but many failed to grasp her words. She did not elaborate, but turned to Wang Yuanxin and asked, Second son, what is your stance now? Shall we abandon the Hongfei group? Wang Yuanxin was not foolish. He understood the matriarch's sentiments well. which is why he held significant power. Without hesitation, he replied, "Mother, the Hongfei Group project is of utmost importance for our family's development. Securing it would elevate the family further and help us escape our current predicament. Otherwise, the crisis will be difficult to resolve." Several families have long been eyeing the Wang family, constantly making small moves. Now, many are watching us with amusement. And then, the matriarch inquired, "It is imperative that we secure it," Wang Yuanxin asserted. The matriarch then turned to her eldest son, "Eldest son, what do you say?" Wang Yuanming replied, "I defer to mother's judgment." "Very well. I will personally go to apologize. You shall accompany me. We leave now." The matriarch rose with her cane. The group was left dumbfounded. Was a matriarch truly going to apologize? If this were to leak, they would be the laughingstock. Yet, when the matriarch made a decision, who would dare oppose her? Even those who had vocally protested earlier could only grind their teeth in silent fury, too intimidated to argue. The group drove to the Phoenix Mountain Villa area. Upon receiving notification from the security, Du Qingchun instructed them to allow entry. Wang Lingying was somewhat surprised. Are they really coming? Would they dare not come? If they truly did not, it would indicate the Wang family is beyond saving. Du Qingchun chuckled. "Should I go out to greet them?" Wang Lingying asked nervously. Du Qingchun was taken aback. "Why would you go to greet them? Understand this. They're coming to apologize to you. So why should you be courteous? I know you are soft-hearted, but rest assured, this time I will handle the reception. Do not go too far. Your grandmother is advanced in age and in poor health. Do not provoke her," Wang Lingying cautioned. "Du Qingshen acquiesced, saying awadidi. You have always been so kind. Fortunately, I am here to protect you. No one shall bully you." Soon, Grandma Jiang arrived at the villa with a group of clan members. Much like when Wang Yuanxin first arrived, the gathering was met with astonishment, particularly upon entering the villa's interior. The self-important Wang family members gaped in awe at the villa's grandeur. Even the elderly matriarch could not help but glance around in surprise. Grandma arrived quite swiftly. Du Qingchen mused as he remained seated on the sofa, showing no intention of standing. Wang Lingying, with her back to the crowd, attempted to turn around, but Gao Xiaodong held her shoulder, incessantly whispering warnings in her ear. "Do not look back. If you do, you will lose. Let him make a fuss. If he wishes to take on the role of the villain, let him. Du Qingchen, I must admit that I underestimated you in the past. Now that you wish to converse, I am here. Let us discuss," the elderly lady stated, taking a deep breath. Wang Yong assisted her into a seat on the sofa. Given her age, Du Qingchen did not press her. The elderly lady glanced at Wang Lingying, who dared not meet her gaze, feigning interest in a magazine. Du Qingchen smiled and said, "Grandma, did your son fail to clarify? I mean, if you wish to bring people to apologize to my wife and discuss matters, you must first apologize. This is vital, for your attitude will determine whether our conversation proceeds smoothly." "You," Wang Yuanxin interjected, unable to contain himself. "Du Qingchen, do not go too far. The elderly lady has aged. She is still your elder. Her coming here is already a significant concession. Do not push your luck." "Face? What face do you possess now?" Du Qingchen scoffed. "If there is no apology, then please leave. I have no desire to converse with you." The elderly lady, feeling her dignity slip, turned to Wang Lingying. "Lingying, do you have nothing to say to your grandmother?" Wang Lingying bit her tongue to maintain her composure, raising her head to meet her grandmother's gaze with a blank expression. "This matter shall be discussed by my husband. He is correct. You cannot summon me at will." "Wang Lingying, how dare you speak to your grandmother like that?" Wang Yong reprimanded. Du Qingchen immediately threatened coldly. "And how dare you speak to my wife in that manner? If you dare to be disrespectful again, bear the consequences. How dare you be so arrogant here? Do you not know your own name?" The elderly lady snapped at Wang Yong's silence. "You have no say here. Though I am old, I am still alive. Family matters are still under my jurisdiction. Grandma, I simply silence." The elderly lady was genuinely furious as she turned to Wang Yuanxin. With a swift motion, he slapped his son across the face. A painful reminder of their familial bonds that could not be ignored. The slap marked his face, swelling painfully, and he held his cheek in silence, stifling his cries. Wang Bo's eyes gleamed with mockery. "Du Qingchen, are you satisfied now?" the elderly lady asked sternly. "What does this have to do with me?" Du Qingchen retorted. "I suddenly realize your verbal skills are quite impressive," the elderly lady mocked. "Thank you for the compliment." Du Qingchen feigned ignorance. "Very well, I shall apologize to you," the elderly lady said, rising slightly. The Wang family members' expressions shifted dramatically. Such humility from her was unprecedented. Wang Lingying was touched as well, not expecting her grandmother to act in such a manner. She looked at Du Qingshan with pleading eyes. Du Qingshan sincerely praised, "Grandma, you have truly impressed me. The Wang family owes much of its current state to your efforts." The elderly lady sat down, her expression souring as she sighed. "But I'm old and uncertain of how many more years I have left. Grandma, you will surely live a long life." Wang Lingying couldn't help but interject, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Calling me grandma brings me joy. My decision to expel you from the family was a momentary lapse in judgment. We are family after all. Let us not dwell on past grievances. Come back. The Wang family needs you." Before Wang Lingying could respond, Du Qingshan interjected, "Wait, Grandma. Emotional appeals are meaningless. The wrongs you have committed and the humiliation inflicted upon my wife cannot be erased with a mere statement. Since you have apologized, let us discuss matters." "Discuss what?" The elderly lady frowned. "You wish for her to return, ostensibly to secure the Hongfei group. We certainly have conditions." "Speak." "The conditions are simple. First, everything that belongs to my wife must be returned to her. Second, you recently registered a company to engage with the Hongfei group, correct? Very well. She must be the legal representative of that company, with sole authority over all project matters. No one shall interfere," Du Qingshan stated with gravity. This left everyone dumbfounded. What a joke. The elderly lady was the first to react, scoffing in dissatisfaction. "Do you take me for a fool? Making her the legal representative is tantamount to granting her independence. Would that still be considered the Wang family's company?" Wang Lingying lowered her head, realizing that the latter stipulation had been tacitly accepted. Her true intention was to seize control, not out of excessive ambition, but a clear understanding of the project's significance to the Wang family. She did not wish to disappoint the Hongfei group. If the project were secured, but later jeopardized by internal strife, the blame would fall squarely on her shoulders, and the opportunity for the Wang family's revival would be lost. If she could not wield power, the outcome was all but predictable. The Wang family members seethed with indignation. Du Qingshan remained unruffled, addressing them. Of course, nominally, it would belong to the Wang family. This is primarily to ensure the project's successful completion. You know well that the Hongfei group entrusted the contract to the Wang family because of Lingying's capabilities. Yet you come seeking her return solely to secure the contract. We must guard against you burning bridges after crossing them. Furthermore, do you truly believe it is appropriate to exclude her from managing this project? Allowing her to be a mere subordinate, then kicking her out once it begins, surely that is your cunning plan? We are not foolish. This is our bottom line. If it cannot be met, then there is no need for further discussion. She certainly cannot be the legal representative, the elderly lady exclaimed angrily. Du Qingshan, I know precisely what you're scheming. I never anticipated your ambition to be so ravenous, seeking to usurp the Wang family. I shall not comply with your wishes. We shall abandon this project, if necessary, rather than let the Wang family's legacy fall into your hands. We are leaving. The Wang family members stormed out in outrage. In the living room, Wang Lingying regarded Du Qingshan with a complex expression. Your grandmother is quite formidable. No wonder she has managed the Wang family for so long. Even in leaving, she did not shy from stabbing me in the back. She seeks to incite internal discord. Du Qingshan shukel dachtidi. Gao Xiaodong, her expression peculiar, remarked, Du Qingshan, you do not seriously aspire to control the Wang family as she claims, do you? I find your methods quite remarkable. It seems the Wang family is at your mercy. Du Qingshan smiled faded. The meager assets of the Wang family hardly piqued his interest. Were it not for his understanding of Wang Lingying's character, he could have easily invested 100 billion or even 1,000 billion in her without hesitation. Wealth is but a trivial pursuit for him. He seeks loftier ambitions. I trust his character. He is not that sort of person, Wang Lingying suddenly asserted. Huh? Du Qingshan was taken aback, never expecting Wang Lingying to defend him at such a moment, devoid of any suspicion. At that moment, Du Qingshan was filled with a profound sense of emotion. Rest assured, a mere Wang family holds no significance in my eyes, he declared. Gao Xiaotong, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, your bravado is quite remarkable. One might mistake you for a billionaire. Such confidence is not typically expressed by ordinary wealthy individuals. Now that the negotiations have fallen through, what should we do? Wang Lingying diverted the topic. Gao Xiaotong turned to Du Qingshun, stating, "You initiated this, and now it's turned into a mess. You must take responsibility." Chapter 80. Signing the contract. I understand your desire to assist your family, but my perspective remains unchanged. The Wang family is currently besieged by internal and external troubles. The foundation is crumbling. If you wish to salvage the situation, you must leverage this collaboration with the Hongfei Group to consolidate power within your grasp. You alone must oversee the project. Your two cousins must not interfere, for they are more likely to hinder than help. And then what? Du Qingxin asked. It's simple. If they refuse to comply, we shall proceed independently. We can establish our own company, secure the project, and later subdivide it for distribution. We will earn profits and retain control, and perhaps provide some benefits to the Wang family at your discretion. Du Qingxun spoke with unwavering confidence. He had already contemplated this course of action. Wang Lingying frowned. You're being overly fanciful. Starting a company? Do we possess adequate funds? A project of this scale requires billions. We cannot proceed without at least 10 billion. Financial matters can be addressed, Du Qingxun replied. And how do you propose to do that? I will find someone to borrow from, he stated. Wang Lingying firmly rejected the notion. I'm staunchly opposed to this. This matter does not concern you. I do not require your assistance. There's another option. You can negotiate with the Hongfei Group, secure a contract, and then approach a bank for a loan, Du Qingxun suggested. Gao Xiaodong immediately chimed in. This idea is quite feasible. Is it truly viable? Wang Lingying inquired skeptically. Of course, provided that the Hongfei Group is still willing to collaborate with you, Gao Xiaotong rationally replied. Wang Lingying hesitated. I have been expelled from the Wang family. Will President Shun still work with me? Speak with her tomorrow. I believe she will be amenable. After all, she values you as an individual, not the Wang family behind you. If she consents to collaborate, we can proceed to register the company, Du Qingxun advised. Gao Xiaodong added, yes, I will invest 20 million. I will contribute all my savings. Lingying, we are sisters united in purpose. This is what you promised. Wang Lingying was moved to speechlessness, ultimately nodding vigorously. This marked Wang Lingying's second encounter with Shun Mengting, yet she could not shake the tension. Words she had prepared eluded her, as Shun Mengting's penetrating gaze seemed to see through her soul. Finally, she candidly confessed, I apologize, President Shun. I may have disappointed you. You might be unaware, but I'm no longer a member of the Wang family. I have been cast out. I am already aware, Shun Mengting replied courteously. When representatives from a Wang family approached me to sign the contract, I understood. Thus, I declined their offer. I had made it clear previously that the chairman values you as an individual, not the Wang family. Are you here for a specific purpose today? I simply wanted to inform you that I may no longer be able to proceed with the renovation project in the Southern District. I do not wish to waste your company's time, hence my visit. Please extend my gratitude to the chairman for recognizing my worth. Wang Lingying expressed with a hint of regret. Shun Mengting smiled. I am well aware of the Wang family situation. Do you not wish to alter the current state of affairs? Wang Lingying paused, momentarily puzzled by the question. You are the most outstanding member of the Wang family, the only one I hold in high regard. Here, take a look at this contract. Shun Mengting handed a document to Wang Lingying. Wang Lingying, filled with confusion, glanced at the contract and gasped in shock. What? You wish to entrust this project to me? Indeed, I have reported your circumstances, and the chairman remains willing to collaborate with you. You may establish your own company to manage this endeavor, but I lack funds. This project requires 10 billion, and I currently possess nothing. Wang Lingying replied honestly. Let me clarify. This is not a 10 billion project, but a 50 billion one. What? 50 billion? No, I cannot manage that. Wang Lingying exclaimed. Shun Mengting laughed softly. You must not underestimate yourself. What challenges do you foresee? I lack funds, which is one issue. Additionally, I do not possess the capacity to oversee a 50 billion project. You are refreshingly honest. I call it self-awareness. Financial matters can be resolved. With this contract, you can apply for a bank loan. I am confident any bank would eagerly provide you with the funds. As for your capabilities, I have faith in you. You must cultivate self-confidence and believe in your potential. But, Miss Wang, this collaboration represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Reflect on your past aspirations. Do you wish to live a life of mediocrity? If you successfully manage this project, the Wang family will no longer have any superiority over you. If you wish to rescue the Wang family, you must accept this project. We are both women. I understand your thoughts. Why should women shy away from great endeavors? Broaden your vision and do not underestimate yourself. Shin Mengting spoke with stern conviction. Wang Lingying felt torn. Indeed, such opportunities are rare in a lifetime. Success could transform her life. She had dreams of expanding the company and often recalled her grandfather's dying wish to revitalize the Wang family. This was her singular chance. Shin Mengting continued, "This project must be executed solely by you, without the involvement of the Wang family. You can establish your company and subcontract portions of the project while retaining some control. This way, you can still support your family." Her words resonated deeply with Wang Lingying. If you lack confidence, how can you expect anyone else to believe in you? Shin Mengting challenged. Do you truly think the chairman erred in his judgment? Are you incapable of rising to the occasion? I'm willing to give it a try. Wang Lingying ultimately conceded. That's the spirit. Sign here. This is a letter of intent. Once your company is officially registered, we will formalize the contract. The timeline for the Southern Development Project is tight. We cannot afford further delays, Shin Mengting instructed. Wang Lingying, without overthinking, swiftly signed her name. This matter was now settled. Upon exiting the company and returning to the car, Wang Lingying felt as though she were in a dream, tightly clutching the contract. Her emotions were heightened, yet she made a concerted effort to maintain composure. It seemed the negotiations had been successful. Du Qingshan driving inquired, "So how did it go?" Wang Lingying nodded. "However, I have signed a contract for a 50 billion project." "Ah, splendid. It appears they have great faith in you," Du Qingshan replied calmly. Chapter 81. Du Qingshan intervenes. Wang Lingying fixed her gaze on him. "Aren't you the least bit concerned that I might mishandle this? This is a 50 billion contract. Can I truly manage it? I have never doubted your capabilities. I am confident you will excel in this endeavor. Besides, you have me. I'll be here to support you every step of the way. You can do it. Go for it." Du Qingshan encouraged, raising his fist in solidarity. In that moment, Wang Lingying's heart found tranquility. She gazed deeply into Du Qingshan's eyes and uttered, "Thank you. Family, what is there to be thankful for? I am your husband. Assisting you is only natural." Du Qingshan chuckled. Wang Lingying instinctively wanted to retort. Yet when she opened her mouth, she ultimately remained silent. The atmosphere was unexpectedly pleasant, so much so that she was reluctant to disrupt it. Upon returning home, the trio deliberated and decided that Gao Xiaodong would invest 20 million yuan to register a company. Everything proceeded smoothly. The matter was finalized on the same day, and the company was named Lingtong Industrial Company Limited. Du Qingshan found it amusing. The name was a collaborative effort between the two women, each incorporating a character from their own names. That evening, Du Qingshan prepared a feast, and they celebrated together. The next day, he accompanied the two women to Hengfei Group to sign the formal contract, assured that with his presence, everything would proceed seamlessly. Over the following days, Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong visited several office buildings and rented a floor to serve as their workspace. Wang Lingying became the company's chairwoman and general manager. Gao Xiaodong assumed the role of personnel manager and deputy general manager, while Du Qingshan was promoted to security department manager. The three of them, each a solitary leader, successfully established the company. Gao Xiaodong posted recruitment advertisements online, while Wang Lingying took the contracts to various banks to secure loans. Hengfei Group also announced the news on their official website. Once the announcement spread, the entire Jiangnan city was in an uproar. Rumors had previously circulated that Wang Lingying had severed ties with the Wang family, but most remained skeptical. Now, everything was confirmed. She had indeed left her family, founded her own enterprise, and secured orders worth 50 billion yuan. She had leapt into the limelight and become the most dazzling star in Jiangnan. However, many speculated that Wang Lingying's success was due to her beauty, claiming that Hengfei Group's behind-the-scenes boss was enamored with her. Otherwise, how could a person cast out from her family, penniless, land such immense contracts? Various rumors circulated online, each with different versions. Despite feeling vexed, Wang Lingying paid no mind to these gossip-mongers. She believed that truth would emerge unscathed and falsehood would be exposed. She was too preoccupied with securing loans to bother with gossip. After 3 days of relentless effort, all banks rejected her loan applications. That day, Wang Yunlun and his wife returned to Phoenix Mountain Villa. Du Qingshan welcomed them warmly. After dining, the family sat on the sofa chatting. Seeing her daughter's troubled expression, Wang Yunlun sighed and said, "Lingying, perhaps you should consider returning home." Wang Lingying furrowed her brows and asked, "Didn't T Grandma want me to come here?" Yes, he replied. Your grandmother has informed us that the Hu family has contacted several prominent clans in Jiangnan to jointly pressure the banks. Although you secured the contract, no bank is willing to lend you money. If you return, the family will assist in finding solutions, and the entire project will be under your command. Ma Jinfeng also chimed in, yes, it's too difficult for you. This is a 50 billion yuan project. Currently, you have not a single cent. How can you proceed? If this drags on, the chairman of Hengfei Group might become angry and annul the contract. They won't wait forever. Gao Xiaodong hesitated to speak. Wang Lingying remained silent. I disagree, Du Qingshan suddenly declared. Everyone turned to look at him. The Wang couple no longer dared to be as dismissive as before. Ma Jinfeng raised an eyebrow. On what grounds do you oppose? Can you even secure the funds? This involves billions, not a trivial sum. I'll find a way to get the money. Du Qingshan asserted, I can borrow from friends. He had mentioned this to Wang Lingying several times before, yet she still resolutely refused. I don't want your money, she stated firmly. Du Qingshan sighed with a bitter smile. We're family. What's yours is mine, and vice versa. Just consider a loan, he urged. Family? Have you forgotten our agreement? Wang Lingying's words left Du Qingshan feeling somewhat dejected. He thought their relationship had improved, but it seemed still bleak. Wang Yuanlun coughed and said, harmony is precious. Family harmony fosters prosperity. If Du can secure the funds, you shouldn't worry about pride. I agree with him. Can you really get the money? Gao Xiaodong asked. Du Qingshan nodded confidently. It should be feasible. How much can you raise? 20 billion. No problem, he replied cautiously, fearing to alarm them or arouse suspicion. If he mentioned 50 or 100 billion, Wang Lingying would surely refuse, first considering his status. I think it's doable, Gao Xiaodong said. All eyes turned to Wang Lingying. To everyone's surprise, she remained stubborn, declaring, I won't lend you a single yuan. This matter is none of your concern. Tomorrow, I'll try the banks myself. I refuse to believe it's impossible. Besides, I owe you enough already, and I don't want to owe you more. I cannot repay this favor. Her true feelings were evident. She had always maintained control over her marriage with Du Qingshan. Although her opinion of him had somewhat improved, she refused to sell herself out of gratitude. Before their relationship deepened, before they became a real couple, she would not use his money. That would strip her of her independence. If it didn't work out, so be it, but she would never rely on others, especially not Du Qingshan. Her views might be extreme or flawed, but that was simply who she was. Du Qingshan understood her perfectly. He sighed and said, all right, I'll accompany you to the bank tomorrow. What for? She asked. Don't worry. Perhaps I can help you then, he replied. Gao Xiaodong quickly added, fine, let us all go to the bank tomorrow. With my eloquence, I don't believe the Hu family can dominate everything. The Wang couple exchanged glances. Their attempt at persuasion had evidently failed. The next day, Du Qingshan drove both women to the bank. On the way, Wang Lingying, feeling anxious, asked Gao Xiaodong, which bank shall we go to? She lacked confidence. She had been beaten down too harshly these past days. Despite the contract with Hengfei Group, obtaining a loan should have been straightforward, yet no bank was willing to lend. Evidently, the influence of the Hu family was formidable, and the pressure from the clans had played a decisive role. No bank wanted to offend these powerful families, as repercussions would be severe. Banks relied on these alliances for survival and profit. That was the harsh reality. Go to Huaxia Bank, Du Qingshan suggested. Is that okay? Wang Lingying frowned. Huaxia Bank is the largest in the country, with deep government backing. They won't give us a chance. Let us try others, she argued. Trust me, it will work. Du Qingshan is schuld here. I've already been there, and they refuse to see me, she replied. Relax. If we don't get the loan today, I'll write the name backwards, he said confidently. Gao Xiaodong rolled her eyes. What is backwards? Du Qingshan? He ignored her and drove straight to Huaxia Bank. Upon arrival, he and the women entered, only to be stopped by the manager. Miss Wang, I've told you before, our branch manager has instructions not to meet with you. Why are you here again? Zhang Song said impatiently. Du Qingshan looked at his badge and said, Manager Zhang, please pass this to your branch manager. I believe he will see us. He then took off a chip from his finger and handed it over. Zhang Song looked at the chip curiously. Are you joking? You know our branch manager? No, but if you pass this to him, he'll definitely meet us, Du Qingshan replied. Du Qingshan was brimming with confidence. All right, please wait a moment. I will report this first. Zhang Song ascended the stairs, holding a board marker. What is that? Gao Xiaodong asked curiously. You aren't just toying with him, are you? Do you think I have that much leisure time? Du Qingchun shot her a glance and replied, just leave it be. As long as I can assist you with the loan, why ask so many questions? He was effectively silencing her. Wang Lingying, initially curious, now found herself unable to speak. Gao Xiaotong, feeling indignant, remarked, hey, I simply can't believe that the branch manager of Huaxia Bank would give you any face. TCH, making such a fuss over a mere board marker. I suspect you are merely here for amusement. Just don't let me see you make a fool of yourself later. In truth, her curiosity was piqued, but her disdain for Du Qingchun compelled her to undermine him. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhang Song emerged from the elevator accompanied by a bespectacled man, who appeared to be around 50 years old and exuded a shrewd demeanor. He was the branch manager, Xia Hoyan. Xia Hoyan hurriedly approached the trio, slightly bowing to Du Qingchun, and inquired excitedly, may I ask your esteemed surname, sir? My surname is Du. Oh, Mr. Du. It is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. This item is far too valuable. Allow me to return it to you. Xia Hoyan respectfully handed the board marker back to Du Qingchun. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were taken aback. How could a mere board marker have such an effect on the branch manager? What was its origin, and what did it signify? The possibilities were endless. Monsieur Du, please follow me to my office for a discussion, Xia Hoyan warmly invited. He led them to his office on the upper floor and quickly prepared tea for them, displaying remarkable hospitality. After serving the tea, Xia Hoyan addressed Du Qingchun. Mr. Du, please feel free to express any needs you may have. I assure you that Xia Hoyan will fulfill them. Du Qingchun waved his hand, pointing to Wang Lingying. I have no matters. Rather, my wife has a concern. She mentioned wanting to apply for a loan from your esteemed bank, which you seem to have overlooked. Is that correct? Xia Hoyan's expression shifted. She is your wife? Du Qingchun nodded. Ah, Miss Wang, had I known you were Mr. Du's wife, I would certainly not have neglected you. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would never dare to disregard you. Rest assured, I have heard about your situation, although many have pressured the bank not to extend a loan to you with Mr. Du present, your loan will be absolutely assured. How much do you wish to borrow? Our Jiangnan City branch currently has a maximum allocation of 500 billion. However, that is not an issue. Should you require more, I can immediately report to headquarters and arrange for 1 trillion to be transferred to your provided account by the end of the day, all at a permanent zero interest. Xia Hoyan said with an eager expression. Du Qingchun remained calm and collected, while Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were left dumbfounded. 1 trillion interest-free loans, and permanently so? What kind of extraordinary arrangement was this? What bank offers such services? This was akin to giving away money. Even if the bank was wealthy, how could they operate this way? Banks exist to make a profit. Could they afford such a loss? 1 trillion, even if it were left idle. The interest accrued would amount to astronomical figures. They exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. Gao Xiaodong finally exclaimed, Manager Xia, you aren't joking, are you? You can grant us 1 trillion? Interest-free? You heard correctly. The only amount we can process today is 1 trillion. If you require further funds, our headquarters will certainly find a way to allocate them, all at zero interest and with no real ceiling. The two women nearly fainted. They were genuinely astonished, questioning whether Xia Hoyan had lost his mind. I still don't quite understand, Manager Xia. Why is this happening? Wang Lingying asked, swallowing hard. Xia Hoyan smiled humbly, glancing at Du Qingchun. Seeing his slight shake of the head, he added, this is confidential. I am not authorized to disclose it. However, we can indeed provide you with the loan. The two women turned their gaze toward Du Qingchun, who shrugged, indicating he was as perplexed as they were. After a brief discussion, Wang Lingying finally said, all right, I need a loan of 50 billion. This is a contract we just signed with Hongfei Group. You may review it and use it as collateral. She was not an avaricious woman, so for this 50 billion project, she only sought to borrow 50 billion. Xia Hoyan shook his head with a smile. I won't even look at these documents. They are unnecessary. I have already instructed someone to prepare the relevant contracts. We can sign them shortly. I just want to confirm, do you truly only need 50 billion? Perhaps you should borrow a bit more? Sweat. Wang Lingying found it hard to comprehend. Was this how business operated? Interest-free, yet he insisted on giving her more? No, 50 billion is sufficient. She quickly replied. Xia Hoyan appeared slightly disappointed, but proceeded to prepare the contract. Soon, both parties signed the agreement, and the 50 billion was transferred to Ling Tong Industrials Company account. Xia Hoyan respectfully escorted the three of them outside. Mr. Du, Miss Wang, Miss Gao, should you encounter any financial difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Once again, we will provide all your funding needs interest-free and with no upper limit. He made a point to remind them. Chapter 83. Compromise. Du Qingshun said with exasperation, Manager Xia, a bank is not your personal enterprise. You can't keep operating at a loss. How can you keep giving us money? This is unacceptable. He spoke without a hint of politeness. Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were startled, fearing Xia Hoyan might become angry. However, he did not. Xia Hoyan slightly bowed his head to Du Qingshun, stating, Mr. Du, you are correct. However, your presence here shows that you hold us in regard. I was simply too excited. How about I invite the three of you to dinner tonight, as a gesture of friendship? No need, goodbye. Du Qingshen decisively declined, leading the two women away. Once back in the car, the two women in the back seat were engaged in hushed conversation, disregarding Du Qingshen. It wasn't until they returned home and sat on the sofa that both women scrutinized Du Qingshun as if interrogating a suspect, making him feel quite uneasy. Where did this board marker come from? Du Qingshun remained silent. Lingying, come take a look. This board marker is stunning. There's even a swirl of green light shimmering inside. Wang Lingying ignored her. Gao Xiaodong pressed. Hey, Du Qingshun, what is the story with this board marker? I don't understand what you mean. Why did the branch manager meet with you upon seeing the board marker? And why did he voluntarily offer us a loan? And on top of that, without interest? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Gao Xiaodong inquired with curiosity. Du Qingshun rubbed his nose. I cannot explain. Is it secret? This board marker must be some sort of token, right? But I don't understand what kind of token could compel Xia Hoyan to act this way. This is akin to giving us money. How can such good fortune exist? Please just tell us. We're dying of curiosity. Regardless of Gao Xiaodong's probing, Du Qingshun remained tight-lipped. This matter was simply beyond explanation. Wang Lingying intervened to alleviate the tension, saying, All right, Xiaotong, stop pressing him. This situation should not be discussed outside. He likely has his reasons for confidentiality. Du Qingshun cast a grateful glance at her. Wang Lingying averted her gaze. Her emotions complicated as she said, Tomorrow, I will go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to change the company's legal representative to you. Why? Du Qingshun was taken aback. The reason we can secure the loan is entirely due to you. Therefore, it is only fitting that you are the legal representative of the company, Wang Lingying asserted. I disagree. Du Qingshun replied firmly. Why not? Wang Lingying inquired. Du Qingshun explained, because I have no need for it. Moreover, this money is lent to you. It is not a gift. I played a minor role in this, as the lender is primarily interested in the company's prospects, which has little to do with me. Don't you find that statement rather absurd? Wang Lingying probed. Not all. I absolutely refuse to agree. So please do not bring it up again, Du Qingshun stated resolutely. He had no desire to assume this role. He was more than financially secure. His sole aim was to fulfill Wang Lingying's dreams. Had it not been for her feelings, he could have effortlessly made her the wealthiest woman in the world. Faced with Du Qingshun's unwavering stance, Wang Lingying reluctantly said, Then you must receive a share in the company. Xiaotong and I will each hold 20%, while you will hold 60%. This is non-negotiable. Du Qingshun, growing impatient, replied, I've already stated that I do not require it. If you continue this way, I will become angry. You, Wang Lingying retorted angrily. I owe you so much already. How can I repay such a significant favor? Do you not understand? In that case, I will take 10% of the shares. You will hold 60%, and Gao Xiaodong will have 30%. If you do not accept this distribution plan, then I will not take even 10%. Can we not get so entangled in these matters? The priority is to get the company operational as soon as possible, Du Qingshun insisted. All right, everyone stop arguing. Let us proceed as he suggested. Gao Xiaodong interjected. However, I believe my 30% share is a bit too high. I will be fine with 11%. As long as her share was slightly higher than Du Qingshun's, Gao Xiaodong would be satisfied. This was her bottom line. She had always wanted to overshadow Du Qingshun, but had never succeeded. Whenever she was in a good mood, he would indulge her, but most of the time, Du Qingshun showed no mercy when it came to confronting her, which was a source of constant frustration for her. Wang Lingying declared, Then we shall proceed with his proposal. This matter is settled for now. Now let us discuss the operations of the company. What? Huaxiao Bank granted her a loan of 50 billion, and it's interest-free in the Wang family estate. The matriarch nearly leaped in disbelief upon hearing the news. Some matters cannot be concealed, especially since Xia Hoyan had not deliberately hidden anything. Consequently, The news swiftly spread throughout Jiangnan City. Grandmother Zhang's expression darkened considerably. Although she had not contacted Wang Lingying recently, she had been keeping a close watch on her. The Wang family could not possibly dismiss those projects. To her, even if Wang Lingying secured the contract without funds, it would all be futile. A project worth 50 billion could not be managed without at least 30 billion in initial capital. Grandmother Zhang had long since coordinated with Hu Kainan and several other prominent families, applying pressure to the bank. And no one believed that any bank would lend to Wang Lingying. Indeed, for the first 3 days, Wang Lingying faced setbacks everywhere. Even with a contract in hand, she had not managed to secure a single cent. The matriarch was confident in this. She had already discussed with Hu Kainan that once Wang Lingying voluntarily returned to the Wang family, they would jointly undertake the 50 billion project. After all, everyone wanted a piece of such a substantial pie. The Wang family could not possibly absorb it all. But now, with Wang Lingying having funds, she could independently initiate the project, which was decidedly bad news. If they did not act soon, they would truly be left empty-handed, losing their chance at the lucrative Southern City project. Moreover, the Wang family would become the subject of ridicule. Didn't you all go to great lengths to drive Wang Lingying out of the family? In the end, who benefits? The world would surely say that the Wang family was a bunch of fools. Have we made a mistake? The matriarch's eyes flickered, and she slumped down in defeat. Wang Yunshin's expression also grew complex as he lowered his head and murmured, "Had we known it would turn out this way, we would not have pressured her so urgently. This is all my fault. Our family desperately needs this project." The matriarch sighed. If we had not driven her away, wouldn't many be seeking to collaborate with us now? Why is the Wang family in such a dire situation? Wang Yunshin dare not speak. He had been the mastermind behind Wang Lingying's expulsion. "All right, I will go see her." Madame Ao made her decision. "Are her demands too excessive for us to accommodate?" Wang Yunshin hurriedly asked. "Can we refuse?" "We can only settle for less now," he replied. "Last time, it was a 10 billion order. This time, it's 50 billion. Will her demands change?" The matriarch shot him a glare, stating, "I've said we must secure this project, even if we only subcontract it. The profits are immense. This is non-negotiable. We can agree to any reasonable demands." Wang Yunshin's expression shifted. "Fine, I have made up my mind. You may leave now. I wish to be alone. This time, you need not accompany me." The matriarch waved her hand, as if suddenly aged by several years. Chapter 84. A return visit. Lingtong Industries had only been listed for a few days, yet had already gained immense notoriety in Jiangnan City. It was unavoidable, given its strength. Just days prior, it had been a mere empty shell, but in the blink of an eye, its assets exceeded 50 billion. And it held a contract for a 50 billion project in Southern City, enjoying a favorable relationship with Hongfei Group. A significant transformation had occurred. Wang Lingying promptly purchased the entire building, a decision reached collectively by the 3 shareholders. The company soon acquired 2 luxury vehicles, a Land Rover designated for Du Qingshan and a Bentley for transporting guests. Gao Xiaodong posted a recruitment advertisement online, drawing a steady stream of applicants, while Wang Lingying busied herself with meetings with numerous construction industry leaders from Jiangnan City. While several prominent families could unite, they could not control the multitude of competitors. An opportunity lost is a fool's errand, as they say, for those in the construction contracting business. The mantra was that profit was paramount. Almost all of Wang Lingying's former clients had flocked back, eager to partake in the Southern City project. Following Du Qingshan's advice, Wang Lingying selectively met with several individuals, but none were able to sign contracts. The responses were uniformly, "We will notify you." Both Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong were overwhelmed with work, while Du Qingshan found himself inexplicably idle. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei rushed over to join him. The 3 men chatted merrily in the security office on the ground floor. "Brother Chun, I truly did not expect us 3 to be reunited. You must look out for us from now on," Wu Bo said, handing Du Qingshan a packet of cigarettes. Du Qingshan chuckled. "Stop with these unnecessary gestures. The company does not condone such behavior. If you continue like this, how am I any different from Fengbing? As long as you work diligently, you will not suffer loss. You need not treat me as a superior. We are all brothers here. I'm not bribing you. This is brotherly affection." Wu Bo retorted with a grin. "Yes, Brother Chun, this is our way of showing respect," Zhang Kuei added, also presenting a packet of cigarettes. Du Qingshan found the situation amusing and reluctantly accepted, saying, "This shall not set a precedent." "All right, All right, Brother Chin's word is law. But I heard a rumor that you were actually President Wang's wife. Is there any truth to that? Wu Bo asked curiously. Du Qingshen replied. Haven T, I already clarified this? The rumors, astonishingly, were indeed true. My dear friend, it seems you have been less than forthright. We presumed you were merely jesting. When it comes to courting women, I must admit, I have the utmost admiration for Chen Ge. To have captured the attention of the most beautiful lady in Jiangnan City, Wang Zong, is truly impressive. Zhang Kuei gave a thumbs up in approval. Du Qingchun, brimming with pride, relished the moment. Wu Bo, with a sheepish grin, offered Chen Ge, allow me to treat you to drinks tonight. Such flattery is often suspect. If you have something to say, speak plainly. I have no interest in such theatrics. Du Qingchun replied with a chuckle. Wu Bo continued, we simply wish to learn your ways of wooing women. You mean you wish to learn the art of living off a woman's fortune? Du Qingshen loge d'artili. The brothers nodded vigorously. If one could indeed thrive on such a fortune, it would be a remarkable achievement. We would seek it eagerly. Indeed, to partake in the bounty of Wang Zong would be a true skill, devoid of any shame. At that moment, the phone in the security room rang. Zhang Kuei answered and relayed to Du Qingchun. Qinggu, your wife requests your presence in her office. Du Qingchun rose, glancing at the envious expressions of his companions. Choosing not to elaborate, he bore a heavy burden. Did they truly believe he had won her over? In truth, he was merely the scapegoat, far from securing Wang Lingying's affection. A few minutes later, Du Qingchun entered Wang Lingying's office, where an atmosphere of tension prevailed. Wang Lingying sat behind her desk, expressionless, while Gao Xiaotong lounged on the sofa, wearing a cold smirk. Nearby sat the formidable matriarch of the Wang family. Upon witnessing the scene, Du Qingchun quickly deduced the situation. Smiling, he inquired, my dear wife, what is the matter that you summoned me? Wang Lingying shot him a glare, though she refrained from expressing anger. As a shareholder in the company, your presence is required for this negotiation. I wish to hear your thoughts. The old lady furrowed her brow at Wang Lingying's address, and then cast a disdainful glance at Du Qingchun. He chuckled. Do you think I lack authority in family matters? Wang Lingying, visibly displeased, remarked, is it appropriate to discuss this in front of others? Yet, she did not lose her temper, merely nodding in acquiescence. Du Qingchun felt a surge of satisfaction. He was indifferent to the old lady's disdainful expression as he boldly addressed her. You have come personally to request my wife's return to the Wang family. Am I correct? Your lack of entourage suggests you are willing to compromise. However, our terms this time differ significantly from the last. You must brace yourself for that. The old lady ground her teeth and replied, very well, speak your terms. You have seen for yourself. Our company, despite its nascent stage, holds projects in the Southern District, and many wish to collaborate with us. We are not lacking in funds, and the Wang family cannot offer us anything substantial. Do you still believe you can persuade my wife to return? You were the ones who cast her away and intervened with the banks to deny us loans. Did you think that would compel us to submit? Are you not regretting your actions now? Du Qingchun seized the opportunity to confront her, but refrained from crossing any lines, as the old lady was Wang Lingying's grandmother, and some matters were best left unsaid. He continued, what benefits can you offer my wife? If she agrees to return to the family, I could transfer the position of head of the family to her, on the condition that she elevates the Wang family to the ranks of the elite, and 50% of your company's profits must be submitted to the family. Du Qingchun erupted in laughter. What absurdity! Why should she? The old lady's face flushed with anger, trembling with rage. Wang Lingying glanced worriedly at her, and then lowered her head. Lingying, are you truly so heartless? You are a Wang family member. Even if I was in the wrong, I offer my apology and the position of family head. What more do you desire? Must you allow him to humiliate me? What is he? Does he even deserve you? To me, he is nothing but a waste. The old lady's outburst was fierce. Excuse me, but could you speak with a touch more decorum? Have you forgotten you are the one seeking assistance? It seems you are accustomed to reprimanding others. But who could possibly meet your lofty standards? By belittling Du Qingchun, you insult our entire company. He is a shareholder now. And do you truly wish to continue this discussion? Gao Xiaodong was unyielding, directly countering the old lady. The latter's expression soured, her gaze fixed on Wang Lingying. Wang Lingying met Du Qingchun's eyes. Though she said nothing, her meaning was unmistakable. Enough, old lady. Whether Lingying chooses to return to the family or assumes the role of family head is her prerogative. However, I cannot agree to relinquish half of the company's profits to the Wang family as a shareholder. I too do not agree, Gao Xiaodong chimed in. Du Qingshen continued. The company can offer you a 5 billion project, but beyond that, I fear it may overwhelm you. I assure you, your profits will exceed others by at least 10%. However, should you mishandle the project, do not blame us for severing ties. This was the utmost concession Du Qingshan was willing to make. He cared little for money, but the Southern project was critical. Hongfei Group was under his stewardship, and he could not disregard the company's interests. Everything must adhere to proper protocol. He turned to Wang Lingying. The old lady was clearly displeased, directing her gaze at Wang Lingying. What is your stance? I concur with this proposal. As for returning to the Wang family, I must contemplate that further. The position of family head should be assigned to another. I have no interest in it. After much deliberation, Wang Lingying made her decision. The old lady's disappointment was palpable. Lingying, can you truly not forgive your grandmother? Please excuse me. I have matters to attend to, Wang Lingying said, unable to meet the old lady's gaze, and exited the room. Old lady, perhaps it is time for you to depart. Should you wish to collaborate, send someone to sign the contract. If you deem our 5 billion order unworthy, feel free to refrain from coming. Du Qingshan exited as well, not heading directly downstairs, but rather stepping out onto the balcony outside the restroom. Wang Lingying stood there, gazing down below. Do you believe I am heartless? Du Qingshan uploaded here softly. Wang Lingying replied, this is my decision, and you have done nothing wrong. Her tone betrayed her distress. She had clearly been crying. I would never oppose your choices, Du Qingshan sighed. In comparison to your happiness, everything else pales. Wang Lingying turned to study him, as if attempting to see through his soul. Their eyes met, and Du Qingshan's gaze was crystal clear. Thank you, Wang Lingying said, touched. Du Qingshan smiled funny. I hope to achieve everything through my own efforts, which is why I have been reluctant to accept your assistance. The family situation is quite complicated, and I do not wish to take it on. I understand. If my words have ever hurt you, I ask for your forgiveness. No, you are overthinking it. Ultimately, the old lady capitulated. She could not allow her familial pride to jeopardize the family's welfare. Thus, the following day, the Wang family dispatched Wang Yunlun to finalize the contract. Dad, why are you here? Wang Lingying was taken aback. Wang Yunlun, brimming with excitement, responded, Daughter, I must express my gratitude. You have done exceptionally well. I now hold sway within the family. Your grandmother convened a meeting last night and appointed me as a board member, entrusting me with the entirety of the Southern project. Hence, I am here to sign the contract. Can we negotiate for more projects? With a quiet sigh, Wang Lingying felt a sense of resignation. Whether this was an attempt to appease her or a means to utilize Wang Yunlun's newfound influence, she knew she must remember this favor. Moreover, entrusting the contract, signing, and project responsibilities to Wang Yunlun is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The Wang Yuanxin and Wang Yuanming families have had long-standing conflicts with Wang Lingying, and replacing him with another might invite disdain. Wang Yunlun, however, is her biological father. What can she do? All right, Dad. I hope you can abandon your past vices and seize this opportunity. I currently won't return to the Wang family, but I certainly do not wish to see it decline. Wang Lingying admonished. Wang Yunlun's face flushed, and he replied, Rest assured, I have already quit the vice of gambling. From now on, I will diligently apply myself and make something of myself for everyone to see. He indeed harbored optimism for the future, yet compared to his two elder brothers, he felt woefully inadequate. Wang Lingying refrained from further comments, and they formalized a contract worth 10 billion. Thus, the Wang family secured a share of the profits. Upon learning the news, the matriarch secretly rejoiced, and that evening took the initiative to ask Wang Yunlun to invite Wang Lingying back to the ancestral home for a celebratory dinner. Naturally, Wang Lingying declined. She had no desire to set foot in the old residence again, feeling profoundly disillusioned with her family. In the following days, Wang Lingying signed contracts with over a dozen companies, and the Lingtong Group flourished spectacularly. The prominent families of Jiangnan City were unable to partake in any of the spoils. The other families fared reasonably well, securing some project from Hongfei Group, but only the Hu family emerged empty-handed in this fierce competition. Hu Hao faced considerable criticism for mishandling such a promising situation, and recently he had kept a low profile, avoiding any contact with Wang Lingying. But would the Hu family truly tolerate this humiliation? Certainly not. That afternoon, Wang Yong drove from the company to a rural leisure farm on the outskirts of the city. He was met there by someone who escorted him to a quiet room. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the Hu family head seated there, sipping tea. "Master Hu?" Wang Yong exclaimed. Hu Kanan, pouring tea with a smile, said, "Young Master Wang, please take a seat. Among the entire Wang family, you're the only one who has caught my interest. I have long wished to speak with you, but have been quite busy until today." Wang Yong felt honored yet astonished. He rarely had the opportunity to meet Hu Kanan, a formidable figure in Jiangnan City, whose mere presence commanded respect. He never anticipated that Hu Kanan would hold him in such high regard. However, he hesitated. Wang Yong was no fool. He did not immediately sit down, but expressed his discomfort. "Master Hu, had I known it was you, I might not have had the courage to come. You are aware that our families have been somewhat estranged of late. Is it your grandmother who forbids you from associating with the Hu family?" Hu Kanan calmly inquired. Fully aware of the underlying dynamics, Wang Yong fell silent, his silence tacitly confirming the truth. It was hard to believe that a nearly senile matriarch could instill such fear in him. Hu Kanan remarked, "Do you not wish to one day take control of the Wang family and occupy that position?" Wang Yong's expression shifted, revealing his anxiety. "Do not worry. The location I have chosen is sufficiently secretive. No one will know we have met, nor will they suspect it. If you truly possess ambition and aspirations, why not sit down and converse? I assure you, it will yield tremendous benefits for you. If you lack the courage, then it appears I have misjudged you, and you may leave as if we have never met." Hu Kanan remained as composed as ever. In Chapter 86, "No man is truly noble without a bitterness," Wang Yong, among the younger generation, was indeed a standout, but when compared to an old fox like Hu Kanan, he was no match. Therefore, he opted to take a seat. Hu Kanan's words were too enticing to resist. How could he not desire to become the head of the family? His ongoing rivalry with Wang Lingying stemmed precisely from her obstruction of his path. Their mutual ambitions were directed towards the position of family head. "Indeed, you are as I expected. I believe under your leadership, the Wang family will reach new heights and regain its former glory." Hu Kanan poured tea, saying, "Here, have some tea. I am unworthy of such praise." "Master Hu," Wang Yong replied, feeling the weight of the title. "Call me Uncle Hu. Let us be friends across generations." Hu Kanan said warmly. After a light-hearted exchange, Hu Kanan steered the conversation towards Wang Lingying, commenting, "Wang Lingying is quite heartless. I heard your grandmother personally sought her to return to the family, yet she remained unmoved." "She has always been this way," Wang Yong muttered. "She is overly arrogant. I believe your grandmother promised that should she return to the family, the position of family head would be passed to her. You're aware of this, correct?" Hu Kanan probed. Wang Yong's expression changed. "You do not know?" Hu Kanan feigned surprise. "Oh, that is understandable. Your grandmother would never divulge such matters to you. It is a pity that you remain in the dark while you and your cousin engage in a fierce rivalry, unaware that your grandmother intends to bequeath the family fortune to a married woman." Wang Yong fell silent, but his expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Yes, he was furious. Though Wang Lingying had temporarily declined, her eventual return was merely a matter of time. The Wang family was substantial, and how could she remain indifferent? Her current obstinacy was an act of false pride. Thus, she posed the greatest threat to him. "Are you truly willing to concede?" Hu Kanan inquired. Wang Yong replied in a low voice, "Uncle Hu, I am willing but lacking in strength. We expelled her from the family. Yet who could have anticipated that she would swiftly establish her own business, garnering the favor of the mysterious chairman of Hongfei Group, who granted her a project order worth 50 billion. Many now seek to partner with her. What can I do?" He continued, moreover, that Du Qingshan possesses formidable martial skills. "Young Master Hu, you have personally experienced this. He is exceedingly rude and boorish, nearly a rogue. To confront Wang Lingying, I must first navigate my grandmother's approval, and I do not wish to create a rift with him. To be honest, I am somewhat intimidated. This man is not to be underestimated. My grandmother said we previously underestimated him, and Wang Lingying's current success is largely attributable to him." Wang Yong expressed his frustration. This man is indeed a nuisance, but he will not bask in glory for long. Hu Kanan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Wang Yong felt a jolt of realization regarding Hu Kanan's intentions and couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He lacked the courage to confront Du Qingshan, but if the Hu family intervened, it would be an entirely different matter. After all, The Hu family was a top-tier family in Jiangnan City, powerful enough to handle Emir Du Qingshun effortlessly. If something were to happen to Du Qingshun, Wang Lingying would lose a layer of protection, making her easier to deal with. Wang Yong excitedly remarked, "She is currently in fierce competition with Hongfei Group. Taking her down will not be simple. It is not impossible. However, it requires the collaboration of many capable individuals, such as yourself." Hu Kainan confidently replied, "You may not be strong enough now, but if you dare to envision it, I can make you formidable, such as by placing you as the head of the Wang family. At that point, you would stand on equal footing with the Hu family, and our collaboration on various ventures will become much easier." Wang Yong responded, "The matriarch is still in good health. Even if, well, who knows what the future holds? All I can say is that I will strive to improve." Hu Kainan whispered, "The matriarch's health may not be as stable as it seems. Who is to say how long she will live? It does not necessarily have to be the Grim Reaper who decides." Wang Yong was taken aback, gazing at Hu Kainan in fear. Hu Kainan locked eyes with him, saying, "I see ambition in your eyes. No man is truly noble without a touch of ruthlessness. Once the matriarch passes, I will aid you in assuming the position of family head." Wang Yong's heart trembled violently, his body slightly quaking, filled with a mix of excitement and conflict. To have caused the old lady's death? Wasn't that precisely what Hu Kainan implied? This was a grave matter. If it were to come to light, his future would be utterly ruined. In the past, he would never have dared entertain such thoughts, yet circumstances had changed. Hu Kainan had just mentioned that the old lady intended for Wang Lingying to assume the helm of the Wang family as future. This was something he could never tolerate. "Rest assured, this matter will remain between us. No third party will ever learn of it. Furthermore, I will assist you in winning over some members of the Wang family. Once the old lady passes, I will ensure you become the people's choice. In fact, I could enlist Wang Bo's help. I'm certain he wouldn't refuse my proposition. The reason I approach you is that I believe you possess a fiercer resolve. In these times, one must be ruthless to stand firm. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, my anger will be considerable." Hu Kainan was resorting to both coercion and temptation. Wang Yong felt a sense of unease. If Hu Kainan dared to voice such intentions, he clearly did not fear rejection. Should this information spread, it would tarnish the Hu family's reputation. How might Hu Kainan retaliate against him? This thought solidified Wang Yong's resolve as he cautiously inquired, "If we were to collaborate, what would you have me do?" "Quite simple. Bribe those who attend to her, and introduce this substance gradually into her meals." Hu Kainan produced a red porcelain vial from his pocket. "What is this?" Wang Yong's face turned pale with terror. "This is a concoction developed by the medical Immortal Valley, known as 100-Day Joy." 100-Day Joy? Wang Yong furrowed his brows. It sounds rather akin to an aphrodisiac. Hu Kainan explained, "This drug is colorless and tasteless, aiding sleep, much like a sedative. However, it induces chronic poisoning. It doesn't necessarily take 100 days to manifest effects. Sometimes 30 days will suffice. By that time, she will have passed, and the cause of death will remain elusive. Her body will gradually wither. Even in death, no one will suspect poison as the culprit. After all, she is elderly, and death is a natural conclusion for someone of her age. What does it matter? You mentioned this is a product of the medical Immortal Valley?" Wang Yong asked, curiosity piqued. "Are you familiar with the medical Immortal Valley?" "Indeed, it is one of the 9 major sects in the ancient martial arts world." "Precisely. I need not conceal this from you any longer. Our Hu family is on good terms with an elder from the medical Immortal Valley. Otherwise, we could not procure such a drug. So, do you possess the courage to proceed?" Hu Kainan smiled faintly. Wang Yong did not respond immediately. He hesitated, or rather, had already made a decision internally, yet was reluctant to voice it. After all, this was a matter that contravened moral principles. Should it become public knowledge, he would face scorn from his kin and ridicule from masses. Hu Kainan seemed to perceive Wang Yong's turmoil, placing the red vial before him along with a pre-prepared note. "I shall take my leave now. Reflect on this matter. Should you require anything in the future, contact me at this number. It will be prudent to prepare a new card, just in case." Wang Yong remained silent. Hu Kainan departed. It was only then that Wang Yong picked up the small porcelain vial from the table, his hands trembling slightly, his mind in turmoil, yet his gaze was resolute. A flicker of murderous intent surfacing. "What did you say?" Du Qingshun stared at Gao Xiaotong, frowning. Gao Xiaotong, with a smile, "Lean closer," I said after work. "Accompany me to handle a matter." "Why not go alone? Why must I be involved?" Du Qingchen declined. Recently, he had noticed that Gao Xiaodong frequently sought him out, even bringing him fruits and milk tea. In essence, her kindness had made him wary. He did not wish for Wang Lingying to misconstrue their relationship. Moreover, he suspected Gao Xiaodong harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps she was laying a trap for him. Something's off. There must be a catch, he mused. Gao Xiaodong, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, I'm truly in need of your help. Please have mercy on me. I promise I won't let you down. I swear on my integrity. She raised her hand in an oath. Du Qingchen was skeptical, but finally asked, Does Lingying know about this? Of course, I informed her. She happens to be attending a banquet. Gao Xiaodong replied promptly. What kind of banquet? Du Qingchen inquired with curiosity. A city hosted one, with municipal leaders in attendance. There is no cause for concern. Gao Xiaodong assured him. Very well, but this is a one-time affair. Du Qingchen relented after much contemplation, seeing Gao Xiaodong's calm demeanor. Wonderful. It's settled then. I'll come for you at 5. Gao Xiaodong departed joyfully, eager not to provoke Du Qingchen's reconsideration. Du Qingchen felt an ominous premonition, as if he was about to step into a pitfall. Brother Chun, I'm impressed. Wu Bo gave a thumbs up. Zhang Kuei added, when it comes to romance. If Brother Chun says second, no one dares claim it first. What romance? This is a case of being pursued. Indeed, it's Gao's initiative to make advances. But Brother Chun, you'd best be cautious. Guard against fires in your own backyard. Ah, yes, with such enchanting women, were I in your shoes, I too would be tempted to embrace them both. Brother Chun, you must strive. We take pride in you. We support you. The two brothers bantered, leaving Du Qingchen feeling overwhelmed. What nonsense. My relationship with Gao is entirely above board. There is no impropriety. Exactly. About that incident at the hotel. Haha. Fear not, Brother Chun. We're brothers, and your affairs will remain confidential. Indeed, our lips are sealed. Even unto death, we shall not betray you. Du Qingchen was left speechless. At 5 o'clock, Gao Xiaodong indeed sought out Du Qingchen. They got into the car, and Du Qingchen, curious, asked, What exactly is the matter? Accompany me on a blind date. Du Qingchen nearly fell over in shock. A blind date? Surely you jest? Why would you need me for that? I'm not your guardian. He chuckled awkwardly. Besides, didn't you mention before that your heart belonged to someone else? Was that merely a ruse? Who said that? I was coerced. This individual was introduced by my mother. It happens to be my childhood friend. Everyone in my family, including relatives and friends, believes we are destined for one another. Our fathers served together in the same unit. You've also served, so you know the camaraderie between soldiers is unbreakable. Gao Xiaodong explained. That sounds promising. I wish you all the best. With your temperament, if someone is willing to marry you, you should accept without hesitation, lest you end up unmarried. Du Qingchen jested. Gao Xiaodong glared at him, her brows furrowing in irritation. Are we not friends anymore? Not at all. Are you joking? I genuinely think my presence would be inappropriate. Are you worried he may pose a threat to you? I doubt it. You two are childhood friends. He wouldn't drug you and drag you to a hotel, would he? Du Qingchen lugué d'artillerie. Gao Xiaodong, flustered, could only muster a flustered response. Her cheeks flushed. Enough jesting. You want me to play the role of a shield, don't you? Du Qingchen inquired seriously. Gao Xiaodong nodded. Yes, you'll pretend to be my boyfriend, overshadowing him completely. What does he do? A doctoral student? A university professor? Goodness. Du Qingchen shot her an incredulous look. You're digging a pit for me? Bringing a professor? How am I supposed to compete with that? He is merely a bookworm. I have no interest in him. If it comes to it, you just need to find a way to overshadow him. You expect me to do that? It feels inappropriate, considering he is a childhood friend. And so, you want me to take on the role of the villain? Exactly. I must say, you are quite cunning. Women are all like this. Gao Xiaodong dismissed his concerns. Du Qingchen surrendered to the situation. After some discussion, Gao Xiaodong parked the car in front of shopping mall. Her phone rang, and upon answering, she impatiently exclaimed, What are you hurrying for? Are you trying to rush me to my death? I've already said I'd be there shortly. If you can't wait, just head home. With that, she abruptly hung up the call. Du Qingchen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, asked, Is this how you treat him? It must be this way. I've been like this since childhood, Gao Xiaodong replied, dismissing his concern as she ushered him out of the car. Have we arrived? Du Qingchen looked around, but there was nothing in sight. Follow me. I need to get you a change of clothes. You're dressed far too casually. Remember, you're a shareholder in the company now, worth at least 500 million. You can't continue dressing like this. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're just a security guard, Gao Xiaodong critiqued. Du Qingshan retorted, I am a security guard, after all. Besides, one's identity doesn't have to be defined by their attire. His words were indeed heartfelt. In the past, no matter how casually he dressed, those who knew him never dared to underestimate him. In fact, most looked up to him. Unfortunately, his philosophy was lost on Gao Xiaodong. Women can be quite persistent. She would not relent until she achieved her goal. Ultimately, Du Qingshan had no choice but to obey her and accompanied her to the mall to purchase 2 sets of clothing, with Gao Xiaodong footing the bill. Once dressed in a suit, sans tie, with the top button of his shirt undone, Du Qingshan exuded an air of rebellious charm. However, his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He appeared utterly handsome. Several sales assistants gazed at him with admiration, and 2 even asked for his WeChat. Yet, it was Gao Xiaodong who, like a protective hen, shooed the young women away. Back in the car, Gao Xiaodong scrutinized Du Qingshan with several glances. Is something wrong with my appearance? Du Qingshan asked, somewhat shyly. I realize that there are essays saying that hold a lot of truth, she replied. What's saying? Clothes make the man. Can I interpret that as you complimenting my looks? No, you're just passably attractive. She teased. From now on, you need to dress like this. Take care of yourself. Perhaps one day, your wife will truly fall for you. Really? He asked, hopeful. Just kidding. Gao Xiaodong laughed heartily, while Du Qingshan's expression darkened. This woman was quite exasperating. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Gao Xiaodong appeared nervous. Taking a deep breath, she linked her arm with Du Qingshan's. He felt awkward and quietly said, Isn't this a bit too intimate? We must play our roles convincingly. Do you think I enjoy this? You're just taking advantage of me. Let me make myself clear. First, no wild thoughts. Second, you must utterly crush him, leaving him heartbroken. Gao Xiaodong warned sternly. Du Qingshan was at a loss for words. First, Gao Xiaodong's close embrace brushed against him, making it hard not to have wandering thoughts, especially considering her stunning beauty. Furthermore, why must they attack someone who bore them no ill will? He chose to remain silent and adapt to the situation. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Xiaodong knocked on the door. Shortly after, a bespectacled man opened it. Initially, he appeared joyful, but upon seeing Gao Xiaodong and Du Qingshan arm in arm, he became bewildered, staring at them with jealousy burning in his eyes. Zheng Ming, don't you recognize us? Gao Xiaodong winked, smiling brightly. Aren't you supposed to treat me to dinner? Aren't you going to let us in? Only then did Zheng Ming step aside, allowing them entry. The private room was warmly decorated, with a bouquet of roses on the table, radiating vibrancy. Du Qingshan couldn't help but recall the last time he and Gao Xiaodong visited a couple's restaurant together, feeling a bit awkward. Once seated, Gao Xiaodong released Du Qingshan's arm and introduced him. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Du Qingshan, and this is my childhood friend, Zheng Ming. Hello, Du Qingshan said, smiling politely and extending his hand. Zheng Ming huffed dismissively, ignoring the gesture. He was fuming and certainly had no intention of shaking hands with a rival. I refuse to be friends with my competitor. No handshake necessary, he stated bluntly. Du Qingshan was taken aback. Was the confrontation starting already? It seemed a bit premature. Moreover, Zheng Ming's directness was overwhelming. Gao Xiaodong, however, was unfazed by the tension. Zheng Ming, we're like siblings. You can't say such things. My boyfriend might get jealous, she said, playfully nudging Du Qingshan under the table, signaling him to prepare for battle. Brother Ming, I hear you've taken great care of Xiaodong since childhood, and I thank you for that. But from now on, I'll be looking after her, so rest assured. I won't let her suffer. Oh, by the way, when we get married, you must be our best man. Consider this an early invitation. Du Qingshan said with a smile. Gao Xiaodong's face flushed slightly. Married? I'm not marrying you. Zheng Ming's expression darkened further as he coldly laughed. You marrying her? Have you lost your mind? Do you really think you're worthy of her? Du Qingshan Montened Akadem smiled. Brother Ming, what do you mean? Why am I unworthy? What do you do for a living? Zheng Ming inquired. Gao Xiaodong interjected. He is my boss. I work for him. Yes, she is my secretary. Du Qingshan juked. When there's work, she is my secretary. When there's not, she is still my secretary. This quip instantly resonated in the minds of the three. Gao Xiaodong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, kicking Du Qingshan under the table, but he was prepared, dodging her attempt. Zheng Ming's face turned green with rage as he reproached Gao Xiaodong. Xiaodong, What should I say to you? If your father finds out about this, how furious do you think he'll be? You're embarrassing him. Hey, my affairs are none of your concern. And you're not to mention my situation here to my family. Otherwise, we'll sever ties, Gao Xiaotong warned sternly. Zheng Ming was easily swayed by her words. Glaring at Du Qingshun, you two aren't suited for each other. You must break up? On what grounds? Du Qingshun replied, somewhat irritated. Because you're not worthy of her, Zheng Ming asserted confidently. Du Qingshun's irritation grew. Upon marrying Wang Lingying, others deemed him unworthy, whether it was the Wei family, the Wang family, or the Hu family. None took him seriously. Now, a complete stranger, knowing nothing about him, dared to make such disparaging remarks. Whether he was worthy or not was his own concern, not Zheng Ming's. Du Qingshun chuckled coldly. How can that not be related? I'm engaged to her. Du Qingshun was astonished, glancing at Gao Xiaodong. This revelation was quite shocking. Gao Xiaodong was actually engaged. Hey, Zheng Ming, are you done? That's ancient history. Who cares about that anymore? You're a PhD, for crying out loud. Don't be so futile. Gao Xiaotong exclaimed, exasperated. She despised discussing this topic. Anyone who brought it up would face her wrath. Zheng Ming, feeling wronged, protested, but that's the truth. We grew up together. How can you treat me this way? I'm going back to speak with your father about this. With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Du Qingshun and Gao Xiaotong exchanged bewildered glances. What the heck? Du Qingshun couldn't help but curse. Has he lost his mind? Has he become foolish from studying too much? Gao Xiaodong lamented. But he is quite decisive. Du Qingshun shukud. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Gao Xiaodong retorted indignantly. Not at all. Isn't this delightful? I don't even need to lift a finger. This is what they call conquering without fighting. Have I completed my task? Du Qingshun lugedartidi. Du Qingshun. Gao Xiaodong spoke each word with clenched teeth, glaring at him. Ahem. Du Qingshun suppressed his laughter and changed the subject. What do your parents do? They are both civil servants, Gao Xiaodong huffed. Then how can he say that I am not worthy of you? Am I really that inadequate? Du Qingshun retorted du Fionli. Chapter 89. Evoking emotions through scenery in this respect, he had indeed hit the nail on the head. You are simply unworthy of me. Gao Xiaodong lifted her chin with a sense of pride. Whatever. I have a girlfriend anyway. I have no intentions towards you. Du Qingshun shrugged indifferently. Unexpectedly, this statement provoked a wave of criticism from Gao Xiaodong. Hey, am I really that unworthy? Why do you think you have no feelings for me? Du Qingshun found himself at a loss for words. Being a man is truly difficult. If I express interest, you call me a scumbag. And if I don't, you say I look down on you. Gao Xiaodong pouted. Being a woman is even harder. What do you mean? There are always those lecherous scoundrels harassing us. It's truly bothersome. Du Qingshun rolled his eyes. Come on, if you had the looks of someone like Feng Jie. Let us see if anyone would dare to harass you. You'd be lucky if you weren't the one doing the harassing. This was a thought he would never voice aloud. Engaging in a verbal tussle with a woman was, after all, rather tedious. Subsequently, Du Qingshun ordered several dishes, and they dined together. He called Wang Lingying to ask if she wanted him to bring her food, but she replied that she had already eaten. Gao Xiaodong teased from the side. I never would have guessed you knew how to care for your wife. Who else would I care for, if not my own wife? Du Qingshun replied. Hey, it's better not to invest too much emotion. You never know, Gao Xiaodong trailed off. Du Qingshun dismissed her concerns. Sooner or later, she will fall in love with me. There is no need for your negativity. I have made my decision about her for life. I don't know whether to call you devoted or foolish. Fine, I want to bring it up again to avoid dampening your spirits. After they finished their meal, they left the restaurant. Gao Xiaodong offered to drive, but after a while, Du Qingshun realized something was off. This was not the direction home. This road led to the outskirts of the city. Hey, where are you going at this late hour? Du Qingshun inquired. I'm taking you somewhere, Gao Xiaodong replied. Curiously, he asked where to. You'll know when we get there, she teased. Her driving speed was not too fast, indicating that she wasn't out for a joyride tonight, which puzzled Du Qingshun. He thought she might be trying to coax him into learning how to race. As the car moved steadily forward, soft music played, creating a soothing atmosphere that calmed the restless mind. They sat in silence, yet the ambience was rather warm. After more than half an hour, the car finally stopped by the roadside. Get out. What are we doing here? They stood by a small river under the bright moon, surrounded by desolation. A grove of trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly. An ancient bridge spanned the river, adorned with numerous stone carvings on its railings. Leaning against the railing, Gao Xiaotong brushed her bangs aside, staring blankly at the water. What are we doing here in the dead of night? Du Qingshan couldn't he help but ask. Gao Xiaotong replied softly, Don't you remember this place? What do you mean? The last time we went to Longhua Mountain, we passed by here. I saw this bridge and the grove, and I've remembered it ever since. Really, are you feeling nostalgic? Du Qingshan couldn't he help but chuckle. He didn't find the scenery particularly remarkable. Amazingly, Gao Xiaotong nodded. Yes, I remember having a boyfriend in high school. We often went to a place near our school, and the scenery there was quite similar to this. Du Qingshan nearly fell over in disbelief. Well, that's interesting. And then? He died. Du Qingshan's eyes widened in shock. Died? After we broke up, he committed suicide by jumping into the river from that bridge. The scenery is quite similar here. Gao Xiaotong glanced at Du Qingshan. If anyone else had heard such words in this setting, they would surely break into a sweat from fear. However, Du Qingshan was not frightened. He simply didn't know how to comfort her. Is it really worth taking one's life over a breakup? That's quite melodramatic. If that were the case, the boy was truly unfortunate and naive. In this day and age, such stories are hard to come by. Society is changing, and so are people's hearts. Are you not afraid? Gao Xiaotong suddenly asked. Du Qingshan replied, I'm not afraid. I just feel sympathy for that boy. Gao Xiaotong burst into laughter. You really believe what I said? Are you spinning me a tale? Exactly. I thought you would be scared, but instead, you feel sorry for him. Please, I've never even been in a relationship. Her laughter was infectious, and Du Qingshan waited for her to settle down before asking. You've never been in a relationship? Are you joking? Hey, are you implying that I'm somehow flawed because I've never had a boyfriend? What is so strange about that? Gao Xiaotong retorted. You've been abroad for a long time, exposed to Western ideas. You should have had many boyfriends. How can that be? Curiosity much? Do you think I'm a promiscuous woman? I didn't say that. Du Qingshan, I'm seriously telling you something. Go on. From childhood to now, I've never even held a boy's hand, let alone had any romantic experience. So, you know what it meant for me when you saw me naked at the hotel and held me? Gao Xiaotong's expression was genuinely serious, making Du Qingshan feel a bit uneasy. That situation is already past. Don't think you can hold me responsible. It was all a misunderstanding. Du Qingshan, I truly misjudged you. You are so irresponsible. You really expect me to be responsible? Who would want that? But you should at least be willing. Gao Xiaotong was genuinely angry. To her, it felt unfair that she had been wronged while Du Qingshan acted disdainfully, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. Turning, Gao Xiaotong walked off the bridge, with Du Qingshan following closely. Suddenly, he lunged from behind, tackling her to the ground. Gao Xiaotong screamed. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out. Du Qingshan shielded Gao Xiaotong, rolling them both down to a spot under the bridge. Finding a corner, he told the terrified Gao Xiaotong, Stay here and don't move. I'll be back shortly. No, but Gao Xiaotong clung to him. I am scared. She looked at him with wide eyes, completely devoid of her usual fiery spirit, appearing almost fragile. Bang! 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 At least two directions opened fire at Du Qingshan. Frightened, Gao Xiaotong screamed again, holding on to him even tighter. Du Qingshan felt slightly exasperated. Please, you're making it dangerous for both of us. Let go. No. Gao Xiaotong clung even tighter. Her form pressed closely against him made him feel rather uncomfortable. Chapter 90. Counterattack if you want to live. Let go quickly. We must dash into that grove. I'll have a chance to deal with them there, Du Qingshan said with a serious expression. Gao Xiaotong, looking pitiful, responded, You want to abandon me, right? I don't want to die. I haven't even seen what my boyfriend looks like. Your boyfriend? Just a shadow. Du Qingshan assured, reste assured. I will not abandon you. I will save you. These mere assassins, they're not a match for me. At that moment, his confidence was unwavering. Gao Xiaotong gradually relaxed her grip. Although Du Qingshan spoke with certainty, he remained cautious in his heart. The opposition had several seasoned marksmen, battle-hardened professionals without doubt. If he were alone, it would pose no issue, but with Gao Xiaotong by his side, he had to exercise greater care. After a moment of contemplation, Du Qingshan declared, I will hold you. You need not fear. I will protect you. A flicker of yellow light flashed in his eyes amidst the darkness, stirring something within Gao Xiaotong. She sensed an overwhelming aura of confidence emanating from him, instilling her with an unparalleled sense of security. Yes, I trust you. Close your eyes. Du Qingshan instructed. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaotong complied, entrusting her life to him. Du Qingshan wasted no words. He had already heard footsteps approaching from a distance. With a swift motion, he cradled Gao Xiaotong in his arms and darted away, his speed astonishing, as if carrying her posed no hindrance. His movements were deft and elusive, utilizing shadows and obstacles by the riverside to rapidly navigate toward a thicket. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, bullets whizzing through the air. Yet, Du Qingshan's body exhibited no signs of faltering. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of 50 meters, finally entering the grove. He weaved through the trees until he found a leafy locust tree, leaping into the air. "All right, open your eyes," he said. Gao Xiaotong opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, her face paling in fright. "Why are we so high? I have a fear of heights." She found herself more than 4 meters above the ground, a dire predicament for her. Du Qingshan whispered, "Stay here and do not move. I will deal with them." "Be careful," Gao Xiaotong urged, gripping his arm tightly. It was evident she was terrified, though she concealed her fear. "Give me your phone." Without a second thought, she handed it over. Du Qingshan nodded and leaped down, hiding behind a tree. From her elevated position, Gao Xiaotong, bathed in moonlight, could vaguely discern the scene below. She covered her mouth, trembling, her heart racing as she spotted at least 5 figures approaching from various directions. Regret washed over her. Had she not impulsively brought Du Qingshan to this place, they would not be in such danger. If Du Qingshan were to perish, she would be haunted by guilt for a lifetime. No, she thought, if he died, she could not survive either. These assassins would undoubtedly come for her. Moreover, if Du Qingshan were to fall, she doubted her ability to endure, fearing she might collapse under the strain. Her fear of heights intensified as she fixed her gaze on Du Qingshan's hiding spot, anxiety mounting as she realized the assassins would soon find him. They were armed, and with 5 against 1, Du Qingshan was in grave danger. At that moment, Du Qingshan's phone suddenly rang. The sound was not particularly loud, but in the stillness of the night, it was jarringly piercing. The assassins evidently heard it, hastening toward him from different angles. Closer and closer they drew, until suddenly, the ringing ceased. The 5 men halted, now only a mere 10 meters from Du Qingshan's hiding place. Gao Xiaotong clung tightly to the tree trunk, drenched in sweat, more anxious than anyone. Just then, one of the assassins silently crumpled to the ground. Gao Xiaotong witnessed clearly as Du Qingshan emerged like a specter from behind the fallen man, swiftly dispatching him. He soared into the air, targeting another. Bang! The second assassin, alert and quick to fire, was of no consequence. He was sent flying by a single blow from Du Qingshan, lifeless upon impact. In an instant, 2 assassins lay dead. The remaining assassins, now panicking, had caught sight of Du Qingshan. The 3 of them opened fire, yet it was futile. Du Qingshan had vanished from their sight once more. They quickly regrouped, backs against each other, approaching their fallen comrade. One crouched to check, discovering his partner lifeless, blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears, yet without a visible wound. As the man prepared to rise, a whistling sound pierced the air, a branch flying forth to pierce his throat. The remaining 2 were paralyzed with fear. They had heard legends of such lethal skill, but sweat. This statement, to the average ear, may seem inconsequential. Yet to Du Qingshan, it elicited amusement, illuminating the stark divide between him and Gao Xiaotong. In his realm, the act of taking a life was trivial. He had dispatched no fewer than 800 souls, many of whom were far from inconspicuous, with some being renowned figures. Yet, who among them would dare utter a word of reproach against him? The so-called Law Enforcement Association wielded its authority only over the common folk. For him, it was utterly ineffectual. I have already taken care of the matter. It would be prudent for you to forget it, and do not mention it to her. Du Qingshan advised. Gao Xiaotong nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you afraid she might worry? Du Qingshan acquiesced. You are truly kind to her. Gao Xiaotong remarked wistfully, adding, she is fortunate to have you as a husband. Du Qingshan shot her a peculiar glance. Are you all right? He inquired. I am perfectly fine, Gao Xiaotong replied, her face flushed, quickly averting her gaze. Du Qingshan, perplexed, mused on her sudden shyness while focusing intently on driving. After a while, she turned to him again, observing him as if for the first time, her expression earnest. Is it inappropriate for you to look at me like that? Du Qingshan shook her head. Who exactly are you? Gao Xiaodong inquired with curiosity. Du Qingchen found himself at a loss for words. I have come to realize that you are increasingly inscrutable. You must harbor many secrets. Her gaze brimmed with anticipation. Du Qingchen smirked. Curiosity killed a cat. One should never be too inquisitive about a man, lest one lose one's self in the process. Is that so? Gao Xiaotong mused, her thoughts drifting into silence. Returning home, she feared that Wang Lingying would discern something amiss. Ultimately, Du Qingchen sought out a private clinic to have his wounds dressed. Gao Xiaodong accompanied him throughout. And when the doctor instructed Du Qingchen to remove his shirt, he hesitated. Must I undress? If you don't, how can I treat your injuries? Hurry up, the doctor urged. Gao Xiaodong chimed in. Come on, you're a grown man. Why hesitate? With resignation, Du Qingchen complied. His torso revealed numerous scars, many of which were already scabbed over. Gao Xiaodong's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth in astonishment. Is this a gunshot wound? The doctor gasped. Du Qingchen frowned. Just bandage it quickly. Spare me the questions. The doctor, a bespectacled man in his 30s, sensing Du Qingchen's impatience, refrained from further inquiries and promptly attended to his injuries. Throughout the entire process, Du Qingchen remained silent, while Gao Xiaodong watched, her heart racing. After settling the bill and changing back into his clothes in the car, Du Qingchen turned to Gao Xiaodong. I apologize. Your new outfit has been ruined. That has several thousand gone. Not to worry. I shall buy you another next time, she replied without thinking. Du Qingchen was taken aback. You would buy me clothing? Why? Gao Xiaodong's face flushed crimson. If another man bothers me, you'll need to play the part of my boyfriend to shield me from embarrassment. Du Qingchen was speechless. Another man? Perhaps you should seek someone else. Who else? You're the only one I know. Wu Bo and Zhang Kuei would certainly be willing to assist. You should ask them. I'm not well acquainted with them. That's all right. I can instruct them to come help you. Gao Xiaodong, slightly irked, retorted. Do you think any random person can pose as my boyfriend? I'm not that frivolous. After tonight, we have shared life and death. Such camaraderie cannot be trivialized. You must look after my affairs henceforth. Is that truly necessary? Du Qingchen shukud bitterly. I shall not concern myself. We are merely the best of pals, brothers. Your matters are mine. Gao Xiaodong felt a touch uneasy. All right. Let us head home. A Du Qingchen drove, Gao Xiaotong sudon isiged. What is the cause of your sighing? I realize you possess not only many secrets, but also a captivating story. Perhaps you could share your past with me? Absolutely not, Du Qingchen replied firmly. His past was too dark, a chapter he preferred to leave unspoken. Gao Xiaodong expressed her dissatisfaction. How stingy. Yet, men with stories possess a certain allure. I am beginning to believe your words. What words? Du Qingchen intrigued. You mentioned that Lingying would eventually fall for you. I truly think it's possible. I relish hearing that. Du Qingchen laughed heartily. I do not, Gao Xiaodong muttered. What did you say? I said nothing, she quickly retorted. Upon returning home, they found Wang Lingying awake, diligently working in the living room. When she glanced up at the pair, her gaze lingered, unable to shift away. Du Qingchen appeared unchanged. Yet Gao Xiaodong was a different story. Her clothes were wrinkled, one garment torn, and her hair disheveled. She bore the expression of one who had committed a secret transgression. Oh, I shall not intrude on your little romance. I am tired and will retire for the evening. Gao Xiaodong forced a smile before hastily ascending the stairs. Du Qingchen found himself in a state of bemusement. He noted Gao Xiaodong's peculiar behavior, which would undoubtedly arouse Wang Lingying's suspicions. Yet, he could not elucidate the events of the evening, fearing further inquiries from her, so he merely bid her good night and retreated to his room. Wang Lingying furrowed her brow, unable to focus on her work any longer. She closed her laptop and leaned back against the sofa, glancing upstairs and then at Du Qingchen's door, her heart unsettled. Earlier that afternoon, when Gao Xiaodong had approached her seeking Du Qingchen to serve as a decoy, she had felt discomfort. Although she harbored no romantic feelings for Du Qingchen, he was still her husband, and the idea of another woman borrowing him as a temporary boyfriend felt unsettling. Now, observing their demeanor, it was evident that they were concealing something. Reflecting on Gao Xiaodong's earlier odd behavior and her torn clothing, Wang Lingying felt increasingly agitated. Yet, she could not bring herself to confront them. Chapter 92. Whom have I offended? The following day, Du Qingchen prepared breakfast. Wang Lingying silently consumed her meal, perusing project materials with apparent concentration. One should not work while eating. It hinders nutrient absorption. You are overexerting yourself, Du Qingshan suggested. I enjoy it, Wang Lingying replied curtly. Are you all right? Du Qingshan asked, puzzled by her tone. Wang Lingying recognized her own sharpness, yet chose silence, pretending not to hear his words. She could not muster the kindness to offer Du Qingshan a pleasant demeanor. That was her nature, never one for pretense. Du Qingshan sensed the awkwardness in the air. Gao Xiaodong, typically the earliest riser, was late today, and during breakfast, she was unusually reticent. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired. What would be wrong? Eating is just eating. Why speak so much? One should not talk while eating, nor while resting, Gao Xiaodong retorted. Du Qingshan was taken aback. Is everyone acting strangely this morning? He was utterly bewildered by what had offended them. Shin Mingting furrowed her brow at the group of ruffians before her, her expression one of utter dismay. To her astonishment, a simple outing with her secretary had turned into an encounter with trouble. The driver of the car ahead had recklessly reversed into her vehicle, yet they insisted she was at fault, claiming she had rear-ended them. Where could she seek justice in such a situation? Beauty, do not presume that your looks grant you the privilege of being unreasonable. You rear-ended us. Thus, you are entirely at fault. Hurry and settle the payment. Or do not blame me for being unkind, the ringleader of the thugs proclaimed arrogantly. It was clearly you who backed into us, Wu Qian, secretary to Shin Mingting, retorted defiantly. You little brat, if you utter another word, believe me, I shall take pleasure in a heinous act, the thug leader threatened, glaring at Wu Qian, who instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Shin Mingting interjected, there is no need for loud voices when reason prevails. We shall call the police and let them determine the truth. She produced her phone, but before she could dial, the man knocked it from her grasp. Call the police? Not a chance. If you refuse to pay, you will come with us. After tonight, you'll surely be released by tomorrow, he declared, advancing to seize Shin Mingting. At that moment, a BMW appeared in the distance, halting by the roadside. Wu Hao emerged from the vehicle and, upon spotting Shin Mingting, displayed a look of surprise. Ms. Shin, have you encountered some trouble? He inquired. Shin Mingting recognized him as somewhat familiar. Just a minor inconvenience, she replied. They purposely backed into us and now wish to abduct us. Wu Qian exclaimed. Mind your own business, kid. This doesn't concern you, so scram. The thug retorted dismissively, directing his words at Wu Hao. Wu Hao chuckled coldly. In broad daylight, your audacity is astonishing. Do you not fear the law? Do you dare to abduct women? What kind of society do you think this is? Utterly absurd. So, you intend to meddle? The thug asked. When the road is unjust, it is the duty of a bystander to intervene. I cannot stand idly by. There must be some semblance of justice in this world, and I shall ensure that. Wu Hao asserted with righteous fervor. You're courting death. The thug shouted, lunging at Wu Hao, having trained in self-defense. Wu Hao swiftly seized the man's wrist and delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Everyone attacked together. The three thugs shouted as they encircled Wu Hao. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Wu Hao dispatched them to the ground. Are you not leaving? He demanded. You're a tough one. We'll see about this. The leader snarled as he and his companions fled in their vehicle. Miss Shun, are you all right? Wu Hao asked, his concern evident. Shin Mingting smiled gently. Oh, I'm fine. The car merely has a minor scratch on the bumper. Thank you. Miss Shun, you're too polite. If all is well, I shall take my leave, Wu Hao said, turning to depart. Sir, you've helped me immensely. How about we have lunch together? It's my treat as a token of gratitude, Shin Mingting proposed, disliking the feeling of being indebted. Unexpectedly, Wu Hao declined. No, I have plans with friends. It was merely a small act of kindness, no need for thanks. If fate allows, we may dine together in the future. Very well, perhaps we shall meet again, Shin Mingting replied, watching Wu Hao drive away with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. In this day and age, such selfless individuals are rare. Confident in her allure, she had observed that throughout their encounter, Wu Hao's gaze remained pure, prompting her to regard him with greater admiration. Yet, destiny is indeed an enigmatic force. Less than 3 days later, while visiting the library, Shin Mingting was taken aback to encounter Wu Hao once more. What a coincidence! She exclaimed with delight as she approached him. Wu Hao, surprised to see her, responded, Ah, Miss Shun, I did not expect to see you again. This area's books are rather obscure. It seems we share a common interest. Do you come here often? Shin Mingting inquired eagerly. Wu Hao smiled slightly. Yes. I frequent this place, usually on Fridays. Today, however, I made a spontaneous visit, and lo and behold, I meet Miss Shun again. As per our previous agreement, allow me to treat you to lunch today, what do you say? It would be my honor, Shun Mingting replied with a smile. At noon, they dined at a nearby restaurant. Over a meal accompanied by fine wine, they engaged in lively conversation, eschewing inquiries about each other's names. Instead, delighting in the cultural nuances between East and West. Shen Mingting noted Wu Hao's extensive knowledge. He spoke eloquently about various obscure topics, and particularly about the books she favored, which further elevated her regard for him. Eventually, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer. By the way, I still do not know your esteemed name. Wu Hao replied, Miss Shun, it seems you are quite forgetful. Perhaps it is best if I refrain from disclosing my name. This simple interaction is quite enjoyable as it is. Why is that? Shen Mingting asked, puzzled. I fear that if you learn my identity, you may not wish to converse with me as freely, he admitted. I do not believe that. You appear familiar, as if I have seen you somewhere before. Please, tell me your name. She insisted with a smile. Wu Hao hesitated, but finally said, Actually, I encountered you a few days ago at your company's entrance, where you were rather unkind. My surname is Hu, and my full name is Hu Hao, the heir of the Hu family, as you referred to me. Huh? Shen Mingting was taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. Am I a disappointment? Wu Hao sighed. Why would you think that? Shen Mingting inquired curiously. Because to you, I must appear as an arrogant and inept scion, he responded self-deprecatingly. That was my impression, but now, I hold a much higher opinion of you. You possess genuine talent and knowledge, far from my initial assumptions, she said with a smile, showing no trace of displeasure or wariness regarding his background. Wu Hao felt a surge of joy but feigned a sigh. In the past, I admit I was somewhat prideful. At times, I lost my senses in matters of love. However, I have come to realize that some people are simply not meant for me, and, thus, I must choose to forget them. I believe there exists someone in this world who truly appreciates me, just as I admire you, Miss Shun. Oh, Mr. Hu, you are quite the romantic. I have heard of the matters between you and Wang Lingying. I can understand, as love can sometimes lead one to lose their reason. She remarked, Do you harbor any disdain for me? Why would I? Thank you. Let's raise a glass, Wu Hao said, lifting his cup. Let us reintroduce ourselves. Cheers. Shen Mingting replied. Their meal was filled with pleasant conversation. As they departed, Wu Hao even proposed a plan to visit the library again for more reading and dining, to which Shen Mingting readily agreed. Upon parting, Shen Mingting drove to a secluded street, her expression shifting from joy to calm. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Du Qingchun had been feeling rather despondent lately. Ever since the recent attack, both Wang Lingying and Gao Xiaodong had been giving him the cold shoulder. He was utterly bewildered, unsure where he had offended them. Gradually, he grew accustomed to it. His daily routine involved meandering through the company, preparing meals at home, and tending to household chores, which, while leisurely, did little to engage him. As for the company's affairs, he never took the initiative to involve himself. In the past, Wang Lingying was considered a shareholder of the company. Occasionally, he was invited to meetings as an observer, and important decisions were communicated to him, allowing him to voice his opinions. However, things have changed drastically, and he is now completely disregarded. What has transpired? When Du Qingchun received Wang Lingying's call, he immediately rushed to the garage. Upon meeting, he noticed a look of deep concern etched on Wang Lingying's face. Come with me to the old residence, Wang Lingying urged. Furrowing his brow, Du Qingchun inquired, What is the purpose of visiting the old residence? Today, Wang Lingying did not retort. My grandmother is ill, and her condition is quite serious. I need to see her. Despite being cast out of the Wang family, Wang Lingying could not entirely sever his ties when emergencies arise. He still feels compelled to check in. Du Qingchun had no reason to object. Regardless of the past grievances, the elderly matriarch's illness warranted a visit from her grandson. Upon arriving at the old residence, they found only Wang Yuanluan and his wife, along with a few servants, present. Daughter, you finally arrived. Hurry and see your grandmother. She has been waiting for you, Wang Yuanluan urged anxiously. Ma Jinfeng emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of medicine, her face contorted with impatience. She often berates us mercilessly, yet now that she is ill, who will care for her? It seems we must bear the burden. In this day and age, the honest suffer. Mother, allow me to take it in, Wang Lingying said, taking the bowl. Fine, I can do without serving her. Ma Jinfeng replied. By the way, do not provoke her. She is of advanced age and deserves some compassion. Just listen to whatever she says. Ma Jinfeng, despite her sharp tongue, had a kind heart. Du Qingqian followed closely behind. What are you doing here? Wang Lingying frowned. He knew that the entire family held a rather negative impression of Du Qingqian, and the matriarch was the most vocal among them. I have some medical knowledge. I merely wish to take a look, Du Qingqian explained. All right, do not speak out of turn, and do not upset her, Wang Lingying cautioned. Du Qingqian nodded in agreement. As they entered the matriarch's room, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine greeted them. It had not been long since their last encounter, yet her vitality had diminished significantly. She lay with her eyes closed, appearing as though she might pass at any moment. Du Qingqian studied her from a distance, his brow furrowing in concern. His medical skills were commendable, yet he seldom intervened to save lives. Those who knew him often referred to him as a sinister physician. This was due to his reluctance to save anyone unless absolutely necessary. Although he was capable of utilizing his skills for lethal purposes, employing methods that were quite extraordinary. In a single glance, Du Qingqian discerned that the matriarch was nearing her end, as her organs were failing. Had she been 20 years younger, he might have had a chance to save her. Now, however, she was beyond help. Death was merely a matter of time, though fortunately, it would not come immediately. After assessing her condition, Du Qingqian quietly exited the room. Wang Lingying approached the bedside, gently blowing on the bowl of medicine before bringing it to her lips. The matriarch slowly opened her eyes, and the lines of age around them deepened. She had always taken meticulous care of herself, presenting as an elegant matron. Even as she approached her 80s, she retained an air of nobility, but now she appeared like an ordinary old woman, aged by a decade in a single night. Grandmother, please take your medicine, Wang Lingying said awkwardly. You still call me grandmother. That is quite nice, the matriarch replied, forcing a faint smile and signaling for Wang Lingying to put the bowl aside. Grandmother, please drink the medicine first. We need you to recover. The family relies on your leadership, Wang Lingying urged. I'm old, and my time is likely short. The medicine is too bitter. I do not wish to take it. Whether I consume it or not, it holds little significance now. It is enough that you have come to see me. Let us converse, the matriarch replied weakly. Wang Lingying wished to persuade her further, but found himself at a loss for words. He was not adept at such matters. Reluctantly, he set the bowl down and assisted the matriarch in sitting up against the headboard. Do you hate me, grandmother? Wang Lingying remained silent. If you must hate, then so be it. I do not blame you. As long as you are well, I can endure a little grievance, the matriarch sighed. Grandmother, my visit indicates that I bear no hatred towards you. Some matters are best let go. They are not worth the distress. Besides, you have always treated me kindly, and I remember that fondly, Wang Lingying replied sincerely. The matriarch said, You must believe that I have always cared for you. During these days in bed, I have pondered why I have exhausted myself for so long. Was it worth it? After a pause, she continued, I have experienced regret. I often ask myself if I would make the same choices if I could turn back time. Yet I realize I would choose the same path. Life is fraught with helplessness. There are things I do not wish to do, but must, for I cannot allow your grandfather's legacy to perish under my watch. If he were to inquire, how could I respond? Wang Lingying found herself at a loss for words. You possess a kind heart and are too straightforward. When I am no longer here, be wary and do not allow yourself to be deceived, the matriarch advised. I understand, Wang Lingying replied. Do you think I am referring to Du Qingqian? No, while I do not particularly favor him, I am aware he treats you well. Based on that alone, marrying him is the right choice. It is rare for a woman to find a man who truly cares for her. In that regard, you are fortunate. I am reassured. Yet, I have always been burdened by fame and fortune, unable to relinquish my power for fear that others might surpass me. Thus, I oppose your union. From now on, I shall say nothing. If you truly believe he is good, then cherish him. Wang Lingying was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Her eyes widened. Grandmother, do you truly feel this way? At this point, would I still deceive you? The matriarch smiled. Thank you, grandmother. I know you have been busy lately. The construction site in the south of the city is bustling, and you must oversee everything, which is undoubtedly exhausting. I did not wish to disturb you, but last night, I dreamt of your grandfather. He came to me and said that I had made a mistake in pressuring you. I believe I am truly nearing the end, which is why I urged the third one to inform you to come. There are matters I must clarify with you, the matriarch said, her voice trembling with emotion. She began to cough, and Wang Lingying gently patted her back. After a moment, the matriarch regained her composure, a faint blush returning to her cheeks. Return home, will you? Wang Lingying remained silent. As long as you return, I will entrust the entire Wang family to you. Grandmother, regardless of my status within the family, you will always be my grandmother, Wang Lingying finally managed to say. The matriarch sighed. Very well, I shall not press you for now. Some matters cannot be avoided. One must face them bravely. Wang Lingying remained silent. The matriarch, appearing fatigued, waved her hand. All right, you should return to your affairs. I wish to rest for a while. Grandmother, I will come to see you again tomorrow, Wang Lingying said as she tucked her in. No need. You do not have to return for now. Attend to your important matters, the matriarch replied, eyes closed, dismissing her. Wang Lingying exited the room, her heart heavy. Du Qingshun and Wang Yuanluan were engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Ma Jinfeng, disinterested, immediately inquired upon seeing Wang Lingying. Did your grandmother take her medicine? She did not. How can that be? This old lady is becoming increasingly troublesome. I must confront her. Otherwise, she will not listen. Ma Jinfeng declared, storming towards the room. Wang Lingying hurriedly intercepted her. Mother, please refrain from complicating matters. Grandmother is asleep. Do not pressure her further. It is quite pitiful. Sighing deeply, Ma Jinfeng responded, without medication, how can one expect recovery? If she were to pass away, our family would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Du Qingshun interjected, in fact, abstaining from medication may not be so detrimental. Hey, Du Qingshun, what are you implying? Do you wish for her demise? Regardless of her shortcomings towards you, she is still an elder. Is this not a curse upon her? Ma Jinfeng retorted angrily. Du Qingshun clarified, Mother, do not misunderstand. I possess some medical knowledge. Having assessed the old lady's condition, I fear it is beyond remedy. If I am not mistaken, the hospital must have conveyed the same. Her organs are already beginning to fail. It is unlikely she has more than 20 days to live. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. How can you be so certain? Ma Jinfeng asked, astonished. I have stated, I'm also a doctor. I just examined her, Du Qingshun replied. Wang Lingying, skeptical, remarked. You can discern such grave issues with just a glance? Do you consider yourself an X-ray machine? Unexpectedly, Wang Yuanluan sighed. He speaks truthfully. The doctors have said the same. Yet, I cannot fathom how she fell ill so suddenly with such a severe ailment. Du Qingshun hesitated, then finally inquired, who typically attends to the old lady's daily needs? Zhang Ma. But she has taken leave due to a family emergency a few days ago, Ma Jinfeng answered. Du Qingshun acknowledged this with a sound, refraining from further inquiry, though he had begun to piece things together. On the way back to the office, Wang Lingying appeared troubled. Du Qingshun offered some words of comfort, yet she remained unresponsive, lost in her own thoughts. As they neared the company, she finally asked, Does grandmother truly have so little time left? Du Qingshun replied, She is unlikely to survive beyond half a month. I mentioned 20 days, did I not? That is a rather optimistic estimate. Were it not for the poisoning, there might still be hope. Poisoned? Indeed. Is she poisoned? How could that happen? Wang Lingying gasped. Du Qingshun remained silent. Are you suggesting someone deliberately poison her? At her age, who could be so cruel? Wang Lingying questioned, bewildered. Naturally, it will be someone among her closest kin. Thus, you suspect Zhang Ma is the culprit? Wang Lingying quickly recalled Du Qingshun's earlier inquiries about Zhang Ma at the old residence. I am merely speculating. Otherwise, what a coincidence that she chose to take leave at such a critical moment. It seems rather guilty, does it not? Wang Lingying was reluctant to accept this reality and countered. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? Maybe I'm overthinking it. How did you discern this? I have mentioned, I possess medical skills. Wang Lingying stared at him incredulously. Very well. My skills are not of the ordinary sort. They primarily concern the study of lethal methods, such as poisoning. Her symptoms indeed indicate poisoning, and it appears to be quite a sophisticated toxin. Du Qingshun furrowed his brow as he explained. Who exactly are you? Wang Lingying inquired, perplexed. Du Qingshun, as before, refrained from answering. Very well. Wang Lingying took a deep breath. Whom do you suspect of administering the poison? If my assumptions hold true, your grandmother intended for you to return to the family and bestow upon you the family authority. Am I correct? Du Qingshun asked. Wang Lingying nodded, yet I declined. Do you now regret that decision? Regret is not quite the right term. I merely worry that should my grandmother pass, the family will surely descend into chaos. Most importantly, I wish to uncover the perpetrator. I cannot allow them to succeed. Wang Lingying expressed indignantly. Du Qingchen advised. Given the old lady's astuteness, she likely knows of her poisoning but has chosen not to disclose it to you. This indicates her reluctance to pursue the truth, as the outcome would only bring her further sorrow and disappointment. Better to feign ignorance and accept it as a common ailment. Wang Lingying felt a surge of agitation. She had never anticipated the situation to be so intricate. Let us set this matter aside for now. We have encountered trouble. Remain in the car and do not move. Du Qingshen Sudoni instructed. Chapter 95. The White Tiger warlord Wang Lingying was taken aback, glancing ahead to see a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the road, obstructing their path. Dressed in a satin robe with long hair tied back, he resembled a figure from ancient times. His face bore no expression, yet an aura of malevolence emanated from him. Initial stage of true Yuan realm. Du Qingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this a practitioner of the ancient martial world? Wang Lingying's complexion shifted. Du Qingchen nodded. Can you manage him? If not, we should turn back immediately. Wang Lingying was anxious. She understood Du Qingchen's martial prowess. Yet the ancient martial world was not the same as the secular realm. Those individuals were akin to legendary deities, wielding unimaginable abilities, far beyond Du Qingchen's capacity to handle. Du Qingchen shook his head. Turning back will not suffice, as he will pursue us regardless. What then? Should we call the police? Wang Lingying suggested nervously. But would the Enforcement Association dare to intervene? If worst comes to worst, contact your comrades immediately, Du Qingchen replied. It is only by eliminating him that we can avoid an onslaught of troubles, he stated calmly. Can you truly kill him? Wang Lingying retorted angrily. Furthermore, even if you could, would not his associates come after us? Let them come. I shall dispose of them all. It would serve to establish our authority, forcing those behind him to reconsider their actions before they proceed, lest we find ourselves unable to live in peace henceforth. Du Qingchen remained composed, as if taking a life were as trivial as a daily chore. Wang Lingying suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Du Qingchen at that moment. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, a young man passed by from outside, striding toward the middle-aged man. Upon noticing the young man, the older man's expression changed instantly. The young man produced a token, upon which was carved a ferocious tiger. White tiger. The middle-aged man's eyes reflected a flicker of fear, mingled with anticipation. Ah, it seems you are still unconvinced and wish to challenge me. You are merely an elder of the Divine Blade sect. Do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? Are you seeking death? The white tiger spoke with a harsh tone, his gaze filled with disdain as he regarded the middle-aged man. The latter swallowed hard. Indeed, he was an enforcement elder of the Divine Blade sect, possessing initial stage true Yuan realm strength, and held considerable renown within the ancient martial world. However, the white tiger before him was not someone he could provoke. The moment the token was revealed, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Firstly, the white tiger is one of the 4 war gods under the Dragon King, endowed with divine strength and unparalleled combat prowess, truly a late-stage, true Yuan realm master. Apart from the leaders of the 9 major sects, perhaps only those from the 3 sacred lands could contend with him. Secondly, the white tiger represents the Dragon Soul organization, and the Dragon King is one of the most formidable beings, on par with the immortal sage of Kunlun Mountain. The Dragon Soul organization holds the authority to oversee and regulate the ancient martial world, and harming the white tiger would incur their wrath. Thirdly, individuals from the ancient martial world are forbidden from entering the secular realm to disrupt order. Thus, despite his desire to confront the white tiger, the middle-aged man ultimately lacked the courage to do so. Since Lord White Tiger has intervened, I shall certainly show respect. Today, I shall spare him, and hope he conducts himself more discreetly in the future. Stop, the white tiger commanded coldly. Do you have further instructions, my lord? The middle-aged man replied icily. The white tiger narrowed his eyes. Do you believe I am beseeching you? I am here to issue a command. If you refuse to comply, I will execute you on the spot. Furthermore, if I were not present, you would undoubtedly face death today. I advise you not to appear in Jiangnan City again, lest you face indiscriminate slaughter. Depart. A middle-aged man wished to utter a few courteous words, yet upon witnessing the fierce aura emanating from the white tiger, he prudently chose to remain silent and retreated, swiftly disappearing from sight. Inside the car, Wang Lingying could not discern the conversations outside, but with a mere glance, she could surmise the situation with considerable accuracy. When she noticed the white tiger approaching, A wave of apprehension washed over her. The white tiger exuded an imposing presence. Towering and formidable, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. However, she was uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Do not exit the vehicle just yet. I shall return shortly, Du Qingqian stated as he opened the car door. Wang Lingying grasped her arm, concerned. What is it? Are you in any danger? Her grip remained firm. Worry etched on her face. Du Qingqian reassured her with a smile. Do not fret. This man is a friend of mine. A friend? She replied. Indeed. Very well. I shall wait for you here. Wang Lingying released her hold, her cheeks slightly flushed. Du Qingqian chuckled softly, stepping out to meet the white tiger, who awaited him a mere 5 meters away. This is better than I anticipated, yet compared to your former self, you are indeed quite diminished, the white tiger remarked. His gaze complex as it rested on Du Qingqian. The intensity of his battle spirit seemed to swell increasingly. Do you still wish to engage me in combat? Du Qingqian inquired with a smile. What do you think? If we were to fight now, what would be your chances of victory? The white tiger challenged. Du Qingqian replied. Are you referring to a spar? I would say I have at least an 80% assurance of success. Is it truly that high? The white tiger raised an eyebrow. Du Qingqian touched his nose, casting a sidelong glance at him. If it were a matter of life and death, your chances of survival would be 0. And yours? I would sustain minor injuries. You remain as arrogant as ever, the white tiger retorted, slightly irritated. Du Qingqian responded, in truth, I am quite low-key now. This statement was rather infuriating. Then shall we have a bout to test our mettle? The white tiger suggested, cracking his knuckles. Du Qingqian chuckled. You would be courting disaster. And to be honest, I have no desire to clash with such a brutish bull as you. Very well, I do not wish to be accused of bullying you. So let us forego the fight. After all, you have already received his directive. I fear you might claim I am overstepping my bounds, the white tiger grumbled. His words rather irksome. Du Qingqian, however, remained unfazed. You did not come merely to seek a duel, did you? No. I was dispatched by the Dragon King to convey some good news. What news? Are you familiar with the 7-colored lotus seed? Du Qingqian's expression shifted abruptly. How do you know of the 7-colored lotus seed? It appears you truly require this item, the white tiger replied. I know where to find it. Where? Years ago, the medical Immortal Valley acquired a 7-colored lotus seed. If you desire it, you may visit the provincial city tomorrow. An underground auction will be held the following evening, where the medical Immortal Valley will also be present, as they are set to sell elixirs again, the white tiger explained. Du Qingqian frowned. It would be utterly unreasonable to directly raid the medical Immortal Valley for the 7-colored lotus seed, especially since he was the designated heir to the Dragon King. Such brazen thievery made little sense. Additionally, considering his current capabilities, attempting to seize it would be somewhat challenging. After all, the medical Immortal Valley is one of the 9 great sects of the ancient martial world, renowned for its healing arts, yet not devoid of formidable experts. Particularly the enigmatic Valley Master, who is a true master in the late stage of true essence realm. Even if he had forcibly broken through over the years through elixirs, his foundation remained unstable, making it difficult to pilfer his treasures. Chapter 96. An unannounced departure. Why then? Did the Dragon King send the white tiger to deliver this news to me? Du Qingqian répondit, feeling grateful. The Dragon King had indeed treated him well. And this small gesture demonstrated that the Dragon King was keeping a watchful eye on him. If I were to venture to the provincial city so impulsively, without any leads, how would I locate them? Du Qingqian asked. The white tiger replied, Is Wu Guoxiong not in your circle? They are one of the co-organizers of this event, while the main organizer is Qin Shengwu from the Qin family. You need only seek out Wu Guoxiong to participate in the auction. As for securing the 7-colored lotus seed, you must devise your own strategy. Understood. Thank you, Du Qingqian sincerely expressed. Please extend my regards to him. He is well. But there is one individual who has been rather irritable lately, the white tiger scoffed. Du Qingqian feigned ignorance. Is your temper particularly volatile these days? Since Zhu Ke returned from Jiangnan City, he has been brooding. Only when I discovered your marriage did it all make sense. Thus, I have come to warn you. Should you fail to bring joy to Zhu Ke, I shall ensure you remain unhappy. Furthermore, I wish to see which woman could so thoroughly captivate you. Yet I find myself quite disappointed, the white tiger bluntly stated. Du Qingqian furrowed his brow, unable to tolerate any disparagement directed at Wang Lingying. Had it been anyone else, he might have been incensed, But the white tiger was different. As one of the four war gods of longing, there existed a certain camaraderie between them. Moreover, the white tiger's affection for Zhuge was no secret. He managed to restrain his impulses despite his feelings for her. Thus how could he truly speak ill of her? As long as I am content, that is sufficient. Du Qingshan replied nonchalantly. The white tiger snorted in response, "Take care of yourself." He then turned and strode away. Once the white tiger had departed, Du Qingshan returned to the car. "What did you discuss?" Wang Lingying inquired. "Nothing much, just reminiscing," he replied. "Who is he? I notice you have quite a few friends, and they are all extraordinary individuals." Du Qingshan remained silent. Wang Lingying, feeling somewhat disheartened, said, "Forget it. I shan't pry any further. Sorry, your private affairs are not my concern." "Ah, I am not withholding information from you out of reluctance, but rather due to the timing. One day, I shall share everything with you." Du Qingshan reassured her. "Never mind, I've said it. I'm not interested," Wang Lingying retorted, sulking. Du Qingshan sighed, opening his mouth to explain, but ultimately refrained. "By the way, I will be heading to the provincial city tomorrow," he mentioned. "To the provincial city?" Wang Lingying gasped, her heart fluttering at the sudden announcement. She had grown accustomed to Du Qingshan's presence, and the thought of his departure stirred a sense of unease within her. "I will not be gone long. I shall return shortly. Rest assured, I will exercise caution and ensure my safe return. Why would I be concerned? Your life is your own. Whether you cherish it or not is your affair," Wang Lingying replied defiantly. Du Qingshan chuckled. "Very well, I shall perish out there then." "You dare." It dawned on her that she was indeed worried about him. Du Qingshan logedartili. "Who cares? I'm simply concerned that if you die, it would complicate my divorce." Wang Lingying huffed in annoyance. Du Qingshan remained silent, pondering how simple a matter that truly was. Upon returning to the company, Wang Lingying felt restless throughout the afternoon, her heart heavy and her spirit diminished, lacking enthusiasm for any task. That night, she suffered from insomnia. Just before dawn, she finally dozed off, but barely had she closed her eyes when Gao Xiaodong came knocking at her door. Rubbing her eyes, clad in her pajamas, Wang Lingying opened the door and frowned. "Why are you pounding on my door so early?" Gao Xiaodong, her face flushed with anger, thrust a note into Wang Lingying's hands. Fuming, "Look for yourself. Your man has vanished without a trace." "What does this mean? What is he up to? To leave so quietly after last night? That heartless scoundrel has no regard for you whatsoever. A man like this is utterly infuriating. You must call him back and demand a divorce. Are you all right?" Wang Lingying glanced at the note, which bore only 3 words. "I have left." Anyone unaware would genuinely think that Du Qingshan had departed without a word. "What's wrong with me? I am furious. Do you not see that this rascal is driving me to madness?" Gao Xiaodong exclaimed in exasperation. "What I mean to say is, have you not always held a disdainful view of him? Why, then, upon hearing of his departure, do you appear so flustered? Could it be that you have developed feelings for him?" Wang Lingying's gaze was peculiar. Gao Xiaodong was taken aback, her eyes darting. "Me? Like him? Dream on. You know I have someone I cherish. Aside from my shadow, I shall never marry another." "How strange of you. Your husband has left, and you're not angry." "Who says he has left?" Wang Lingying retorted. "It clearly states here that I haven't seen him since early morning. I know about this. He informed me yesterday that he would be attending to matters in the provincial capital today and would return in a few days." "Do calm down," Wang Lingying chuckled. Gao Xiaodong was momentarily stunned. "What did you say? He went to the provincial capital?" "Indeed. He told you yesterday?" "Yes. That scoundrel. I'm going to be driven mad by you all. Hurry, let us get downstairs to eat." Gao Xiaodong felt a twinge of guilt and rushed down. At the dining table, she bit into the soup dumplings with great fervor. These were prepared by Du Qingshan himself that morning, filled with savory meat and rich broth. Yet she could scarcely taste them now. She wished to bite into the dumplings as if they were Du Qingshan, gnashing her teeth in anger and cursing him vehemently in her heart. She felt a sense of grievance. How could Du Qingshan be so inconsiderate as to only inform Wang Lingying and not her? But upon reflection, Wang Lingying was Du Qingshan's wife, legally bound to him. Telling her was reasonable, while not informing herself seemed acceptable as well. So why was she so incensed? Was it possible that she had developed feelings for him? This thought had crossed her mind before, only to be forcefully rejected. Yet at this moment, she found herself uncertain. Why was she so agitated and upset? Was it merely out of habit for Du Qingshan's presence? Meanwhile, Du Qingshan had boarded the high-speed train. Over an hour later, He emerged at the provincial capital's train station. Outside the station, many individuals held up signs to greet passengers. Du Qingxun glanced around before his gaze settled on a young woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, standing over 7 meters tall with long legs, an oval face, exquisite makeup, and an air of nobility that made her stand out among the crowd. It was not that Du Qingxun was lecherous. Rather, the girl was holding a sign with his name written upon it. Chapter 97. A warm reception. Du Qingxun approached the young woman directly. "Excuse me, please move aside. You're blocking my way," the girl said, somewhat displeased. Du Qingxun chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, I'm the person you are here to meet." The girl paused, scrutinizing Du Qingxun from head to toe, and skeptically inquired, "What did you say? You are the person I am to meet?" This was not entirely her fault. She did not judge based on appearances. Du Qingxun's attire was exceedingly ordinary, contrasting starkly with the description she had heard from her father, Wu Guoxiong, about Du Qingxun. She held Du Qingxun, the esteemed guest, in high regard and had dressed up today to impress a man whom even her father admired greatly. Yet, Du Qingxun's plainness left her disappointed. Du Qingxun pointed to the sign and introduced himself. "I am Du Qingxun." "Surely, we cannot have the same name," Wu Xiaoyu remarked casually. "If you are sent by Wu Guoxiong, then it must be correct." Du Qingxun was not offended. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoyu ceased her doubts, and, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "You truly are Du Qingxun, Mr. Du? Indeed, if you find it hard to believe, I can provide Wu Guoxiong's number." No, I believe you. "Monsieur Du, I was just rude. Please forgive me. My father has gone to the coast for an inspection, and, upon hearing of your arrival in the provincial capital, he has cut his trip short and will return tomorrow to meet you. Please, come this way, my car is parked outside." Wu Xiaoyu's demeanor became significantly more respectful, and she hurriedly apologized. The daughter of the province's wealthiest man was indeed impressive, with her education and upbringing far surpassing that of typical families. She exhibited exceptional etiquette, leaving no room for error. Du Qingxun nodded and followed Wu Xiaoyu out of the train station, where a luxury vehicle worth millions awaited. A dedicated driver stood ready, flanked by 4 cars carrying bodyguards, all equipped with walkie-talkies. As Du Qingxun entered the car, Wu Xiaoyu took a seat beside him and asked, "Mr. Du, shall I arrange for you to rest at a hotel?" "Very well." The convoy left, attracting the attention and chatter of many. Such a display was rare in the provincial capital. The Chanel Grand Hotel, owned by Wu Guoxiong, was a 5-star establishment, one of the finest in the city. Wu Xiaoyu escorted Du Qingxun to the hotel, where a presidential suite had been reserved. Upon entering the room, Wu Xiaoyu invited Du Qingxun to sit and smilingly asked, "Mr. Du, after your long journey, may I prepare a pot of tea to refresh you?" She wished to showcase her skills. She was quite accomplished in the art of tea making and bore the status of a national-level tea master. Du Qingxun nodded his approval. Subsequently, Wu Xiaoyu retrieved the tea set she had prepared and began brewing the tea. The entire process flowed seamlessly, a true aesthetic delight. Her technique was so refined that even Du Qingxun, an expert in tea, could find little fault. Who would have thought that Wu would have such an exceptional daughter? "Your tea-making skills are impressive," Du Qingxun remarked after taking a sip. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Du," Wu Xiaoyu replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. Strangely, perhaps influenced by her father, the skepticism she had harbored at the station had transformed into genuine respect for Du Qingxun, despite his humble appearance. Du Qingxun sat there, seemingly ordinary, yet his composure and extraordinary demeanor compelled her to admire him. "Well, I have come for the upcoming auction. How familiar are you with it?" Du Qingxun shifted the conversation back to the topic at hand. Wu Xiaoyu explained, "This auction is jointly organized by our Wu family and the Qin family. They are the primary hosts, and we are the co-sponsors. Such auctions occur annually without public announcement, with only about 40 to 50 carefully selected attendees, none of whom are invited unless their wealth exceeds $1 billion. While rare treasures are auctioned, most items are sourced from the medical Immortal Valley, such as medicinal pills and ancient martial arts manuals. The prices at these auctions are consistently high. I am unsure what Mr. Du intends to bid on, but my father has instructed me that any funds you require will be covered by our Wu family. You can participate in the auction without worry." Du Qingxun pondered for a moment and asked, "Are both your family and the Qin family under the protection of the medical Immortal Valley?" "Indeed. In the provincial capital, families of our caliber must associate with an ancient martial arts sect for support. It is unavoidable," We simply pay a fee each year and collaborate on certain matters, which also allows us to benefit from their resources, Wu Xiaoyu admitted candidly. And how are your two families' relations? Outwardly cordial, yet covertly fraught with tension. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. They cannot replace us, nor can we entirely vanquish them. To be frank, our strengths are quite comparable. I understand. Du Qingchen nodded and further inquired, when will the people from the medical Immortal Valley arrive? They have already arrived in the provincial capital, and the Qin family has sent invitations for us to attend tonight's banquet. I will represent my father at the gathering. I wonder if Mr. Du would be interested in accompanying me? Wu Xiaoyu looked at him with anticipation. Du Qingchen could hardly contain his eagerness and replied, certainly, but please keep my identity confidential. Very well, let us go together this evening. By the way, what would you like to have for lunch? I can arrange it right now. Anything is fine. I am not picky. As long as it fills my stomach, I am content. Perhaps we could have the hotel send up a few dishes for us to make do with here. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to handle them. Just remember to come and pick me up in the afternoon. Du Qingchen replied amiably. Wu Xiaoyu quickly interjected, that won't do. You are a distinguished guest of the Wu family, and if I were to neglect you, my father would surely be displeased with me. He would undoubtedly berate me thoroughly upon his return. How about this? I will call and have some dishes delivered, and I will stay here to keep you company and alleviate your boredom. It must be rather dull for you to sit here alone. Wouldn't you agree? Are you truly not busy? I am not. For me, attending to Mr. Du is my utmost priority. Everything else can wait. Du Qingchen chuckled. You two, father and daughter, truly are cut from the same cloth. Very well, if you wish to stay, then so be it. Wu Xiaoyu made a call, and soon a dedicated staff member arrived with an array of dishes. The table was lavishly adorned with delectable cuisine, accompanied by 2 bottles of exquisite red wine, aged for decades, naturally at a steep price. As they dined and conversed, they found themselves enjoying each other as company immensely. After their meal, Du Qingchen initially intended to call Wang Lingying, but hesitated, considering she might still be upset. Furthermore, with Wu Xiaoyu present, he felt it would be rather inappropriate. So he abandoned the idea. As they chatted, Wu Xiaoyu stepped behind Du Qingchen, placing her hands on his shoulders to begin a gentle massage. Monsieur, Du, you must be tired. Allow me to give you a massage. Caught off guard, Du Qingchen felt a tension throughout his body, though the sensation was undeniably pleasant. Wu Xiaoyu appeared to have some training. Though her technique was initially awkward, she quickly became adept. One focused on the massage while the other surrendered to the relaxation. Du Qingchen leaned back, eyes closed, inhaling the unique fragrance wafting from behind him, and felt a fleeting flutter in his heart. Of course, this feeling was merely a momentary appreciation, devoid of any deeper implications. Wu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. This was her first experience doing something of this nature. Yet, as it was a request from Wu Guoxiong, she felt compelled to comply. Suddenly, Du Qingchen est fondant. He opened his eyes, glanced at the screen, and gestured for Wu Xiaoyu to pause, indicating she should take a seat on the nearby sofa before answering the call. However, once the call connected, a tirade of complaints erupted from Gao Xiaodong on the other end. Du Qingchen, how could you just leave without a word? What do you mean by this? Not only did you fail to leave a message, but you have also been in the provincial city for how long without so much as a call? You really are quite something, treating me like I'm unimportant. You have utterly disappointed me, and I am furious, very angry indeed. You'd better figure this out. The volume was such that even Wu Xiaoyu, seated nearby, could hear her. She stared wide-eyed at Du Qingchen. He tossed the phone aside until Gao Xiaotong finished her tirade, then cleared his throat and replied, I merely stepped out for a few days. It was nothing significant, which is why I didn't inform you. Are you upset? Yes, I'm quite upset. You didn't tell me, and instead, you told her? That is simply unacceptable. This morning, I was frantically searching for her. Do you know how embarrassing that was? What do you propose we do about it? I'm busy at the moment, goodbye. If there's anything, we can discuss it later. With that, Du Qingchen hung up. But soon after, his phone rang again. After several attempts to hang up, the caller finally relented. Yet shortly thereafter, a flood of text messages began to arrive. Du Qingchen felt a wave of embarrassment and awkwardly silenced his phone. Wu Xiaoyu chuckled. Your girlfriend seems to have quite the personality. Though she had grown more familiar with Du Qingchen, her words remained polite, subtly hinting that Gao Xiaodong was rather aggressive. Du Qingchen shook his head. You misunderstand. She's not my girlfriend. Wu Xiaoyu's curiosity piqued. If she is not your girlfriend, why is she so fierce with you? I'm already married, Du Qingchun stated plainly. Huh? You're married? Wu Xiaoyu exclaimed, taken aback, feeling a mix of disappointment and confusion. Wu Guoxiong had extolled Du Qingchun's virtues and subtly encouraged her to forge a special connection with him, essentially urging her to use her charm to entice him. Yet, the reality was that he was already married. What was going on? Did her father know? Or was he deliberately misleading her? Du Qingchun confirmed, indeed, I am married. Wu Xiaoyu quickly composed herself and forced a smile, remaining silent. This left Du Qingchun feeling somewhat awkward, aware of the misunderstanding, yet disinclined to clarify. I will massage you again, Wu Xiaoyu offered. Du Qingchun waved his hand. No need for that. Why don't you go rest? You can pick me up in the evening. Very well, then. I shall let you rest. I won't disturb you further, Wu Xiaoyu said, taking her leave. A single phone call had disrupted the atmosphere they had cultivated. Once outside the room, Wu Xiaoyu found a secluded spot to call her father. Dad, when will you be back? I will definitely return tonight. How is everything with Mr. Du arranged? Everything is arranged. He is staying at the hotel. Why are you not with him? Didn't I tell you to seize this opportunity? Gaining his favor would be your greatest fortune. Dad, what are you talking about? Don't you realize he is already married? Wu Xiaoyu replied, a touch of anger in her voice. Wu Guoxiong responded, of course I know. It was just a recent development. But what does that matter? It is merely a title. As long as you can win his heart, the title becomes irrelevant. Ugh. Wu Xiaoyu had always been the apple of her father's eye, and hearing such words was unprecedented. She felt a wave of injustice. Dad, am I so unwanted that you would have me become a mistress? My dear, I would never harm you. Trust me, you must seize this chance. In time, you will understand that being his mistress can be a source of pride, not shame. I refuse. I just want to know, who exactly is he that you value so highly? I cannot disclose that, Wu Guoxiong replied sternly. Do not inquire further, and do not seek him out for information. That would be unwise. I strongly caution you. Do not ask. As for who he is, that is not your concern. Simply put, he has the power to influence your father's fate and, by extension, the fate of our Wu family. Therefore, treat him as our most esteemed guest, regardless of the cost or sacrifice involved. Even if it means risking everything we have, it is worth it as long as he is pleased. Wu Xiaoyu was left speechless. His words overwhelmed her. After ending the call, she murmured to herself, who on earth are you to be so significant? Typically obedient to her father, today she felt a spark of rebellion. Just moments ago, she had admired and felt close to Du Qingchun. Now, a sense of estrangement and even resentment began to creep in. A married man, so intimate with another woman, could hardly be a good person. As evening approached, Wu Xiaoyu returned to the hotel. Her demeanor towards Du Qingchun had noticeably shifted, while still polite and warm. It lacked the sincerity it had once possessed, a change Du Qingchun perceived almost immediately. Once in the car, Wu Xiaoyu glanced at Du Qingchun and said, Mr. Du, let me take you home to change into some fresh clothes. Change clothes? Du Qingchun paused, a smile lingering on his lips. Why do you want my clothes? He asked. Because tonight's dinner is of great significance. You are our guest at the Wu family, and I assume you wouldn't want to be looked down upon. Wu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Du Qingchun understood. They were concerned about his appearance. I don't think it's necessary. It's not such an important occasion, he declined. However, Wu Xiaoyu was insistent. Mr. Du, you should change into a suit. I prepared everything. After some debate, Du Qingchun ultimately yielded. A gentleman should not argue with a lady. He reassured himself. Their relationship seemed to have changed significantly, lacking the intimacy it once had. Yet, he did not dwell on it. He harbored no intentions towards Wu Xiaoyu. And after this meeting, they might not cross paths again. They were merely transient figures in each other's lives, and there was no need for excessive concern. Upon arriving at Wu Xiaoyu's villa, she indeed presented him with a suit. Du Qingchun changed obediently. As he stepped out, Wu Xiaoyu was taken aback, her eyes brightening at the sight of him. At that moment, Du Qingchun appeared entirely transformed. Previously, he would have rated a modest 70, but clad in a well-tailored suit, he easily surpassed 95. The adage clothes make the man held true. Wu Xiaoyu, momentanéiste une aide, remarqued, Monsieur Du, I truly did not expect you to look so handsome after changing. Handsome? He teased. Indeed, quite handsome. Do you feel a flutter of excitement? A flicker of disdain crossed Wu Xiaoyu's eyes, yet she shyly replied, Mr. Du, I believe it's time to head to the restaurant. Very well, you lead the way. This is your domain, and I am an unfamiliar guest. I shall follow your arrangements. Du Qingshan complied with a smile. The convoy set off towards their destination. After more than half an hour, they arrived at an opulent restaurant. The exterior was lined with luxury cars, and 2 rows of beautiful hostesses in revealing kipeos greeted them at the entrance, enticing any man to explore beneath their skirts. Welcome. The hostesses bowed in unison, adding an extra charm to the atmosphere. This evening, the establishment was exclusively reserved for the Qin family, who had booked the venue entirely. As they entered, members of the Qin family were already present to receive guests. Wu Xiaoyu guided Du Qingshan to a spacious private room where over 10 people were already seated. Judging by their attire, it was evident they were affluent individuals, and many were extraordinarily wealthy, their status apparent through their demeanor. 3 seats remained vacant at the far end, while the rest were nearly filled. Upon Wu Xiaoyu's entrance, the guests eagerly greeted her, revealing that she was no stranger to representing the Wu family at such gatherings. However, an issue arose. The 3 vacant seats were clearly reserved for the most esteemed guests of the evening, and it was evident that Du Qingshan was not among them. The honors belonged to 3 distinguished envoys from the medical Immortal Valley. The empty seat was obviously intended for Wu Xiaoyu. Where then would Du Qingshan sit? She noticed the predicament and called out, "Waiter, please bring an extra chair." No one responded. A young man sitting next to the empty seat chimed in with a smile. "Xiaoyu, isn't your place here?" "Oh, Mr. Du still needs a seat," Wu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. The young man, Qin Meng, was quite handsome and a member of the Qin family, unrelated to Qin Haoran despite sharing the same surname. Accompanying him was Qin Shengwu, the head of the Qin family. "Oh, Mr. Du is a valued guest of the Wu family and a participant in tomorrow's auction," Wu Xiaoyu stated. Qin Meng coughed lightly. "But tonight is a welcome banquet for the 3 esteemed envoys, and his presence here seems inappropriate." Those attending were all renowned tycoons from the provincial capital, with fortunes in the billions, and they scrutinized Du Qingshan with suspicion. He found himself in an uncomfortable position. Wu Xiaoyu frowned. "Are you suggesting that my Wu family cannot bring a friend to the banquet without objections?" Her tone exuded authority, showcasing her status as the daughter of the province's wealthiest family. Her gaze swept across the attendees, and she coldly inquired, "Does anyone else have an issue with this?" No one dared to speak up, unwilling to offend the Wu family. "Very well, Qin Meng, you and Xiaoyu have known each other since childhood. As a gentleman, it is only proper to yield to her," Qin Shengwu interjected, unable to tolerate the tension. "Bring an extra chair and place settings for Mr. Du with that." Someone promptly entered to bring an additional chair and utensils. "Wu Xiaoyu diestilt for Du Qingshan zu seat, her expression displeasure." It was a blow to her pride and, by extension, the Wu family's honor, yet she felt powerless against the situation. Qin Meng asked Du Qingshan, "What business are you in? It must be substantial. Yeah, I don't seem to recognize you." Du Qingshan glanced at him and smiled slightly. "A small business, hardly worth mentioning." Suddenly, Qin Shengwu inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "Monsieur Du, I have no family. I currently reside in Jiangnan City," Du Qingshan replied. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over the group, who burst into laughter. Jiangnan City was merely a small city in Jiangnan province, and those from such places were often merely the offspring of local families, with fortunes that rarely exceeded 100 million. Moreover, there was no prominent Du family in Jiangnan City, leading them to dismiss Du Qingshan as inconsequential. Du Qingshan remained unfazed by their attitudes. Even Wu Guoxiong showed him deference. What did these people matter? However, as fate would have it, he had no desire to engage with them. Yet they persisted in their mockery. During the wait, led by Qin Meng, several individuals launched various disrespectful inquiries towards Du Qingshan, who chose to remain silent, curious to see how Wu Xiaoyu would respond. Although she had grown somewhat irritated with him, the humiliation he faced stirred her anger, and she retorted without hesitation. Yet, her authority was limited. Had Wu Guoxiong been present, these individuals would not dare to act so brazenly. With Qin Shengwu's presence, they exhibited little respect towards Wu Xiaoyu, feeling free to speak their minds. Du Qingshan observed their true colors, choosing to disregard their remarks. They were initially targeting the Wu family, and Du Qingshan merely became a scapegoat. As he continued to remain silent, their interest in him slowly waned. After waiting for nearly an hour, The 3 envoys from the medical immortal valley had yet to arrive, and Du Qingshan's hunger grew unbearable, unable to withstand it any longer. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The dishes had been refreshed several times, and now they were steaming hot. His actions startled everyone in the room, including Wu Xiaoyu, who was astounded. The main guests had yet to arrive, yet he had begun to eat. Was this not a sign of disrespect towards the envoys from the medical immortal valley? Wu Xiaoyu's expression soured, feeling that Du Qingshan was being exceedingly rude, which embarrassed her further. Qin Shengwu shot a disapproving look at his son. Qin Meng sprang up, slamming his hand on the table. How outrageous! He shouted at Du Qingshan. Young man, do temper your temper. You seem unwell, perhaps indulging too much is the cause. You should consult the medical immortal valley for some herbal remedies, or you may find yourself in dire straits in a few years. Du Qingshan continued to eat nonchalantly, undeterred by the outburst. Qin Meng's face flushed crimson, almost unable to believe his ears. The usually taciturn Du Qingshan had dared to confront him. What did you say? How dare you slander me? He trembled with rage. Recently, he had indeed felt somewhat impotent regarding women and had been seeking medical advice, so it was particularly painful to have Du Qingshan strike a nerve. Du Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Are you even aware of your own condition? Stop deceiving yourself. If you are ill, you should seek a doctor. There's no shame in that. Xiaoyu, this is how your Wu family's guest behaves. So uncouth, so lacking in decorum. If the special envoy were to arrive, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Qin Meng gasped, directing his words at Wu Xiaoyu. She blushed and glanced at Du Qingshan. He met her gaze with a calm smile and said, The people from the medical immortal valley aren't that impressive, are they? How long have we waited? I'm hungry. Is it wrong to eat something? Is it wrong? Wu Xiaoyu felt a mix of amusement and anxiety. Indeed, the medical immortal valley's people would surely be angered. However, recalling her father's warnings, she found herself conflicted. After a moment, she replied, It seems there is no fault. Ultimately, she chose to heed her father's advice, regardless of her personal feelings. She could not afford to offend Du Qingshan. Her words, however, embarrassed Qin Meng. Qin Meng glared at Du Qingshan and declared, You get out. You uncultured wretch. How dare you sit with us? Leave now. Du Qingshan merely glanced at him while continuing to eat, chuckling. You think you can just tell me to leave? Oh, you make a valid point. If I were to leave, it would indeed be too lenient on you. I must leave you for the special envoys of the medical immortal valley to deal with. You've caused trouble and cannot implicate us all. Guards, take this man away and imprison him. Qin Meng shouted. Immediately, several bodyguards entered from outside. Wu Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she chastised. Qin Meng, what do you intend to do? My guest from the Wu family is not someone you can just seize. Do you truly think I am inconsequential? A wise man knows when to back down. You're disrespecting the special envoys. Can you bear the consequences? Qin Meng sneered. Wu Xiaoyu bit her lip, momentarily at a loss. Just then, Du Qingshan spoke to her. From this moment forward, this matter is none of your concern. Though I'm not entirely satisfied with your performance today, it is passable. I will handle the subsequent matters myself. With that, he wiped his mouth, set down his chopsticks, and turned to Qin Meng, narrowing his eyes slightly. Since my arrival, you have insulted me twice, continuously mocking me. Do you know why I have refrained from retaliating? He answered himself because, in my eyes, you are merely a buffoon. I have chosen not to stoop to your level, yet you have pressed your luck. This is unwise. When encountering strangers, do not be overly confident. Someone you perceive as insignificant may indeed be beyond your capability to provoke. Du Qingshan then addressed Qin Shengwu as a father. You are unfit. Your son needs proper guidance to understand that arrogance can lead to dire consequences. Would you not agree? Qin Shengwu squinted. Are you implying that you are a powerful figure we cannot afford to offend? Why not teach him a lesson right now? Du Qingshan merely smiled. Perhaps there was merit in his words. He could indeed hold significant status, or else he wouldn't be a guest of the Wu family. Yet so what? Compared to the people from the medical immortal valley, it was all inconsequential. He felt his confidence swell. Thus, he brazenly declared, You are far too presumptuous. This was undoubtedly an encouragement for his son. Hearing this, Qin Meng immediately signaled several bodyguards to seize Du Qingshan. As they advanced towards him, a few pairs of chopsticks suddenly flew through the air. Swish! The bodyguards screamed in agony as the chopsticks pierced their ears, blood oozing forth. Qin Meng was no exception. He clutched his ear, blood trickling from his hand. Shock etched on his face as he cried out, You dare to harm me. Smack! Du Qingchun slammed the table once more. A dish flew up and struck Qin Meng squarely in the face. He let out a wretched scream, stumbling back against the wall. Pulling the remnants of the dish from his face, his nose broken. Du Qingchun's sudden display of power stunned everyone present. A martial arts master? The onlookers gazed at him with trepidation, all rising to their feet, drenched in sweat. Wu Xiaoyu's expression was one of sheer horror. She had never anticipated that Du Qingchun would erupt with such ferocity, disregarding the Qin family's dignity completely. This was escalating far beyond her expectations. She wished to intervene, yet recalling her father's words, she ultimately held her tongue. "You have gone too far," Qin Shengwu said, enunciating each word carefully, his anxiety palpable. Du Qingchun stepped forward, advancing slowly towards Qin Shengwu. "You seem quite fearful," he remarked. Qin Shengwu dared not respond, even with some backing. He did not wish to provoke Du Qingchun at this moment. In his view, Du Qingchun was merely an impulsive youth, inflated with arrogance due to his martial prowess, destined for a grim fate. Yet now, he must not provoke him, for the consequences could be dire. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This incident involved the Wu family. The person responsible had been brought by Wu Xiaoyu. The monks may flee, but the temple remains. He anticipated that the medical Immortal Valley would demand an explanation from the Wu family later, and Qin Shengwu found himself somewhat exhilarated. With the support of the medical Immortal Valley, the Wu family's position as the wealthiest would surely be threatened, marking the true rise of the Qin family. For years, the Wu family had overshadowed the Qin family, yet Qin Shengwu felt resentment simmering within him. Had it not been for the medical Immortal Valley's pressure, he would have long since engaged the Wu family in a cutthroat business rivalry. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength, bolstered by the support of several influential figures behind him. Seeing Qin Shengwu silent, Du Qingchun remarked, "You are quite perceptive." He then approached Qin Meng and suddenly pressed several points on his body. Qin Meng convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and soon lost consciousness. Despite being rendered mute, his expression conveyed immense suffering. Chapter 101. Kneeling to apologize, "What have you done, my son?" Qin Shengwu asked immediately, his anxiety reaching its peak. Du Qingchun chuckled. "Isn't the medical Immortal Valley your support? This is merely a minor test. Let them assist your son. If they cannot cure him, you may come find me later." With that, he turned to Wu Xiaoyu and said, "I am full. Let us depart." "Leave?" Wu Xiaoyu fell on the verge of tears. The envoy from the medical Immortal Valley had yet to arrive. How could he leave now? He had stirred up such chaos. How would they resolve it? Du Qingchun frowned. "You refuse to leave? Fine. I will stay." Wu Xiaoyu felt increasingly awkward. This was a tremendous mess that needed her father's intervention. She was at a loss, so she resigned herself to leaving with Du Qingchun. Once outside the restaurant and inside the car, Wu Xiaoyu sighed. "Mr. Du, your actions have escalated this situation. Our Wu family may not withstand the fallout. I have my own rationale for my actions. I do not require you to bear the brunt. If your father were here, he would never utter such words. Now, take me back to the hotel," Du Qingchun replied coldly. "Why not return to our home? My father just called, saying he would return tonight. After such a major incident, we need to see if he has a way to resolve it," Wu Xiaoyu suggested. "I have stated that I wish to go to the hotel." Du Qingchun closed his eyes. Wu Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger. Recognizing Du Qingchun's stubborn demeanor and recalling his earlier actions, she ultimately instructed the driver to head to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Du Qingchun alighted from a vehicle. Wu Xiaoyu remarked, "Mr. Du, please rest for now. I shall return home to await my father's arrival to discuss our strategy. Do as you wish. If any trouble arises, let them find me at the hotel." Du Qingchun replied, proceeding into the hotel without a backward glance. Wu Xiaoyu promptly dialed her father. After listening to her account, Wu Guoxiong sighed in disappointment. "So it seems you did not heed my advice. Father, I have done my utmost. It is truly your friend who has overstepped his bounds. The envoy from the medical Immortal Valley is certain to seize this opportunity to trouble our Wu family. You should consider how to clean up this mess." "Very well. I understand. Wait for me at the hotel entrance. I have just landed and will be there shortly. Do not go anywhere," Wu Guoxiong instructed before ending the call. Wu Xiaoyu entered the hotel and awaited her father in the general manager's office. Within half an hour, Wu Guoxiong arrived in haste. "Where's Mr. Du?" he immediately inquired. "He caused this trouble and has returned to his room to rest." He seems unbothered. While we are left to deal with the aftermath, Wu Xiaoyu complained. Wu Guoxiong's expression darkened. Is this the attitude you hold towards him? Father, what do you mean? Wu Xiaoyu responded, bewildered. Have you forgotten what I instructed you? Your duty is to ensure Mr. Du's comfort, regardless of his actions, even if he were to commit heinous acts, as long as he is pleased. We must stand resolutely by his side, Wu Guoxiong admonished. Wu Xiaoyu's complexion shifted. Father, surely you jest. He has just harmed Qin Meng, and the envoy from a medical immortal valley is presently in the provincial capital. This is tantamount to slapping the medical immortal valley in the face. Are we to disregard them entirely for his sake? Indeed, what is the medical immortal valley? Offending him will yield no favorable outcome, Wu Guoxiong stated without hesitation. Sweat beaded on Wu Xiaoyu's forehead. For the sake of Du Qingshun, we need not concern ourselves with the medical immortal valley? Father, you cannot be serious. You disappoint me. It seems you have offended Mr. Du as well. Now, come with me upstairs to apologize to him, Wu Guoxiong declared decisively. Apologize? On what grounds? Father, who exactly is he? You would disregard everything for him? The Qin family is merely looking for an opportunity to strike at us. Are you not providing them with one? Wu Xiaoyu protested. Wu Guoxiong snorted dismissively. The Qin family is insignificant. If Mr. Du so wishes, he could obliterate them in an instant. As for the medical immortal valley, they would not dare act presumptuously before him. As for his identity, do not inquire further. I shall not divulge anything. I will only say this. Our Wu family owes its current standing entirely to his favor. Should he desire, he could easily replace us with a beggar from the street. I'm not jesting. Now come along. This revelation left Wu Xiaoyu in a cold sweat. She understood her father was no coward, exceedingly proud, and would never make light of such matters. This indicated that Du Qingshun indeed possessed significant influence. As for the nature of that influence, she could not fathom, nor dare to contemplate. Is he truly that formidable? Yes, let us hurry. I hope you have not overly provoked him. Wu Guoxiong expressed his anxiety. It should not be so severe. I have not greatly offended him, Wu Xiaoyu replied cautiously. Before long, they found Du Qingshun. Mr. Du, I apologize for my tardiness. My daughter did not extend adequate hospitality, and I offer my sincerest apologies. Please do not hold it against her. Should you remain displeased, I am willing to accept all consequences, Wu Guoxiong declared, kneeling before Du Qingshun. He then shouted at Wu Xiaoyu, Why are you not kneeling before Mr. Du? Reluctantly, Wu Xiaoyu knelt, lowering her head, too intimidated to speak. Please, rise, Du Qingshun gestured. As I mentioned previously, there is no need to kneel before me. She has not offended me. Indeed, I have acted somewhat excessively, and it is only natural that she does not understand. He would not truly hold a grudge against a young woman. Some actions he undertook were justified in his reasoning, and he had no intention of explaining himself. Wu Guoxiong and his daughter stood, the former speaking with utmost respect. Mr. Du, your actions are guided by your own rationale. Indeed, I have my reasons for acting as I do. Now, tell me, did Qin Shengwu attempt to contact you? Du Qingshun inquired. Wu Guoxiong nodded hastily, expressing concern. Yes. I received his call while en route, but I did not answer. You should call him back now. He is surely seeking me. Inform them that I am here awaiting their arrival, Du Qingshun instructed. Without hesitation, Wu Guoxiong dialed Qin Shengwu's number in Du Qingshun's presence. As anticipated, Qin Shengwu was en route with 3 envoys. After providing their room number, Wu Guoxiong made further arrangements and then stood respectfully alongside Wu Xiaoyu. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The sky will not fall. There is no need for you to wear such worried expressions, Du Qingshun remarked. Only then did they dare to sit down. Wu Guoxiong stated, With Mr. Du making the decisions, I have nothing to fear. Du Qingshun chose to ignore his comment.